Reverend Insanity. Chapter 151 to 151, Demonic Nature. 1967 words. What? Gu Yue was shocked when she heard this. Fang Yuan had already struck at lightning speed, his hand chopping her neck. She fainted immediately. The young girl fell down helplessly, and Fang Yuan's hand quickly moved, holding her by the waist. Next, he activated the stealth scale Gu Yue, and their bodies vanished on the spot. When Gu Yue woke up in a sleepy state, she found herself in a dark mountain cave. She shrugged her head, trying to stand up subconsciously, but she soon found out that her arms were tied behind her back, the rope looped around her neck, she was tied tightly on a large rock. All the Gu worms on her body had been plundered away by Fang Yuan, refined and turned into his. She was merely a 15-year-old young girl, with that frail body, how could she break free from that thick ropes wrapped a few times around the rock, even tied with knots? Being trapped in this remote and unfamiliar place, the young girl started to feel frightened. She thought about the moment before she had fainted, even the most naive person would also know that Fang Yuan was going to do something bad to her. But how would Fang Yuan deal with me? What is he planning to do? Is it because I complained about him to grandma, thus he is taking revenge? The young girl was tied helplessly, but her thoughts quickly flipped like pages of a book. The more she thought, the more frightened she got, and she started sobbing uncontrollably. Grandma, where are you? Quickly come and save me. As she cried, she felt an intense fear and loneliness. Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen, and the cave was filled with her cries. Is Fang Yuan planning to trap me here? For 7, 8 days, and make me suffer in hunger, so I will never speak ill of him again. After crying for a while, Gu Yue thought of a possibility. Too evil, Fang Yuan, I will never forgive you. She gritted her teeth as her impression of Fang Yuan, which was bad from the start, fell into negatives. Since her birth, Gu Yue had not hated a person so much. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Soon, Fang Yuan's silhouette was seen emerging from the shadows. Fang Yuan, what do you want? Let go of me now. Otherwise my grandma will deal with you. Seeing Fang Yuan, Gu Yue struggled intensely, her slim legs stomping on the ground like a small deer that fell into a trap. You sure are lively, Fang Yuan coldly snorted. Gu Yue was about to open her mouth and continue crying in a rage, but she soon saw a large bear moving behind Fang Yuan. Be bear, her widened eyes showed shock as she stuttered. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, stretching out his hand and caressing the bear's black fur, his voice filled with coldness that flowed in the cave like ominous winds. Because of the wolf tide, it was not easy to find such a wild bear, it took me lots of time and effort to find it. Gu Yue reacted instantly. Her quick-witted thoughts soon remembered that Fang Yuan had once taken a bear enslavement Gu Yue from Shangjiao Man. So that's it, she laughed coldly and was about to speak, but Fang Yuan suddenly squatted in front of her. What are you doing? The young girl tried to move away, but Fang Yuan easily used his right hand and grabbed her cheeks firmly. Such a cute appearance, lovable indeed, Fang Yuan plainly commented. Swoosh, his right hand moved quickly, grabbing Yao Li's shirt, and pulled. The shirt was instantly torn, showing her pink undergarment. Ah, the young girl was stunned momentarily before shrieking loudly, frantically struggling. Even though her tender muscles bled due to friction from the ropes, she couldn't care less. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, continuing to pull and tear her clothing apart. RRRRRIP. Soon, the young girl's ragged garment was only left with a few torn strips of cloth, showing off large areas of her milky, delicate flesh. No, no, she was extremely frightened, crying out loudly. As she thought of all the various possible ways Fang Yuan was going to deal with her whole body shook and trembled. However, Fang Yuan did not continue on as she expected, but instead he stood up and moved backwards. The young girl's loud cries turned into sobbing. But at this moment, the black bear moved its paws, and got closer. The young girl was frightened as her iris shrunk into pin size, for at this moment, she felt an intense sensation of death. Whoosh, the bear paw struck, and the sound of it breaking air could be heard. With a crisp sound, the young girl's skull was hit, and the intense force broke her thin neck. Her head was twisted at a creepy angle, broken and hanging on one end. One moment ago, she was still an alluring beauty, and the next moment she was a corpse. Her warm body tied to the huge rock, was like a broken toy doll. At this moment, even without Fang Yuan's control of the bear enslavement Gu Yue, with its craving for food, the black bear had already lowered its head, enjoying this sumptuous meal. It first started to gnaw at the young girl's throat, and fresh blood immediately bubbled out, splashing onto its black fur. Next was the young girl's white and tender breasts, like flower buds that were unopened. The black bear bit on her right breast in one whole mouthful, tearing away the skin and flesh, exposing her deathly pale ribs. At this moment, the black bear used its paw to break these bones. The young girl's internal organs were crushed, and immediately blood poured out endlessly. Without the skeleton's interference, the black bear placed its mouth further into the girl's body. It nipped at the girl's heart that was still beating, then proceeded to swallow it in one mouthful. The heart passed through its throat and into the stomach, and this bear that had to hide around and couldn't eat due to the wolf tide, howled out in satisfaction. After another cry, it lowered its head again and started to consume her internal organs wantonly. Chomp chomp chomp, the black bear's mouth opened and chewed, large amounts of blood gushing out from its mouth, issuing a watery sound. After a good while, the black bear finally moved its head out. The young girl's chest was already empty, the immense injury extending to her stomach. But towards the shining, white intestines, the bear did not seem to have much interest. It started to focus on the young girl's white slim legs. The girl's jade-like fingers were all bitten away by the black bear at once, and with a few rounds of chewing, the fingers were swallowed with a crisp sound. The girl's thighs were also a delicacy. The tender skin and flesh of her thighs emitted a virgin fragrance. When the bear had finished, all that was left was the white leg bones. Among the swaying movements, the girl's skull finally dropped onto the ground. To be honest, she did have a cute appearance. Those black lustrous eyes with a round nose slightly pointing up, and her skin blushing like peach blossoms, with a small mouth and 2 rows of white clean teeth. But now, her face had lost the color of blood, her skin turning deathly pale. Her fine black hair was left hanging, covering half of her face, with those pair of eyes staring wide open, filled with fear and anger. A death full of grievance. Note, the following is religious text that may make no sense to most, but read it with a pinch of salt. Fang Yuan folded his arms as he observed Gu Yue's expression, thinking of a Buddhist saying on earth, without a sense of self, without a sense of person, to be detached of all living things, detached of the sense of time. Void is the red skull and white bones, skin and flesh. I am namely myself, without individuality. Breaking the sense of self, realizing that one is common and ordinary. Without a sense of self, means, everyone is equal, there is no difference. Man is humanity no longer treating humans as a superior race and demeaning other living beings. Without a sense of person, means that, the world is equal, there is no difference. Living things, refers to all life, no longer recognizing life as superior and thinking that non-living beings like rocks and water have cognition. This is, detached of all living things, which means, all in the world is equal, there is no difference. Any object or creature has their respective lifespan, and, detached of the sense of time, namely means, regardless of whether it exists or not, they are all equal without difference. No matter how beautiful the guy or girl, they eventually turn into a skeleton. Bones, skin and flesh are one, but people favored skin and flesh while fearing bones. This is being fixated on appearance, not recognizing that all is equal. This Buddhist term is calling for humans to break through all forms, seeing the truth. Beauty is superficial, and people, me, the world, and time, is all superficial. If one goes past the superficial aspect, they would see Buddha. Recognizing and going beyond, treating all is equal, all is equal. Thus, Buddha sacrificed his body to feed tigers, cutting off his flesh to feed eagles. This was the benevolence in his heart, seeing all in this world as his own, loving everything, and his great love for everything. No matter if it's me, others, animals or plants, or even the lifeless rocks and water, even those that do not exist, we have to love them. If a mortal standing there watches the bear eat a person, some hot-blooded teenager would jump out and scream, "You beast, don't you dare eat a person." Or, "Beauty, do not fear, uncle is here to save you." Etc. This was the mortal's love and hatred, loving young girls and hating large bears. Not going beyond and still fixating on the superficial, not able to see her red human skeleton. If Buddha stood there and watched the bear eat a person, he would sigh, chanting, "If I do not enter hell, who would enter?" He would save the young girl and feed himself to the black bear. This was Buddha's love and hatred, loving the young girl and loving the bear, treating all as equal. But right now, Fang Yuan was the one standing here. Seeing the young girl's tragic and violent death, his heart was unmoved. This was not because of his numbness to death, but he had gone beyond the superficial, having no obsessions. Without a sense of self, without a sense of person, to be detached of all living things, detached of the sense of time. Seeing all living things as equal, the world is equal. Thus, the girl's death is no different from a fox or a tree's death. But to a mere mortal, the girl's death would trigger their anger, hatred, and pity. If it was the girl eating the bear, they would not feel anything. If an old lady was eaten, the pity in their hearts would be greatly reduced. If it was a villain, a murderer getting eaten, they would clap their hands in joy, praising. In actuality, all beings are equal, and heaven and earth is just. Nature is fair, disregarding love or hate, it is emotionless and never gives differential treatment. Rule of the strong, victor takes all. The disappearance of a life form, towards the entire natural realm in the infinite cosmos, to the long river of history, what does it amount to? Death means death, who can choose not to die? What talk about a girl, bear, ant, fox, tree, old lady, murderer, they are all lowly. Humble, mongrels, only by recognizing this and going beyond the superficial, arriving at the truth, does one gain divinity. This divinity, taking a step towards the light, it becomes Buddha. If it takes a step towards the darkness, it becomes a demon. Demonic nature, share to your friends. 11. Shares. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 152 to 152, advanced to rank 3. 1948 words. An hour later, Gu Yue was almost completely eaten by the black bear. The black bear was unwilling to eat the intestines and the girl's brains, but Fang Yuan did not want that to happen. According to the man-beast life burial Gu's recipe, a wild beast must consume the entire person up to the tiniest scrap for the greatest effect. This can ensure success to the greatest rate. To refine this man-beast life burial Gu, about 10 ingredients are needed. And the most important two, are man and beast. The human has to be a virgin girl, and has a Gu master's aptitude. Furthermore, she has to be at least C-grade talent, but of course A and B grade would be better, and can greatly enhance the chances of success. This beast refers to the beast enslavement Gu, the bear enslavement Gu, wolf enslavement Gu, tiger enslavement Gu, etc., even deer enslavement Gu or bull enslavement Gu can work. However, only bears, wolves and tigers, these carnivores have it easier eating meat. Otherwise, if forcing a herbivore like a deer or bull to consume this human, the enslavement Gu's manipulation would be required to force them to do so. After the beast consumes the human, the refinement has to begin immediately. Otherwise, when the beast digests the person's bones and meat, the refinement would no longer be possible. Seeing that the black bear refused to eat Yao Li's intestines and brain, Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure and willed in his mind, activating the bear enslavement Gu that was planted in the black bear's body. The black bear growled, and under Fang Yuan's oppression, was forced to swallow the intestines and brain. At the same time, it broke the girl's bones to bits and swallowed them piece by piece. The bone shards were sharp and pointy, but under Fang Yuan's control, it swallowed them and many of the shards stabbed into its mouth and throat, the pain causing the huge bear to tear up. But Fang Yuan only strengthened his control, and the bear's body was no longer under its own control. Seeing the black bear stuffing the spine into its throat, Fang Yuan knew the time was ripe. He flicked his finger, and a single aperture charcoal Gu flew out. The Gu worm flew into the black bear's mouth and burrowed its way in. The black bear suddenly cried out painfully, as the charcoal Gu's power was burning its internal organs. The black bear's body was shuddering intensely, it cried painfully and wanted to roll around on the ground, but the enslavement Gu had a steady grip on its movements. After burning for 15 minutes, Fang Yuan's finger moved again and 3 kerosene Gu flew out. The kerosene Gu was a rank 1 expenditure type Gu, and upon entering the black bear's body, it exploded into large amounts of kerosene and intensified the fire burning inside the black bear's body. The black bear cried until its throat was dry, but Fang Yuan timed it well and threw several more Gu worms out into its body. These Gu worms were all exchanged using merit points. The black bear laid on the ground, completely motionless. A moment later, from its eyes, ears, nostrils and mouth as well as its butt, small sparks of flames were seen. Then, the fire got bigger and quickly enveloped its entire body, turning it into a giant fire pillar. The entire dim cave was lit up by this fire. But this fire was not the usual orange, but instead an eerie blood color. Fang Yuan patiently waited for a moment, until the fire was about to extinguish, then he threw out the final Gu. This was a rank 2 poison Gu. Throwing it into the fire, an intense reaction occurred. A white lump of light emerged from the fire, initially only fist size. Fang Yuan quickly took out primeval stones from his money bag and threw them into this light lump. The white lump digested the primeval stones and became bigger. After throwing up to 1,000 primeval stones, the light was around the size of a room door and then suddenly shrunk. Huff! The fire on the bear's corpse extinguished at once, and the cave returned to darkness, while a Gu worm wobbled its way to Fang Yuan. Man-Beast Life Burial Gu. Rank 3, Expenditure Type Gu. It looked like a black spider with furry long legs, but it had the head of a bear, and on its back there was a blood-colored tattoo, drawing the outline of a young girl's beautiful face. This was Gu Yue Li's face. It resembled a smile yet wasn't, it looked like a crying face and yet was not, but she seemed to be staring at Fang Yuan with a gaze filled with utter hatred. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, not minding it at all. Death is the end of all, even in life she was merely so, what more can she do to Fang Yuan after death? He opened his mouth with no hesitation and swallowed this Man-Beast Life Burial Gu. The Man-Beast Life Burial Gu moved along his throat into his esophagus, turning into a black and red mix of water flow. The water flowed from above, like an inverted heavenly river, pouring into his aperture. Entering the aperture, this gush of black-red water entered the red steel primeval sea immediately. At once, the entire primeval essence was turned into an eerie black-red color, filled with the smell of blood. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as he activated this black-red primeval essence, rushing it towards the aperture walls. 10%, 20%, 30%, when 38% of the primeval essence was expended, the aperture had a loud boom as the white crystal walls broke into pieces. What replaced it was an entirely new round ball-shaped light membrane aperture wall. At this moment, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. But Fang Yuan did not loosen up, and instead forced the remaining black-red primeval essence out of his body. This primeval essence was not usable, and if injected into Gu worms, they would die. If left remaining inside the aperture, the longer it stayed, the more it would pollute the light membrane aperture walls, and cause one's aptitude to decrease. After expelling all of the black-red primeval essence out of his body, he grabbed a primeval stone and started to recover his primeval essence. First, a white-silver fog appeared, then it condensed into water droplets, finally forming his white-silver-colored primeval sea. For a Gu master, rank 1 is green copper primeval essence, rank 2 is red steel, and rank 3 is white-silver. But this white-silver primeval sea was not pure, as there was a trace of black-red mixed in. This is the side effect of using the Man-Beast Life Burial Gu. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He calmed his mind and expelled this white-silver primeval essence out of his body, before forming new primeval essence. The second time round, the black-red colored substance was reduced by half. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied, and expelled his white-silver primeval essence again, forming new primeval essence for the third time. After several tries, the black-red substance was reduced to a barely observable amount, and even if Fang Yuan attempted more tries, this substance would remain. This was an unavoidable consequence of using the Man-Beast Life Burial Gu. The Man-Beast Life Burial Gu's effect was extraordinary, able to turn a rank 2 peak stage Gu master with no hopes of advancing his entire life, into a rank 3. This was literally changing fate, thus there had to be some imperfection. Getting rid of this black-red substance, there was a method. The most common would be to use the cleansing water Gu. Cleansing water Gu can completely wash away impurities in the aperture. It appeared once in the tree house, but was bought by the Kai faction. In this short term, Fang Yuan could do nothing about the black-red substance. Ellipsis. You bunch of useless idiots, what are you all doing? Not able to find such a large, lively person. In the medicine hall, Gu Yue flew into a furious rage, and her screaming caused even the window lattices and curtains to tremble. In her heart, she was worried, frightened, anxious and enraged. It had been 3 days and 3 nights, the 4 frenzy lightning wolves were exterminated and Gu Yue village was relatively safe at the moment. But her granddaughter Gu Yue was nowhere to be seen. Even after she mobilized all her relationships and combed the battlefield, there even being large-scale search parties around the village, there was still no trace of her. The ones who saw Gu Yue for the last time were the battling Gu masters. What they saw was Gu Yue falling into the encirclement of the wolves, and had to run away frantically in a worsening predicament. These showed that Gu Yue was not in an optimistic situation, most likely consumed by the wolf packs. But Gu Yue was indignant. She could not accept such a cruel truth. If it was any other girl, so what if they die? But this was her own blood-related granddaughter, someone she had nurtured since young to be the inheritor of her medicine faction. She was so well-behaved and intelligent, loved by everyone, so lively and cute, bringing others joy. These days, Gu Yue could not sleep at all, for in her mind, it was all images of her granddaughter. Gu Yue had originally maintained her looks well, but in these 3 days, she seemed to have aged over 10 years. It was like her heart was dug away, and she felt an endless pain of emptiness. In her screaming, tens of Gu masters lowered their heads, enduring the cruel insults of the old woman. Reporting to Medicine Hall clan elder, this subordinate has something to report. At this time, a rank 2 Gu master walked in. What, is it news about Yaola? Gu Yue's eyes shone, asking quickly. Someone advanced to rank 3, the clan leader is holding an elder meeting at the clan leader pavilion to confirm the situation. The Gu master quickly reported. Gu Yue's eyes dimmed, waving her hands, not information about Yaola and still disturbing me. Wait, what did you say? Someone advanced to rank 3 and became a new clan elder. Halfway through, she reacted and lightly frowned. This was too sudden, with zero premonition. The appearance of a new clan elder would influence the entire Gu clan's political situation. This was a huge hit on the medicine faction who has lost its inheritor. In the medicine hall, the standing Gu masters started to discuss among themselves, guessing the identity of the new clan elder. Gu Yue frowned, asking immediately, who advanced to rank 3. Reporting to Lord Yaoji, it is Gu Fang Yuan, the Gu master answered. What, it's him. At once, Gu Yue's iris shrunk. This was the worst of news to her. In the hall, the Gu masters also started to discuss violently. They couldn't have made a mistake, could they, to think it's Fang Yuan? Isn't he AC grade talent? How can he become a rank 3 Gu master so quickly? Once he's rank 3, he will be a clan elder, a higher up in the clan. When we see him next time, we have to bow and greet him. How can this be? This is literally soaring through success. Earlier, didn't they say he's dead? He went missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse could not be found on the battlefield. We thought he was eaten by lightning wolves already. They were stunned, jealous and confused. Missing for 3 days and 3 nights, without a corpse on the battlefield, isn't this the same as Yao Li's situation? Ji Yu Yaoji's ears twitched, and her woman instinct caused her to have intense suspicion towards Fang Yuan for no reason. She suddenly changed her mind. She is going to the clan leader's pavilion. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 153 to 153, really aged. 2099 words. He has truly advanced to rank 3. This rank 3 aura is genuine, and there is the white-silver primeval essence, there is no mistake. The atmosphere in the clan hall was solemn. The clan head Gu Yue was sitting on the highest seat, with many elders seated in rows by his left and right. Whispers could be heard here and there, and dozens of people's attentions were more or less gathered on a young man who was standing upright in the center of the hall with his head held high. The young man was Fang Yuan. To think this Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I hadn't personally seen it, I would never have believed it. Doesn't he only have C-grade aptitude? How could he advance so suddenly? Actually, it can't be said to be sudden. Did you forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic GU? Right, it was 2 whole relic GU, they can completely raise his cultivation steeply. Just thinking back when I cultivated, sigh. The group of elders were both amazed and puzzled. This matter had caught them completely unprepared. This Fang Yuan was able to advance to rank 3. He is merely of C-grade aptitude, but could actually have such accomplishments in this short time. This is really a surprise. Ji Yu Mo Chen, who was seated on the frontmost seat in the left row, exclaimed inwardly. He thought of 2-3 years ago, when Fang Yuan was still in the academy, and killed a servant of his family. He had already forgotten the name of this servant. But the minced corpse Fang Yuan sent over had left a profound impression on him. From that day, he saw Fang Yuan in new light, but didn't expect much from him due to his aptitude. Now, this young man actually had such accomplishments. According to the clan system, all GU masters who advanced to rank 3 were new elders. A new elder was bound to have a huge impact on the old political structure. If I had recruited him before, I would be able to use this impact and gain political dominance. Sigh, it really is a pity. Thinking of this, Gu Yue Chen couldn't help but glance in front of him. His old rival Gu Yu Lian was seated on the frontmost seat in the right row. Right now he had a gloomy expression and obscure light flashed in his eyes. This Fang Yuan definitely has secrets on him. Although he had the help from the 2 red steel relic GU, he couldn't have had advanced to rank 3 so fast. This is something even Qing Shu couldn't accomplish. Gu Yu was also pondering. He unavoidably thought of his adopted son Qing Shu, and sighed. Were Gu Yu Qing Shu alive, he might also have rank 3 cultivation by now. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Lord Gu Yu Yaoji has arrived. At this moment, the door guard suddenly announced loudly. Following his announcement, an old woman walked in through the door. Her face was pale and filled with wrinkles, but under her weary eyelids were extremely sharp eyes that locked onto Fang Yuan in an instant. Gu Yu Yaoji spoke as she walked forward quickly. Fang Yuan, you advanced to rank 3. I don't believe it. I will personally verify it. Let me inspect your aperture. The aperture was a GU master's most important secret and was also their personal affair. How could they let others inspect it so easily? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body and looked at Yaoji, who was walking over. He replied with a sneer, Gu Yu Yaoji, on what basis are you demanding to inspect my aperture? Back then, when he had just begun cultivating, his aperture would be inspected at fixed intervals by the academy elder. But it was different now. He was already a rank 3 GU master, someone who was on equal footing with other elders like the academy elder and the medicine hall elder. Moreover, it was very simple to verify one's cultivation. White silver primeval essence couldn't be faked easily, and similarly, his rank 3 aura was a fact. Outrageous. You, a junior, dares to call me by name. Yaoji's eyes widened. Why can't I inspect you? With my identity as the medicine hall elder and also as your elder, I have the right to do so. HMPH, old hag, calling you by name is giving you respect. I still have yet to settle the scores between us. You harbored a grudge towards me when I didn't sell you my liquor worm, and actually wanted to plunder my 9-leaf vitality grass. HMPH, I also wanted to exchange my merits for that 3-step fragrant grass GU, but you prevented it in the dark. Now, I am also a rank 3 GU master, so you had better stop putting on airs. Fang Yuan's eyes were narrowed and his words sharp as a blade. He was very clear-cut with his words, completely showing off his hostility towards Yaoji. If he said this with a cultivation of rank 1 or rank 2, he would definitely be suppressed and even attacked. However, the situation was completely different now. He was a rank 3 and his position was already equal to the elders. Towards Fang Yuan insulting Gu Yu Yaoji, the other elders' strategy was to wait and see. Being at a high position, their considerations were profound. Even if they weren't born shrewd, the years of political struggle had trained the shrewdness in them. They didn't have much understanding of Fang Yuan, so they could take this opportunity to observe him. Brat, you have the cheeks to slander me. Gu Yu Yaoji was furious due to the humiliation. What Fang Yuan said was true, but why would she admit it in front of everyone? The elders present were all silently observing the situation unfold. Most of the elders present here knew of the matter regarding the 9-leaf vitality grass and even had transactions with Gu Yu Yaoji. However, in politics, there are only eternal benefits, never eternal enemies or eternal friends. Upon hearing Gu Yu Yaoji retort herself, Fang Yuan coldly laughed and didn't reply. Gu Yu Yaoji's sound echoed and lingered within the hall. This old woman was slightly trembling. This silence made her feel like she was alone. Something had changed. The situation was no longer the same. Were Fang Yuan to be a rank 1 or rank 2, these elders would immediately jump out to stand on Gu Yu Yaoji's side and unitedly punish Fang Yuan. The authority of higher-ups absolutely didn't allow the lower levels to challenge it. However, Fang Yuan was rank 3 now, and even if the clan head hadn't officially announced it, his position as an elder was already set in stone. Thus, his contradiction with Gu Yu Yaoji was now the internal conflict between higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly advanced elder, his foundation were not yet deep and didn't have any background, but this was also his strength as he had nothing to lose in the first place, thus having no fear. By contrast, Gu Yu Yaoji was old and though she was in control of Medicine Hall, had a high position and broad connections, this was also her weakness. She was old and she couldn't afford to lose. Her medicine faction's inheritor Yalo was missing and the enormous assets she controlled were coveted by many. It would not be bad if it were peaceful times, but now was the time of the wolf tide and even elders had the possibility of dying. Things were turbulent, newcomers climbed up in position and old-timers stepped down. This was a time of change, there weren't any elders that could guarantee their own safety. Even the clan head could fall down. In the history of Gu clan, the number of clan heads that died in a wolf tide weren't few. As for the elders, they couldn't even guarantee their own safety, so unless there were enormous benefits involved, they wouldn't meddle in other people's fights. Gu Yaoji felt like the situation had turned thorny. The hall was silent. Due to the matter regarding her granddaughter, she hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now as she stood there, she felt an invisible pressure shrouding her body and mind and it caused cold sweat to form on her forehead. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in the wolf pack. The surrounding wolves were standing in the shadows, observing her through their deep, dark green eyes. Fang Yuan who was in front of her was like a stoic wolf who had revealed its brilliance in the battle. He was so young, energetic and also ambitious. It really was the saying, old waves push the new waves forward, and a new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Gu Yaoji felt that she had really aged. Very much so, her eyelids jumped even more severely as her imposing aura gradually lowered. However, Gu Yaoli's figure appeared in her mind, she forcefully opened her blurred eyes, her aura increasing suddenly. She opened her mouth, Fang Yuan, why did you disappear for these 3 days? If you hadn't shown up, your name would have been listed in the casualties announcement in the medicine hall, in the list of the Gu masters who died in battle. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you come back, you are already a rank 3 Gu master. What happened during these days? Haha, I believe everyone here is interested in your explanation. After realizing she could no longer easily create troubles for Fang Yuan, her tone became more mild, no longer as forceful as before. However, her words were still very strong, with treacherous intentions hidden within. After all, she had the highest seniority as a high-ranking politician. The elders' eyes brightened when they heard this, revealing clear interest. No one was a fool among those present here. Fang Yuan's sudden advancement to rank 3 was indeed strange. His C-grade aptitude was after all known by everyone. Gu Yaoji's words brought those elders to stand by her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so grandly, he naturally had made preparations. Under everyone's gazes, he raised his head and laughed. Old woman, what do you want to know? Am I obliged to tell you? However, hearing the pitiful news of your granddaughter's death, I will benevolently tell you. During the past few days, I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Kai Lian's manor, trying to break through to rank 3. This point can be verified by Elder Gu Kai Lian. What? Gu Yaoji revealed a startled look. Other elders were also shocked, all kinds of complicated expressions appearing on their faces. Immediately, everyone's gazes were cast towards the gloomy-faced Gu Kai Lian. The Kai faction head, who held one of the 2 most powerful influences in the Gu clan, now appeared so gloomy that water could drip out from him. However, in front of everyone's gazes, he knew he needed to give an explanation, thus he reluctantly replied, it is indeed so. I can testify that Fang Yuan has been in a closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my manor during these past few days. The instant these words came out, the whole crowd went in an uproar. The elders possessed deep restraint, they wouldn't lose their bearings and make a scene. However, there were many whispers and mutterings. To think Gu Kai Lian actually had relations with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's advancement is related to Kai Lian. There is a great probability. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan had someone supporting him from behind the scenes? To think it was the Kai faction. Maybe the reason for Fang Yuan's fast cultivation speed is because of Kai faction pouring resources to him. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. Elder Kai Lian's actions have a very profound meaning. Some elders discussed whereas some elders' mind were flipping over. It turns out this Fang Yuan wasn't a junior with no one to guide his steps, he has the help from Kai faction. We need to be cautious towards him in the future. Fortunately, we didn't interfere and jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yaoji. Yaoji is in a dangerous predicament. She wanted to deal with an elder who didn't have any backing, but she could never have had expected that his background was so solid. It's actually the Kai faction. Gu Yaoji's face was very pale. When she had heard Gu Kai Lian confirming it, she took a step back in shock, her whole body trembling faintly. Opposing a lone elder compared to an elder backed by the Kai faction, these were 2 utterly different concepts. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 154 to 154. Vomit blood out of anger. 2085 words. Gu Mo Chen's heart was very heavy. He had planned to recruit Fang Yuan, but stopped himself due to Fang Yuan's aptitude. But now his old rival Gu Kai Lian actually got affiliated with Fang Yuan already. All the evidence points to Kai Lian providing support for Fang Yuan since over a year ago. Now, his investment had received such a great reward, and the Kai faction has a new clan elder. How can his heart not be heavy? Except, other than solemnness, Mo Chen was also confused. He was Gu Kai Lian's old rival, having competed since they were young. He had such a good understanding of his rival that he even knew what color of underwear his rival liked to wear. Logically speaking, Gu Kai Lian would have started gloating by now, throwing mocking and smug glances towards Mo Chen. But right now, his face was grim like he had suffered an injustice. This was too strange. Just what had transpired between him and Fang Yuan? What sort of agreement did they reach? Gu Mo Chen could not get an answer. This Fang Yuan, his guts are greater than the heavens, to think he would actually threaten me. Gu Kai Lian's heart was filled with anger and perplexity. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly approached him and used the matter of Gu Kai Cheng's fake aptitude to threaten him. Heavens, how did this important secret that only he, Gu Kai Lian and his grandson Kai Cheng knew about, come to the knowledge of this outsider Fang Yuan? Gu Kai Cheng was only AC grade talent, but for the sake of the Kai faction's benefits, Kai Lian had to take a risk and show a facade of Kai Cheng being B grade. If this matter was exposed, its impact towards the Kai faction would be unforeseen. The Kai faction family head's integrity would be questioned for his cheating personally, and this would ruin his reputation completely. More importantly, the Kai faction inheritor is only AC grade. This means that the Kai faction would have no political outlook anymore. Who would be dumb enough to rely on this type of faction? Fang Yuan, knowing this secret, was equivalent to grasping the fatal weakness of the Kai faction. When Fang Yuan threatened him, Gu Yue almost couldn't control himself from attacking and eliminating this threat on the spot. But he forcefully stopped himself, as he did not know who else got a hold of this secret, and whether Fang Yuan told anyone or left behind any paper evidence at some secret location. Pacify him first, understand the situation, then eliminate him. I cannot leave this threat hanging. That was his thought at the time. But soon after that, Fang Yuan displayed his rank 3 cultivation. Kai Lian, while shell-shocked, could only change his plan to cooperation. Rank 3 is a clan elder, and if he murdered a clan elder, this matter would just be as serious as cheating. Furthermore, fighting against a rank 3 GU master would take some time, and the commotion it creates is even harder to deal with. Falling out with Fang Yuan would not have any benefits for the Kai faction, in fact the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has a hold on me, a shared secret is also a form of collaboration. Finally, Kai Lian could only convince himself to comfort his heart. Fang Yuan's threat was so sudden, so he could not tell how many safety nets Fang Yuan had in place, thus he could only go along with it. But now, Fang Yuan fearlessly implicated him, letting him attract the attention in Fang Yuan's place. It was really throwing him under the bus. However, even if Gu Kai Lian knew this, what could he do? This time, Fang Yuan slowly spoke again. Gu Yaoji, I know your heart is in a mess now. Yes, that B-grade talent granddaughter of yours is dead, and without a proper corpse, your medicine faction is now without an inheritor. But AC-grade talent like myself advanced to rank 3 instead, so you feel anxious and indignant, thus your fury is directed at me. I understand that. What did you say? Gu Yaoji stared widely, uncontrollable anger rising. You little wretch, I'm telling you Yaola is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, shrugging nonchalantly. Her matter of life or death, what does it have to do with me? Yaoji, you don't have to emphasize that. But, he suddenly twisted, Gu Yaoji, in order to find your granddaughter, you assembled search parties and wasted much human and material resources. That concerns me, the clan elders here, and even the clan leader. Gu Yaoji, letting you lead the medicine hall, that is because of our trust. But what have you done? You dispatched the medicine hall's healing GU masters out to search for your granddaughter, leaving those injured and crippled GU masters in distress. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice, it is indeed the clan's loss. But you further worsened our loss. You are not fit to be our medicine hall clan elder at all. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head, tearing at Yao Ji's weakness, her pain. But what he said was very true. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders started frowning secretly. Whose faction did not have injuries? Gu Yao Ji's actions were indeed overboard, dispatching GU masters on her own and not attending to the urgent business at hand, but instead searching for her granddaughter. Gu Yao Ji was so angry her body was trembling, her finger pointing to Fang Yuan, unable to say another word. Her eyes were like glowing fire, having a strong urge to strangle this bastard Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold and indifferent, staring at her with no fear. He was returning the favor to her. Gu Yao Ji's earlier words were all righteous and caused the many clan elders to get curious about Fang Yuan's secret to advancing, causing a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's words were the same, and with reason backing him, standing at the highest point of the clan rules, it caused the clan elders to subconsciously defend him. To the clan elders, protecting the clan's rules were akin to protecting their own interests. Gu Yao Ji's actions these days did infringe on their interests. This Fang Yuan, bastard, fucking bastard. Gu Yao Ji shuddered, not knowing that Gu Kai Lian was also angered to the point of fuming. Fang Yuan was offending Gu Yao Ji to the limit, and her hatred towards him will also spill to the Kai faction since Fang Yuan was now a part of them. But the truth was, Kai faction is innocent. Was he, Gu Kai Lian, a fool? Why would he offend Gu Yao Ji, who was the most senior and has the greatest social network? Gu Kai Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, may the other clan elders not direct the attention to himself. Fang Yuan doing this is his own idea, it has nothing to do with the Kai faction. But Fang Yuan's next sentence broke this illusion of his to smithereens. He turned around and reported to the clan leader Gu Bo, clan leader, I highly doubt Gu Yao Ji's ability to continue leading the medicine hall. I suggest, we temporarily revoke her title of medicine hall clan elder and hold a thorough assessment of her. Each one of the clan's healing GU masters are precious to us. We cannot let her waste them like this. Otherwise, the ones that suffer the most are the brave GU masters that fight using their lives for our precious clan. Pausing momentarily, he continued, this suggestion of mine, Elder Kai Lian is also very supportive of. What? Gu Yao Ji's iris shrunk as her face changed colors. What? The clan elders were all taken aback. To hear of Gu Kai Lian's forthright attitude like this, does it mean that he was unhappy with Yao Ji from long ago and has been lusting after the huge benefits in her possessions, wanting to get a piece of the pie? What? As the person in question, Gu Kai Lian nearly jumped from his seat. How could he not be angry? He was going to go crazy from Fang Yuan's antics. This Fang Yuan had not only offended Gu Yao Ji, he even dragged him into the boat. His original political intent towards the medicine faction was closeness and cooperation. But now, his efforts were all thwarted by a single sentence from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was framing and harming him. In front of the person himself, framing, harming, and spreading false rumors. But he, Gu Kai Lian, the Grand Kai faction family head, was held hostage by Fang Yuan and had no way to fight back. Oh, Elder Kai Lian, you support this? Gu Bo's gaze shone as he asked. Gu Kai Lian gritted his teeth, slowly getting up. He stiffened his neck, resisting the urge to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid he could not control his rage. At this point, he can do nothing to Fang Yuan and can only carry on the show. Revoking Yao Ji's title, this is Fang Yuan's sole idea. With the threat of the wolf tide, suddenly changing people is not appropriate. However, I do agree that Elder Yao Ji has deviated from the role of the healing GU masters due to her personal feelings. If these efforts were placed into the right areas, it would reduce our clan's loss to a great extent. Saying so, his heart was bleeding. He would definitely not follow through with what Fang Yuan said, as he had his own interests in mind. These words, he had already exerted the greatest effort to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. But even so, after he finished speaking, he heard a thump. He turned his head around and saw that Gu Yu Yaoji had vomited blood out of her intense anger and fell on her back. It's over, I've completely offended Yaoji. At this moment, Gu Yu Kai Lian felt like he had fallen into a chasm, his heart icy cold. Lord Yaoji, someone, quickly diagnose her. She just lost consciousness, it's not an emergency. Lord Yaoji had not rested at all for these 3 days and 3 nights, her body and mind is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was in a mess, but slowly quietened down. Gu Yu Yaoji was carried away by a stretcher. She was already old, and had worried for so many days. With a weakened heart, now that she was triggered by both Fang Yuan and Kai Lian, adding on to her misery, it was no wonder that she fainted. Lord Yaoji had led the medicine hall for so many years, she had worked hard for so long, she is truly tired. Letting her rest is also for her own good. Now that she is unconscious, the medicine hall cannot be without a leader. I advise that we let Fang Yuan take over, Gu Yu Kai Lian suddenly said. This old man stood before his seat. Seeing Gu Yu Yaoji being carried out, his eyes shone coldly. Since he had already offended her, then why not go the entire way and continue the mistake? To prevent the medicine faction's revenge, he might as well suppress them entirely. This is someone in power, the resolve and wisdom of an expert in politics. The hall fell into temporary silence. Yao Li's death, Yao Ji's downfall, it showed that the medicine faction was on an imminent decline. The cruelty of politics is even more heartless than the wolf tide. Fang Yuan was silent as well, letting him be the medicine hall clan elder. Heh, Gu Yu Kai Lian was only saying it casually. Letting a newly advanced young clan elder to hold such an important role. Maybe if the clan elders and clan leader were all retarded. Gu Yu Kai Lian saying this intentionally, had deep meaning. As expected, in the next moment, Gu Yu Bo declared, the medicine hall's role shall temporarily be held by Elder Kai Zhang. Fang Yuan's cultivation has indeed reached rank 3, thus according to the clan rules, he shall also assume the role of clan elder. Send out the news, and let the entire village rejoice. Saying so, Gu Yu Bo stood up and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the clan elders all walked towards Fang Yuan, cupping their fists with faces full of smiles. Fang Yuan cupped his fists as well, replying with a warm smile. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 155 to 155, Borrow. 1996 words. Congratulations, congratulations. Elder Fang Yuan is young and promising. You are definitely a role model for the young generation. Haha, we truly anticipate Elder Fang Yuan's brilliance as we work together from now on. The group of elders surrounded Fang Yuan and spoke customary words. The academy elder stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression complicated as he looked at Fang Yuan. He had never expected Fang Yuan to become an elder. In his class, he had been the most optimistic of Fang Zheng, and then Kai Cheng and Mo Bei. But to think that the one who was the first to achieve success was actually Fang Yuan. How could these little achievements of mine be compared to the elders? I still need to thank the clan's teachings for today's achievements. Academy elder, I have always engraved your words in my heart. Fang Yuan had a warm smile on, and he spoke modestly and prudently. The academy elder hadn't expected this punk to take the initiative to greet him. He was blank for a moment before a gratified expression appeared in his face. Looks like you have matured a lot in these years, Elder Fang Yuan. Keep up the good work, I am proud of your achievements. The clan needs new blood like you. Fang Yuan sincerely thanked the academy elder again and also replied to the other elders. With his 500 years of experience, putting on such an act was very easy. He had a sense of propriety, his words were gentle and his attitude was humble, making all those who heard him feel like they were basking in a spring breeze. Gu Yu Kai Lian was indifferent at this scene, but the more he observed, the more frightened he became. This Fang Yuan knew how to deal with the situation adequately, and every sentence and word were as if spoken by a veteran. Was he really just in his teens? Could he be a born politician? The academy elder was astonished too. He thought of the academy times. Fang Yuan was so rebellious, even exploiting his own classmates. He had countless headaches due to this, but the current Fang Yuan seemed to have completely changed. On the contrary, Gu Yu Mo Chen wasn't baffled by Fang Yuan's behavior. After all, he already had a taste of Fang Yuan's schemes. Right now, as he looked at Fang Yuan's cultured and gentle behavior, becoming a focal point of the crowd, he kept on sighing that Gu Yu Kai Lian had made a great move. The exchanges continued on for some time. But, regardless of what thoughts the elders had, the ones present there couldn't help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. They continuously sighed that rumors were really unreliable. In the end, Fang Yuan tactfully rejected some of the elders' invitations and left the clan head pavilion with a smile together with Gu Yu Kai Lian. HMPH, are you satisfied now? After pulling down Gu Yu Yaoji, you even dragged my Kai faction into hot water. When they reached the study room, Kai Lian couldn't pretend anymore, and the smile on his face was replaced by fury. Fang Yuan was sitting in front of him and leisurely smiled. You need to thank me for this. Gu Yu Yaoji is down. This is a great benefit to your Kai faction. Gu Yu Kai Lian's gaze flashed. HMPH, young man, your thoughts are too simple. Kai Zhang is my Kai faction's member but his wife is of Yao faction. The clan head appointed him as the temporary medicine hall elder precisely because he wants to balance out the internal strife between my Kai and Yao faction. How did you find out about Kai Cheng's matter? At the end, Gu Yu Kai Lian suddenly asked this. He closely watched Fang Yuan with a gaze like that of an eagle's. Fang Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders and said, Old man, I don't have much primeval stones on me left, give me 3,000 primeval stones. Bang, Gu Yu Kai Lian fiercely slammed the table, he lowered his voice and roared, Fang Yuan. Don't even think that you can extort my Kai faction just by knowing that secret. I am old and don't have long to live, so at worst I will just give up my life. HMPH, I can accept cooperating, but I will absolutely not receive any threats. I won't allow what happened today to happen again. If you recklessly make enemies and pull my Kai faction into your mess, you will regret it. You really think that secret can destroy my whole Kai faction? Hey, don't be so naive. Fang Yuan didn't reply, his gaze was ghostly as he let Gu Yu Kai Lian continue to berate him. When Gu Yu Kai Lian had slammed the table, his aura was astonishing like that of a tiger, but as he continued to speak, his aura started getting weaker and in the end, he appeared to be in deficiency of energy, showing a lack of confidence. Only when he no longer spoke did Fang Yuan leisurely smile and say, "Old man, don't get so angry. I am indeed short of money recently, and I am not asking these 3,000 primeval stones for free, I am just borrowing them. I can even sign the receipt for loan." Gu Yue Lian snorted. He spoke slowly. "You won't lack primeval stones, you have just become an elder and don't know the preferential treatment the clan gives to the elders. As long as you are an elder, you will receive 100 primeval stones every week. This is the amount you receive in ordinary times, but as this is the time of the wolf tide, you will receive 300 primeval stones as allowance. Not only that, you can also freely take a rank 3 Gu worm. Similarly, the clan's rank 1 to rank 3 recipes will be open to you. You can choose any recipe that you like and refine your rank 3 Gu worm. There are also other privileges, for example, ordinary Gu masters can only marry one wife, but an elder can have one wife and 2 concubines. So that's it. Fang Yuan knew this of course, but he pretended it was the first time he heard it. But even if it is so, I still want to borrow 3,000 primeval stones. You also know that I just advanced to rank 3. Refining a rank 3 Gu worm consumes a great amount of primeval stones, Fang Yuan, sincerely, said. Gu Yue Lian reflected on this. He pondered, with Fang Yuan's identity as an elder, he wouldn't go so far as to not pay his debt. Does he not want his reputation? If in case, he dies in the wolf tide, then wouldn't my 3,000 primeval stones go to waste? Wait, won't it be better if he dies? We can continue to hide the matter regarding Kai Cheng's aptitude. But how did he learn this secret? Is there still anyone else who knows about it? I had better lend the money to him first and lower his guard, then I can probe his secret. As he thought up to this point, Gu Yue Lian didn't insist anymore and immediately took out a brush and paper. Fang Yuan wrote the receipt for loan and signed with his fingerprint. Gu Yue Lian called his butler and gave some orders. Soon, several money bags full of primeval stones were brought over. Fang Yuan weighed each money bag and didn't find any problems. He truly needed these primeval stones. He had spent almost all his savings in refining the man-beast life burial Gu. These 3,000 primeval stones could be considered a timely assistance. He had just advanced to rank 3. He needed to refine a rank 3 Gu worm. Only then could he truly possess the battle and survival ability of a rank 3 Gu master. He already had a rough plan regarding this. 3,000 primeval stones might not be enough. However, it wasn't urgent, and the Kai faction would be his great money farm. The primeval stones he borrowed this time was only the start. If it happened once, it will happen twice. First time is difficult, but subsequently gets easier. As for paying the debt, Fang Yuan wasn't in a hurry to leave after getting these primeval stones, but instead smiled. "I still want to borrow something. Don't go overboard." Gu Yue Lian was grim, but in the end, he still said, "Speak, what is it?" Cleansing water Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said candidly. There was a cleansing water Gu on sale previously in the caravan, and if you consider who was most likely to purchase this Gu, it would be Gu Yue Lian. He used his own primeval essence to nurture his grandson's aperture and advance his cultivation. This led to there being mixed ores in the aperture, which needed to be purified by the cleansing water Gu. That is impossible. Gu Yue Lian firmly refused. He indeed bought that cleansing water Gu, but he prepared this Gu for his grandson Gu Yue Cheng. If he wanted to buy it again, he could only rely on fate. Don't refuse me so fast. Fang Yuan laughed. "I believe you, Lord Gu Yue Lian, the head of Kai faction, know which is more important, a cleansing water Gu or Kai faction's reputation." Gu Yue Lian's face darkened completely, the aura around him turning cold as he fiercely looked at Fang Yuan, gnashing his teeth. "Fang Yuan, know what you are trying to do. You are blackmailing me, blackmailing the head of the Grand Kai faction." No, this is not blackmail, it is a discussion. I am only borrowing the cleansing water Gu and will return you a new one in the future. I can sign the receipt of loan for this too, Fang Yuan chuckled. However, his tone was firm and it showed his determined will. Don't even imagine it. Kai Lian's attitude was also firm. After an hour, Fang Yuan walked out of the Kai family manor with 3,000 primeval stones and a cleansing water Gu. And Gu Yue Lian was sitting in the study room, looking at the 2 receipts, written by Fang Yuan, on the table. The indignance in his heart was like a surging river, overflowing endlessly. Fang Yuan had a hold on Kai faction which put Kai Lian in an extremely passive situation, thus his victory was reasonable. 3 days later, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, white light shining upon his face. A white ball of light was floating in midair, the fusion process had reached its end stage. Fang Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the ball of light while throwing primeval stones into it. The ball of light suddenly faded away and a whole new Gu worm flew into Fang Yuan's palm. Its appearance was like a big ladybug. Its semicircular milky white carapace was decorated with dark spots. It was quite big, about the size of an adult's fist. Rank 3 Sky Canopy Gu. I've finally succeeded. Fang Yuan satisfiedly nodded his head. This was his second time trying this fusion. The Sky Canopy Gu was refined from the fusion of rank 2 White Jade Gu and an Aqua Defense Gu. In the first try, Fang Yuan used the Water Shield Gu and White Jade Gu. But the fusion ended up a failure, resulting in the death of the Water Shield Gu. The Aqua Defense Gu he used this time had been exchanged with his battle merits. However, this Sky Canopy Gu wasn't Fang Yuan's first rank 3 Gu worm. His first rank 3 Gu worm was directly obtained from the clan. After advancing to rank 3 and becoming an elder, the clan would bestow them with a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan used this chance to pick a Thunderwings Gu. This Gu was gotten as spoils of war after the elders had killed a frenzy lightning wolf. Its ability was to materialize a pair of Thunderwings and give Gu masters the ability to fly for a short duration. With the Thunderwings Gu to assist with movements, Fang Yuan's final combat shortcoming was fixed. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 156 to 156. Digital Shade Recipe, Flower Wine Mystery. 2039 words. Lord Fang Yuan, this way towards the secret room, please enter. In the dark eerie tunnel, a rank 2 old Gu master walked in front, leading the way for Fang Yuan. The secret room that held all the Gu worm combination recipes of the clan was not far ahead. Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, thus his status had a 180-degree change. All the fusion recipes kept in the clan, as long as they were not rank 4 or 5 recipes, he had the authority to look through. If it was a rank 1 or 2 GU master, to look through the recipes, they would need to pay primeval stones or exchange using merit points. This secret room was in the basement of the village, at a very hidden location. Even if the village was eradicated, this secret room would still remain. Back then, the Gu clan's creator, the first-generation clan leader, found a primeval essence spring inside this underground cave, thus deciding to build his village here. Through the generations of development and growth by the clan leaders, Gu clan's underground cave had become the Gu clan's secret base. Normally, ordinary Gu masters did not have the rights to appear at this location. Only clan elders, the clan leader, and the Dark Hall's Gu masters in charge of protecting the place had such authority. Many Gu masters had only been there once in their lives. That is during the awakening ceremony, where the youngsters would come to the primeval spring sea, hoping to awaken their aperture. Other than this, unless there is a special reason, entry to this underground cave is prohibited for all people. Even the Gu master guarding the place is picked after careful consideration. After all, the primeval spring in this underground cave is the entire foundation of the Gu village. From the spring center, large amounts of primeval stones are produced, and that sustains the Gu master cultivation of the entire clan. In the tunnel, 2 sets of footsteps could be heard. Far away, the sound of river water flowing sounded. That is the underground river in the cave. A moment later, the Gu master leading the way brought Fang Yuan to a rock door. He patted his belly, and a Gu worm flew out of his aperture. As sparks flied, it knocked onto the rock door. The rock door's surface rippled, like a rock thrown into the water. Soon after, the rock wall blinked and gradually faded away, showing the secret room behind. The secret room's size was rather small, being only 666.23 meters too. Every few steps, there would be a rock table half the height of a person. Tens of rock tables had a white jade plate on them, and on the plate there was a Gu worm silently resting. These Gu worms had all sorts of colors, being around the size of a fist. They had very similar appearances, like silkworms. On its head, there were 2 compound eyes like bees or dragonflies. It was colorful and looked like shiny glass. However, the surface was not soft, but covered in a layer of insect shell, and the shell even had golden luster. Lord Fang Yuan, this is your first time to the secret room, so let me explain. These are rank 2 digital shade Gu, all have recipes recorded in them. In the green digital shade Gu worms, almost all the rank 1 recipes can be found in them. As for the red black colored Gu, there are rank 2 recipes. White contains the rank 3 recipes, and orange has the rank 4 recipes. As for rank 5, it is contained in the most central purple digital shade Gu worms. Beside him, the old Gu master introduced appropriately. Digital shade Gu was a recording type of Gu worm. Just one step further in advancement, and it would be the rank 3 photo audio Gu. After the photo audio Gu is refined, it not only can store a recording, but can also record the voices as well. In the rock crack secret cave, the flower wine monk used a photo audio Gu to inform Fang Yuan of the inheritance details. But to record down recipes, voices are not necessary, thus the digital shade Gu is enough. Fusion recipes, these were very precious. Using normal bamboo paper to record them, if they were stolen, not only can they refine the Gu clan's specialty Gu worms, it is also a huge leak of the clan's information. Knowing the enemy leads to easier battles, and experienced Gu masters can learn about the strengths and weaknesses of a Gu worm from the refinement recipe. Once it is leaked, towards a clan the loss would be severe. In future when they battle, the Gu masters from that clan may also be disadvantaged in Gu worms. Thus, recipes were strictly controlled, and is classified by ranks, stored appropriately. Digital shade Gu was easier to refine and had a low cost, thus it was a common method to contain recipes. Lord Fang Yuan, these digital shade Gu all belong to the Secret Hall clan elder. But it would not impede you from using primeval essence and browsing through. Just that with your current identity, you cannot browse the rank 4 and 5 recipes. There's also 2 more things. The secret room is the clan's red zone. Your every action here is observed fully in secret. Every day, you can only stay here for 15 minutes. Once the time is up, you must leave. The Gu master continued speaking. I understand. Fang Yuan nodded. Lord Fang Yuan, this subordinate has no authority to enter, thus I will wait at the door. Once the time is up, I will bring you out. The old man bowed. Fang Yuan walked into the secret room. Once he entered, the rock door turned from virtual to solid, trapping him in the room alone. Walking in the secret room, it was peaceful. The echoes of his footsteps could be heard bouncing off the walls as the surrounding walls had water-light Gu in them. Their bodies emitted a light, wavering like water, interchanging between light and shadow, with layers after layers shining indefinitely. Fang Yuan took a red-black colored Gu worm and injected his white-silver primeval essence inside. Immediately 2 beams of light shot out from the digital shade Gu's compound eyes. He raised the Gu up, and pointed the eyes at the white jade plate on the table. 2 beams of light hit the white jade plate, and after some fluctuations, words started to appear. This was the recipe on how to refine the Moonscar Gu. First it listed the Moonscar Gu's strengths, which was the increase in attack distance, twice of the Moonlight Gu. The weakness was the subpar attack. Next was the refinement recipe. Moonscar Gu was refined from fusing the Moonlight Gu and Scar Rock Gu. Next is the important points for refining this Gu. The crux was, if during the refinement, some jade rock is added in, or done during a night when there is abundant moonlight and exposed to it, there would be a higher chance of success. Lastly, it is the experiences of the Gu masters who had attempted to fuse this Gu. This had the greatest content, almost up to 10,000 words. Fang Yuan took a look and memorized some things to heart. It was after all countless people's experiments and tries, and the experience gathered from numerous attempts. Some information, even Fang Yuan did not know. After all, Moonlight Gu was a unique Gu to the Gu clan. In his previous life, he had never become a clan elder or came here to browse the recipes. Time was limited, so Fang Yuan quickly took a look and placed the digital shade Gu back to its spot, then picked up a white-colored Gu to observe. In the white digital shade Gu, there was the rank 3 fusion recipes. Most of the recipes did not suit Fang Yuan, as they needed Gu worms like Moonwell or Moonscar Gu as the base. Fang Yuan did not look through closely. To save time, he skimmed through. He first used the Moonlight Gu to fuse with the Little Light Gu to form Moonglow Gu. On that basis, there was only 3 refinement recipes worth using. First was the rank 3 Golden Moon, with the same 10 steps of shooting distance, but the attack power is increased once again. Once shot out, the golden-colored crescent moon would nearly be half a man tall, and had a strong imposing aura. Second was the Frost Moon Gu Yue. The moonblade becomes eerie white and icy, having an element of ice did. Whoever it hurts will be invaded by the coldness, moving slowly. The third is the Illusory Moon Gu Yue. This Gu Yue is more unique. It is not used to attack, but once activated, it can allow the Gu Yue master to create a shadow clone to attract attacks and confuse the enemy. Especially when this Illusory Moon Gu Yue, once refined, can be used as the basis for the rank 4 Moon Shadow Gu Yue. Moon Shadow Gu Yue can be implanted into a Gu Yue master's aperture and suppress them from using primeval essence. In the information on the Illusory Moon Gu Yue, there was only some vaguely explained information about the Moon Shadow Gu Yue, as reference. Moon Shadow Gu Yue, isn't that the Gu Yue worm used by the 4th generation clan leader to sneak an attack on the Flower Wine Monk? Fang Yuan seeing this, frowned deeply. In this world, there are countless Gu Yue worms, and even with his 500 years of experience, he only knew less than 0.001% of all the Gu Yue worms in this world. He originally had a rough idea of the Moon Shadow Gu Yue, but now that he knew the Gu Yue worm's effect, suspicion rose in his heart. Moon Shadow Gu Yue had a unique use. It was able to suppress 30% of the primeval essence in a rank 4 Gu Yue master's aperture, 15% of a rank 5, and 60% of a rank 3 Gu Yue master. That means, with AC grade talent like Fang Yuan, only having 4050%, if they were hit by this Moon Shadow Gu Yue, they would be unable to deploy a single ounce of primeval essence, losing all their battle strength and were as good as crippled. Of course, if it were Fang Yuan, if the Moon Shadow Gu Yue was used on him, it would be throwing a meat bun at the dog. What's gone can never come back. That is because once the Moon Shadow Gu Yue enters his aperture, the Spring Autumn Cicada will demonstrate its dominance, and under its aura, the Moon Shadow Gu Yue would be instantly refined by him, and become his. What puzzled Fang Yuan was not the Moon Shadow Gu's effect, but the Flower Wine Monk. I remember that on the Shadow Wall, the Flower Wine Monk was bathed in blood, full of injuries. Firstly, his battle with the 4th generation clan leader and elders only gave him mild injuries. I thought those severe injuries were caused by this Moon Shadow Gu Yue, but to think that this Moon Shadow Gu Yue was only used to suppress primeval essence, crippling the Gu Yue master. Then where did the Flower Wine Monk get his severe injuries from? Fang Yuan's thoughts were meticulous, thus becoming more suspicious. Back then, when the Flower Wine Monk lost to the clan elders and escaped, what actually happened? Moon Shadow Gu Yue was not the cause of his death. So then, what was? At once, the originally clear Flower Wine Monk inheritance became a complete mystery to Fang Yuan again. Lord Fang Yuan, it has been 15 minutes, I believe you have had some gains. No matter what, please come again tomorrow. At this point, the door turned into an astral state again, as the old Gu Yue master stood outside and said respectfully. Okay, Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he put down the digital shadow Gu Yue, leaving the secret room. Regardless of whether it is the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, or Illusory Moon, these refinement recipes were not what he wanted. That is because they all consumed large amounts of moon orchid flower petals. Moon orchid flower petals were hard to store, only able to live for a few days. In Fang Yuan's plans, he wanted to leave the Gu Yue clan and roam the world. If he refined these Gu Yue, without any food they would die in half a year. He might as well not refine them. However, there were still rank 3 recipes that he did not manage to see. I'll come again tomorrow, I guess. Such a thought flashed across his mind. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 157 to 157, Blood Moon Gu Yue. 2042 words. Second day, secret room. On the shiny white jade plate, there was a recipe. Blood Moon Gu Yue, using rank 2 Moonglow Gu Yue and Blood Essence Gu Yue to combine and form the rank 3 Gu Yue worm. Once activated, the moonblade glows blood red, with the size of a face. If one gets injured by it, there would be a continuous bleeding effect. That's it. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the information and memorized this recipe at heart. Then he closed his eyes and recited again, and opened his eyes to check. After several times, he checked that he had completely memorized this recipe in his heart, with no margin of error. Compared to the Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Illusionary Moon Gu Yue, the 3 classics, this Blood Moon Gu Yue was much more unorthodox. The former 3's refinement recipes had almost 100,000 words of refinement experience. But this Blood Moon Gu Yue barely had a few thousand. It can be seen that through history, Gu Yue masters who chose this Blood Moon Gu Yue were rare. The Blood Moon Gu's attacking capability was average. It only had a 10-meter range, and even the bleeding effect after attacking isn't optimal. Gu Yue masters from rank 1 to 5 had limited primeval essence, and could not sustain for a long battle to decide the victor. A bleeding effect, in the real battlefield, was only a small problem. Against a Gu Yue master experienced in healing, they could even have the ability to counter this. Furthermore, the Blood Moon Gu Yue had the biggest flaw. Every few days of the month, it would ooze fresh blood out. The blood would flow uncontrollably, and during this period, its attack power would be reduced to a third of the original. But it had the greatest advantage that Fang Yuan liked. It was easy to feed, much easier than the Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Illusionary Moon. The food it needed was no longer moon orchid flower petals, but fresh blood. Although the blood required was a lot, it was not limited to one type. In the western desert it might be a problem, but the southern border had all sorts of wild beasts in its forested and mountainous areas. Killing them would allow easy extraction of blood. To the Blood Moon Gu Yue, its food was all over the southern border, everywhere. Next, all I have to do is refine this Blood Moon Gu Yue. Fang Yuan decided in his heart. The refinement steps, as well as things to take note of, were all memorized by him. In his hand, there was already the Moonglow Gu Yue, but the Blood Essence Gu Yue was slightly harder to get a hold of. The Blood Essence Gu Yue was precious, being able to replenish the blood of a Gu Yue master. Those Gu Yue masters with it were always energetic, and even if they got injured and lost a lot of blood, they could replenish it easily. Thus, their survivability in battle was much higher than others. Shangjiang once desired a Blood Essence Gu Yue badly. If the Blood Essence Gu Yue was paired up with the roaming zombie Gu Yue, it would greatly reduce the side effects. It would allow him to be a zombie for a longer period without any worries for backlashes. He was already a well-to-do rank 2 Gu Yue master, and had a rather high position, but until he died, he did not get his wish fulfilled. In the secret room, Fang Yuan looked at the digital shade Gu on the rock tables again. There was still ample time today. Out of the 15 minutes, he only used 5 minutes, so there was still 10 minutes left. The yellow digital shade Gu recorded the rank 4 recipes. The purple digital shade Gu recorded rank 5 recipes. The owner of these digital shade Gu had always been the generations of each secret hall clan elder. But the one responsible for feeding them is the clan. Gu worms can be borrowed, as long as the will on the Gu worms concedes it. The will in the digital shade Gu is one with the secret hall clan elder. Fang Yuan is a newly advanced clan elder, is recognized by the secret hall clan elder, thus he can freely use a portion of the digital shade Gu. But the secret hall clan elder does not think Fang Yuan has the authority to browse the rank 4 and 5 recipes, thus the yellow and purple digital shade Gu, even if he used primeval essence, there would not be any reaction. The truth is, even if it's a wild natural Gu worm, it is possible to gain their recognition as well. Those beast kings are like this, thus able to borrow the Gu worm's ability. Among humans, such situations occur as well, like the story of the rank 5 river swallowing toad and Zhang Fan. Of course, Fang Yuan could rely on the spring autumn cicada's aura to refine these Gu worms and obtain the recipes, that was definitely possible. But the consequences of doing that is something Fang Yuan cannot handle yet. The benefits involved is not sufficient for him to act either. Actually, the most precious recipe is not these rank 4 or 5 recipes, but how to reverse engineer a moonlight Gu. This Gu originated from the first generation clan leader, and on that basis, after hundreds of years, developed into such a scale and structure, Fang Yuan thought. Gu fusion is to turn low-ranking Gu worms into higher-ranking ones, while reverse fusion is to turn the high-ranking Gu worms back to their lower forms. Between rising and falling, because of different processes, what is obtained can be entirely different Gu worms. The moonlight Gu is not a natural Gu worm, but something gotten from reverse fusion by the first generation clan leader. The Gu worms in this world were mostly new species created by many Gu masters on the basis of natural Gu worms. Thus, even with Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience, he still had limited knowledge of the entire Gu worm ecology. And for the clan, they would definitely have one or a few unique Gu worms. These Gu worms were not the rare natural species, but a new species created through reverse fusion. On this basis, Gu masters can develop a strength unique to their clan. Gu clan's Moonlight Gu, Shang clan's Bear Strength Gu, Bai clan's Stream Gu, these were all the same. If they used a common and well-known Gu worm, they would be easy to deal with, and easily targeted. A clan's foundation lies in the primeval spring, as it can produce primeval stones. Next is a unique Gu worm that can prevent one's strength from being completely deciphered. Lastly it is bloodline. Bloodline and kinship are an important chain that ties a clan together. Thus, don't look down on the rank 1 Moonlight Gu, the worth of its reverse fusion recipe is far greater than rank 4 or 5 recipes. The recipe to reverse fuse the Moonlight Gu is normally kept by the clan leader. Other than the clan leader, the most loyal clan elder of that generation would also know the recipe's secret. At the same time, the Moonlight Gu recipe's digital shade Gu is also hidden appropriately. Fang Yuan could obviously not obtain the recipe from this secret room. This recipe's value is very high, thus if I can obtain it before I leave, that would naturally be the best. But I do not have to force it. Fang Yuan was very plain about this matter. For starters, he was not planning to create an organization or force. The Moonlight Gu's recipe to him was not a necessity. However, the Blood Moon Gu and the other rank 3 recipes are what I need. Although Fang Yuan was rank 3 now and had white silver primeval essence, not all his Gu worms were rank 3, thus he could not display the true fighting power of a rank 3 Gu master. I have the Thunderwings Gu and Sky Canopy Gu, so if I manage to refine the Blood Moon Gu, I will have 3 rank 3 Gu worms. But that is nowhere near enough. Ordinary Gu masters can rely on the clan. With the cooperation of their clansmen, as well as ample resources, they only needed 3 to 4 Gu worms. But Fang Yuan wanted to roam the southern border and leave his homeland, thus he needed at least 6 Gu worms to deal with all situations. With his experience, the 6 Gu worms had to be attack, defense, healing, storage, recon and movement, 6 attributes to provide him ample support. For attack, the Blood Moon Gu barely qualifies. For defense he has the Sky Canopy Gu. Movement-wise, even though the Thunderwings Gu uses a lot of primeval essence, it can allow temporary flight and is very powerful. For healing, the 9-leaf Vitality Grass is slightly weak. It is after all a rank 2 Gu, and even the advancement option is not satisfactory to Fang Yuan. The rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass did not have outstanding healing abilities. Its only advantage was creating the rank 1 Vitality Leaves, and from selling that, Fang Yuan can get a continuous supply of primeval stones, akin to a money tree. But thereafter, Fang Yuan is going to travel to places where there are no inhabitants, so even if he creates the Vitality Leaves, no Gu masters would buy them using primeval stones. For recon, Earth Communication Ear Grass had a huge range, so even as a rank 2, it was still usable. For storage, Fang Yuan had no such Gu. This was however, the Gu of the utmost importance. This is because after he starts traveling alone, the supplies are the most important, it can single-handedly become the basis of the other 5 categories. Storing food to feed the Gu worms, his own food, and storing primeval stones. Without primeval stones, Gu master lose the power to cultivate. On this matter, Fang Yuan had no progress. Before he obtains a satisfactory storage type Gu worm, he will not leave the village. Gu worms for storage, the first condition is a wide utility, able to store food and primeval stones. Next, they have to be easy to feed, and lastly, it is best if they have the ability to prolong the expiry date of the items stored. But even in the resource board of the 3 clans, there is no Gu worm that I like. It seems I can only make use of the Kai faction and squeeze out the last of their savings. Once 15 minutes was up, Fang Yuan walked out of the tunnel as he continued to ponder. Lord Fang Yuan, hello. A middle-aged Gu master stood outside, specifically waiting for Fang Yuan. You are, the person smiled, I am Gu Yue Kai Zhang, the current acting medicine hall clan elder. So that's him, Fang Yuan realized, starting a close inspection of this person. Gu Yue Kai Zhang had a proper appearance with a squarish face, and he showed an aura of stability. Similar to Fang Yuan, he was also a clan elder, but his cultivation was rank 3 middle stage. After Fang Yuan caused Gu Yu Yaoji to faint, Gu Yue Kai Zhang had been ordered to temporarily leave the medicine hall, and his wife was an important member of the medicine faction, thus this was Gu Yu Bo's political approach to balance the 2 factions' rivalry. But no matter what, Ji Yu Kaizhong still managed to ascend to this role. This is 300 primeval stones, the payout to the clan elders for this week. I know that you are here, thus I brought this over as well. I hope you do not mind me taking matters into my own hands, Ji Yu Kaizhong said, handing a money bag to Fang Yuan. This man, Fang Yuan squinted, taking the bag. The clan elder's payout needed to be collected by the clan elder themselves. But Ji Yu Kaizhong could collect it for him, so in some ways, this was hinting to Fang Yuan his status in the clan as well as his social network. But this hint was also well timed, as it showed a sign of goodwill and was not aggressive. To speak the truth, I took the initiative to find Lord Fang Yuan this time, because I have a matter to ask of you. Soon after, he went straight to the topic and mentioned his intention. Oh, you want me to turn in the 9-leaf vitality grass? Fang Yuan showed a deep profound expression. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 158 to 158. Times have changed. 2,249 words. Ji Yu Yaoji had longed after Fang Yuan's 9-leaf vitality grass, and thus, she exploited her authority to set a policy for the transfer of 9-leaf vitality grass. However, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 and became an elder, responding with a powerful counterattack which caused Ji Yu Yaoji to faint on the spot and let Ji Yu Kaizhong take the stage. A new officer in power has to display his authority. Ji Yu Kaizhong took the initiative to find Fang Yuan and persuade him to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. Handing over the 9-leaf vitality grass, it's not that it cannot be done, Fang Yuan said after muttering to himself for a bit. There was a saying, what was true then isn't true now. And now, the situation was different from before. Previously, Ji Yu Yaoji wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. That was an order, you had to hand it over whether you wanted it or not. However, Fang Yuan was already an elder now and his status was equal to Ji Yu Yaoji and others, and only lower than clan leader Ji Yu Bo. Thus, Ji Yu Kaizhong asking Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass was not an order, but instead it was a type of transaction with equal benefits. 9-leaf vitality grass was indeed very precious. With its ability to produce vitality leaves, it was by itself a micro-scale source of revenue and was in high demand. Fang Yuan was now raising many GU worms and a large part of their food expenses was supported solely by it. However, this world didn't have anything that couldn't be sold. It was only a matter of the profits being too small to move the heart. 9-leaf vitality grass was precious, but if an appropriate price was provided, why couldn't it be sold? GU worms were only tools, methods to achieve one's desires and ambitions. So what if it was the spring-autumn cicada? As long as the circumstances were suitable, why couldn't one give it up to exchange for an even larger benefit? If one wants to obtain benefits, they need to learn to give up first. Naturally, Fang Yuan had the awareness of this and looked at Gu Kaizhong. Gu Kaizhong understood and smiled. If sire is willing to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, I will willingly compensate you with this command token. Saying so, he took out a token. This token's design was simple. It was triangular shaped with smooth corners. There were words written on the front, piling up in a pyramid shape. Prize token, similarly on the back said, reward contributions. Prize token, reward contributions. Sire is a newly promoted elder, and may not be clear on some matters. This prize token is issued to the GU masters who have made great contributions to the clan. Even among elders, few possess it. With this token, you can go down to the clan's underground GU cave and choose any GU worm you like. The underground cave holds many rare, precious GU worms. Among the top 10 GU worms in the exchange board, 4 of them have been selected from the underground GU cave, Gu Kaizhong explained. Fang Yuan was instantly moved. He wasn't surprised about this, for GU clan had stood high for centuries and it was impossible for there not to be any trump cards and accumulations. In fact, any long-established clan would also have secret places to store GU like the GU underground cave. But to obtain such GU worms, one needed to have made great contributions and also should be loyal to the clan. Fang Yuan only recently became an elder, so he was very far away from having such qualifications. I want to leave the clan, so I need a storage GU. This token is a good choice, but Fang Yuan had some worries. If he had to give up the 9-leaf vitality grass, so be it. It was a great help to Fang Yuan, but he wouldn't have any use for it in the future. Its healing ability was not outstanding and one couldn't continuously use the vitality leaves to heal. Fang Yuan's worry was that there might not necessarily be his ideal GU worm in the GU underground cave. Gu Kaizhong had been observing Fang Yuan's expression and he misunderstood the latter's hesitation, saying, the underground cave holds not only rank 3 GU worms but also rank 4. Elder Fang Yuan, you won't be at a disadvantage. But, if somehow you regret it, we could re-exchange them. That can be done after some time, secretly. Fang Yuan raised his eyes, unable to refrain from looking at Kaizhong again. This is an outstanding guy. He sighed inwardly. A new officer in power has to display his authority. Kaizhong clearly understood why he was promoted. He had to strike a balance with not only the clan leader but also Kai and medicine faction. And at the same time, he needed to display his ability. Fang Yuan transferring the 9-leaf vitality grass over, held a special significance to him and he was willing to pay a high price for it. The world is vast, countless outstanding talents are everywhere. Under the wolf tide, the old-timers are being sacrificed and newcomers are advancing. From a certain point, this can also be said to be a reform which allows the clan to preserve its vitality and stand high without falling, Fang Yuan thought inwardly. Too many old-timers will only create a rotting organization. Thus the process of elimination is the only way for an organization to continue working. Gu Kaizhong was a representative of this. The world was all about the survival of the fittest. A human body continues to live through the process of metabolism. A GU master shouldn't stick with the same GU worms, only with change could they progress. At this thought, Fang Yuan accepted the token from Gu Kaizhong and then handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. As he had transferred it himself, Kaizhong could quickly refine the 9-leaf vitality grass. Only after keeping this grass GU into his aperture did he let out a big sigh of relief. He had his own ambitions and being able to act as the temporary medicine hall elder was an extremely important opportunity to him. If he could grasp this, he might even assume the official post instead of temporary. However, he would have to make compromises with the three sides if he wanted to achieve this. After all, politics was an art of compromising. Yao Ji couldn't do anything to Fang Yuan while she was reigning. But after taking the seat, he was able to get Fang Yuan to hand over his 9-leaf vitality grass. This not only showed goodwill to the medicine faction, being able to handle the political matters left behind by Yao Ji and subtly display his own ability. Thus, he didn't hesitate to give up the prize token which he had gotten with great difficulty. Lord Kaizhong, it's really delightful to chat with you. I wonder if you still have some time now. Fang Yuan asked as he stored the token. Gu Yue Kaizhong's eyes flashed. He was puzzled. After a while, in a hall, we pay respects to the two elders. Fang Yuan's uncle and aunt bowed and greeted. They were very respectful and even a little afraid. After the news of Fang Yuan becoming an elder was announced, he became a model example for young Gu masters, whereas it brought astonishment and panic to the uncle and aunt pair. He was clearly AC grade talent. How could he advance to rank 3 and become an elder so fast? Even Gu Yue Fangzheng, who was an A-grade talent, was only at rank 2 upper stage currently. After the astonishment was fear. They couldn't help but be afraid. When they thought of how they had bullied and been so hard on Fang Yuan, their hearts trembled with fear. What goes around comes back around. It was not the same once he had an elder's identity. They were afraid of Fang Yuan taking revenge on them after achieving success. But still, in the end Fang Yuan came to their door, and also brought another elder with him. They came with bad intentions, bad intentions. Ji Yu Dongtu sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan chuckled, uncle, aunt, no need to be so courteous. Although I have become an elder, I am still your nephew. Come, let's all take a seat. Saying so, he sat down on the main seat. Ji Yu Kaizhong sat beside him. These two positions were usually where uncle and aunt sat, the seats of the family heads. Uncle and aunt, however, weren't the least bit discontent with the seatings. They were even full of hesitation and fearful when sitting in the lower seats. This was the power of the clan elders. Uncle and aunt glanced at each other. They were on tenterhooks as they sat stiffly, only sitting near the edge of the chairs. The servants came in with some tea. Ji Yu Kaizhong maintained his silence and didn't drink. Fang Yuan, however, took a sip calmly and asked, how has uncle and aunt been these days? Fang Yuan was smiling as he asked, but in uncle and aunt's eyes it felt even more terrifying than him flying into a rage. It was especially so for aunt. When she thought of how she had insulted Fang Yuan, she started trembling with fear. Sigh, life had been in upheaval due to the wolf tide. The tavern was forced to close down and the rent of the bamboo houses has been decreasing. In fact, we are so poor that we're reaching the point of starvation, uncle said, and then tears fell down from his eyes unexpectedly. He used to maintain his health very well before, but now his face was no longer ruddy, while the hair near his temples had gone white and the wrinkles on his face had increased. His predicament was even more obvious due to the forceful enlistment. However, Fang Yuan knew his uncle had managed the tavern for many years, so he definitely had some savings. The miserable appearance he was putting on now was because he was afraid of Fang Yuan's revenge, and wanted to use his pathetic look to gain Fang Yuan's sympathy. Uncle is usually so astute, but how could he be so stupid when the matter involves himself? If I had come to take revenge, why would I bring Ji Yu Kaizhong with me? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He greatly disliked and had no respect towards his uncle and aunt, but this didn't mean they had no use. Uncle, aunt, you have taken good care of me for so long, all my current accomplishments are due to your nurturing. I have just received the elder payout from the clan, these 300 primeval stones, please take them. Saying so, Fang Yuan handed the money bag to uncle. What, this? Ji Yu Dongtu's expression was really wonderful at this moment. His astonishment contained unease, the unease was close to fear, and beneath the fear was incredulity. Aunt who was at the side was also dumbstruck as she blankly looked at the money bag in Fang Yuan's hand. What in the world was going on? There was none of the revenge they had imagined, but instead, they were being gifted 300 primeval stones. Fang Yuan's words were ear-piercing, no matter how they looked at it. The words, taken good care, and nurturing, were full of sarcasm which made them feel the whole situation was even more bizarre. What is he scheming? What the heck does he want to do? How does he want to torment us? Uncle and aunt glanced at each other. Both were hesitant and didn't dare to receive the money bag. It is Elder Fang Yuan's filial piety, do accept it. Ji Yu Kaizhong expressionlessly spoke from his seat. Yes, yes, yes. Uncle repeatedly nodded his head and hurriedly accepted the money bag. Even if he was called the hidden elder, that was nothing in front of the medicine hall elder. He used both hands to hold the bag full of 300 primeval stones. He normally loved money, but right now, he felt like the money bag was scalding hot and wanted to immediately throw it. Since uncle has received it, I will take my leave, Fang Yuan said and started leaving. Uncle and aunt immediately tried to see them off, but were stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't look anymore. At the corner, Matron Shen let out a breath of relief and said to her daughter Shen Kui. Shen Kui's expression was gloomy, and she looked at Fang Yuan and Kaizong's figures from behind until they were completely gone. Matron, did I make a wrong choice? She said, an elder could take in a wife and 2 concubines, if she had been faithful from the start, who was to say that she couldn't be Fang Yuan's concubine at this moment? I really hadn't expected this. This Fang Yuan advanced to today's stage with only AC grade aptitude. Matron Shen helplessly shook her head, daughter, cheer up. Fang Zheng has an A grade aptitude, his accomplishments won't be any less. Yes, Shen Kui responded, and some luster emerged within her dark pupils. In this world, the status of a common mortal was so petty and low. How many things did she have that could move the great Gu master's hearts? She had already given her body to Fang Zheng, that was the gamble of her life and she couldn't turn back anymore. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 159 to 159. This Fang Yuan. 2081 words. Howl. 4 frenzy lightning wolves raised their heads and howled loudly. Pit-pat pit-pat. The rain poured from above as the curtains of water interwoved, and dark clouds roamed the sky. It caused the weather to turn dark, obstructing the vision of many. Quick, the northern gate has a breach. Quickly go there, Sheng Nan Group. Healing Gu Master. We have a heavily injured person here. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all these bastard wolves. The wolves' cries were countered by the Gu Masters shouting. Almost everyone was bathed in blood as they battled ferociously. Surrounding the village, battles ensued, spreading like wildfire. The The people's cheers, the wolves' cries, the sound of the rain, mixed in with the sound of the wind. Uncountable number of lightning wolves rushed towards the village walls. The pitfall trap before the walls had already been flattened by a thick layer of wolf corpses, and as they were led by the numerous bold lightning wolves, the lightning wolves had a strong charging force together. Rank 1 and Rank 2 GU masters fought bravely on the front lines. Large amounts of moonblades flew towards the wolf packs, slaughtering numerous lightning wolves. But the wolf packs still sent out lightning currents and lightning balls towards the village, bringing injuries and fatalities to the clan. Elder Fang Yuan, this is the medicine hall's newest injury report, please take a look. A GU master in charge of transmitting information quickly arrived, and after seeing Fang Yuan, greeted him and handed over the report with both hands. Fang Yuan was now a rank 3 GU master, thus as a clan elder, his mission by the clan was to lead the GU masters in suppressing the western area. Fang Yuan removed his attention from the battlefield and took the report, saying to the GU master, "You may leave." The GU master paid his respects before taking his leave. His speed was fast, and by using GU worm to accelerate his body, he quickly left to the next area. Any GU master in charge of information dissemination had at least one movement assist type GU worm, while some even had two. Fang Yuan opened the report, taking a glance. The injury toll on the report gave a feeling of considerable shock. Until now, the wolf tide had attacked the village over 10 times. The injury and death of the clan's GU masters was very severe. This led the clan elders to be so frantic, and the GU master that took over the medicine hall, Gu Yue Kaizhong, felt even greater pressure. As a middle-aged man, he even had several white hair growing out some days ago. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories and was mentally prepared, thus he was not surprised. This wolf tide is one of the most severe ones in the Gu clan's history. Such injuries and death is unavoidable. He thought this in his heart, and as moonlight gathered in his palm, he reduced this report to ashes. This report, only clan elders had the authority to view it. If it was released to the masses, it would cause social instability. Despite this, the Gu clan was already in a panicky state, as the feelings of instability got stronger by the day. At this point, the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm was no longer the eerie blue color, but of blood color. This is the rank 3 blood moon Gu. To refine this Gu, Fang Yuan had failed once, and only on his second attempt did he succeed. As for the refinement ingredients, he naturally extorted Gu Kailian for it. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering into his aperture. In the aperture walls were shining and dimming at regular intervals without a single drop of impurity, it was a pure white state. His primeval essence was fully white in color, but also emitted a luster of a silver metallic glow. This is the rank 3 GU master's white silver primeval essence. Water gathers into a sea, in his aperture it was a white silver primeval sea. On the surface, there was originally a black-red residue, but now it was no longer there. The cleansing water Gu he forced out of Gu Kailian had long been used. The man-beast life burial Gu side effect was completely eliminated, but this was not without a price. Fang Yuan's aptitude lowered a little from 44% C grade, due to the man-beast life burial Gu, it dropped by 2% to a maximum capacity of 42%. But this price, Fang Yuan was prepared for it. In fact, it was all thanks to Gu Kailian. If not for the cleansing water Gu and letting that black-red residue corrupt the primeval essence any longer, Fang Yuan's aptitude would decrease even further. A white shell, black-spotted ladybug danced in the air above the sea. This was the sky canopy Gu. The stealth scales Gu with a stonefish appearance was deep inside the primeval sea. 4 flavors liquor worm was playing with the waves above the sea surface. As for the newly refined blood moon Gu, its appearance was similar to the moonlight Gu, residing in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a red crescent insignia. As for the rank 3 thunderwings Gu, it resided in Fang Yuan's back as 2 lightning bolt tattoos. To be worth mentioning is the spring-autumn cicada. Its condition was getting better, and was recovering quicker. This situation caused Fang Yuan to rejoice and at the same time worry. Spring-autumn cicada is rank 6, but he is still rank 3, and at this time his aperture is unable to hold a fully recovered spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada's aura was getting stronger. Like using a paper tube to contain rocks, the aperture would not be able to handle the load. If I'm left with no choice, I can only raise it outside of my body, Fang Yuan sighed. That had great implications. Rank 6 Gu worms are implicated with Tao, containing the law fragments of heaven and earth. If left outside for extended periods, it would create a resonance with the natural laws, unless the Gu worm is slumbering. Otherwise the commotion would be huge, as it would cause all sorts of natural phenomena, attracting the attention and greed of other experts. But this was a solution out of necessity. Howl. At this point, a loud shrill wolf howl suddenly entered everyone's ears. Fang Yuan gathered his spirits. Lord Clan Elder, the frenzy lightning wolf has entered the battle. Gu Zhongjian and 2 others elders are at the eastern gate blocking them, they hope you can go and assist, a Gu master frantically reported. Crack. The sound of lightning cracked as 2 wings sprouted from Fang Yuan's back. These 2 wings were formed by blue lightning, the form abstract and simple. But with a flap, it brought Fang Yuan high into the sky, and with a fast speed, he sped towards the eastern gate. Flying in a straight line in the air, Fang Yuan got to the battlefield in a few breaths' time. The frenzy lightning wolf was trying to break through the eastern gate, and a few clan elders were near the door aggressively engaging in battle. The frenzy lightning wolf jumped abruptly out of the battlefield and with a swing of its tail, swept at a female rank 1 Gu master at the corner. This Gu master's face went pale. She could only hear the sound of the winds blowing as the wolf tail swept at her, and in her heart she screamed, "I'm doomed." With her ability, she could neither dodge nor take the hit. But at this crucial moment, a shadow descended from the sky, hugging her. The young girl felt the world spinning before her. When she finally recovered, all she saw was that she was flying in midair, while the wolf tail swept right below her. A 2-story bamboo building took the hit and was shaking violently. Her expression got dimmer. If she was hit right on by this tail, she would have turned into meat pulp. Soon after, she realized that she was saved. Who saved her? She stared at this person, and was stunned. It's him, Gu Fang Yuan. At once, the young girl's heart was filled with complexity, it was impossible to describe with words. She and Fang Yuan were classmates. Fang Yuan had formerly extorted her primeval stones, thus she hated him greatly. But she had to be amazed at his achievements, especially after news of him advancing to clan elder spread, causing her to be in shock and admiration. Compared to Fang Yuan, she was also a C-grade talent, but was now only a rank 1. Now, she was saved by Fang Yuan once. He was a true lifesaver. She was filled with gratitude towards Fang Yuan, and under her shock and admiration, her lingering hatred was also gone with this. The battlefield here is dangerous, retreat far away. Fang Yuan's wings flapped, landing on the ground and placing her down gently. He had some impression towards this young girl. They were possibly classmates, but he could not remember her name. Saying so, he turned around and left, no longer flying. Instead he sprinted, entering the battlefield. The Thunderwing's goose speed was fast, but its primeval expenditure was faster. Fang Yuan being only C-grade talent, among the rank 3 GU masters in terms of purely primeval essence storage, he is the lowest tier possible, thus he needed to conserve his primeval essence more than others. Blood Moon GU, he threw a moonblade out. The moonblade was blood red in color, and upon hitting the frenzy lightning wolf's body, it caused an injury that bled continuously. The young girl's sight remained on Fang Yuan, staring at his shadow blankly. Slowly, her eyes started to shine in a mysterious manner. 17 to 18 years of age, this is the prime of youth. This Fang Yuan, what do you think of him? Far away, Gu Yue looked at this scene and asked a close aide. The aide replied, I heard that Elder Fang Yuan had already answered the call of the medicine hall and handed in the 9-leaf vitality grass in his possession. After getting the first payout, he gave it all to his uncle and aunt as a filial gesture. These days, he had struck personally and participated in killing lightning wolves. His aggressive and ruthless attacks have gained him much battle merits. Not only that, after saving many clansmen this time, his reputation is improving. The clan already has rumors, him turning over a new leaf, the Fang faction's new clan elder etc. This subordinate thinks that, although he is only a C-grade talent, with his impressive battle capabilities he had gotten great opportunities. First with his parents' inheritance, the 9-leaf vitality grass became a continuous source of income. Using 2 red steel relic GU, he managed to cultivate to rank 3, but also had an element of luck. Saying so, this close aide showed an expression of slight jealousy. He was also a C-grade talent, but was only rank 2. Getting to this stage, he spent half his life doing so. But that Fang Yuan was merely 17 years old, yet he was already a clan elder. Competing with others is really infuriating. Hearing his aide's words, Gu Yue nodded unnoticeably. His close aide's words represented the view of majority of the people in the clan, but was slightly shallow. Gu Yue had been the clan leader for many years, thus he had greater foresight. Fang Yuan handing in the 9-leaf vitality grass, he had obviously struck a deal with Gu Yue Kaizhong. Handing his payout to his aunt and uncle was not out of goodwill, but a political show. The person who spread news on this matter was Gu Yue Kaizhong. As for saving people, whether it's true and sincere, there remains doubt. But no matter what, Fang Yuan no longer isolated himself, and his actions were indeed worthy of praise. Him advancing to clan elder and his actions thereafter, this was an initiative to get close to the clan and contribute to the clan. The clan's prosperity requires these contributions and relationships. Thinking so, Gu Yue instructed, those people in the hidden hall, these few days they also did not find anything from their investigations. Forget it, withdraw the investigations on Fang Yuan for now. Yes, this subordinate shall inform them now. Saying so, he took his leave. Gu Yue stood on the ground, squinting. He thought in his heart, no matter what's the reason, his cultivation still rose too quickly. This Fang Yuan, he has a great secret on him. However in this period, with the severity of the wolf tide, every bit of strength is needed, and wasting it on Fang Yuan is too wasteful. Investigation is still necessary, but this can only wait after the wolf tide. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 160 to 160, astounding applause. 1956 words. With a bam, the frenzy lightning wolf fell on the ground like a giant elephant. It opened its mouth wide, but its eyes lost focus as life slowly exited its body. On its body, there were injuries all over. As wolf blood poured out endlessly, the environment was dyed red. The rain continued to pour as it diluted the wolf blood, and caused the blood to spread further into the ground. The ground was muddy, and some elders were standing beside the frenzy lightning wolf corpse, taking deep breaths as their bodies were drenched by the rain. They were also covered in wolf blood and mud, looking like beggars. Finally killed it. This frenzy lightning wolf actually had a defensive GU worm in its body, and was so difficult to take down. Luckily we had Elder Fang Yuan's blood moon GU accumulating injuries on it, or else it would have been even more difficult trying to kill it. When the elders said this, they looked towards Fang Yuan. Initially when they heard that Fang Yuan had refined the blood moon GU, they felt disapproving towards it. But it seems now that, it was very effective in dealing with frenzy lightning wolves. I am flattered, fellow esteemed elders, if not for your assistance and protection, I would not have been able to attack so relentlessly. Fang Yuan wiped the rainwater off his face as he said politely. No, it is our duty. We are old people already. We didn't feel it before, but after fighting together with Elder Fang Yuan, we feel that we have truly aged. Indeed, the several elders laughed together. In this earlier battle, Fang Yuan had a strong grasp of when to attack and retreat. With his ruthless and savage attacks, many times his methods were even more effective than normal elders, causing the clan elders to see him in a different light. Especially with his polite and humble attitude and no sense of arrogance, he is definitely not what the rumors said, that aloof and unruly person, thus the elders had a good impression of him. I still have many aspects that need to be learned from all of you, Fang Yuan said respectfully, but his eyes shone with a dark light. The Blood Moon GU had pros and cons. After using it for so many times, he had some insights about it. The Blood Moon GU specialized in prolonged battles, causing unhealable injuries. As time passed, the enemy's injuries would get more and more severe. But this is established on the fact that there is no healing type GU worm. Nature is balanced, there is no strongest GU worm. Each GU is bound to have strengths and weaknesses. Blood Moon GU's greatest drawback is the few days of the month where it oozes blood and faces a rapid drop in battle strength. It is my main attacking method, so this makes it too unstable. But, after I get the chainsaw golden centipede in the flower wine inheritance ground, I can cover this weakness. These few days were a high alert period where the wolf tide continued to attack the village, so as a clan elder, Fang Yuan attracted even more attention than before and had no chance to go to that rock-cracked secret cave. Quick, save our clansmen. Sweep the battlefield, don't miss a single GU worm. Seeing the frenzy lightning wolf fall, a group of healing GU masters immediately came forth. Esteemed elders, you all have exerted yourselves, please accept special treatment from our medicine hall. The leading Gu Yue master bowed towards Fang Yuan and the elders. Oh, medicine faction's Li Chen. The few clan elders recognized this person, nodding and changing their expression. They were courteous to Fang Yuan, putting on a face full of smiles. But towards this person, they kept their emotions and displayed the authority of a higher up. This is the difference in status. This Gu Yue Li Chen is only a rank 2 Gu Yue master. I have no injuries, I do not require treatment. Elders, let's talk again when we are free. Fang Yuan nodded to the elders. Elder Fang Yuan is so outstanding, he's not even injured from such a battle, what a true young hero. Sigh, compared to Elder Fang Yuan, we are really old. Hee, take care of yourself Elder Fang Yuan. The few elders started to laugh as they said, Elder Fang Yuan, please pardon my rudeness, but to allow our medicine hall healing Gu Yue master to do a checkup for you, Gu Yue Li Chen insisted. He was a member of the medicine faction, and after Fang Yuan angered Gu Yue Yaoji to the point of fainting, causing her downfall, he naturally had hatred towards Fang Yuan. But with his position and job, as the leader he cannot ignore Fang Yuan. Thanks for your goodwill, but it's fine. I'll see everyone again. Fang Yuan patted Gu Yue Li Chen's shoulder, leaving with a smile. The elders smiled or nodded to reply him. Only after he left did their expression change rapidly, turning solemn. This Fang Yuan, although only C-grade, had grown to this point, it is truly hard to come by. Fighting together with him, they could feel his heartlessness and ruthlessness, but when thinking about it, they felt threatened. When they were 17, did they have such achievements? Especially when they saw him smile as he patted the medicine faction member's shoulder, such talent in politics and scheming, it is truly stunning. Lord Fang Yuan, do you recognize me? Along the road, a person showed a respectful expression as he greeted Fang Yuan. You are, Fang Yuan squinted, recognizing this person as his classmate. Only that he could not remember the name, but when he extorted primeval stones from him, this person always handed them up nicely. It shows his brilliance under that meek personality. Lord Fang Yuan, I am Gu Yue Dingzong. To have the fortune to be your classmate, that is my honor. Actually, after news that you had advanced to a clan elder spread, many of our classmates admired and were envious of you Lord, wanting to find an opportunity to discuss cultivation experiences with you. Are you free tonight, Lord? Gu Yue Dingzong rubbed his hands, his eyes smiling into a line. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan's eyebrows raised, nodding, okay, but let me change my clothes first, this drenched attire is making me uncomfortable. I have already prepared warm water and new clothes, and several beautiful attendants are waiting for serve you Lord. Gu Yue Dingzong smiled, his expression very eager. Fang Yuan shook his head to reject, no, before that, I have to go to the underground tunnel. Ah I see, Gu Yue Dingzong expression changed. The underground tunnel was only accessible to the clan elders, and to people like them, it was a forbidden ground in the clan. Next, his smile became even more subservient, and his back was arched even further, as his tone carried a servant feeling, Lord, go ahead with your business, this lowly one's time is not valuable, waiting for you is also an honor of mine. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking anymore and continued to walk away. Gu Yue Dingzong took a step back quickly, opening a path as he bent his back and sent Fang Yuan off with his gaze. Entering the underground cavern again. This secret room that contained precious Gu Yue worms was very large, almost as big as the village square. But the Gu Yue worms contained inside were not many, there was only a few dozen. Cave declaration grass, air return cicada, dried bone dragonfly, phoenix wing butterfly, there were Gu Yue worms varying from rank 2 to 4. It was only that there was very little rank 2 Gu Yue, and among them was a love separation Gu Yue. This is the number 1 poison Gu Yue among the rank 2s, and injuries caused by it cannot be healed even by a rank 3 healing Gu Yue. This love separation is the one Wang Er owned back then. After obtaining it, the clan kept it here. The most was rank 3 Gu Yue, while rank 4 Gu Yue was relatively little. Fang Yuan did not have high hopes. Although the clan had some fortune, it is still a middle-sized clan and has competition with 2 other villages, as well as the pressure of the wolf tide. But to think that, he actually found a desirable Gu Yue. Two-seeded flower. This was a rank 3 grass Gu Yue shaped like a red lantern, and had round green leaves. The leaves were thick and fat, a total of 3 pointing at 3 directions in symmetry. This two-seeded flower is the same as the two-seeded grass. Not only was it able to store food, but it could also store primeval stones and is one of the most ideal Gu Yue in Fang Yuan's mind. To think that this Gu Yue village had the two-seeded flower. With it, I can cover the weakness of storage, Fang Yuan rejoiced, choosing it immediately. Actually, in the village there definitely is a rank 5 Gu Yue. Gu Yue clan had 2 rank 5 experts in history, they were bound to leave behind some Gu Yue worms. Except they cannot be placed here, these rank 5 Gu Yue are the trump cards of the village, fed by the village with all their resources. Though to say, feed, it is actually more like offerings. Fang Yuan left the tunnel. The rain had stopped but the weather was still gloomy. The air was also not fresh, as there was the smell of blood. Fang Yuan changed to a clean shirt and slowly moved towards the gathering point. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here, it is our greatest honor to have you with us. Gu Yue Dingzong stood at the door, staring with wide eyes. From afar he could see Fang Yuan walking across the street, and he quickly smiled and received him. He brought Fang Yuan into the bamboo building. There was already a feast prepared as many people were sitting there. On seeing Fang Yuan, they quickly got up. Soon after, all sorts of praises and flattering rushed like water towards Fang Yuan. Greetings to Lord Fang Yuan. After so long, Elder Fang Yuan's glamour is greater than ever, this lowly one truly admires you. To be Lord Fang Yuan's classmate, it is my luck from 3 lifetimes. Even thinking about it now, it feels like the experience of a dream. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the table, seeing all his classmates, they were familiar faces, all of them people who he had extorted. My pleasure, he lightly smiled, sitting at the highest position. Serve the dishes, serve the best wine. Gu Yue Dingzong shouted, and the servants quickly got to work. All sorts of dishes were served, their flavors top-notch. This Gu Yue Dingzong's family sure had some assets. To be able to serve such dishes during the wolf tide, it showed that he really paid a big price, showing his sincerity. Elder Fang Yuan, this lowly one toasts you. Elder Fang Yuan, take your time to drink, I'll down this first. Fang Yuan was really very casual. With a cup of wine, he only took a small sip every time, but the people had no complaints towards this. After toasting almost everyone and having drunk a decent amount, he suddenly held his cup and stood up, laughing. The young are foolish, I was immature in the past and did some horrible things, I hope everyone can forgive me and do not mind the past. Once he stood up, no one else dared to continue sitting, and all of them quickly got up. Everyone knew that the matter Fang Yuan was referring to was the primeval stone extortion. They quickly shouted, not at all, not at all. Elder Fang Yuan truly has character, a true hero. To have my primeval stones eyed by Elder Fang Yuan, that is our greatest honor. That's right, Elder Fang Yuan's glamour and heroism has always been engraved in my heart. Fang Yuan drank this cup of wine in one mouthful, as everyone cheered and clapped. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 161 to 161, willingly exploited. 2,135 words. Fang Yuan put down his cup, sitting down. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. Among them, not all the classmates were present. For example, Mo Bei, Kai Cheng, and the others with strong backgrounds were not among the ones present. It's about time, I have to go. This was a well-organized meetup. Fang Yuan showed his inclination to leave. Gu Yue Ding Zong upon hearing the praise, was overjoyed and quickly stood up, taking out a money bag from his pocket. The bag was filled with primeval stones. He smiled and bowed. Upon hearing Lord's wisdom today, I felt a strong sense of enlightenment, reaping a great reward. This is a small gift, but I hope Lord can accept my token of gratitude. He talked a bunch of crap, and from the start of the banquet, he had been flattering Fang Yuan non-stop, so how could he have gotten any enlightenment? But everyone else acted as if this indeed really happened, shouting loudly and urging Fang Yuan to accept his gratitude. Fang Yuan did not reject, smiling lightly and naturally taking over this money bag. Next, was the second, and the third, simultaneously coming up to offer their gifts, all primeval stones. Alright, Fang Yuan smiled as he accepted them all. Tens of bags filled with primeval stones, how could Fang Yuan carry them all? Gu Yue Ding Zong on seeing this, quickly summoned a few family servants to carry his load for him. In this short amount of time, Fang Yuan gained almost 10,000 primeval stones. Lastly, Fang Yuan slowly stood up, raising his cup once again. Our encounter is by fate, this classmate relationship, both you and I remember it at heart. This is truly worth drinking over. Yes, well said, Lord Fang Yuan. Such perfect phrasing, taking the words right out of our hearts, this is talent no doubt. Everyone stood up, praising as they raised their cups. They either had no background, or their background was not strong enough. Fang Yuan advanced to clan elder, and they were afraid of his revenge, but at the same time they also wanted to enter Fang Yuan's social network. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, raising his hand and toasting with his wine cup. At this point, the dark clouds dissipated, showing the lustrous moonlight enveloping the garden outside. The cool air was mixed with the smell of blood, and reality was extremely cruel. But in this hall, it was exquisite with beautiful lights and decorations, overflowing with wine and fortune, and everyone smiled superficially as if they were in heaven on earth. This is the allure of the system. Fang Yuan's eyes glinted. As he stared at the wine in his cup, his mind thought about it. Back then, when he extorted his classmates, it was only several primeval stones, but he incurred public outcry. However, right now, he didn't even have to say a word. Yet these people were all willing, fighting to be the first to give him primeval stones, each bag having over 100 primeval stones. This differential treatment, on the surface it looked like the result of Fang Yuan's elder status. In reality, the truth was because he had previously been outside the system. Right now, however, he had entered the organization's higher management. Under the system, the members are all exploited willingly. Even without any hints from Fang Yuan, they would come forth and bribe him. Some would use their network to get into his faction, while women use their charms to get closer. It works this way in this world, and the same goes on Earth as well. This world's people are hilarious. Being robbed and extorted only for a meager loss, and they resist violently, screaming injustice. But bribing the higher-ups, sending gifts, bodies and virginities, they do it willingly. And they are even afraid that it's not enough. Being able to get so many primeval stones today, this is all borrowing the power of the system. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, thinking of Gu Yue Qingshu, Mo Yan and Kai Shan. Talented people like Gu Yue Qingshu having B-grade talent, they had much greater cultivating talent than Fang Yuan. But all of them cultivated slowly, staying at rank 2 realm for a long time. Did they not work hard enough? Hee, let's laugh a little. This is the deprivation and pressure from the system. Such deprivation and pressure, it is invisible. Ordinary people cannot even feel it. Taking Fang Yuan's situation for example, the primeval stones these people gifted, if used on themselves, would definitely be a driving force towards their own cultivation. Thus, bribery is a form of deprivation. Numerous lower rankers fight to bribe the higher-ups. This was a form of gathering resources and fortifying the authority of the higher-ups. Other than monetary fortune, there is also the deprivation of time. Elites like Gu Yue Qingshu did not need to bribe others, but their time was used up. Telling you to do this and that on a daily basis, running errands, doing missions, but acting rightfully so, this is for the higher-ups' attention and favor. If this time was used to cultivate, Gu Yue Qingshu would have broken through rank 2 peak stage and reached rank 3. Then using the wood charm Gu Yue, he might have even been able to kill by Ning Bing. The amazing part was that, the clan elders did not want this junior Gu Yue Qingshu to advance to rank 3 so quickly. For such a useful pawn piece, if he really became rank 3 and was on the same status as them, how can they make use of him? Who is willing to have their authority shaved? Thus, they consciously dragged and suppressed him, even using the reason of, I think well of this lad, but he needs to train. Only by refining can he become a true jade. Hee, this is the truth of the system. If one cannot see beyond this, regardless of how heroic they are or how talented one is, they are merely tigers and dragons chained up, only being slaves. People like Gu Yue Qingshu and Kai Zhang, no matter how intelligent or talented they are, so what? Although he had so many thoughts, his thoughts flashed in an instant, and only a second passed in real life. Everyone, please drink up. Fang Yuan moved the cup to his lips, downing the drink in one mouthful. Everyone quickly toasted him, not daring to leave behind a single drop. Goodbye. Fang Yuan cupped his fists, taking his leave. The family servants held the primeval stones as they followed behind him. Everyone quickly sent him off. Please continue drinking, you don't have to send me off, Fang Yuan said, but everyone did not do so. Instead, they left their seats and continued their flattery. Fang Yuan continued, I like peace and quiet. Seeing his expression, everyone finally got his intentions and remained in the hall. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure leaving, some people sighed, while others remained silent, and someone exclaimed, Elder Fang Yuan truly is a legend, such elegance. They were all frogs in the well, only able to see the moon from below, thinking about Fang Yuan's unrestrained position but not being able to see beyond the system's restrictions. Actually, as long as one joins the system, they would be weakened and their benefits would be sacrificed. Even the clan leader has to sacrifice. He needed to manage the clan, and with this he contributed much of time and effort. It is just that the members at the bottom of the chain are deprived more severely. The higher one's status is, the more benefits one will enjoy. Initially, when Fang Yuan extorted primeval stones, he worked against the system, acting alone and not even sparing his own brother. That was to avoid this deprivation. Thus, he had ample time and energy to advance to rank 3 and become a clan elder, causing numerous people to scream in wonder. But now that he had undergone a huge transformation, becoming a clan elder, his temperament became mild and respectful with authority and status, enjoying the benefits of a clan elder, causing many to be filled with envy. This separation and joining, entering and leaving, is filled with deep wisdom and knowledge. But how many people can see clearly across this fact? Fang Yuan was not exploited, but he still enjoyed the benefits. In the eyes of mortals, this is unrestrained and elegance. Ellipsis. Alright, put the things on the table and you can go, Fang Yuan said. The family servants did not dare to have an opinion, quietly placing down the items and bowing to Fang Yuan before taking their leave. This is no longer the rented apartment Fang Yuan stayed in before. After advancing to elder, the clan allocated him a brand new bamboo building. There was a study room and a secret room for closed-door cultivation in the bamboo building, but there were no family servants. Fang Yuan needed to find them himself. Two-seed flower, come out. Fang Yuan willed in his heart, and with the injection of his white-silver primeval essence, the two-seed flower residing on his tongue as a tattoo came alive immediately. He opened his mouth and spit out, only to see red light appearing as the two-seed flower rotated gradually like a lantern in midair, floating and appearing in front of him. Fang Yuan activated the two-seed flower. Instantly, red light flashed and caused the entire area to be lit in a red hue. When the red light shone upon the pieces of primeval stones, there was a formless attraction and all the stones flew out of their bags and entered the two-seed flower. A moment later, the red light dissipated and Fang Yuan opened his mouth. The two-seed flower entered his mouth once more, landing on his tongue and turning into a red flower lantern tattoo. This two-seed flower is a rank 3 GU, able to store primeval stones and other things. Among the rank 3 storage GU, this is one of the better ones, being able to store a max of 30,000 primeval stones. But considering that I have to store other things as well, the most would probably be around 15,000 primeval stones. Although it was his first time using this GU worm, with his previous life's experience, he could quickly estimate the limit of the GU. Primeval stones are the most basic resource for a GU master's cultivation, undeniably. Without primeval stones, GU masters would lack a driving force severely. And primeval stones also help in quickly restoring primeval essence, so in battle it has a lot of help. Especially for GU masters who travel alone, primeval stones are the most basic assurance for traveling. Normally, they would need at least 10,000 primeval stones to ensure that a GU master has the basic needs covered for a period of time. And every once in a while, they require replenishment. A saving of 15,000 primeval stones, to Fang Yuan, was still too little, but also at an acceptable range. First I borrowed 3,000 primeval stones from Kai Lian, and with today's earnings, I do not have to fret over primeval stones for a while. In the 6 classifications, I have the Blood Moon GU and Sky Canopy GU for attack and defense, Thunderwings for movement, two-seed flower for storage, and Earth Communication Ear Grass for recon. I only lack a healing GU, Fang Yuan calculated. He previously had a 9-leaf Vitality Grass, but Fang Yuan handed it up already, thus being able to get the two-seed flower. But for this rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass, even in Fang Yuan's possession, the healing ability was not satisfactory. Rank 3 healing GU worms, there are a few desirable ones. Endless Vitality GU can sustain healing and expends little primeval essence. On this note, it is the best for GU masters like me with low aptitude. There's also the Undying Grass, a GU that can save me as long as I have a single breath left. This is the best life preservation type of GU. The most optimum is the Self-Reliance GU, relying on the GU master's own strength. The larger the GU master's strength, the more it can stimulate the metabolism of the GU master and thus recover injuries faster. But for these 3 GU worms, how can Fang Yuan obtain them? In the GU clan, he even checked the underground cavern, but found no such GU. On the resource board, they would also not display such a precious GU. The only hope lies in the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. But the chances were slim. Fang Yuan barely held any hope. He could feel that the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was coming to an end. How could there be the exact GU that Fang Yuan needs right at the end? If that was the case, it would be too perfect, too idealistic. But Fang Yuan knew how cruel this world was. Placing your faith in such a thing, that's naivety. But even so, I have to finish exploring this inheritance ground. At least for that chainsaw golden centipede, I have to subdue it, Fang Yuan thought in his heart. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 162 to 162, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. 2062 words. Although he had planned to investigate the Flower Wine inheritance ground, Fang Yuan couldn't find the time to do so. With his elder status, many were watching him, and with the busy schedule of the Wolf Tide, many battles had to be fought and he did not have an opportunity to leave. By the time he returned to the rock-cracked secret cave, it was over 10 days later. The end of summer, nighttime. The rain just stopped, bringing the atmosphere of autumn itself. In the sky, a golden moon was hanging, round like a plate, high up in the sky. Hearing vague wolf cries mixed with the remaining crickets, Fang Yuan stood on a slope, turning back and observing. Gu village was bright with numerous lamps lighted. The torn walls had been fixed over and over, losing the peace and tranquility it once had. It was almost like a huge beast that had undergone numerous battles, lying on the ground gasping for breath. After my rebirth, even the wolf tide's progress has changed much. In my memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf arrived 3 days ago, but now it is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan took a look, before moving his sight. Tonight he had managed to squeeze out some time, and had to make good use of it. A moment later, he entered the rock-cracked secret cave again. The cave entrance was purposely covered with grey ash. There had never been any footsteps on it, showing that this place was yet undiscovered. This small kind of detection method could not be called professional, but Fang Yuan's experience placed them to good use. Of course, he did not only have one method of precaution, and after several layers of checking, he finally confirmed that the secret cave was still safe for the time being. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, since his rebirth, many things had been altered. Especially during the wolf tide, Gu masters moved around more frequently, so someone might have discovered this place. He entered the tunnel and went into the second secret room. Pushing open the rock door, he entered the rock forest. In the rock forest, the path that he once excavated was filled with jade eye stone monkeys again. But the Fang Yuan now is already a rank 3 Gu master. Although the Blood Moon Gu did not have the highest attacking power among the rank 3 Gu worms, it was definitely far superior than the Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan spent 6 hours, exterminating almost 10 groups of monkeys, reopening a path for himself. He came to the most central area and stepped down the rough rock stairs, entering the third secret room. A rock door blocked his path, and on the rock door there was a carving. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious, earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Last time, he had been stuck at this step, but this time, he opened the rock door with no hesitation, striding into the darkness. He held a torch that illuminated the surrounding 10 steps. This centipede cave was wide, having a height of 3 meters, and breadth of 2 meters. There were also many narrow paths that extended all over the place. Wherever Fang Yuan walked, the fire would proceed to light up the place and dispel the darkness. Initially the cave only had the sound of his footsteps, but soon all sorts of noises came from all over the place. The sound gathered into one collective body, continuously sounding. At the edge of the lighted area, he soon saw a large number of centipedes. They were ferocious. It was only due to the bright fire that they did not attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan knew that as time passed, the centipedes would increase in number, and with the back pushing the ones in front, this stalemate would soon be broken. But he did not mind it. If he was still rank 2 with only the White Jade Gu's defense, he would definitely not cause such a commotion, attracting the movement of the centipede group. But now that he was rank 3, the Sky Canopy Gu's defense was enough for him to withstand the bites of the insects, and his only concern was the insect king of the place, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. It had appeared. Fang Yuan purposely used a trace of his white-silver primeval essence from his aperture, releasing it into the air, exposing his rank 3 Gu master aura. This aura caused the Chainsaw Golden Centipede to feel a strong threat. To it, Fang Yuan had stepped into his territory, and this wild beast needed to be eliminated immediately. Fang Yuan stood on guard against it. This Chainsaw Golden Centipede was around a meter long, its body as wide as 2 fists. It first landed at the fringe of the lighted area, coiling its body around it, like python ambushing its prey. But in the next moment, it moved slowly with numerous legs sustaining its weight as it gradually got closer towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's rank 3 aura only made it alert, and not afraid. If he was rank 4, it would not pressure Fang Yuan like this. If he was rank 5 and only revealed a bit of that aura, it would run for its life. Fang Yuan raised the torch high. As the fire burned, it illuminated the surroundings and the shadow's movements. Under the glow of the fire, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's exoskeleton emitted an eerie light. At the side of its body, there were silver-colored sawteeth. As it got closer, the sawteeth moved as well, looking like a slowed chainsaw, emitting a buzzing sound. The other centipedes gathered towards Fang Yuan from the walls and the ground. Some centipedes climbed to the ceiling, then dropped down, landing on Fang Yuan's shoulder and back. Fang Yuan did not mind it. He activated the Sky Canopy Gu, and a thick white crystal light appeared on his body, the form of an armor subtly showing as it covered him fully. The centipedes' poisonous limbs could not do anything against this white crystal armor. The twisting and turning centipedes climbed on his face or behind his ears. It was a little disgusting, but Fang Yuan's endurance level was way beyond this, thus ignoring them completely. In his previous life, he had eaten almost anything in the wilderness, and even non-poisonous centipedes were eaten raw. In fact, the taste was not that bad, almost a bit strange initially, but he got used to it after eating them for a while. He only placed his attention on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede moved gradually, reducing the distance between Fang Yuan and itself. When there was a distance of 3 to 4 steps between them, Fang Yuan stopped the white-silver primeval essence from leaking and this caused his aura to instantly weaken. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede acutely felt that, thus instantly increasing its speed, moving like a golden line. Phew, in the blink of an eye, it had shortened the distance, and coiled around Fang Yuan's stomach. This speed was really fast. It first appeared motionless, then on the very moment it moved, it dashed through like a golden light. When Fang Yuan managed to react, this Chainsaw Golden Centipede had already coiled around his waist like a snake, opening its mouth and attacking towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out both arms, grabbing the head of this Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede struggled, and Fang Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, felt that his strength was insufficient. Especially when the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 bladed edges started to move rapidly. Clank clank clank, a strong pulling and slashing force grinded at the white light of the Sky Canopy Gu. At once, Fang Yuan's white-silver primeval essence was rapidly used up as the white light grinded with the chainsaws, causing sparks to fly. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only initial stage light silver primeval essence, and with only 42% in storage, it could not support such an expenditure. However, Fang Yuan was unfazed. Even though he could not get free from the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, he had a trump card. Spring Autumn Cicada. He willed in his heart and the Spring Autumn Cicada's shadow appeared from his aperture. The Spring Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering. Its 2 wings were tender and new like fresh leaves, and at the same time its body had a royal wooden luster. But overall, it still gave off a withered feeling of death. It had recovered around 20%, thus its aura was much stronger. Once this aura was leaked, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede that was struggling intensely immediately surrendered. It was only a rank 3 wild Gu worm. Against the aura of the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, it did not dare to move at all. Fang Yuan felt it most evidently. Previously he was still gripping the chainsaw golden centipede like a poisonous python, using all ways to prevent it from biting. The next moment, it had become a soft and harmless rope. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, using his white-silver primeval essence onto the chainsaw golden centipede that had basically given up. Fang Yuan's will worked without obstacles, completely eliminating the wild consciousness it had. In a few breaths' time, the chainsaw golden centipede was already refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan let go of both hands. The chainsaw golden centipede's numerous segments moved with rhythm, moving across the white protective armor and around Fang Yuan's waist, finally twisting and coiling around his arm. The surrounding centipede groups went away like a receding tide. The wild chainsaw golden centipede, because of its natural consciousness, was able to dominate the insect group. But now that Fang Yuan's will replaced it, the chainsaw golden centipede lost its ability to communicate and control the group. Fang Yuan did not eliminate these centipedes, instead letting them leave. Maybe in another dozen-plus years, a new chainsaw golden centipede might be born. But this no longer had anything to do with Fang Yuan. He let the chainsaw golden centipede hang on his shoulder as he investigated deeper into the cave. This centipede tunnel had a lot of paths, and after moving for a while, the main path split into 3 branches. Fang Yuan first used the earth communication ear grass, and after a while, he eliminated the center path. Choosing the path on the right, he moved for half an hour and found a dead end. He could only backtrack and go through the left path. By keeping the chainsaw golden centipede, he could deter the centipede groups and cause them to move away from wherever he goes with the golden centipede's aura. This greatly aided his search. Not long after he entered the left path, the centipede group that moved away revealed a cave, and he found some clues there. These are signs of human construction. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. Very evidently, this path was dug out by the flower wine monk initially using the 1,000-year wolf spider. Fang Yuan moved along this path at a slow pace, patiently investigating. There were a lot of centipedes in this path, and this was another piece of good news for Fang Yuan. This is because areas with insect groups living there allowed him to eliminate the possibility of placed traps. This tunnel was longer than he expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours and walked over 3 li worth of distance. The slope gradually moved down as Fang Yuan approached a deep underground area. Every once in a while, he stopped and used the earth communication ear grass to eliminate any possible threats. Swoosh swish, what sound is this? Fang Yuan eventually heard a weird noise. Immediately, he noticed what it was. This is water, don't tell me. His thought moved quickly as he had an idea. At the end of the tunnel, he saw a crystal wall. And behind the crystal wall, was water. In the water, there was an ash-gray-colored river that flowed in a spiral, like a mini tornado, endlessly swirling in a self-sufficient system. As I thought, this is a natural essence spring. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's attention was piqued. Soon after, he saw that behind this watery crystal wall, there was something else in the spring. A flower bud with the colors of blue and white following one another, was leisurely floating in the spring water. This is actually the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fang Yuan was shocked. Note, this tunnel was longer than he expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours and walked over 3 li worth of distance. Li is 500 meters. I don't know why he took 12 hours just to walk 1.5 kilometers lol. It's not even an exaggeration. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 163 to 163, Thunder Crown Wolf. 2079 words. As Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly essence treasure lotus, many doubts in his heart was cleared. He could roughly speculate what had happened. Going back in time, a millennium ago, a solitary rank 5 GU master came upon Qing Mao Mountain and incidentally found this underground natural spirit spring. He was exalted and settled down here. He began merging the mortal villagers living around the foot of the mountain together, forming the prototype of GUU village. He took in over 100 wives and concubines, wantonly spreading his bloodline. He was the ancestor of GUU clan, the founder of GUU village. Time passed by, and he passed away ending the first generation, then it was the second, third until it reached the fourth generation. The fourth generation clan leader possessed an A-grade aptitude and cultivated to rank 5, creating another golden age for the clan. One day, a demonic path GU master came to the village. He was bald and muscular, dressed in pink clothes and moved alone. His favorite hobby was to defile innocent women. It was the famous devil of the demonic path, Flower Wine Monk. Who knew what fortuitous encounter this Flower Wine Monk had, to be able to know the recipe to refine heavenly essence treasure lotus. After many preparations, he only lacked a natural spirit spring to refine this flower GU. After looking all around, he finally chose GUU village's spirit spring. At first, he used the pretense of buying Moon Orchid to slowly approach the GUU clan's higher-ups and get the details on GUU clan. Afterwards, in the battle with the 4th generation clan leader, he was able to achieve complete victory with his formidable strength. He had not only killed the 4th generation head, but also downed a large majority of the elders. However, his body was infected by the Moonshadow GU. Moonshadow Gu's ability was to restrict primeval essence and wasn't enough to be fatal. However, Flower Wine Monk couldn't wantonly slaughter if he wanted to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, as that would attract a lot of attention and hinder the progress. Thus, he chose to do things from the dark. He used the 1,000-year wolf spider to dig out a tunnel, secretly advancing to this area. Due to the thorough preparations he had made before and with the sufficient materials, he was able to refine heavenly essence treasure lotus in the spirit spring. The heavenly essence treasure lotus has an extraordinary background. Its fusion recipe had been created many millenniums ago by a GU master of the righteous faction, Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was only a rank 3 flower GU, but it had its advancement route and could become the rank 6 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus, which was ranked 6th among the list of top 10 great immortal GU rankings. Its worth was about the same as the spring autumn cicada. The heavenly essence treasure lotus had a reputation as a portable spirit spring because it could produce primeval stones. However, its fusion process had an extremely high price. To refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, there must be a natural spirit spring. This spring should be full of primeval energy, and cannot be a spirit spring that has been used for many years, with its reserves drying out. After the fusion succeeds, this spirit spring will be thoroughly useless and will lose its ability to produce primeval stones, becoming just an ordinary spring. A natural spirit spring is extremely valuable. One only needs to look at how this spirit spring has sustained countless Gu masters of the Gu clan for close to a millennium to realize this point. Refining a heavenly essence treasure lotus would completely destroy this spirit spring. But that was just the beginning. If it was to be advanced to rank 4, it would need 7 spirit springs, 9 at rank 5, and 11 for rank 6. Apart from this, many extremely precious Gu worms would be needed as auxiliary ingredients. If I take this heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be like carrying a mini-scale spirit spring with me. The heavenly essence treasure lotus is only a rank 3 Gu, so its daily primeval stones production can't compare to a normal spirit spring, but the amount will be enough to sustain my cultivation expenditure. This was just one of its benefits. The primeval stones produced by heavenly essence treasure lotus were a lot more than the earnings from the 9 leaves vitality grass. Primeval stones can not only help in advancing cultivation, they are also an exchangeable form of currency. With the treasure lotus, Fang Yuan could decrease the amount of primeval stones he carried. The 2-seed flower could then be used to store various stuffs which could greatly decrease the burden on him. However, I heard that the fusion process of the treasure lotus is quite mysterious. It appears from nothing during which it transits between the astral and physical form. Ordinary people can't see it, and it can only be seen clearly through the crystal. This Gu is quite delicate and needs to be nourished within the spirit spring for 9 days and 9 nights until it grows out 9 intact leaves, before it can be plucked and put into the primeval sea in the aperture. If one picks it up before the time is ripe, all their efforts would be completely wasted. Fang Yuan didn't know the detailed recipe of heavenly essence treasure lotus and only knew some insider rumors. He had no idea on how to advance it in the future. Even so, this rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus would be of an enormous assistance to him. He looked beyond the crystal wall and carefully observed. To his surprise, the flower only had 8 and a damaged half leaf. There was only half a leaf left for the 9 complete leaves. Fang Yuan wasn't baffled by this. Centuries had passed, the spirit spring's reserves had been consumed for 4 generations of time. This heavenly essence treasure lotus condensed the majority of the spirit spring's essence, constantly consuming the primeval stones produced by the spirit spring, and causing the spirit spring's reserves to further decrease. As a result, the treasure lotus slowly began to reverse the absorption, instead replenishing the damage to the spirit spring. By doing this, it was damaging itself. This was the reason for the damaged leaf. Heavenly essence treasure lotus must have 9 complete leaves before it can be plucked. It only has 8 leaves and a half now. I need to throw in primeval stones to the spring if I am to pluck it. Primeval stones were the crystallization of the spirit spring. They could provide the nourishment to the treasure lotus and let it grow again. However, don't underestimate this half-damaged leaf. It was sure to require large amounts of primeval stones for it to grow back. If I am not wrong, this crystal wall should be produced by a Mote Gu. Fang Yuan tried to touch the wall, and found that this wall was real but also virtual, just like light and shadow. His hands went through the wall without any obstruction. But he quickly took back his hand and didn't dare to go deep into the spirit spring. Spirit springs should never be polluted. He poured his primeval essence into the 2-seed flower and took out a primeval stone. He threw the primeval stone through the crystal wall. As if the wall didn't exist, the primeval stone went through it and dropped into the spirit spring, striking onto the phantom figure of the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Heavenly essence treasure lotus transited between blue and white and started shaking like water ripples. It digested the primeval stone in almost an instant. After waiting for the flower to turn calm, Fang Yuan observed it attentively but found no change in that damaged leaf. His expression was calm. He started throwing in dozens of primeval stones but there was still no change to the damaged leaf. Fang Yuan continued to throw in primeval stones while silently counting the number. When over 500 primeval stones were thrown, the damaged leaf finally grew by a little. After the sight of this scene, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel slightly gloomy. From this calculation, he had to throw in at least over 50,000 primeval stones in at one time. If he did it in batches and the time gap was long, heavenly essence treasure lotus would consume itself to replenish the spirit spring as the clan continuously extracted primeval stones. Over 50,000 primeval stones. I only have just over 10,000 with me and lack 40,000 more. With his status as an elder, raising these 40,000 primeval stones wasn't really a problem. The true problem, however, lay elsewhere. Once he took out this heavenly essence treasure lotus, the spirit spring would be completely useless and this was bound to attract the whole clan's furious and frantic investigation. Fang Yuan had plentiful experience, but he had limited methods. If the clan investigated without any considerations, they were sure to find some clues. In fact, the clan's higher-ups were already suspicious of him, but their suspicions were temporarily suppressed by the wolf tide. If the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, Fang Yuan would definitely be the primary suspect. Even if Fang Yuan secretly escaped, he would suffer the whole clan's reckless chase. I can't give up over the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Even if I don't have its fusion recipe, who knows what the future holds. The problem is that once I take this Gu, it is akin to stabbing a hornet's nest and bringing calamity upon myself. Fang Yuan secretly considered every situation and decided he had to wait for the best opportunity to appear, to take this heavenly essence treasure lotus. This heavenly essence treasure lotus should be the last inheritance of Flower Wine Monk. But there are many suspicious points to this. Flower Wine Monk would have come to this place to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so what kind of accident did he encounter to be so seriously injured that he had to hurriedly set up this inheritance before dying? Fang Yuan already knew the reason for the Flower Wine Monk to set up the inheritance. It was to take revenge against the Gu clan. If heavenly essence treasure lotus was to be taken out of the spirit spring, whether it was a success or failure, this natural spirit spring was bound to be useless. Without the natural spirit spring, Gu clan would have no foundation to stay here. It was only a matter of time before the clan broke apart. Forget it, I won't make any headway in my doubts without any new evidence. I should return to the village now. In the end, Fang Yuan shook his head and began to return back the way he came. When he had just exited the rock crack, a loud and clear wolf howl continuously resounded. This sound, Fang Yuan turned grim and quickly moved. When he reached the riverbank outside of the rock crack, he could smell a thick odor of blood. Sounds of cries, yells, wolf howls and explosions could be heard even though there was still some distance to the village. Fang Yuan concealed his figure and climbed a hill. It was early in the morning and the first rays of sunlight had just broken out of the sky. Countless wolf packs were rushing towards the Gu village like a flood. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past them, then his body trembled. In the rearmost part of the wolf packs, he saw a lightning wolf that was as large as a small hill. Myriad Beast King, Thunder Crown Wolf. It was tall and slim, had strong limbs and its whole body was covered with eerie blue scales. Tufts of golden wolf fur could be seen on its claws and tail. The fur on its head were all stiff and upraised, forming a towering crown. It was crouching on the ground and was still like a sculpture. The frenzy lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves around it constantly howled, serving to show its elegance and nobility. Just by sitting there, it had already brought a great mental pressure to the Gu clan. The myriad beast king has finally arrived. It is the decisive moment for the survival of the Gu village. Fang Yuan gazed towards the village. Innumerable Gu masters were in fierce battles, using all of their strength to block the frantic charge of the wolf tide. Suddenly, around 10 figures flew out of the village and rushed against the wolf tide, charging towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. They were all elders and in front of them was the clan leader Gu Bo. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 164 to 164, Intense Battle. 2,350 words. If one wants to fight against the Thunder Crown Wolf, one must strike first. Its strength is just too great, and if it was led into the village, it would definitely cause great losses and damage. This group's capabilities were huge. With the rank 4 clan leader Gu Bo as the leader, and his elders as his support, they were a strong attacking force. The wolf tide was surging violently, yet they went against it with careful and compact cooperation. As if the group was a warship, splitting the waves apart, advancing bravely forward. Wherever they went, they were practically sweeping everything away in their path. The closer they got to the Thunder Crown Wolf, the more the pressure coming from the wolf tide increased. Gu Bo was calm and composed. Suddenly he stretched out his right palm, and slashed in front of him. Swoosh, a golden-colored moonblade, as big as a grown adult, formed in a split second and flew out towards the front. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, after flying out for a few meters, this moon disc suddenly went through a change, and from one blade it turned into 3. 3 moonblades flew alongside each other, bringing about the sound of the wind whistling as it plowed open 3 bloody paths like knives cutting meat apart. Many wolves fell without exception. Broken limbs flew into the air, and blood-curdling cries sounded non-stop. A frenzied lightning wolf roared and started rushing over fiercely towards the Gu masters from the right side. Let me. A clan elder suddenly went from a thin and dry appearance, turning into a huge fat man in one breath. With a bang, he used his round belly and sent the frenzied lightning wolf flying away. The frenzied lightning wolf had come in a torrential rush, and the greater the strength of collision the stronger the bounce back was. It was thrown across high into the air, cutting an arc and then finally falling down hundreds of meters away. The other elders were displaying all sorts of abilities. There were some with long hair like needles, continuously shooting out and sweeping away lightning wolves. Some of them had their bodies covered in light armor, forcefully bearing through the wolves, tearing and biting. The Thunder Crown Wolf went from a half-sitting state, and slowly got onto its feet. It firmly stared at the Gu masters rushing towards itself, and the wolf's dark eyes flashed with warning. It opened its mouth and let out a low roar, revealing its sharp and jagged wolf fangs. Each of the frenzy lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves that heard its roar immediately got up and rushed towards the Gu masters. The Gu masters were instantly slowed in their charge, receiving great obstruction. Clan leader, I'll leave it to all of you, clan elders. You have to win. Numerous eyes flashed and gathered on them. Unknown number of rallying cries and shouts sounded from the depths of the clansmen's hearts. This was the most crucial battle. If they lose the battle, the entire clan would face the danger of being wiped out. If victory was assured, then they would have held against the hardest moment of the wolf tide. This was the battle that would decide the life and death of the Gu clan. None of the elders backed off. They pushed forward, while drenched in blood. Even though they did not lose any numbers, none of them were spared from injury. They eliminated all the obstacles around them, until they faced the Thunder Crown Wolf, then charged towards it. Therapy Light Gu. Suddenly a middle-aged female clan elder stretched out both her hands, and a pure white, warm light bubbled forth. The light first flowed onto the clan leader's body, and then reflected onto each of the other clan elders. This was a rank 3 healing Gu with area of effect properties, and it could instantly cause the wounds on Gu masters to stop bleeding. Light wounds would recover completely, while heavy wounds would be healed by half. Continue fighting. Gu Bo roared loudly. 5 clan elders swiped their arms as they heard the signal, and sent a moonblade flying towards the sky. Suddenly a clan elder roared as all the muscles on his body erupted and expanded 3 times, becoming a white fur giant ape. It jumped in front of the group, its hands joined together. Gu Bo stepped onto its 2 hands, and with a low roar, the ape kicked from the ground and stretched out its waist, using all the strength in its body to toss Gu Bo into the sky. Moon invite Gu Bo spread out his left hand. It was giving out a hazy, whirlpool-like purple moonlight. The moonblades that the clan elders had shot towards the sky were all absorbed and annexed by this purple moonlight. Slash. Gu Bo's eyes shone as he shouted in a thunderous volume, splitting the air with his palms from up to down. Pew. Winds and thunder resounded as a purple moonblade, larger than a horse carriage, flew towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. This moonblade looked slow but was actually fast, and in a split second, it struck its target. The Thunder Crown Wolf howled and at the last moment, a thunderlight armor appeared on its body. Bam. In the next moment, an intense explosion occurred as the sky was engulfed in eerie blue lightning pitting against the purple alluring moonlight. Numerous people squinted as the shockwave spread from the impact, sending the ordinary lightning wolves in the vicinity flying. When the intense light dissipated, the Gu masters were already engaging in battle with the Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders were all extremely experienced and well coordinated with each other. An aged-old master with floating white hair shot out needles from it endlessly like rain. On another side, a female Gu master blew out flames from her nostrils like lingering snakes, and she spouted a wave of orange flame and assaulted 2 sides at the same time. There were another 3 Gu masters, one turned into a white ape, while another turned his muscles into steel from head to toe as they both tried to curb the Thunder Crown Wolf. The other Gu master tossed out unending numbers of puppet Gu, pouring his primeval essence and turning them into vine-armored grass soldiers or wooden servants with red spears, using them as fodder to attract the incoming assault. Healing Gu masters stood at the outer circle, using therapy light Gu from time to time. Beside them were defensive Gu masters, giving them care and protection. The Thunder Crown Wolf had been beaten badly. Its right front limb had a huge wound, the blood flowing non-stop. This was the outcome from the attack of the purple moonblade a moment ago. It roared continuously as it had fallen into the Gu Master's well-planned trap. Even if it had the spirits to fight back, there was not much it could do. The Gu Masters weaved and jumped around it like fleas on a cat or dog. They continued to move around and pulled space as they worked with completely chemistry. But the good situation did not last, for the Thunder Crown Wolf slowly began to adapt, while the wound on its body did not stop healing. It was clear that it had a healing Gu on its body. This was very bad news. The healing Gu's existence would mean that this is a war of attrition. Wild Gu could just use the natural essence straight from the air, while Gu Masters could only use primeval essence from their own apertures. After the battle reached 15 minutes later, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly howled towards the sky, and a torrent of lightning flashes enveloped its whole body, while its speed sharply increased onefold. The elder who had turned into a white ape could not dodge in time. Unable to react to this change, he was bitten by the Thunder Crown Wolf and his skull was torn into two by the wolf's tugging. The Thunder Crown Wolf had torn a line in the battlefront, and with continuous swipes of its tail, purplish-blue electric currents rushed forth. The Gu Masters could only back away non-stop. In this dangerous moment, the clan leader Gu Yue stood out. He was a rank 4 expert with powerful attacks and superior defense, like the center pillar of the group, using all his strength to salvage the situation. Mountain rocks broke and shadows dissipated as group battles enlarged. The aftermath ravaged the battlefield, and not a single lightning wolf dared to enter battle. The situation of the battlefield only became more desperate. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries became heavier and worse, the bleeding unable to stop, and bones could be seen in the deeper wounds. At the same time, the Gu Masters also suffered heavy losses. So far they had already lost 6 clan elders. If not for the village's clan elders' immediate and urgent dispatch, coming in to aid the fight, the battle might have long collapsed. Everyone, stand strong, holding is the key to victory. Gu Yue killed until his eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse as he gave his all to rouse morale. But at this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly went berserk, and its body was enshrouded in a layer of bright red light. Rank 4 Berserk Gu. The Thunder Crown Wolf's strength, speed, agility and other attributes suddenly rose to twice the original base. Boom, there was a loud noise as it swiped its right claw, turning the clan elder into complete meat mush. With a flick of its tail, the sound of wind erupted and an electrical net flew out, trapping a field of grass and wooden puppets, then burning it all into charcoal. I can't keep up, my puppets are already used up. The elder cried out, frightened. With the situation rapidly changing for the worse, the terror of the myriad beast king was fully unleashed, leaving everyone in despair. Gu Yubo's eyebrows were locked tight, and it seemed like he was about to break his teeth from gritting, when he suddenly yelled, trap it, use the iron chain snake. As the clan elders heard this, they were awed in their hearts. Early during the start of the wolf tide, they had already displayed countless battle tactics. This was a method that must only be used when there was no other choice. Wind snare Gu, an elder cried out, and from his nostrils came a green breeze, wrapping around the Thunder Crown Wolf's claws. Swamp Gu, another elder roared and crouched down, bringing his 2 hands down and slamming on the ground. Instantly, the earth below the Thunder Crown Wolf turned into mud. With these simultaneous attacks, the Thunder Crown Wolf's movements were slowed at that moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other elders all stretched out their hands, and from their sleeves and pants, waves of black shadows shot out. The black shadow was about the size of a fist, and each length was around 2 meters long. Upon close inspection, one would see that each black shadow was a snake Gu. This snake was shaped like an iron chain, its whole body a gloomy black. Coils of metal rings were strung and connected together, and only the snake head looked normal. As it flew out, the snakes wriggled on the ground, quickly climbing onto the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. Their heads and tails then connected and mutually fit together, forming a metal net in the blink of an eye, taking root from the ground and trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf on the spot. But this situation was only temporary, for as the Thunder Crown Wolf struggled continuously, one by one, the iron chains would break off. In just 5 to 6 minutes, these metallic snakes would completely disintegrate away, no longer trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf. Kai Guang, Suo Ping, stay here and stop the wolf pack from attacking the metal chains. The rest of you, fall back to the village with me. Gu Yubo shouted. He actually had chosen to retreat. However, the other clan elders did not show any surprised expressions. They had already known the clan leader's intention. They hurried back to the village, and immediately a clan elder came up towards them and said, Lord Clan Leader, everything has been prepared. Gu Yubo nodded, commanding the group to go to the clan pavilion. In the plaza before the clan pavilion, there was already up to 100 Gu masters seated on the ground. These Gu masters were mainly those who were seriously hurt and could not enter battle in a short period of time. Each of their faces carried a calm expression of facing death without fear. Meanwhile, for those who still had the ability to battle, they were fighting on the front lines. With the battle reaching this moment, the clan had already given its all. In this dire situation, even the mortals had been mobilized, using each and every single human life to be turned as a meat wall, obstructing the wolf tide for the time being. This gave the Gu masters some time to recuperate and regroup. Gu Yubo and the clan elders went into the ancestral halls of the clan pavilion. Under the memorial tablets of their ancestors, they all sank to their knees on the floor. To the great ancestor above me, we descendants are greatly ashamed. The wolf tide is turbulent, and the village has fallen into the situation of life and death. We beseech our great ancestor to come and give us a hand. When Gu Yubo finished speaking in a low voice, the ancestral hall fell into deep silence. Drip drop. A few of the clan elders' blood seeped out from their hastily bandaged wounds, dripping onto the floor. Gu Yubo and the rest of the clan elders held their breaths, not even daring to pant or breathe loudly. Back in the day, when the first generation clan leader felt his death approaching, he set out to leave the village. Before his departure, he left a testament behind. He said that if the clan would ever fall into the danger of perishing, they could pray before his memorial tablet. At that moment, Gu worms would descend from the sky and help the village through the difficult situation. Throughout history, the Gu clan had suffered through major crises a few times, and they had dealt with the calamity this way. This was the Gu clan's last trump card. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 165 to 165, Blood Guillotine. 2,143 words. In the ancestral hall, it was deadly silent. The clan elder and clan leader lowered their heads like a big rock was weighing on their heart. After a GU master dies, the GU worms they leave behind will still have the person's will remaining. They cannot be considered wild GU worms, and have had lost their ability to use the natural essence in the air. These GU worms can be considered an extension of life of that particular GU master. Everyone's heart was uneasy. The first generation clan head had passed on for at least 1,000 years, so were the methods that he had left behind still effective? No one knew. After all, since the last crisis, it had already been 200 years. Why did they retreat? On the slope, Fang Yuan saw this scene and grew suspicious. In his previous life, his cultivation was too low, thus he could not learn about the clan's secrets. But soon his body shook, discovering that a group of flying worms had descended from the sky. This is, Fang Yuan's eyes squinted as cold light shone. There were up to 100 GU worms flying around in a cluster, forming a red cloud, descending and landing on the village square. Buzz buzz buzz. The noises emitted by the insect group entered the ancestral hall, and the clan elders raised their heads, showing a frantically overjoyed expression. Thank you great ancestor, for the protection. Gu Yubo's heart felt at ease as he paid his respects before getting up. Go and see, the clan leader sighed. On his face, there was happiness, solemnness and grief, a complicated expression. Leaving the ancestral hall and standing on the building stairway, everyone could see that on the village square, there was a red tornado rampaging. These GU worms were only around the size of a fingertip. They were shaped like locusts, with a scary face and was red all over. They entered the bodies of the GU masters sitting on the square, extracting their blood and primeval essence. In a few breaths' time, one insect multiplied into more worms. Thus, the GU increased greatly in numbers as time went by. There were constantly new GU worms being produced, flying into the GU master's skin and flying out, and then digging in again. In the village square, miserable cries and cold groans sounded, but not one GU master fled. Before they came, they were already informed by the clan elders. For the clan, they willingly tributed their bodies to feed the GU, using their own sacrifices to bring about the survival of the clan. These are all good lads of our clan. Gu Yubo seeing this muttered in a low voice, as the hand holding onto the railing shivered slightly. The other elders showed a painful expression, but did not say anything. This situation was exactly as recorded in the clan memorials. The first generation ancestor had left behind these GU worms, and they required GU masters' lives to feed. Only then are they satisfied and will help the clan to defend against external enemies. After these flying GU were full and satisfied, they flew up again with an even greater presence. In the blink of an eye, they had grown in number over tens of times. What was left on the square were piles of white bones as the GU flew out like a tornado, rampaging through the wolf packs outside the village. The blood guillotine indeed. Fang Yuan who was standing on the slope saw everything and thought in his heart. This blood guillotine is a rank 5 GU. Its usability and feeding are fused into one. It was a very strange GU. They specialized in consuming a GU master's life-bound origin blood, and after feasting, they would start to multiply, from 1 to 2, 2 to 4. If they were hungry and couldn't find food, they would start to eat each other, reducing the size of their group to sustain the expenditure they needed in moving around. At its peak the blood guillotine could engulf the skies and lands, destroying villages in their path, and were more fearsome than many rank 6 GU worms. When it was weak at only 1 or 2 in number, they would barely have any power and is worse than a rank 3 GU. Especially when this blood guillotine GU advances into the highly acclaimed rank 6 demonic GU, blood deity. Among the top 10 great demonic GU in the world, it ranks 7th. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan created the Bloodwing demonic sect, he first wanted to refine the blood deity instead of the spring-autumn cicada. However, because of circumstances and many other reasons, he could only reduce his expectations and refine the spring-autumn cicada. This group of blood guillotines numbered up to tens of thousands. Like a tornado sweeping the battlefield, everywhere they went, wolf packs howled and wailed. They flew left and right, entering the lightning wolves' bodies, and in a few breaths' time, the lightning wolves' blood would be completely absorbed. But this beast blood could not allow the blood guillotine to multiply. Only a GU master's origin blood that contains primeval essence could achieve this effect. One after another, lightning wolves were reduced to dry corpses, lying on the ground and losing their lives. Only the bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves' lightning currents could resist this blood guillotine. However, they could only electrocute a small number of flying insects, before an overwhelming number of blood guillotines would rush up and suck them into dry corpses. Howl! The steel web broke completely as the thunder crown wolf regained its freedom, howling in anger. The blood guillotine detected it and it gathered quickly, forming a large red cloud and engulfing the thunder crown wolf completely. The thunder crown wolf's tail swung around as blue lightning currents shot out and turned hundreds and thousands of blood guillotines to crisps. The popping sound was just like firecrackers going off. A gust of wind blew, bringing along the horrible burnt smell of the roasted blood guillotines. The blood guillotine was indeed a rank 5 GU, but without a user, it could only attack head-on. The thunder crown wolf had several rank 4 GU residing in it, and some had a wide area attack method, countering this blood guillotine. The flying insects moved like a red cloud as the thunder crown wolf's hill-like body howled and struggled, creating a havoc. At this moment, the thunder crown wolf's large body became its weakness as the fingertip-sized blood guillotine took advantage of it. The battle was intense. As large numbers of blood guillotines fell on the ground, the thunder crown wolf's armor was broken through, and some blood guillotines drilled their way in and started to suck blood wantonly. Without any other choice, the thunder crown wolf could only spray lightning plasma on its own body, electrocuting these blood guillotines. But this way, its surface muscles were all fried, emitting a fragrant cooked meat smell. The wolf tide's attack on the village had already stopped. Under the thunder crown wolf's command, numerous lightning wolves attacked the insect group instead. The GU masters could be said to have escaped death, and many held their breaths as they watched this intense and tragic battle nervously. The insect group was like a death plague. Numerous lightning wolves would rush in and drop dead soon after. However, the lightning wolves' sacrifice also caused the insect group to face high expenditure. The blood guillotine dropped in numbers. The original dense cloud had turned into a thin fog, and soon it was reduced to a small tornado still flying in the air. The thunder crown wolf struggled and escaped, its mouth howling as it ran with all its speed. The blood in its body was almost half gone. Now its body felt soft and tired, while its running speed was not even 10% of the usual speed, and the lightning currents flowing on its body also became extremely scattered. As the leader of the wolf packs, the escape of the Thunder Crown Wolf caused the other Lightning Wolves' fighting spirit to diminish, and they also escaped all over the place. We finally did it. The GU masters, seeing this, became blank as some just collapsed on the ground, unwilling to get up. I'm actually still alive. Many GU masters' expression was complicated, some were filled with happiness while also in grief. Through the wolf tide, many clansmen were sacrificed. Buzz buzz buzz. The scattered blood guillotine group flew high into the sky, flying one huge round around the GU village before vanishing into the clouds. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a complex thought. The defeat of the Thunder Crown Wolf meant the village was now safe. In fact, most of the wolf packs were dead or injured, so they no longer had such a huge number. This wolf tide could be said to have been over. However, wolf packs bear grudges, and as long as this myriad beast king is not dead, during the next wolf tide it would attack once again. After many years of recuperating, it would become even shrewder and stronger. In the current situation, it was at its weakest. Killing it now and getting the GU worms on its body can help replenish some of the clan's losses. Yao Zhang, Zhe Yan, you two stay behind and take care of the situation. Other clan elders, follow me and assault the Thunder Crown Wolf. Gu Yue hurriedly ordered, before leading the remaining 7 elders capable of fighting out of the village and towards the direction that the Thunder Crown Wolf escaped in. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, weighing in his heart, although the clan's power is greatly reduced, the current situation is not in a mess. Moreover, this blood guillotine has a suspicious origin, I better follow the clan leader and check out the situation. Saying so, he went into stealth mode and went down the slope. The stealth scales GU and the Thunderwings GU cannot be used concurrently. Thunderwings GU is a rank 3 GU, and once activated it forms a pair of lightning wings that cannot be hidden by the rank 2 stealth scales GU. Against the rank 3 clan elders, the stealth scales GU's hiding ability was not effective. Fang Yuan could only follow their tracks and keep a distance between them, not daring to get close. When the Thunder Crown Wolf attacked, he was still in the rock crack secret cave and did not participate in the battle. If he appeared now, it would attract the rage of the clan head and clan elder, and if they questioned him, he would have not been able to explain himself. The injuries of the Thunder Crown Wolf were very severe, so it could not move fast. After half an hour, Fang Yuan could hear that there was the sound of fighting and scolding ahead of him. He went there in stealth, getting onto a mountain rock, observing the GU masters fight. The Thunder Crown Wolf lay on the ground with many new injuries on its body. Blood was flowing non-stop as it was gasping for breath. Its dim eyes showed that it was very near death. Old geezer bai, you and your guys sure have the face, coming here to take advantage of the situation. Hee, Gu Yue, that's not the right thing to say. This Thunder Crown Wolf was obviously stopped by us, get a clue and fuck off. Gu Yue and the Bai clan leader were at a standstill, wary against each other. The wolf den had 3 Thunder Crown Wolves, all myriad beast kings, each having their packs of tens of thousand lightning wolves. But they did not glue together, and neither could they suppress one another. The wolf packs' movements relied on working together. The 3 Thunder Crown Wolves had intelligence, each targeting the 3 large beast groups to hunt. In their eyes, humans were also wild beasts, and even prey. In their understanding, the wolf tide was a massive hunting session. On Qing Mao Mountain, the Shang, Gu Yue and Bai clan were able to live for hundreds of years. Naturally, they all had their trump cards. Shang clan was the weakest, still resisting the wolf tide with difficulty even now. The Bai clan had risen these years, and their cumulative strength had exceeded the Gu Yue clan. After killing a Thunder Crown Wolf and pushing back the wolf tide, the Bai clan leader brought his clan elders to Gu Yue village, trying to find some opportunities. To think that there really was such a chance. Thus they blocked the Thunder Crown Wolf in this valley. The Thunder Crown Wolf's body had many GU worms, and some were even rank 4. The Thunder Crown Wolf's blood, bone, eye and fur were all precious refinement material. The Gu Yue clan naturally would not let go of them, and under intense anger, they attacked. Hee, Fang Yuan, you really came. I've waited for so long. On the mountain wall, a cold laughter was heard. Fang Yuan raised his head, only to see a white-clothed young man descending from the sky as an ice blade slashed towards his face with resolution. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 166 to 166. Second battle versus by Ning Bing. 2014 words. His hair snowy white and his orbs blue, a one-armed figure in white. Who else could it be but by Ning Bing? Before the ice blade touched his body, Fang Yuan could feel a cold eerie feeling assaulting him from behind like a comet striking the earth, full of cold killing intent. Fang Yuan's irises were black in contrast, unmoving in danger, leaping backwards and injecting primeval essence into the sky canopy GU, creating a white armor to protect himself. Bam! The ice blade struck the ground heavily, and at that instant a bunch of white icicles grew from the ground, erupting upwards. Swoosh! The sharp icicles stabbed upwards at the direction Fang Yuan was retreating towards, creating an icy path. Fang Yuan easily somersaulted and avoided them. The mountain path was narrow, so he slid down towards the valley along the edges. Hee, Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, why is it that every time I see you, I feel that intense urge to kill you? Tell me. Bai Ning Bing excitedly shivered as he laughed maniacally. His laughter attracted the gaze of the other GU masters in the valley. Seeing Bai Ning Bing and Fang Yuan, their expressions were different. Lord Bai Ning Bing, let me assist you. A Bai clan GU master who originally stood at the side shouted and struck towards Fang Yuan. Clan leader, it is our clan's Fang Yuan. GU clan's GU masters shouted. I know. Clan leader GU Bo's expression was uncertain, and he dodged the Bai clan leader's attack as he decided, shouting, get the materials into our possession first. Fang Yuan had mysteriously vanished before the wolf tide arrived, causing the GU higher-ups to feel highly doubtful of him. In addition, the intense pressure from the Bai clan GU masters resulted in no one going to reinforce Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing saw help arrive and flew into a rage, shouting at the person, scram, this is my battle, don't interfere. Lord Bai Ning Bing, you lost an arm and have reduced battle potential. You are the hope of our Bai clan, you cannot be lost. Let me sweep this obstacle for you. The Bai clan GU master shouted as he leapt, charging towards Fang Yuan. He activated his GU worm, both hands glowing with orange-yellow light. Bam! He lightly patted the ground, and the light entered the earth. Instantly, a lump grew from the earth. The mud lump advanced towards Fang Yuan as it got bigger. Suddenly the mud lump exploded, revealing a yellow mud arm. This arm was humongous, as tall as an adult as it grabbed towards Fang Yuan. Its power and presence caused others to feel suffocated. Fang Yuan snorted in disdain. Seeing this arm grab at him and about to succeed, a dark golden light suddenly shot out from his aperture, turning into a shiny ribbon of light, wrapping around Fang Yuan's body. The big arm reached his body but was twisted by this dark golden light, breaking and collapsing. Oh, what Gu worm is this? Ning Bing showed shock on his face. The dark golden light dispersed, revealing the true form of the Gu. It was over a meter long, as wide as 2 fists. Its dark golden exoskeleton displayed dominance as its sharp razor blades at the side of its body shone with cold light. Chainsaw Golden Centipede, come, Fang Yuan shouted, extending his right arm, his fist clenched. The chainsaw golden centipede's numerous segments climbed up his body nimbly, its body twisting and turning like a snake, coiling around his right arm. Its mouth opened and swallowed Fang Yuan's right fist in one mouth, all the way until half his forearm was swallowed. Fang Yuan's arm swung, and the meter-long golden centipede moved its tail. In the air, it drew an arc, emitting a crisp sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the max, its near 2-meter length shrinking to 1.5 meters. At the same time its feet shrunk into the exoskeleton, leaving behind only 2 rows of razor blades. At one glance, Fang Yuan looked like he was holding a dark golden silver-bladed, giant hiltless sword. The reinforcement Gu master was shocked. He had never thought that the chainsaw golden centipede could be used like this. The Gu masters raising Gu, refining Gu, using Gu, all 3 required deep research. Fang Yuan's method was innovative and unheard of, using his imagination to the limit. But actually, this method was not invented by Fang Yuan. 300 years later, a new demonic faction talent, the Chainsaw Mad Demon, would use the rank 4 Chainsaw Killer Centipede, one of the advancement paths of the rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede. But in this life, Fang Yuan using it at this point is really unprecedented. I shall let you guys have a taste, Fang Yuan smirked, using the primeval essence in his aperture and injecting them into the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body. Buzz buzz buzz. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of razor blades started to move violently, emitting a wild sound, causing others' heart to shiver upon hearing. Thunderwings Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with determination as a pair of eerie blue thunderwings formed on his back with a crisp sound. Whoosh, the thunderwings flapped, causing Fang Yuan to shoot out like lightning. Fast, fast, fast. The speed was so fast that the Bai Clan Gu master's iris shrunk as he felt a chill. The smell of death was so close, and he shrieked as he used his strongest Gu, a thick yellow light appeared on his body. The yellow light was like armor, except that before it fully materialized, Fang Yuan had already gotten close. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning, looking like a demonic god that emerged from nightmares, killing his way into the mortal realm. His movements were violent, and he completely exerted his muscles. As they tightened up, he used the strength of 2 boars to their limit. The golden centipede-like sword waved like a golden shadow in the air. The razors rotated violently, slashing towards the Bai Clan Gu master's waist. Crack, the yellow light armor broke under the slaughter of the chainsaw, it was never fully formed in the first place. At this moment, it scattered instantly. The razors entered the meat as if it was cutting butter, and as Fang Yuan flicked his wrist, the chopped up meat flew all over the place along with the blood. The Gu master's spine smashed and his intestines were grinded to a pulp. The Bai Clan Gu master's upper half of the body flew into the air, while his lower half remained on the spot. Plop, he stared with wide-opened eyes, staring in fright at his lower half, dying in extreme fear and shock. This commotion caused the fighting among the 2 clans to stop temporarily. They all looked towards Fang Yuan, sending shocked, angered gazes. This Bai Clan Gu master was also a rank 3 elder, and was slightly famous. But under Fang Yuan's aggressive, dominant attack, he was instantly killed. Fang Yuan's body was still blood-bathed, with the Bai Clan Gu master's flesh still sticking to his clothes. The chainsaw golden centipede's 2 edges were still rotating violently, and with such ferocity, it caused everyone to look away. What a great Gu worm! Ning Bing shouted, his eyes showing insanity and excitement. Fang Yuan, you did not let me down indeed. Come battle, he shouted, his passion blazing like flames, striking towards Fang Yuan. Noisy fucker. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice, turning around to counterattack. Bam! The chainsaw golden centipede and the ice blade collided. With a cracking sound, the razors cut into the ice blade and caused it to shatter into pieces. In the next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede broke through the ice blade and swept across Ning Bing's face. Ning Bing's expression changed as he resolutely let go of the ice blade and retreated backwards, almost 2 meters of distance away. The chainsaw golden centipede when shrunk was only 1.5 meters. Adding on Fang Yuan's right arm, there was still a little distance before it could reach Ning Bing. But Fang Yuan willed, and the chainsaw golden centipede suddenly extended itself. Ning Bing was dumbstruck and did not anticipate this turn of events. He was hit on the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with his ice muscles protecting his body, there was still a large cut on his body. At that instant, he felt a strong force assault him, and he was unavoidably sent flying, landing on a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the rock's surface, but his ice muscles soon stopped the bleeding. Ning Bing coughed intensely and was about to get up, but suddenly he heard a thunderous sound. The sound was right beside his ear, and an unprecedented sense of danger entered his heart. Ning Bing's iris shrunk as he did not even raise his head, but frantically rolled away. Bam! In the next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede descended from the sky. With its imposing aura, it struck the ground that he was at a moment ago. The razors rotated violently, and the huge rock broke into pieces. If this had landed on my body, I'm afraid, Ning Bing's heart chilled, and a sense of anger stemming from his indignant nature rose. Ever since his battle with Gu Yue Qingshu, he had stopped suppressing his cultivation and let it rise naturally. Although he lost a limb, he had his complete cultivation, but was still suppressed by this rank 3 initial stage Fang Yuan. Indignant, humiliation, rage, kill, he growled, his wrist turning and injecting primeval essence into the ice blade Gu Yue, forming a brand new ice blade. Seeing Ning Bing come closer, Fang Yuan laughed coldly and attacked with all he had. He had obtained the black and white boar Gu Yue, thus his strength was greater than Ning Bing. At this point when waving the chainsaw golden centipede, it was as light as a tree branch. Cut, slash, hack, twist, turn, the chainsaw golden centipede rotated violently, moving as agile as a bee in Fang Yuan's hand. At times it appeared heavy like an elephant, sometimes ferocious as a tiger, and sometimes flexible like a snake. The most crucial point was, the golden centipede followed Fang Yuan's will, extending and shrinking at times, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter, sometimes straight sometimes curly. That made it hard for Bai Ningbing to adapt, and he could barely defend himself. He cried and screamed as he retreated gradually, his body filled with injuries. His white battle robe had turned into a beggar's attire. Fang Yuan moved like a black wind, his expression cool as he displayed an extremely profound sword technique, saber art, axe and rod skills. He fused all these skills into one, turning the chainsaw golden centipede into a lethal weapon. A GU depends on who the user is. Good on you, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing shouted after numerous ice blades broke. He finally realized that he could not go head-on against Fang Yuan. His body was bathed in blood and the ice muscle's defense was almost broken, but this let out his immense battle passion. If close range won't do, then long range it is. Blue bird ice coffin GU. Bai Ningbing pulled some distance and spit out several times. Several flying birds flapped their wings and flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not fluster. With an unchanging expression, his left arm moved and the blood-colored moonblade stopped these ice birds in their tracks, causing them to explode in midair. People were normally proficient in using moonblades on only one arm, but Fang Yuan had such a rich battle experience, and even his left arm could completely shoot out moonblades without any deviation. Bai Ningbing, seeing that did not work, used the icicle GU. Icicles flew and mixed in with the blue birds to form a barrage attack. Fang Yuan's long-range attack was solely moonblade, thus he only chose to block the most dangerous ice birds. Against the icicles, he dodged some while tanking the others with his sky canopy GU. Bai Ningbing finally had a bit of an upper hand and wanted to increase his advantage, but Fang Yuan suddenly laughed coldly and shrugged his right hand, causing the chainsaw golden centipede to detach and burrow its way into the ground. This hidden threat was too much. Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded at this, scolding loudly as he quickly took steps back. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 167 to 167, a fourth one. 2047 words. You forced my hand. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he activated his swirl GU and fierce wind GU. The white ice blade storm appeared once again. At first it was just a small gust, but very quickly, the size expanded and the icy winds roared as the blizzard spread. The floor was slowly covered in hard ice, preventing the chainsaw golden centipede from emerging and attacking. This ice blade storm is a unique move of Bai Ningbing's. Evidently it showed the battle talent of the northern dark ice soul Physique. This was formed by the ice blade GU, swirl GU and fierce wind GU. When used together, it created something that could attack and defend. Without two or more defense GU working together, one cannot resist it. The fierce winds roared and the ice blades froze all in its path. The white storm assaulted like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and devouring Fang Yuan. These three GU together form a ferocious offensive technique that can freeze all life. Even with the sky canopy Gu's defense, Fang Yuan would probably be unable to block it. The storm approached, but Fang Yuan showed a look of disdain. The thunderwings behind him instantly flapped, pulling a large distance away from this ice blade storm. Times were different now. If this was the past, his movement speed would be lower than this storm, but now the storm could no longer catch up to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he turned his direction in midair, and flew towards the valley. The ice blade storm chased him relentlessly. Don't come here, fuck off. Whether it was the Bai clan GU masters, or GUU clan, both were scolding and shouting. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, continuing his charge. The ice blade storm had an imposing aura as it continued to chase Fang Yuan while Bai Ningbing's laughter was heard from within. Don't think of getting any further. A Bai clan GU master blocked Fang Yuan's path. Fang Yuan's hand hooked, and from the ground a thick and long golden line jumped out and landed on his right arm, like a large sword. Buzz buzz buzz. The rampaging sound from the razors caused the Bai clan GU master's eyelids to shiver. Fang Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand as bloodlight shone in his left. He was using the blood moon GU but not shooting it. His body was covered in a white-colored armor, and thunderwings sparked behind his back. His black hair flew in the wind, and behind him there was a mountain-sized white storm. His presence was overwhelming with his eyes emitting sharp killing intent, as if he was charging through the desert, a general with 7 victories under his belt. Stomping all his enemies into minced meat, and chopping any opponents into broken bones. Ah, the Bai clan GU master felt an impossible pressure as veins popped on his forehead, and he suddenly shouted loudly, edging himself on. But as he shouted, seeing Fang Yuan was rushing towards himself without pause, he suddenly shut up and ran away. He was scared. The fear in his heart eroded his fighting spirit. Fang Yuan did not care about him, instead rushing over towards the Thunder Crown Wolf who was on the verge of dying. Winds blew as his charging was fearsome, and everywhere he went, GU masters avoided. The Thunder Crown Wolf forced itself to focus, turning its head towards Fang Yuan. Lightning gathered on its teeth. The myriad beast king's pride refused to let itself die so easily. Even through death will it retaliate. Fang Yuan was seemingly about to collide onto the Thunder Crown Wolf like a meteor hitting Earth, but at the last second he suddenly jerked his leg and rushed up into the sky, flying out of the valley at a steep angle. He had just flown out of the valley when an intense explosion occurred behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's cries fused with the sound of the Ice Blade Storm. A move like the Ice Blade Storm could be said to be Bai Ningbing's masterpiece, but it had weaknesses too. It could not be easily displayed or stopped. Of course, this storm knocking into the Thunder Crown Wolf was also due to Bai Ningbing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was heavily suppressed by the White Storm. It was already going to die, but now it could resist no further. Its armor was cut into pieces and blood and flesh flew all over the place, revealing its white skeleton, which was quickly minced into bone matter. Damn it. Seeing this, the GUU clan's side all swore. The Bai clan GU masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ningbing doing this, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies there would no longer be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ningbing did not mind it. Instead he rotated even faster, enjoying the feeling of devastating a myriad beast king. GU worms turned into rays of light one after another, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild GU worms had all resided in the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, using each other to work together and survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was dying, they were like crewmen on a ship, abandoning the sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them, quick, stop these Gu. The two clans shouted at once. The situation went into chaos again as clan elders attacked each other in attempt to hinder the other. The two clan leaders could not split themselves, thus finally, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement type Gu managed to fly out of the valley. The wild Gu worms ran everywhere and Fang Yuan focused and observed, trying to discern them. What a pity my Recon Gu is earth communication ear grass, it cannot increase my vision. There is definitely a healing type Gu on this Thunder Crown Wolf, but whether I can catch it or not, it's up to fate. This was betting purely on luck, but Fang Yuan had no choice. Recon type Gu worm, there were all sorts of them, but right now he only had the earth communication ear grass. His thunderwing spread and he rushed towards the closest Gu worm. This Gu's body was covered in a blue light, trying to fly far away. Fang Yuan rushed up, opening his hand and grabbing it. Whoosh, its body emitted an intense electric current and assaulted Fang Yuan. Thunderwings are formed by lightning, it has speed but is not flexible. Fang Yuan groaned as he used the sky canopy Gu to endure this attack. He could forcefully grab this Gu, but he wisely chose to give up. The ability of this Gu was already exposed, it was able to use electric currents to attack enemies, so this was obviously an attack type Gu, but Fang Yuan wanted a healing Gu instead. Fang Yuan gave up on it and approached another Gu worm. When he got close, he saw this Gu's appearance, a body that seemed to be made of light blue glass, flying in the air with a semicircle shell that had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield Gu, this was a defensive Gu, able to form a semicircle lightning shield. Fang Yuan gave up once again, looking around and finding his third target. But at this time, a white shadow came from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan sighed, knowing that Lady Luck was not on his side. He could only take the best alternative, reaching and grabbing towards the Thunder Shield Gu right next to him. Thunder Shield Gu created a lightning shield, its eerie blue lightning sparking as it tried to resist Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan sneered, releasing the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura. Suddenly the Thunder Shield Gu became tame like it died, dispersing its shield and falling towards the forest. Fang Yuan waved and grabbed it in his hand, releasing his primeval essence and instantly refining it. Stealth Scales Gu, ripples formed all over his body as he vanished on the spot. Fang Yuan, Bai Ning shouted, as his eyes shone with lightning. This is the rank 3 Lightning Eye Gu, using the power of lightning to break through stealth. But it did not have see-through vision. Fang Yuan noticed this, and although he was stealthed, he could also use the forest to conceal himself. Bai Ning's gaze swept through the environment and angrily growled as he had no findings. Fang Yuan found a hidden spot, instantly sitting down and activating the 2-seed flower, making it spit out primeval stones. Although he was rank 3, his aperture only had 42% primeval essence storage, and though he had the upper hand during the previous battle, it could not be sustained. Right now, his aperture only had a thin layer of primeval essence left, being around 3%. Gu Masters needed primeval essence to activate Gu worms. Without primeval essence, Gu Masters' battle strength would drop drastically. In fact, in extreme situations, they were even worse than mortals. The primeval stones continued to shrink, the natural essence injecting into Fang Yuan's body. The primeval C in his aperture started to rise gradually. Back then, when he was rank 1 or 2 and using the primeval stone to replenish his primeval essence, it was very noticeable. But now that he was rank 3, as the Gu Master's primeval essence quality is greatly improved, more primeval stones are required and a longer time is needed to replenish it. Sounds of Gu Masters battling continued to be heard. After 8 or 9 minutes, Fang Yuan replenished the primeval essence in his aperture back to the limit. He came out of his hiding spot, discovering that 5 clan elders had died. Among them, 3 were from Gu Yue clan, 2 from Bai clan. Each clan elder was the clan's asset. To think that so many were sacrificed this time. Gu Yue and the Bai clan leaders' battle was very intense. They were feeling heartache from their respective losses, thus getting more aggressive in their attacks. Other than this, there were 3 fighting groups surrounding the wild Gu worms. Ordinary Gu Masters do not have the Spring Autumn Cicadas help to capture wild Gu worms, thus it was troublesome. To catch the Gu worm, they cannot deal heavy blows. Instead, they need to gauge the strength they use. 8 to 9 Gu worms had flown out of the Thunder Crown Wolf. It was not certain how many Gu worms they had captured, but 3 still remained right now. The clan elders surrounded these 3 Gu worms, striking as they blocked the worms while facing obstruction from the other party. This caused the scene to be at a stalemate, neither side's able to gain anything. Water cage Gu, trap it. A Bai clan Gu master shouted, spitting out a water ball. The ball increased in size until it was over 2 meters, covering the Gu worm completely and trapping it inside. Bam! In the next moment, a golden moonblade flew towards the water ball cage and burst it open by force. The Gu worm flew away, escaping with its life. Seeing this Gu worm fly away, the Bai clan Gu master cursed. To think that a Gu worm at his mercy got away just like that. The Gu clan Gu masters were even more furious. These Gu worms were originally their battle rewards, but now that the Bai clan interfered, they could not gain anything. Bai clan scoundrels, shameless dogs, go to hell. Gu clan, you guys are finished. Our Bai clan will definitely rise up and stomp you all to the grounds. Both sides were furious, full of hatred and madness. They had battled till their eyes turned red, and only fighting remained in their minds. Fang Yuan saw the Gu worm fly away, thus he had no choice but to look at the other 2 groups. There was still a Gu worm at each of their encirclement. There might be a healing Gu worm, but it was unlikely. Fang Yuan knew that this world did not have things like a wish coming true, but even so he wanted to try. Just when he was about to rush up and attack, he heard a wolf's howl like a military horn, spreading out in rhythm, rising and falling in succession. Soon after, tons of lightning wolves rushed down like tide water. There was no lack to the sound of bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves, but the one that made everyone's expression change was the mountain-like giant wolf. Thunder Crown Wolf, there's a 4th Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders shouted as they could not keep their calm anymore. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 168 to 168, Lightning Lycan. 2029 words. Wolf packs were on the move, rushing in like the tide. The situation turned for the worst, and the two clan leaders and their elders' expressions changed. Although both clans managed to resist the wolf tide, it was through a dangerous battle and were Pyrrhic victories. Now that there is a new strong wolf tide, they had no way left to resist it. At once, both clans subconsciously stopped battling. The report said there were 3 Thunder Crown wolves, right? A clan elder screamed in panic. No, this Thunder Crown wolf has lots of injuries, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very large either. Gu Yue forced himself to remain calm and analyzed. Don't tell me, this is the Thunder Crown wolf that attacked the Shang village. A clan elder slapped his forehead as he shouted. This was very possible, and most likely the truth. The clan elders were feeling solemn as one said, the fact that they appeared here, doesn't that mean the Shang clan already? That goddamn Shang village, how can they be so useless? Not even able to resist a wave of wolf tide. Someone scolded, but some were optimistic. You see, this Thunder Crown wolf's forelegs are injured, the muscles have all shriveled. They followed the voice and observed, regaining some lost morale. It was true, this Thunder Crown wolf's hind legs were developed, but its forelegs were smaller, with shrunken muscles. This caused it to only use the back legs when running, jumping forward like a kangaroo. Wait, this doesn't seem like a Thunder Crown wolf. Bai clan leader suddenly thought of something, shivering. Lightning Lycan. Fang Yuan had an answer already. 5 tigers 1 lamasu, 3 hounds 1 molossus, 10 wolves 1 Lycan. The Lycan was also a type of wolf, but it was far smarter than a wolf by many times, and was usually the strategist of a wolf pack. The Lightning Lycan before them seemed like a Thunder Crown wolf in appearance, thus a Rakan Gu master's confusion is very common. But it was a true blue myriad beast king, and had intelligence no less than men. This Lightning Lycan, although inferior to an ordinary Thunder Crown wolf in terms of physical strength, had human intelligence and was far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown wolf. With a huge army of lightning wolves to command, it was no wonder that the Shang clan was exterminated by them. Go! Fang Yuan spread his wings and flew into the sky. These elders here had undergone long battles, and their battle strength was greatly eroded. They could not deal with the wolf packs, and more crucially, their misgivings towards each other made it hard for the two sides to work together. Fang Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there were still 2 wild GU worms flying around, he couldn't care less. He had to leave immediately, for any later and he might not have the chance. Knowing one's limits and being able to let go and give up, this is the #1 criteria to roam the world. Retreat, the wolf tide is huge, we cannot do anything to it. Get back to the village and plan our defenses. Even though the clan elders have not realized the Lightning Lycan's identity, they all had retreating thoughts. But at this time, the Lightning Lycan growled, opening its huge mouth. Its wolf fangs were sharp as a dagger, and in between, a black lump appeared out of nowhere, forming into a black ball in an instant. Pew! The black ball shot out, drawing a curved black trajectory in the air before smashing into the ground. It missed. This Thunder Crown wolf is finished, its aiming sucks. The clan elders shouted about, but Fang Yuan flew even faster. Bam! The black ball of mist exploded, and under that intense impact, the black mist spread all over the place. The speed was faster than the eye could see. In a short moment, it covered over 100 li 1 of radius. This is the rank 4 wolf smoke GU. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had made the most logical response at the first moment. But the black wolf smoke spread too fast, completely enveloping him. At once, he felt like he was standing in the middle of the night sky, seeing nothing but darkness. Everywhere was thick smoke, making breathing difficult, and was extremely uncomfortable. But thankfully he had the Thunderwings GU, so as long as he flew up, he could get out of the wolf smoke's range. Crack! In the next moment, a lightning bolt struck, splitting the thick black smoke apart like a thunder snake or a raging dragon, traveling over 100 li and assaulting Fang Yuan head-on. The Lightning Lycan attacked. The lightning was so fast a person could barely react to it. But at this crucial moment, Fang Yuan's battle instinct surpassed the speed of his thoughts, reacting in advance. Thunder Shield GU, Sky Canopy GU, a round lightning shield appeared in front of Fang Yuan, and on his body a white armor appeared as well. The raging lightning shone at an eye-piercing brightness like a heavenly dragon roaring, ramming onto the lightning shield. The shield lasted less than a second before it broke under the intense force of the lightning. The lightning landed on Fang Yuan. At that moment, even though he already shut his eyes, he still felt the light piercing through his pupils. An intense force assaulted him, causing him to fall. He was about to faint as the electric currents moved, paralyzing his muscles, almost causing him to forget to breathe. Plop! He landed on the ground. He finally only managed to regain consciousness after intense pain surged through him like waves. He endured the intense pain and numbness, and tried to get up. The Thunder Shield GU was already dead, while the Thunderwings GU was hit and barely held onto life. It was impossible to use anymore. The Sky Canopy GU was injured heavily too, looking rather dispirited. After all, it was hit by such a strong electric current. The Lightning Lycan's attack emitted a rank 4 GU worm's full power. The more a GU worm advances, the bigger the difference between realms. For the attack of a rank 4 GU worm, at least 2 rank 3 GU would be needed to defend against it. However, the Lightning Shield GU died because the previous battle had already caused it to sustain many injuries. To think that this Lightning Lycan thought so highly of me, Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, observing the surroundings. His surroundings were dark, full of thick smoke. Fang Yuan was unable to tell directions. Be careful, that Thunder Crown wolf became smaller. It is now as small as a normal lightning wolf and is hiding among the pack, a clan elder shouted at this time from the smoke. Fang Yuan heard it and his iris shrunk. This Lightning Lycan was too crafty, and very sinister. It probably wanted to eliminate all these GU masters, and when it attacked Fang Yuan, it showed that it did not want to let a single one of them off. The surroundings quickly shone with countless wolf eyes. The sounds of their growls and the sound of the wind from wolf packs running about were all heard by Fang Yuan. Under such a dark environment, the GU master's vision is greatly obstructed. But the wolf packs were unaffected, because they had given up on smell and gained excellent vision. I have to get out of here quickly. Who knows if I will encounter that Lightning Lycan? Even if I do not meet it now, just being surrounded by the wolf packs when I only have 40% primeval essence, it is insufficient to sustain my expenditure. Fang Yuan quickly considered in his heart, then he activated the earth communication ear grass. Over 10 roots grew out from his ear and extended outside. Many voices were heard. There were wolf cries, battle noises, clan elders' frantic growling and lightning wolves' sad cries when dying. Too confusing. The earth communication ear grass range was huge, but it could not discern small details. Fang Yuan frowned, only listening to a direction with less noises. But quickly he encountered a pack of over 100 wolves. Lightning wolves ran from the black smoke, each ferocious as ever. Fang Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and activated the sky canopy Gu. The razors rotated violently and the centipede was like a large sword, cutting through the black smoke and landing on the wolves' bodies, causing a rain of blood and bones. Fang Yuan attacked like a boat trying to row uphill, eliminating his obstacles. Numerous lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But then the second, third, they continued to assault him. This lightning Lycan is too sinister and diabolic, actually making the lightning wolves surround us from the back. Fang Yuan had been moving in one direction, and after rushing for a while, he realized the truth at once after he kept encountering lightning wolves. He battled as he retreated. After a while, he was bathed in blood. The pressure was too large, the surroundings were covered in darkness, he was unable to see anything. Wolf packs rushed in from all directions, and it was difficult for him to deal with it alone. Gu Yue, what do you say? At this time, the Bai clan leader said from within the dark smoke. Alright, let's work together and get out of this first. Gu Yue shouted, quickly replying. This was the forced circumstance of the situation, only through cooperation can they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, by fighting alone, they would soon expend all their primeval essence on the lightning wolves and be turned into food. That would surely be a bad ending. Howl, fuck. In the next moment, with a wolf's cry, an intense explosion was heard and the two clan leaders shouted, no longer able to organize the clan elders. Evidently, the lightning Lycan came out and did a sneak attack. It had a man's intelligence after all. Once it attacked, it was able to interfere with the two clan leaders' plan, and ruined the flow of the clan elders' resistance. Without the two clan leaders to suppress the scene, how can the clan elders work sincerely together? This was a huge question. I'm unable to go on. My primeval essence expenditure is too high, I need to borrow strength from others. After killing for a while, Fang Yuan felt exhaustion. He had the strength of 2 boars, but now he felt extremely sore all over. His primeval essence was no longer enough. He had injuries all over him, but he was forced to stop using the sky canopy Gu. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, its razors already in bad shape. In a short period of time, it had killed up to 1,000 wolves, and within that number, there were bold lightning wolves as well. A few of them were harder than steel, because they had a defensive Gu. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invulnerable, and without razors, its attack strength would be greatly reduced, quickly becoming useless. Fang Yuan did not prolong any battles, he quickly moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication eargrass to analyze the situation. Once he heard a frenzy lightning wolf's footsteps, he would change directions and try to avoid them. The frenzy lightning wolf was a 1,000-beast king, he could not fight it alone. Once he was pulled into battle, he would fall into encirclement, and that would be a dead end. I'm not satisfied. From the thick smoke, a clan elder cried as his voice came to an end. From the black smoke, the wolf packs attacked, and many clan elders died by the wolf's mouths, growling in helplessness and indignance. I can't hold on much longer either. Fang Yuan felt the aura of death, but he was still calm. The more dangerous it is, the calmer his mind. His heart did not waver at all. In his previous life, he had been in worse situations. The situation right now was still not that bad. With the two clan leaders fighting the Lightning Lycan, Fang Yuan still had a chance. Oh, fighting sounds ahead. Fang Yuan heard the noise and changed his direction. He was at his limits, so no matter if it was the Gu Yue clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, they were useful to him either way. Kill, kill, kill. Far away, he heard this Gu master screaming, battling relentlessly. Fang Yuan sprinted over, and suddenly came to a stop. Buy Ning Bing, share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 169 to 169, Finding a Path. 2,105 words. Bai Ningbing's body was laden with injuries. He was breathing raggedly and looked like a mess. When Fang Yuan got there, both were stunned. Fate was indeed a mysterious thing. Just not long ago, they were still mortal enemies, wanting to kill each other. But in this moment, they had to work together for the chance to survive. Working together with Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's eyes shone like the abyss, evaluating, although Bai Ningbing is batshit crazy, along with the fact that he also recognized his own fate, that does not mean he gave up on living. A will to live was a person's natural instinct, the most basic requirement of all. The truth is, because of Bai Ningbing's intense will to live and because he was facing an unavoidable path of destruction, he developed such a personality. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Working together with Bai Ningbing was the best solution. But how can he ask it in a way that can convince him? Fang Yuan, to think it's actually you. Bai Ningbing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone becoming aggressive, then die together with me. With you dying alongside me, it shall be an interesting end to my life. Interesting, Fang Yuan had a thought. Smiling lightly, he approached Bai Ningbing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked, but Fang Yuan shrugged his hand, the chainsaw centipede swinging and killing 3 lightning wolves on the spot, sending them flying. Up till now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of razors were already greatly damaged. Its cutting strength was greatly diminished. It could only be used as a blunt object. Under the pressure of these wolves, let's have an intense life and death battle, isn't that more fun? Fang Yuan got closer to Bai Ningbing, his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids trembled, he did not expect Fang Yuan to be a greater maniac than him. But this was in tandem with his wish. If Fang Yuan's attitude had gone softer, and in order to survive Fang Yuan wanted to work together and escape, he would instead look down on Fang Yuan, even feeling humiliated and wanting to kill Fang Yuan himself. In this world, some people are like this. If you be kind to them, they will feel that you are easy to bully, and look down on you. By having a strong attitude towards them, you can gain respect instead. You really want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Bai Ningbing squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his steps slow as he spoke in an old and experienced tone. Humans only live for 100 years, it is as unreal as a dream that ends in an instant. What is the point of a person living in this world? No more than just being on a journey, and witnessing interesting things. Although I do not want to die, I do not fear death. I am already on my right path, I have no regrets even if I die. This was Fang Yuan's true feelings. Since the start of time itself, who could live forever? Even if it was a rank 9 GU master. Or even Renzu himself who could only live longer, but not forever. They eventually face destruction, so be it if one dies, what's the big deal? Even if in the next moment, Fang Yuan dies in this wolf tide, he would have no regrets. Because he had already worked hard for his goals. He had given it his all, and lived all according to his will. Being able to look beyond life and death. Only then can one live unrestrained, only then can life have true freedom. Bai Ningbing heard this, and his entire body shuddered. He kept saying he was not afraid to die, but he was still never free and at ease. Because he could not see beyond death, and was unable to let go of this life. When a person fears, he becomes a slave. Bai Ningbing himself was just a slave to life and death. However, this was not his fault, since he was still way too young. Many things needed to be experienced by themselves, only then can one gain enlightenment. But now, Fang Yuan's words gave him a new path, to go beyond the truth that he is struggling with. Witnessing interesting things, already on your path, no regrets even if you die. Bai Ningbing muttered, then suddenly asked, path, what's a path? Fang Yuan laughed coldly, getting closer, everyone has their own paths, I don't have to tell you mine, and how would I know yours? In this world, many people do not have a path through their entire lifetime, while some walked on their path constantly struggling, trying to find the sanctuary within the darkness. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes suddenly shone with a blinding light. Path, that's right, I must find my path. In this moment, the excitement in his heart was impossible to be understood by others. He was like a man, bitterly searching for a girl but to no avail, yet one day he finds the correct method. Or like a treasure hunter, blocked at the last puzzle for a long time, but one day he finds the method to solve the puzzle. Or like a difficult question, thinking for years without an answer, but suddenly finding the method to solve it. Bai Ningbing had no path and couldn't find the meaning of his life, thus he felt lost. Fang Yuan cannot solve his feeling of being lost, but from the sidelines he can give him hope. Giving him a consolation to face death, as long as you are on your path, even if you die there are no regrets. Thus, death is no longer so scary. I feel that I am about to find my own path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists, his expression becoming extremely excited. He looked towards Fang Yuan, saying meaningfully, I finally understand our difference. You are on your own path, but I am still trying to find mine. He suddenly laughed, his expression turning crazy. Fang Yuan, if you want to fight, I'm all for it. But not now, let's work together. I have the lightning IGU, but my vision is obstructed, only able to see 30 steps ahead. Once we escape from here, let's have a battle another day. Being able to work together with my mortal enemy, don't you find that more interesting, more fun? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking for you to believe me. You can choose to trust me, or not. You can entrust your back to me, or you can strike at any time, and sneak an attack on me. It all depends on your mood. Bai Ningbing shrugged as he smiled, showing an inborn nonchalance. The thick smoke was all over, and their surroundings were lit with wolf cries. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he considered Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Convincing a person is very difficult, yet very simple. The important thing is accurately understanding their thoughts. Alright, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and caressed the chainsaw golden centipede's armor, raising his head, but be on guard for my sneak attack anytime. Bai Ningbing's mouth curled, smiling very deviously. A wave of air blew as the black smoke dispersed, and the broken arm sleeve swayed in the wind. In the thick smoke, to decide the direction, it was difficult. The more narrow their vision, the more easy it is to get lost. Bai Ningbing had the lightning IGU and could see up to 50 steps ahead. But now, it was restricted by the thick smoke, so he could see less than 30 steps ahead. However, this was already much better than Fang Yuan's normal vision. While Bai Ningbing had the lightning IGU, he could not see the entire topography and had no clear understanding of the situation. He could only see what was ahead of him, and at times he even ran into a wolf pack and got surrounded by them. Fang Yuan on the other hand, had the earth communication ear grass. The smoke reduced vision, but could not block sound from being transmitted. The surroundings were noisy, and the earth communication ear grass could hear up to 200 steps away, but Fang Yuan could only move according to the noise. His vision was too narrow, only able to see a tree or a rock right in front of him. Without anything to compare to, he could not discern his direction. Cooperation, Bai Ningbing's lightning IGU, together with Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two GU together, complementing each other, caused the situation to be easier. This is the southern side. Going this direction, we'll get to the GUU village. Bai Ningbing's eyes glowed with lightning as he said, no, there's too many wolf packs there, we have to take a roundabout route. Fang Yuan's right ears had roots flying around. Then we'll go around the southeast direction, how about that? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fang Yuan squatted down, extending the roots into the soil and listening attentively. During that period, the lightning wolves that rushed up were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan listened for a while, before standing up. There's an opening in the southeast direction, but we have to hurry, the opening is going to be filled. Let's charge then, Bai Ningbing said, but did not move immediately. He still had some guard against Fang Yuan. He did not dare to attack ahead and reveal his back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, he was also full of qualms towards Bai Ningbing. Eventually, the two killed their way through shoulder to shoulder, with a distance of 5 steps between them. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to kill them. But relying on the lightning IGU and earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could avoid strong enemies and continue to roam, finding an opportunity to break through. The advantage of having information was unveiled here. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan, if alone, they would be trapped by numerous wolves. But now that they worked together, they could control the initiative and started to have an easy time. After charging for a while, the path ahead of them was suddenly clear, and the bright sunlight caused both of them to squint. We're out, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Fang Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black veil behind him, as if a black pot had covered the entire mountain. The intense smoke continued to emit sounds of explosions and screams. Evidently the two clan leaders were still fighting the Lightning Lycan. To think that working with you is actually quite pleasant. Bai Ningbing turned his body, smiling lightly. I feel the same way too. Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. But in the very next moment, both of their eyes shone sharply. Ice Blade GU, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The long ice blade cut through the air with a cold light. The thick golden centipede attacked head-on and carried the howling of the wind. Bam! Both sides collided. The ice blade cut a wound on the golden centipede's body, but broke right after. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing both took a step back, both of their eyes emitting intense killing intent. Their temporary cooperation could not change their enemy status. Fang Yuan's black hair danced in the wind, while Bai Ningbing's white shirt swayed. Both had too much in common. Precisely why they became natural enemies. Black iris against blue orbs, almost creating sparks in the air. Both of their killing intent slowly dispersed. HMPH, this is but a dying man. Even without me interfering, heaven will take his life. What's most important now isn't Bai Ningbing but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning Lycan attacks Gu village, it's most likely game over. I have to strike before that. While I have the chance, Fang Yuan analyzed, his eyes narrowing. Bai Ningbing's eyes became even brighter, muttering, path, no regrets, that's right, even Ren Zhu has to die. Humans live and die, so as long as I can live an interesting life, what harm is there even if I die? Thinking so, his eyes glowed with an intense brilliance. Ha ha ha, I finally found my path, and that is to witness this world's brilliance. Fang Yuan, we will battle another day. I hope that by then, your death can bring some light into my life. Saying so, he leapt backwards continuously. After pulling apart some distance, he turned around, leaving. Although he was in a mess, his body full of injuries and his face covered in soot, with only one arm left, but his back was straight like a sword, he was no longer lost. He had found his path. In other words, he had truly become himself. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 170 to 170. Can the blood of incorruptible justice be cold? 2,324 words. Fang Yuan watched Bai Ningbing's figure walk until he was far away. Witness this world's brilliance. His two black pupils flashed with an imposing light. The Bai Ningbing who was no longer bewildered was more dangerous than before. Life and death no longer bothered him, and the closer he was to death, the more he would display the incomparable grace of the northern dark ice soul physique. However, wanting to fight me later, hey. Fang Yuan suddenly chuckled, you are bound to be disappointed. The instant he came out of that thick smoke, Fang Yuan had decided to leave Qing Mao Mountain. It would be interesting to fight with Bai Ningbing, but it was of no benefits to him. Bai Ningbing had set the definition of brilliance on Fang Yuan, and that was because he was young and his view of the world was limited to Qing Mao Mountain. Fang Yuan, however, was different. In his grand plan since his rebirth, Qing Mao Mountain was only a starting point. As long as the heart possessed great ambitions, one was bound to be broad-minded, not being constrained by small details with others. It's time to leave. The Lightning Lycan is more cunning and more difficult to handle than the Thunder Crown Wolf. Just with Bai Clan or Gu Clan's current strength, it will be difficult to withstand its attacks. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide, or maybe if the two clans ally. Bai Clan and Gu Clan had deep grudges against each other, they would ally if the situation came to that point, but the alliance wouldn't be sincere. Fang Yuan wasn't optimistic about this prospect. Qing Mao Mountain's state will be determined by this battle. If the two clan leaders are both killed by the Lightning Lycan, Qing Mao Mountain will become the Lightning Wolf's territory. If one clan leader survives, then with the alliance, the other clan will only become cannon fodder. If the Lightning Lycan is killed, the two clans will definitely have to rehabilitate due to the severe casualties. The clan will tidy up its internal affairs and I will be investigated. Fang Yuan could clearly see the changes that could occur through this. This is the world of Gu, and in here an individual's strength can rule over the group. Thus, the higher the cultivation of a Gu master, the more power he has to turn the tide. No matter the Bai Clan or Gu clan or the Lightning Wolf packs, as long as another rank 4 expert appears among any of them, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. However, no matter the situation, they were all disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It is time to leave. Although I still lack the ideal healing Gu, how can one have everything he wishes for? After returning to the village, I will take the Heavenly Essence Lotus and then take out a healing Gu from the clan storage before leaving immediately. Fang Yuan gave one last look behind him. The sound of intense explosions were still coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, rushing towards the Gu village. With his status as an elder, he could forcefully open the clan storage and take out primeval stones as well as Gu worms. There was unrest all around, people were frightened, it was the best time to take advantage of the situation. If this chance was let go, no matter what the battle outcome is, the general situation would be set, making it difficult to take advantage. Thunderwing's Gu couldn't be used for the moment, so Fang Yuan could only run quickly through the forest. The wolf tide had ravaged everything in its path, making the once dangerous pathways peaceful and safe. Soon, Fang Yuan was able to see the Gu village in the horizon. Who are you? Fang Yuan swiftly stopped. Two strangers had appeared in front of him. These two were both wearing Gu master's clothing. One was an elderly man. He was tall and his back was ramrod straight, giving a sense of being as steady as a mountain and as profound as a deep pool. The most eye-catching part was the copper mask that he was wearing on his face. The mask was of a plain design and gave an antique feeling. There were 3 openings on it, revealing the wearer's eyes and mouth. His eyes showed the vicissitudes of life and revealed a grand and righteous aura. His lips were pursed up, the contour in between as sharp as a blade, hinting at this man's firm willpower. The mask didn't cover his ears, exposing his graying temple hairs and revealing that this man should be of an older age. The one next to the man was a youth with eyebrows that were as upright as a sword, and eyes that were bright and shining, periodically sending out sharp glances that looked like an eagle or a tiger's. Looking at this appearance, the youth's age should be similar to Fang Yuan. However, this person's belt had a silver plate on it, carved with the character 3. So young and already a rank 3 Gu master, this showed amazing talent and cultivation. This was a young genius. However, Fang Yuan's gaze only paused a moment on this youth, before turning towards the senior. This youth had a slight dark complexion with similarly pursing lips, the entire body releasing a sharp and professional aura, definitely not someone to be underestimated. But the slightly bulging chest area along with the structure of the limbs and throat allowed Fang Yuan to instantly see through her identity as a girl. Fang Yuan would never look down on women, but compared to this heroic girl, the identity of the middle-aged man beside her would shock anyone. Tai Shui Lang. Fang Yuan's mind jolted, he inwardly recalled the identity of this middle-aged man. The man was wearing a copper mask, and the square amethyst plate on his belt was carved with the character 5. He was the rank 5 GU master, enforcer of the law, a great detective, the #1 investigator of the southern border, divine investigator Tai Shui Lang. He was impartial and merciless in upholding justice. Many demonic path cultivators had been arrested by him and many vile characters beheaded. He was the model example of the righteous path, and had made a very high reputation for himself by solving countless cases as he traveled throughout the southern border. Little brother, please wait. Tai Shui Lang cupped his hands to Fang Yuan. He had already made a name for himself for a long time and was also a rank 5 GU master, but his attitude was polite and amiable. Seeing little brother's state of injuries and hurried appearance, did your esteemed clan leader and elders encounter trouble? He asked. Fang Yuan automatically changed his expression to that of anxiety and astonishment, while mixed within them were doubts and fear. Who are you guys? How do you know this? Right, we were chasing after a Thunder Crown Wolf but we ran into trouble by encountering a Lightning Lycan. I am hurrying back to request reinforcements. I am Tai Shui Lang, I am an ally, not your enemy. I just came from Gu village. Little brother, you don't need to return for reinforcements, the beast type concerns all humans and we need to join hands to face it. This Tai shall contribute all he can. Tai Shui Lang immediately took this task upon himself. Damn it, to think that I, Gu Bo, will die here today. HMPH, even if we die, we can't let this Lightning Lycan get off so easily. Gu clan leader and Bai clan leader were full of injuries and had almost exhausted their primeval essence. Right now, they could sense the grim aura of death. The thick smoke had already dispersed. All the elders had died, and only these two clan leaders were left. The Lightning Lycan also didn't fare well. Its body had some deep wounds from which one could see its bones. It bared its teeth and retreated to the back of the Lightning Wolf packs, its eyes flashing with a sly look as it retreated from fighting in the front lines. Come, you coward, the Bai clan leader furiously roared. However, the Lightning Lycan kept on retreating backwards and then let out a howl, commanding the ordinary Lightning Wolves to charge towards these two rank 4 GU masters. Cunning bastard, Gu Bo and Bai clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had prepared to make a strong counterattack before dying, but the Lightning Lycan had a wisdom that didn't lose out to humans and wasn't fooled. My life is over. Damn this, we are going to die in these ordinary Lightning Wolves' mouths. Just when these two clan leaders were becoming extremely distraught, a voice suddenly arrived from a distance. Two leaders, hang in there for a moment. The voice echoed through the mountain forests. The two clan leaders' bodies jolted and they immediately turned to look, noticing a tall figure rushing towards them. The figure repeatedly flashed, freely moving through the wolf packs. After a few moments, the figure stood beside the two clan leaders. You are, the two clan leaders asked at the same time. My name is Tai Shui Lang. Gasp, the Bai clan leader drew in a long breath in shock. He was surprised, joyous and also puzzled. Why was Tai Shui Lang here? Gu Bo, on the other hand, was aware of the reason as he joyfully said, so it is divine investigator Tai. Just as he said this, the wolf packs charged in. A bunch of foul creatures. Tai Shui Lang's tongue seemed to burst with thunder, and with a low shout he willed a Gu in his aperture. Boom, a formless aura suddenly erupted, radiating and engulfing everything. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the heaven itself as it overlooked the world and saw through everything. Righteous Gu, only a Gu master who had a righteous heart could use it. The righteous aura could weaken vile creatures. Within its range, the lower the willpower of his enemies, the more the weakening effect. Tai Shui Lang had once used this Gu to make a rank 4 Gu master lose his fighting strength and surrender completely. This was the supreme art of subduing enemy without fighting. Howl howl, the Lightning Wolves' momentum stopped. Their limbs were trembling under the pressure of this aura, and they didn't dare to move forward. Hoo, the Lightning Lycan gave out a battle cry from the back, trying to command these Lightning Wolf packs. Such nerve, Tai Shui Lang glared and suddenly stretched out his right hand, making a grabbing motion towards the Lightning Lycan. Rumble, ripples spread in the sky, and an enormous black iron hand tore the sky apart and grabbed towards the Lightning Lycan. Rank 5 Iron Fist grappling Gu. The Lightning Lycan was cunning, but it lacked bravery. In addition to that, its body was riddled with wounds so it didn't dare to resist this move head-on, and instead quickly dodged. However, this black iron hand had firmly locked onto the Lightning Lycan, and it kept on chasing. The Lightning Lycan wasn't able to escape from it. Its vicious personality was stimulated, it gave a loud roar and fiercely collided against the black iron hand. The enormous hand shattered but the Lightning Lycan received serious injuries. Almost all its bones were on the verge of shattering. It let out miserable whimpers but didn't dare to fight Tai Shui Lang again. Finally, it resentfully looked at Tai Shui Lang and the two clan leaders, before it tucked its tails and ran away. It is about to escape. Quick, stop it, the two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Shui Lang stood on the spot and didn't move. Divine investigator, please finish it, Gu Bo cupped his hands and implored. Tai Shui Lang slightly shook his head. At this time, Fang Yuan and the young girl finally arrived. They had seen how the Lightning Lycan had been forced away by the iron hand. Dad, why did you do that? You were injured. The young girl quickly approached Tai Shui Lang and stamped her feet in anger. Her approaching tone was full of concern. Ruonan, this Lightning Lycan is very cunning. Chasing it away by force is the best way to deal with it. Tai Shui Lang spoke, when suddenly his body slightly trembled. Puff, he spurted out blood from his mouth. There was a strange, gloomy greenish color in his blood, and as the blood fell on the ground, it immediately corroded a patch of green grass, letting out an unpleasant smoke. Clearly, he had suffered serious injuries. Dad, are you okay? The young girl, Tai Ruonan quickly lifted her hands and tried healing Tai Shui Lang. No need to make a fuss about it, you know of my injuries, I will feel a lot better after letting out some blood. Tai Shui Lang laughed and waved his hands, refusing the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders who had been feeling resentment just before, immediately felt embarrassed. Divine investigator is selfless, you helped us even though you were suffering from serious injuries. We will deeply remember this favor. I have heard of Tai Shui Lang's great name, and today I can see that it is fully justified and worthy of admiration. We thank Divine Investigator for saving us. The two clan leaders cupped their hands one after another and expressed their thanks. Lord Divine Investigator, please honor my Bai village with your presence. This gratitude of saving my life, I will do my best to repay. The Bai clan leader said. How could Gu Bo just watch as the Bai village tried to bring Tai Shui Lang away? He knew why Tai Shui Lang was here, and gave a proud smile. I know that Lord Divine Investigator is here due to Jia Fu's request and has come to investigate that murder case. Our Gu clan will do our best to cooperate. Bai clan leader's expression changed when he heard this. Tai Shuileng said, it is so. However, the one in charge of this investigation won't be me, but my daughter Tai Ruonan. Immediately, everyone present turned to look at the young girl. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 171 to 171. Inbred demonic nature. 2060 words. What, father, you want me to solve the case? The girl pointed to herself, her face in utter shock. Why, are you unwilling? Tai Shuileng smiled gently. No, of course I'm willing. Tai Ruonan finally reacted, jumping in joy. Tai Shuileng nodded, sighing in a complex tone, you aspire to walk the same path as me. These few years where you were by my side, you have been greatly influenced by me and learned much. An eagle can only learn to fly by itself, only then can it truly grow up. Your father is old already, my injuries cannot be cured. I cannot continue being with you as you live your life, and as the newer generations replace the old, what happens next is up to you. Father, don't give up yet, isn't there still hope for treatment? The young girl's voice trembled as she choked back tears. You and I both know that the chances are infinitely slim. People have to learn to face facts. Ruonan, Tai Shuileng laughed, then turned towards Gu Yue. Don't worry Gu Yue clan leader, this daughter of mine has learned at least 80% of my abilities. With my guidance along the way, she will not let your clan suffer any injustice. Of course. Gu Yue quickly cupped his fist. Young heroines are on par with males. Such an elegant disposition in the child of a hero, there is no reason for me to worry. Please come to the village and let us feast upon your arrival. The dishes filled the entire table, with the fragrance overwhelming the surroundings. Clear wine was poured out from the wine jar in a straight line into Tai Shuileng's cup. The wolf tide was just over, and Gu Yue village was in its toughest period. Large amounts of resources had been expended, causing a food shortage and lack of commodities. Many mortals would starve to death. But even so, to welcome Tai Shuileng, Gu Yue clan still assembled this banquet. As the clan leader, Gu Yue sat at the clan head seat, while Tai Shuileng and Tai Ruonan were beside him. Other than that, Gu Yue Kai Zhang, Gu Yue Zheyan, Gu Yue Mo Chen, Gu Yue Yaoji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others, all being elders, were present. Before the wolf tide, Gu Yue clan had over a dozen clan elders. But now, only one table remained, and there were less than 10 elders. Moreover, the clan elders present were all injured to varying degrees. Especially in the case of Gu Yue Mo Chen, 2 weeks ago when he resisted the wolf tide, he was heavily injured and had been hiding in his private room to recuperate. He was resting in bed, but when he heard about the arrival of Tai Shuileng, he forced his body up and attended this banquet. But this also let him escape the crisis, while his old rival Gu Yue Kai Lian had followed the clan leader in assaulting the Thunder Crown Wolf and was killed by the Lightning Lycan. If not for Brother Tai's help today, I might have become the Lightning Lycan's lunch already. For saving my life, I toast Brother Tai this cup. Gu Yue stood up, holding the cup with both hands and bending his back, sincerely offering his gratitude. I was only doing what I could. Tai Shuileng raised his cup, drinking the wine in one go. He had a vigilant and strict lifestyle, refusing to gamble or find prostitutes, standing by his morals and never went greedy on drinking. He had thus never been drunk. After drinking this cup, Gu Yue looked at the people in the banquet, his eyes turning red, sighing and sitting down. Tai Shuileng had seen such situations many times, and he consoled, Gu Yue clan leader, my condolences. As long as your clansmen still exist, the village will definitely thrive again one day. That Lightning Lycan was heavily injured as well, and the lightning wolves have greatly been damaged, they will not attack for the next few years. This wolf tide has been safely endured. The wolf tide's harshest period is indeed over. For the next few months, although lightning wolves will still appear, their quantity will continue to decrease, and no large groups will be formed. The wolf packs no longer have the ability to directly charge at the village. The Lightning Lycan will return to the wolf den and recuperate there, while slowly organizing the remaining wolves. Many wolves will be recalled, and many lightning wolves would die, causing the wolf pack's need for food to decrease drastically. The wolf packs would become self-sufficient, and in the next few years, they would gradually get stronger, during which new 100 beast kings, bold lightning wolves, 1,000 beast kings, frenzy lightning wolves, and myriad beast kings, thunder crown wolves would appear. At its peak, it begins to weaken, and at its weakest, it begins to prosper. Regardless of humans or wolves, they follow such a law. But although Tai Shuileng's words were right, humans are not grass or trees, they have feelings. The Gu Yue clan leader understood this fact much better than Tai Shuileng, but the misery and pain in his heart was unavoidable. The sacrifice was too big. Just the higher-up clan elders were already gone by at least half. As for the rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters, they had an even larger amount of casualties. The entire Gu Yue village's strength had fallen to rock bottom, and could no longer endure any more disasters. Why is it that you guys do not counterattack, and go wreck their den? On one side, Tai Ruonan could not understand and asked in confusion. That is because inside the wolf den, there are over dozens of groups of thunder gas worms, amounting to over 1 million of them in total. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to cause any damage to them, unless all 3 clans work together, Gu Yue Yaoji explained. Saying so, she suddenly snorted, staring at Fang Yuan, but this possibility is too small. Even within our clan, there are clan elders shrinking in fear, and during the wolf tide's attack, God knows where they were hiding. Saying so, all the other clan elders turned their vision towards Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan was inside the rock-cracked secret cave exploring the flower wine monk's inheritance, causing him to miss the huge battle in resisting the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was being crafty and evasive, as well as being timid and fearing death. Thus, the clan elders' expression towards Fang Yuan were all full of unhappiness, disdain, and some hidden anger. Even Gu Yue's expression was looking ugly. As the clan leader, he was most revolted by people like Fang Yuan, doing things according to their own will, mysterious and having their own little schemes. He could not feel safe with such a person around. The atmosphere at the banquet immediately transformed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change, following everyone's gaze and looking towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's young appearance had attracted the attention of Tai Ruonan, who was the same age as him. Fang Yuan drank his wine calmly. Even though everyone's gaze was on him, he acted as if he felt nothing. His expression was calm, as he already had anticipated such a situation of people finding problems with him. Things are getting troublesome, he sighed in his heart. Although worried, he was not frightened. Tai Shuilang's appearance had heavily destroyed his plans to leave. If he took the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and destroyed the foundation of the Gu Yue village, this would cause the Tai father and daughter to arrest him. The name of Divine Investigator is not just a myth. With his abilities and strength, as long as Tai Shuilang commences his chase, there is no possibility of failing. Even if he does not take the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his mysterious disappearance would cause the clan to investigate. As it involves Jia Jinsheng's death, even the Tai father and daughter would get involved. If he left without notice, in their eyes it would be a thief trying to escape, running from his crimes. With no choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although everyone reprimanded him, the situation now was still not at its worst. If he left right now, that would be a panicky move, and it would cause the entire situation to worsen. Is the wine nice? Ji Yu Yaoji laughed sinisterly, staring at Fang Yuan. Aren't you going to explain? Fang Yuan slowly put down his cup, raising his head and looking at Ji Yu Yaoji's broken arm. The old are the most cunning, this is extremely true. To preserve her life, Ji Yu Yaoji broke her own arm, and under the name of being injured, she avoided the clan mission of entering the battlefield. This happened in Fang Yuan's previous life as well, but to think she did the same thing once again. Her act of sacrificing one limb to save her life was indeed effective. It prevented her from getting killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf and not participating in the chase, thus keeping herself alive. However, right now she was finding problems with Fang Yuan. One aspect was due to old grudges, but mostly was because she wanted to bring the attention to Fang Yuan and reduce people's attention on herself. What do you want me to explain? Explain how you broke your own limb just to preserve your miserable life. Fang Yuan sneered. What? Ji Yu Yaoji was shocked and enraged, standing up from her seat. She stared with both eyes wide open, pointing at Fang Yuan's nose, shrilling, "You little rascal. How dare you accuse me like this? This is blatant defamation, slander. How can you be so shameless? How can our Ji Yu clan have such a joke like you?" Ji Yu Yaoji. Ji Yu Bo's expression changed, shouting, "Sit down at once, we have an important guest here, how can you scream and shout freely like this?" Ji Yu Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but on seeing Ji Yu Bo's dim expression, she could only swallow the words she was about to spit out. She stared angrily at Fang Yuan, sitting down reluctantly. Ji Yu Bo settled Yaoji's problem, then turned to look at Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, I need an explanation. During the attack of the wolf tide, where were you?" "Fang Yuan, he's Fang Yuan." Tai Shuilang's eyes shone with surprise. In Jia Jinsheng's mysterious disappearance, Fang Yuan had played an important role. Before coming here, Tai Shuilang had already gotten much intel from Jia Fu. But to think that this young elder was Fang Yuan himself. At once, Tai Shuilang's heart became interested. He had solved numerous cases and could see the peculiarity from all the traces of evidence to guess the actual fact. From everyone's expression, he could tell the truth behind Fang Yuan's sudden evasion from battle. But the truth that everyone knew was only scratching the surface. What is the utter reality? Regardless of what the truth is, Fang Yuan's answer would reveal a fragment of his inner thought. That would be very helpful in solving the case later. Sensing Tai Shuilang's attention on him, Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression remained the same. He looked at everyone plainly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. There's not much to explain. Since Clan Elder asked, I'll just say it out. I was extremely frightened back then. The stress accumulated during this extensive period, as well as my fear of death that had reached its limits. I could not endure it. I was cowardly and weak. I hid in a corner and no longer dared to enter the front lines. Once he said so, everyone was dumbfounded. They had expected Fang Yuan to use all sorts of excuses and reasons, and were prepared to expose his lies and criticize Fang Yuan. But to think he admitted it directly. Any kind of lie, as long as it is not true, will have loopholes. Furthermore, Tai Shuilang is here. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, looking down and staring at the wine in his cup. Tai Shuilang's expression turned weird. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of loathing and antipathy rose in his heart. This young man, he has an inbred demonic nature. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 172 to 172. No one more suited than Fang Yuan. 2057 words. At the banquet, it was utter silence. Everyone was stunned, staring at Fang Yuan blankly. They had not expected him to reply like this, directly admitting it so honestly. He's too young after all, actually saying such words. HMPH, once he said that, it means his entire political career is ruined. From now on, this Fang Yuan is no threat anymore. The clan elders furiously assessed. At this point into the wolf tide, the outcome had already been decided. In the next few months, there will only be small wolf packs moving about. As the Lightning Lycan continues to call them back, as well as the GU masters killing them, the lightning wolves would basically vanish completely by the end of the year. But conflicts never end. At places with people, there are interests. And where there are interests involved, there are conflicts. During the wolf tide, it is the struggle between man and wolf. But now that the toughest part of the wolf tide is over, the clan's internal struggles surface above the water, turning into internal strifes. The wolf tide assaulting the village caused many GU masters to die. Some factions were destroyed, and the interests they once held, naturally has to be distributed. Among the GU clan higher-ups, there were originally many clan elders to divide the interest cake of the entire village. But now that only Fang Yuan and the other elders amounting to less than 10 remained, that cake was still whole and intact. To split this large cake among themselves, they would have to compete against one another. Political battles, although not as flashy or bloody as the wolf tide, was full of schemes, plotting and setting traps. It was difficult and harsh. At first, Fang Yuan as the only newly advanced elder, had a strong momentum and attracted great attention. But now that he admitted his mistake, it completely ruined his political career. It was tantamount to giving up the chance to compete for this interest cake with the other clan elders. At once, Fang Yuan's threat level towards the other clan elders became much lower. Their gaze towards Fang Yuan showed that the pressure they felt towards him had reduced. At this time, clan leader Gu Yue both sighed, since Fang Yuan himself admitted to it. As clan leader, I have to punish you for the act of running away from battle. According to the clan ancestors' rules, runaways will be stripped of their clan elder status, but the final result shall be decided by me and the other clan elders. We'll decide on your punishment after a discussion, but regardless of the result, I hope you can accept it. The others showed a weird expression. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking, as if he had submitted to fate. Gu Yue Yaoji broke her own arm to save her life. This was decisive and ruthless. Fang Yuan was the same, except he lost even more, giving up his clan elder status. His greatest problem now is the sudden appearance of the Tai family father and daughter. If he got involved in the political turmoil now, facing suppression from other elders, his situation would get even more dangerous. Letting go, willingness to let go, among taking and letting go, that is life. The identity of clan elder was to cultivate better, that is its only purpose to me. To pursue eternal life I walked on the demonic path, I am willing to discard my own life. What else can I not discard? Clan elder status, HMPH. Fang Yuan did not feel a shred of regret or annoyance. This was the wisest decision. Moreover, although there's a punishment, it would definitely be minimized. After all, there were little clan elders left, and as a rank 3 GU master, his strength was greatly valued. The clan leader has to punish him on one end, but also needs to borrow his strength to stabilize the entire village's circumstance, thus he also needed to give in to Fang Yuan. As for the other clan elders, Fang Yuan had stepped out of this political contest and no longer held any threat. They would not offend Fang Yuan anymore. After all, if they force Fang Yuan to retaliate, isn't it finding trouble for themselves? Although there is the clan system, but what is a system? A system is just a tool to maintain the interests of those in power. On one hand it governs and divides the interest of the lower levels, but it is also the rules that contain the higher-ups as they compete against each other. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. These matters, he was clear as day, the truth was transparent to him. The most crucial point now, is the Tai family father and daughter. Fuck, they came much earlier than I had anticipated, even before the wolf tide is completely gone. HMPH, but such a behavior perfectly fits Tai Shui Leng's hatred towards evil, and his selflessness in fighting crime. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a strong pressure. Even though Tai Shui Leng is injured now, his battle strength was not something Fang Yuan could compete against. A starving dying camel is larger than a horse, it is this logic. I need to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the pursuit of the Tai father and daughter pair. How can I get out of this predicament? Fang Yuan was vexed. This Tai family father and daughter was not as easy to confuse as Jia Fu. Moreover, Fang Yuan's cultivation was too low. Even if he had 1,001 plans, what could he do without actual strength? Rank 3 and 5, it was a world of difference. Everyone, I have something to say. At this point, the silent Gu Yue Mo Chen suddenly said. His expression was pale as he had dragged his injured body to the banquet, and he did not drink wine, only sipping tea. But what he said next shocked people to death. There's something I have to be honest about. Elder Fang Yuan did not manage to enter the battlefield, and that was due to me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Gu Yue Bo asked. Fang Yuan sent a glance over, hiding his shock. Why would this Gu Yue Mo Chen stand up for himself? During this wolf tide, the Mo faction inheritor Gu Yue Mo Bei had already died unfortunately. Even though the Mo faction had to the greatest of their ability protected Mo Bei. On the battlefield, surprises were aplenty. Moreover, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger. Sometimes they can't even take care of themselves, what more towards others? Gu Yue Mo Chen sighed. To speak the truth, my granddaughter Gu Yue Mo Yan had fallen deep in love with Elder Fang Yuan. Before this, she had come to beg me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fang Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, thus out of selfishness, I kept Fang Yuan in my estate and knocked him out. It was only until we chased the lightning crown wolf that I let him out. Thus, everything was due to me, it is my fault. It has nothing to do with Fang Yuan. What? Oh, is that really it? The clan elders were suspicious. Gu Yue Mo Chen's words were quite a stretch, it was rather unbelievable. Love and relationship among youngsters is common. Gu Yue Bo nodded, staring at Fang Yuan with deep meaning, wanting to find out some clues from his expression. But Fang Yuan looked down with a calm expression. There was nothing to see. Clan leader was disappointed. The other clan elders exchanged glances, not understanding why Gu Yue Mo Chen was so defensive of Fang Yuan. Him saying this in order to aid Fang Yuan, it meant that he had sacrificed his own reputation and ruined his own political prospect. Gu Yue Mo Chen continued, in order to protect my reputation, Elder Fang Yuan willingly let himself suffer the injustice. But I have already erred once, how can I make a mistake once more? This is the truth. As for the punishment, I implore Lord Clan Leader to consider. I admit my mistake, and as with the rules, if my clan elder status is to be stripped, I have no objections. Clan Leader quickly waved his hand, saying, Elder Mo Chen has worked hard all these years. What you did was understandable. Humans are not grass or wood, how can we not have feelings? Now that our clan is greatly weakened, we need loyal and strong elders like you. But this is still your own selfishness, thus the punishment still needs to be decided. We have an important guest today, let's not talk about this now. Come, Brother Tai, I and the clan elders shall offer you a toast. Saying so, Gu Yue Bo stood up. The other clan elders stood up as well, raising their cups. Everyone is too kind. I still have to trouble you all later. I hope I can seek your understanding. Tai Shui Leng did not put on airs, standing up and drinking his wine. Ellipsis. In the courtyard of the Mo faction, flora and fauna were abundant. The artificial mountain had a spring flowing with crystal clear water. In the night sky, the moon hung high in the sky like a plate. The banquet had long ended. Fang Yuan sat in the cooling pavilion as he listened to the sound of the flowing water, and he placed down his teacup with a plain expression. Sitting opposite him was Gu Yue Mo Chen. After the banquet was over, he had invited Fang Yuan over for a discussion. Come, have another cup of tea. This bamboo leaf clear water tea is good in eliminating hangovers. Gu Yue Mo Chen laughed, pouring personally into Fang Yuan's cup. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and on seeing the cup being filled again, he said, indeed a good cure for hangovers. Saying so, he looked outside the pavilion, only to see that the pale white moon had radiated the grounds with its moonlight. Under the moon, the pavilion was quiet and graceful, but in the wind there were lurking shadows, showing how the Mo faction courtyard was turning from a prosperous state to a declining one. During the banquet, Fang Yuan had already understood Gu Yue Mo Chen's intention. Seeing this scene, he was even more sure of himself. The Mo faction had no inheritor left. Once Gu Yue Mo Bei died, the entire Mo faction would lose its inheritor. Although Mo Bei still had his sister Mo Yan, the clan rules was that, since ancient times, it favored males over females, and the assets can only be inherited by a male and not female. Even if Gu Yue Mo Yan gets to rank 3 next time and advances to clan elder, her assets do not represent the Mo faction but only her own. If she married anyone, this asset will be transferred to under her husband's name. If they lost their inheritor, a clan's political influence would have no prospects, and no one would join them. The Mo faction had already fallen into difficult circumstances, on the verge of breaking down. But heaven always left a way, and the Mo faction was not truly at its wit's end. There was still a sliver of hope. This hope lies in Gu Yue Mo Yan's hands. Although she is a female, she can marry someone. If the son-in-law marries into the Mo faction, he would have an acceptable status and can inherit the Mo faction. Seeing that Fang Yuan had no inclination to mention it, Gu Yue Mo Chen scolded this crafty lad internally, but had to speak. I wonder what Elder Fang Yuan thinks of my Mo faction. He had an unspeakable grief. Ever since his injury, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, without any chance of ever regaining rank 3. He could only rely on his Gu worm to conceal his true aura. But paper cannot cover fire, he would be exposed one day. His only inheritor had died, while he himself was rank 2 and would lose his clan elder identity. Gu Yue Mo Chen needed someone who could hold the fort to sustain their faction. Back then, he had both authority and status, thus the Mo faction controlled a large amount of the interest cake. But now that the clan's factions were reorganizing themselves, he did not want any more interests. As long as he can defend what he already has, that would be the biggest victory. He pondered left and right, and the most suitable person was Fang Yuan without doubt. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 173 to 173, White Form Immortal Snake. 1986 words. Sunset clouds are blown away as cool wind fills the air, and the jade disk spins silently in the Milky Way. Bai Ningbing looked out from the window and gazed at the night sky. A bright and sparkling moon was shining in the sky. Occasionally, wolf howls could be heard in the distance, adding some bleakness to the peaceful moonlight. In the study room, the Bai clan leader was sitting at a side with a dazed expression. Just a moment ago, Bai Ningbing told him about the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Northern Dark Ice Soul, 10 absolute aptitudes. The Bai clan leader mumbled constantly. I have already sensed that my end is nearing, my aperture is gradually unable to endure the burden. These past few years, I've truly caused you much problems. Bai Ningbing softly sighed. His expression was calm, no longer was there the abnormal reckless and crazed state as before. What replaced them was tranquility and peace. This tranquility and peace came from his heart. He had found his path and was no longer perplexed by life and death. People mature over time, and the stimulation from life and death could further speed up this process. Moonlight fell down like flowing water, illuminating Bai Ningbing's fair skin. Under the flowing radiance, his two blue eyes shone with depth. He was like a beautiful young man from a painting, with white hair and white clothes like the immortals in the clouds, causing people to look intently. How could this happen? You were clearly a grade with 99% primeval essence when your aptitude was tested. It absolutely wasn't the Northern Dark Ice Soul. The Bai clan leader was still refusing to accept it. It was indeed so, but one day when I was cultivating, my aptitude suddenly advanced. I checked the ancient scrolls and records in the clan and found some information on this. Every 99% of grade aptitude has the possibility of advancing to 10 absolute aptitudes while cultivating, Bai Ningbing said. All 10 defy the heavens, and the heavens can't tolerate them. Even Renzo's 10 children didn't have a good end. Sigh, is there really no way to salvage it? Bai clan leader felt pity and regret when he looked at the beautiful boy in front of him. He was the clan's pride and their hope to rise up in power. However, his life was already nearing its end. Despite glowing brightly, he was like a firework which could only shine splendidly for one single moment. There are no ways to evade my impending doom, but there are some ways to delay it. However, all these methods need many years to prepare, which I don't have. Bai Ningbing said all this and gave a light laugh, as if the one being discussed about was not him, but some irrelevant outsider. Don't worry, who doesn't die? True immortality doesn't exist. As long as we live our life interestingly, it is enough. He was instead consoling the clan leader. I cannot accept this. I absolutely cannot. Damn it, my Bai clan has been suppressed by the Gu Yue clan for centuries. We finally found hope, but it ends up like this. No, there is still hope. Bai clan leader's voice got louder and louder till suddenly, his expression turned firm as if he had decided on something. Follow me, I will bring you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while, the bright moonlight shone upon a deep pool. This is the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. He had been led by the Bai clan leader as they went through a long secret pathway, and finally arrived here. Indeed, this is our clan's restricted area, the location of the spirit spring. You also know this, every clan's foundation is established upon a natural spirit spring, where the primeval stones produced by it will be used to provide for their cultivation. Our Bai clan can only be considered a small medium-scale clan, and only by annexing Gu Yue and Shang clan as well as possessing at least 3 springs can we become a large-scale clan, Bai clan leader sighed. Then clan leader, what did you bring me here for? Bai clan leader's face revealed a complex expression, and as he turned around to look at Bai Ningbing, his expression contained some hesitation. I had originally never thought of bringing you here. However, the affairs of the world are hard to anticipate. To think, you would end up possessing Northern Dark Ice Soul. Your only chance at living lies within this spring. What is in this spring? Bai Ningbing asked. A great immortal, Bai clan leader said with a deep voice. Great immortal. Bai Ningbing was flabbergasted. Great immortal is its title. It is a snake Gu Yue left by our Bai clan's first-generation ancestor. It likes cleanliness, and its food is the water of Spirit Spring. It has always been secretly living in the Spirit Spring, Bai clan leader introduced. Before the first-generation ancestor passed away, he set up a secret inheritance and left behind this snake Gu Yue as a clue. If you can get the approval of the great immortal, it will open the secret inheritance for you. But if you can't receive its approval, the Bai clan leader stopped his sentence in the middle. What happens then? Bai Ningbing asked. Bai clan leader's expression turned grave and he said, it will kill you. At the same time, Gu Yue village. Inside the room, Tai Ruonan kept her recon Gu Yue and nodded with satisfaction. The environment here is pretty good, it's rather clean. The clean she referred to wasn't talking about the cleanliness of the room, but was pointing at the lack of surveillance. It was impossible to say that there absolutely wasn't any surveillance. After all, Tai Shuilang was rank 5, so he possessed too great of a threat. Hence, there was a necessity for some precautions. However, Gu Yue clan's defensive and surveillance measures were just at the right amount and the level was quite low too, not creating any feelings of provocation and aversion. It could even be taken as excessively earnest and passionate reception, which was why Tai Ruonan gave the assessment of rather clean. Tai Shuilang slightly nodded. Ruonan, you have followed me for so long and have learned many things. However, some things can only be learned by taking actions and not just by spectating from the sides. Hence, I handed this case to you. Father, I will definitely work hard and give my best. Good, then, let me ask you, what should your next step be? Tai Shuilang was deliberately testing her. Tai Ruonan smiled. She turned around and gazed at the moon through the window. The moon is beautiful tonight. Dad, can I have the pleasure to take you around this Gu Yue village? Upon hearing this, Tai Shuilang revealed a gratifying smile. When starting out on a case, it was not urgent to understand the details of the case. The first step to solve a case was to survey the surroundings. The father and daughter pair slowly walked through the streets. After resisting the most terrifying attacks of the wolf tide, Gu Yue clan was now in a wretched state. There were collapsed bamboo buildings and bloodstains all around. Junks were piled up all over the place and feeble moaning sounds of crippled people could be heard from time to time. The Tai father and daughter pair walked around the village without saying any words. Fang Yuan, you bastard, fuck off. Suddenly, a loud roar came from within a courtyard. The Tai father and daughter stopped walking. After a long while, the courtyard gate opened and Fang Yuan walked out while rubbing his nose with a vague smile on his face. Hello, little brother Fang Yuan. Tai Shuilang took the initiative to send his greetings. Junior pays his respects to Lord Divine Investigator. Fang Yuan constrained his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, we are new here and don't know the place well. Is it possible for little brother to tell us a thing or two? Tai Shuilang suddenly asked. Tai Ruonan glanced at her father, but she didn't make any comments. Fang Yuan's gaze hardened. He was just about to go meet them but this opportunity was delivered right up to him. Both of you have traveled a great distance and suffered hardships to come and solve the case. The whole village ought to help you. Please follow me. Fang Yuan spoke directly without showing the slightest evil intention, and walked in front. Ellipsis. The spirit spring was raging like the boiling water. All of a sudden, the spring water rose up like a tidal wave. After it reached a certain height, the spirit spring scattered and splashed in all directions. A slender white snake, its whole body covered with snow-white scales, tread on the waves and revealed its elegant appearance. Its eyes were like jade, cold and indifferent. On the two sides of its head were a pair of long whiskers, floating like celestial ribbons. Rank 5 white form immortal snake Gu Yue. I pay respects to great immortal. Bai clan leader emotionally kneeled on the ground, and at the same time anxiously urged, Bai Ningbing, why are you not kneeling down? I will never kneel before Gu Yue. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted, his body standing upright and tall. Although the white form immortal snake Gu Yue released an ethereal cold grandeur with heavy killing intent concealed within, Bai Ningbing was not the least bit afraid. His two blue pupils directly stared at its snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The spirit spring and the Bai clan leader had become insignificant background objects. Under the bright moonlight, the picturesque youngster with blue pupils and the silver-whiskered white snake gazed at each other. After a good while, the white snake suddenly gave a long cry and turned into a white rainbow, slamming into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body jolted. The white light entered his aperture and turned into a white snake. The white snake occupied the central area of his primeval essence, and with its tyrannical attitude, all the surrounding Gu Yue were immediately forced to the side. This situation, Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match what the clan's secret records say. According to the clan's secret records, once a Gu Yue master obtained approval, the white form immortal snake Gu Yue would fly with the inheritor and open the inheritance in the sky. However, the current situation was somewhat weird. The white form immortal snake Gu Yue took the initiative to enter Bai Ningbing's aperture and didn't kill him, which should mean that it had approved of him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and fly to the sky? Could it be that the secret records were wrong? Bai clan leader couldn't make sense of it. Time quietly flew by. That more or less sums up everything about Gu Yue village. There is the underground cave, but that is a restricted area of the clan and outsiders aren't allowed entry. Fang Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and continued, it is getting late, please go and rest, you need to have the energy to investigate tomorrow, right? Ha ha ha, Elder Fang Yuan is correct. We are really thankful for Elder Fang Yuan's directions, please go and take a rest, Tai Shuilang said. In that case, I will take my leave. Fang Yuan cupped his hands before directly leaving. Tai Shuilang looked at Fang Yuan's figure with interest, and only after Fang Yuan turned into a corner, did he take back his gaze. Ruonan, what do you think of this Fang Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him, my intuition tells me he is covered in shadows. The young girl frowned. Tai Shuilang nodded his head. I know you have the intuition Gu Yue which strengthens your intuition, but we need definite evidence to solve a case. Just relying on intuition alone won't be convincing. Don't always depend on your intuition. I do not want you to use the intuition Gu Yue to solve this case. Yes, father, share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 174 to 174, Junior Divine Investigator. 1965 words. Tai Shuilang said again, now, analyze this person Fang Yuan. Father, you suspect it is Fang Yuan. Tai Ruonan was stunned, but continued, he is a very logical and intelligent person, and when he introduced the village to us, every word he said was appropriate and well organized. Gasp. Ellipsis quote. Tai Ruonan suddenly drew in a mouthful of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice this earlier, but after you just reminded me, I realized it. This Fang Yuan is too good at speaking. Everything he said is objectively the truth, abandoning his personal feelings. Standing at a bystander's perspective, and describing calmly, not allowing others to find flaws in his words, thus not able to get additional clues. His words were very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated, before using the word, clean. Tai Shuilang nodded, but then shook his head. He did not abandon his feelings. Everyone has feelings, and even a cold-blooded murderer has feelings. He only concealed his personal feelings very well, and was in full control of his emotions. This lad has a demonic nature. Demonic nature, that's right, think about it. He spoke the truth during the banquet, saying he was frightened and did not dare to enter the battlefield. Tell me, if it was a normal person, would they do that? Tai Shuilang asked. Tai Ruonan shook her head. No, GU masters put the clan's honor and their own reputation higher than their own lives. But, that might not be certain, for in history there have also been many people who sacrificed their own reputation, right? That's right, but who were those people? Tai Shuilang's gaze was deep. Tai Ruonan considered, before her expression changed, they were all outstanding individuals. That's correct. Throughout history, those who sacrificed their own reputations only had two aims. One was that they had a greater aim in mind, and compared to their aim, reputation is worth nothing. The other is to preserve themselves, defaming themselves to prevent suspicion. Tai Ruonan's eyes shone. Father, you are saying. You are thinking too much. I just feel that this young man is very interesting, but too bad he is only AC grade, Tai Shuilang said. The moonlight was like water on this night. Fang Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps slightly heavy but filled with determination. After interacting with Tai Shuilang earlier, he was indeed what the rumor said. This Tai Shuilang had a gaze that could see through the world, and his intelligence and wits were deep like a chasm. He swept through the southern border for tens of years, establishing his famed name. He really was an outstanding talent. Wanting to remove his suspicions in front of such a person was extremely difficult. As long as they had enough time, they would definitely discover the truth. Now is a race against time. But, Mo faction's recruitment, I can make good use of it. Not long ago in the Mo faction pavilion, Fang Yuan had given absurd demands. In return for marrying Mo Yan, he wanted 100,000 primeval stones, 10 rare GU worms and each at least rank 3. This made GU Mo Chen furious. He was marrying away his precious granddaughter, but Fang Yuan still had more demands. Such a shameless way to ask for gifts, and so greedy, it was really the last straw. Thus, the discussion faltered, and he chased Fang Yuan out. Fang Yuan left immediately without any inclination to stay. He knew Mo Chen's intention, thus he would definitely compromise. His absurd demands were just a way of bargaining, paying the lowest price when buying, and asking for the highest price when selling. But this matter has equal benefits and demerits. Although with more primeval stones I can feed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my original plan to get out of the political spiral would be ruined. In tonight's banquet, Gu Mo Chen sacrificed himself to salvage my political career. From then on, he might face all sorts of elder suppression. Gu village's political situation now was. Clan leader was healthy, while for the two important elders, Gu Kai Lian was dead but the Kai faction was not finished yet, as inheritor Kai Cheng was still alive. At the same time there was still Gu Kai Zhang, an elder from the same faction. But Mo faction lost its inheritor and Mo Chen was heavily injured, falling to rank 2, unable to even keep his clan elder status. The two formerly large factions had already gone downhill. The medicine faction in contrast were mostly healing GU masters. As supports they had little sacrifice while still keeping most of their strength, and were on the verge of rising up. Medicine faction was originally the clan leader's faction, but now it had the ability to be independent. Regardless of whether GU Yaoji chooses to be independent or rely on the clan elder, in order to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and merge. And the weakened Kai and Mo faction were the best targets. If they did not strike now, later on when the two factions stabilize internally it would be much more difficult. Being in the human world, many things are not up to me, why not just let down my hair and sail away to the seas? Sailing with the winds and breaking waves as I travel 30,000 li, that is the true demonic path I take. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the moon as he sighed. He wanted to get away from the political spiral, but Gu Mo Chen dragged him back by force. He faced pressure from all the factions, and Tai Shuilang was already starting to solve the case. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing had already regained his new arm. Like a boat traveling in the darkness with danger lurking everywhere, how was he to open up a path for himself? The next day, what? You said that the person who murdered Jia Jinsheng had already been found and was killed already. Tai Ruonan felt extremely perturbed. This morning, she had woken up early and officially started to solve the case. But to think that the first information she got was that the killer had already been sentenced. That's right, the killer is a demonic GU master. He once assassinated our clan's rising star and tried to kill the genius, thus he was killed on the spot. A clan elder provided the information. Is that really so? Did he admit personally that he was Jia Jingsheng's killer? Tai Ruonan frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Shuilang wore a copper mask as he stood like a statue. He didn't, but, if it's not him, who else could it be? The clan elder shrugged. Tai Ruonan thought internally, this is all an assumption, there is no real proof. But whether it is the truth or not, this demonic GU master has to be investigated clearly. Most likely, this is a lead that will bring us to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruonan raised her head abruptly. Where is he buried? I want to inspect the corpse. In a simple and torn coffin, there was a corpse within. The rotting smell assaulted noses, and clan servants and GU masters were so disgusted that they ran far away to hide. Tai family father and daughter acted as if they were unaffected, and Tai Ruonan's eyes glowed brightly, excitedly stretching her hand and inspecting. A person's corpse has lots of traces. At times, one or two small injuries would be the evidence needed to point out the murderer. On this corpse, there were many injuries, but the person's appearance was still clear, and he was still wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruonan checked for ages, and only then did she get up with a lingering interest. Anything, Tai Shuilang asked lightly, testing her secretly. Gu clan thinks this person is Jia Jinsheng's killer, thus they kept the corpse well. There's a huge problem in this corpse, Tai Ruonan answered. He's a middle-aged man, right arm thicker than the left, both his hands have a thick callus. Seeing how his callus is distributed, they are uneven. There are many injuries on his body, numerous fatal wounds, showing the intense battle he had before death. But on his body there are also a lot of hidden injuries, especially his left foot having 3 less toes, this is left behind from many years ago. Saying so, she continued deducing, he was most likely a hunter. There are many evidences, his disproportional left and right side and the callus on his hands shows that he's an experienced bowman. There are many injuries made by wild beasts on his body, like claw marks and bites, showing he often fought against beasts. His clothes are not the traditional Gu Yue master clothes, and his shoes are even more interesting, weaved from bamboo hemp grass. This kind of grass only grows near Qing Mao bamboo, and Qing Mao Mountain only produces Qing Mao bamboo. Other than that, in the surrounding mountains there is no bamboo hemp grass. So what are you getting at? Tai Shuilang pursued. Before this person became a demonic Gu Yue master, he was a hunter. From his clothes, he was most likely a resident hunter on Qing Mao Mountain. Tai Ruonan's eyes shone brightly. Why do you think he is a resident here? If it is the grass shoes, he could have killed the villagers here and worn them, Tai Shuilang rebuked. That's not it. The most special part of his clothes is the shoes, because if they were taken by force, most would not fit his size perfectly. But look at this, 2 disproportionate legs and yet the shoes fit nicely, this is made just for him. He has 3 less toes on his leg feet, thus the left grass shoe is shorter. His stump is very cleanly cut and sharp. I assume it is most likely due to stepping on a trap by mistake, Tai Ruonan said. Tai Shuilang did not deny it nor confirm it, and did not even give any criticism. Like what he said earlier, he left it to Tai Ruonan to solve the case. Tai Ruonan continued saying, with this conjecture, we can go to the surrounding hamlets and investigate. We might find more clues. Wait. Just when she was about to speak, the young girl's expression stiffened. She suddenly remembered, this Qing Mao Mountain had just undergone a wolf tide calamity. Even the villages were heavily damaged, not to mention those hamlets. She knew that using this method to find out the person's identity and information bore little hope. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility for success, I must try. It was the young girl's first individual case, and she was full of drive. But half a day passed, and she returned empty-handed. This wolf tide was the largest and most horrifying one yet. So many hamlets had 0 survivors, and this brought great trouble to her investigations. This lad is gone. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuilang asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, and in her tone there was stubbornness and tenacity. No, it is not over yet. Father, you said it yourself, the true lead is often hidden more deeply, and as long as we continue to excavate, it will appear. This demonic Gu Yue master's death is strange. Firstly, why did he assault Fang Zheng? What did Fang Zheng do to offend him, causing him to assassinate him with his life, under the situation which was basically an assured death? Moreover, he is a local, but after his death, why did no one recognize him? Hearing her words, Tai Shuilang was a little surprised. Child, you have truly grown up, the divine investigator sighed, and in his tone there was contentment and gratification. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 175 to 175, Increasing Pressure. 1978 words. You're asking me why that Gu Yue master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruonan's questioning, Fang Zheng blinked innocently. If you have done something, I hope you won't conceal the truth. Because your words, even though they might seem insignificant, can have great help towards solving the case, the young girl said sincerely. Fang Zheng shook his head. I'm very perplexed too. During that period, I was cultivating non-stop, so how could I attract any assassinations? But afterwards, the people around me realized that this demonic Gu Yue master could have been hired by the other 2 clans to kill a rising star like myself. You also know the rivalry between us in the Bai clan and Shang clan. Especially the Shang clan, they are the greatest suspects as they had once recruited demonic Gu Yue masters into their clan. Shang clan huh? Tai Ruonan became a little discouraged after hearing this, since the Shang clan had already been eliminated by the wolf tide. It seems that this lad is lost as well. Suddenly, murmurs came from outside the room. Quick, look there, isn't that people from the Shang clan? I thought the Shang clan was exterminated, how can there be any envoys coming here? Shang clan envoy's appearance caused a vivid discussion among the village, as people talked with one another. Soon, news came from the clan leader pavilion. Shang clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a Gu Yue that their ancestor left behind, concealing many people at the same time, cheating death. These scumbags, retreating and avoiding battle, causing the wolf tide to come to us. HMPH, these Shang clan people may look rough and large, but their hearts are devious on the inside. Wanting to borrow the power of the wolf tide to weaken us, they are too despicable. Gu Yue clansmen were furious. The appearance of the Shang clan envoy had caused the Qing Mao Mountain's political distribution to undergo a complete shift. What was thought to be a 2-sided competition between Bai clan and Gu Yue clan in the end remained a 3-way competition. But one would understand once they thought about it. The Shang clan had survived for hundreds of years without falling, they had their own foundations too. Which clan did not have an ancestor, and a trump card? After the Shang clan envoy left, Gu Yue immediately called for a clan elder meeting. These Shang clan bastards, they really are nothing good. To think they retreated immediately. Can't look down on anyone indeed. Shang clan had always ranked behind our clan and Bai clan, and was the weakest among the forces on Qing Mao Mountain. But to think they had such a scheme, we have to be more careful from now on. They wanted to borrow the strength of the wolf tide to eliminate us. They nearly got us this time, if not for that lightning Lycan, we might not have lost so many elders. These people deserve to die. If it wasn't for the Tai divine investigator appearing, 2 clan leaders might have died. We cannot let them off simply. Asking for compensation is a must. It was us and Bai clan working together to settle the problem of the lightning Lycan. But to ask for compensation, we need to first discuss and formulate a sum. The clan elders spoke one after another, discussing until they had a conclusion. Gu Yue clan would dispatch an envoy towards the Shang clan. They have to observe Shang clan's remaining strength. If Shang clan was strong, they would join forces with the Bai clan. If the Shang clan was weak, they might send people to eliminate them and steal the spirit spring. So then, who would be suitable enough to be dispatched to Shang clan? Gu Yue looked around, asking which clan elder would shoulder this responsibility. The hall immediately became silent. The clan elders looked around at each other. No one was willing to go. The internal conflict was at its peak now, and it was the most crucial moment for the factions to divide the interest cake. If they went to the Shang clan, their faction would be without a leader and others would make use of the opportunity. When they return, all would have been decided, so by then who would they complain to? This old one feels that, to go to the Shang clan, someone of seniority and experience must go. It has to be someone who can hold his own. Among all of us here, only Elder Mo Chen can take on this role. Ji Yu Yao Ji suddenly said. Ji Yu Yu Mo Chen snorted, rebuking, speaking of qualification, Lord Yao Ji has much more experience than me. Especially in terms of fame, I cannot compete at all, I admit complete defeat. Going to the Shang clan, it seems we will have to trouble Lord Yao Ji after all. Elder Mo Chen is extremely right, I recommend Lord Yao Ji. A clan elder stood up. I feel that Lord Mo Chen is a more suitable candidate. Another elder immediately rebuked. The scene was chaotic. Ji Yu Yu Bo stood at the leader's seat, staring coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had intentions of detaching into its own force, no longer under his control. Thus he did not want to help either, and merely observe the scene. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Mo faction. The two had their respective political allies, but the current situation was that both leaders made much compromises as well as exchange of benefits. But on a whole, the medicine faction was stronger. Ji Yu Yu Yao Ji's reputation as well as the Kai faction's inclination caused this situation. Ji Yu Yu Bo stared coldly, noting in his heart the factions that each individual belonged to. As the clan leader, he did not want to see his authority being reduced, and these elders were his competitors. But now he had decided to merely observe, and not strike yet. Mo faction controls too much power and resources, and now that they have lost their inheritor, the medicine faction jumped out hurriedly and tried to attack them. Thus, the most crucial aspect of this contest is all on one person. Ji Yu Yu Bo thought silently, turning his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting in his seat, not saying a word. It seems this Fang Yuan isn't very close with the Mo faction, and has not gotten a mutual agreement on interest distribution. Otherwise, he'd have helped out already. Is this my chance? Ji Yu Yu Bo thought. But at this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. This action attracted everyone's attention. What he said next was a shocker. Going as an envoy, this is an important matter involving the survival of our clan. I am willing to step up, bearing the responsibility of an envoy, and investigate the Shang clan's current state for our clan. What? Fang Yuan is asking to go. What is the meaning of this? Is he really stupid or acting stupid? Isn't he afraid that when he comes back, all the interests would have been distributed away already? The clan elders all showed expressions of shock. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Shang clan, he might be able to find a chance and instigate a conflict among the three clans. Even if he can't, this is a chance to leave. Wait, anyone here can be the envoy but Fang Yuan alone. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruonan walked in, barging her way in. Fang Yuan turned his body to look, and his irises shrunk a little. He saw the Tai family father and daughter walk in, as well as two other people behind them. One looked just like Fang Yuan. It is indeed his brother Ji Yu Yu Fang Zheng, while the other was Ji Yu Yu Zhonghe. What does Tai Divine Investigator have to enlighten us on today? Ji Yu Yu Bo stood up to greet him, his tone slightly unhappy. This was a Ji Yu Yu internal discussion. How could they just barge in like that? Ji Yu Yu clan leader, as well as the other elders. My daughter has already investigated the identity of the demonic Ji Yu master that once assaulted Ji Yu Yu Fang Zheng, Tai Shui Leng spoke. Oh, is that so? That demonic Ji Yu master, wasn't he instigated by the Shang clan? Is there a hidden story behind this? Indeed, this demonic Ji Yu master's true identity is a hunter from a hamlet at the base of the mountain. Only by chance did he manage to become a demonic Ji Yu master. His name is Wang Er. The reason why he assaulted Ji Yu Yu Fang Zheng is because of his brother Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruonan stared intently at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fang Zheng standing at one side clenched his fist, showing rage in his eyes. What do you mean by this, young lady? Ji Yu Yu Mo Chen said in a solemn voice. Don't tell me, Fang Yuan is the one that hired this demonic Ji Yu master to assassinate his own brother Fang Zheng. Ji Yu Yu Yao Ji showed an excited expression. Even Ji Yu Yu Bo was taken aback, as he adjusted his posture on his seat. You're all mistaken. Tai Ruonan shook her head. The truth is, Fang Yuan killed innocent people, murdering old man Wang's entire family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know that Fang Yuan had a twin brother, thus he mistook Fang Zheng for Fang Yuan and assaulted him for revenge. Young lady, everything needs proof, a clan elder spoke. Of course I have evidence. Ji Yu Yu Zhonghe, tell us everything that you know. Tai Ruonan was prepared for this, not panicking. Ji Yu Yu Zhonghe sighed. He looked at the Tai family father and daughter in fear, slowly walking forward and kneeling on the ground, crying, it is this subordinate's dereliction of duty, I seek clan leader's punishment. Ji Yu Yu Bo's face was grim as water. Say everything clearly first, do not hide anything from us. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, it was under Ji Yu Yu Zhonghe's area of jurisdiction, and only when he got to the spot did he discover it. Because of the clan evaluation, he suppressed this matter and did not report it. Never would he have thought that today, the matter would be exposed, dug up by Tai Ruonan. The truth is like this, Zhonghe stammered as he spoke, not adding any details into his descriptions, very simple and truthful. At this time and place, he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also a clan elder, so he did not dare to exaggerate facts. I never would have thought that the truth would be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father, and Wang Er came to take revenge, but found Fang Zheng instead. So that's it, Fang Zheng was innocently involved, and blocked the crisis for Fang Yuan. The clan elders whispered among themselves. Fang Zheng's clenched fist was even tighter as rage grew in his heart. He could not help but growl at Fang Yuan. Brother, how can you take people's lives away so easily? That old man and girl, they were innocent mortals. How could you cut them down? Facing his brother's accusations, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear it. Ji Yu Yu Fang Zheng was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai family father and daughter. Being able to discover the truth in such a short time, they were indeed divine investigators. Regardless of what Ji Yu worms they used, whatever method to make Zhonghe submit and reveal his own secret, they had their ways. This ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jia Jinsheng would definitely be found out by the Tai father and daughter duo. It was only a matter of time. After all, this is the Ji Yu world, where Ji Yu can be used to commit crime, and also used to solve crime. Pressure was intensifying. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 176 to 176, The Resolve to Sacrifice. 2061 words. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you massacred the whole family of old Wang? Gu Yue asked with a heavy voice from the main seat. All the gazes were on Fang Yuan. The young elder coldly smiled. It is indeed true. Gu Yue Fang Zheng closed his eyes in grief. He may have killed many lightning wolves, but he had never taken any human lives. And now that he heard Fang Yuan admitting it himself, he suddenly felt that his own brother had become so unfamiliar and estranged. In this estrangement, he also felt fear towards his brother's cruel methods and anger at the loss of innocent lives. Fang Yuan, do you not feel any guilt at slaughtering innocents? If you have any difficulties, you can say them out. Tai Ruonan spoke as she frowned. She was someone with extremely righteous character, and hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't find it necessary to tell you my story. However, at that time, I didn't know that the missing Wang was a demonic GU master. It could be said that Fang Zheng was unexpectedly implicated. Fang Yuan spoke honestly. Brother, aren't you going to say something to me? Fang Zheng opened his eyes. The corners of his eyes had become red. What do you want me to say? Comfort you or to apologize? Ellipsis. HMPH, little brother, you are too soft, Fang Yuan sneered. Damn it, brother, don't think you are extraordinary just by becoming an elder. I will tell you that I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, veins popping up in his clenched fists. Enough. Gu Yue couldn't continue looking at this anymore and shouted, Fang Zheng, go back, what decorum are you showing by making a fuss here? His words had other meaning and expressed dissatisfaction. Tai Ruonan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shuilang reacted immediately. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Gu Yue clan leader and all elders, it is indeed improper for my daughter to charge in and rush into the Lord's discussion hall. This one apologizes for offending everyone. The elders promptly stood up and kept on saying Tai Shuilang was too kind. Gu Yue's expression also relaxed. Tai Shuilang continued, since little brother Fang Yuan is involved in Jia Jinsheng's case and is also a suspect, I hope he remains at the village and will not leave to the other village. Gu Yue massaged his temples and sighed. Our Gu Yue clan really hopes we can provide a suitable explanation to Lord Jia Fu. Since divine investigator is also requesting, I will have to request Elder Fang Yuan to not leave before you are free of suspicions. I hope you can understand. Gu Yue looked at Fang Yuan, his expression sincere. But his gaze, however, held deep meanings. Fang Yuan might have killed the whole of old Wang's family, but they were only mortals. How could it be a crime for a GU master to kill these mortals? Especially if this GU master was an elder of the clan. Thus, there was no punishment. Yes, Fang Yuan glanced at Gu Yue and replied expressionlessly. Ellipsis. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruonan punched a tree, causing the leaves to scatter. She was very indignant as she said with clenched teeth, it is clearly a murder, but they are turning a blind eye to it and not giving a damn. Father, are the mortals not humans? Why do GU masters feel that they have the rights to kill the mortals? Tai Shuilang was silent like a sculpture. The weather was somewhat gloomy, and the wind blew and tree leaves rustled. Tai Ruonan suddenly lowered her head, her expression was down. I am sorry, father. She apologized, I didn't listen to your advice, and used the intuition GU. Sigh. Divine investigator let out a long sigh and looked at his daughter with a profound gaze. Child, you have such hatred for evil and is full of righteousness, just like me when I was young. I am happy but also worried. Why are you worried? Your ideals are much bigger than mine was at that time. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals and cram up the demon suppression tower. But as for you, you want to make everyone equal, treating both GU masters and the mortals equally, causing law and order to be established in the whole world. Such ambitions and ideals are too big and also very heavy. Tai Shuilang's words were filled with experience. But father, this so-called law, fairness and justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, what meaning do they have? If the young don't have ambitious dreams, then how could they be considered young? I believe it's all a matter of our own efforts. As long as I give my best, it might not necessarily be impossible to achieve. Tai Ruonan spoke excitedly, her two eyes filled with hopes for the future. Tai Shuilang was silent for a good while. There will be a day when you will understand. But, this is good too, young people should walk their paths by themselves. Setbacks will make you mature. Father won't interfere anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. He then took out a letter and gave it to Tai Ruonan. This is. Tai Ruonan tore open the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was from Jia Fu and it recorded every information regarding Jia Jinsheng's case, including how Fang Yuan obtained the liquor worm by rock gambling, how the bamboo gentleman was used to interrogate Fang Yuan, and even Fang Yuan's bidding prices at the second caravan visit where he showed business talent and received Jia Fu's recruitment offer. Tai Ruonan reread the contents of Fang Yuan's bidding prices multiple times, her gaze turned brighter and brighter. This Fang Yuan is not only fierce in his methods, but also has cruel nature and is even able to scheme deeply. My intuition tells me he is very suspicious. If he is really the killer, then he should be somewhat afraid. But the bamboo gentleman showed no changes to his lies. How did he do it? Tai Ruonan muttered to herself. What are you preparing to do next? Tai Shuilang asked. It has been a long time since Jia Jinsheng's death. Everything is fishy and filled with mysteries. Till now, his corpse has not been found and even the place of his death hasn't been deduced. This case is too clean, giving me no clues, except that Fang Yuan is the biggest suspect. Although the clues from Wang has been broken, there are no evidences to prove he is the killer. However, because there are no other clues, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruonan enthusiastically replied. You feel that Fang Yuan is suspicious? Tai Shuilang asked. Extremely suspicious. Tai Ruonan immediately said. This Fang Yuan is clearly only AC grade aptitude, but why is his cultivation speed faster than Fang Zheng's? One could say he had the help from the liquor worm and the relic Gu, but this speed is still very fast. Gu clan might not have sensed anything wrong, but this is a case of, those closely involved can't see as clearly as those outside. This is the first suspicious point. Besides this, there is another suspicious point, his luck. He rock gambled for the first time in his life and bought 6 purple gold stones, but was able to get 2 live Gu, a mudskin toad and a liquor worm. Isn't this luck way too much? Tai Shuilang nodded. Yes, continue. This Fang Yuan looks ordinary, but if we look into him, we will find that the mysteries surrounding him are like the thick fog covering the mountain. Many things that were inadvertently revealed makes one ponder. For instance, his rock dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight Gu Yue to dissect rocks and did it without damaging the core. Such delicate control is really unimaginable for a student. Wait. Tai Ruonan paused. She had discovered something as her eyes let out bright and sharp light. Her gaze landed on a line of words in the letter, and the more she looked at, the more her gaze brightened. I found it. This Fang Yuan has a huge problem. After a long while, she suddenly raised her head and excitedly spoke. Ellipsis. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose with the steam and spread in the study room. Fang Yuan held the teacup, then blew the floating tea leaves and drank the hot tea. After that, he leisurely let out some turbid air. Upon seeing the leisurely attitude of Fang Yuan, Gu Yue did his best to endure and felt the veins in his forehead bulging. Previously, Fang Yuan had asked for a huge price and he had angrily chased the latter out of his house. But today, he had no choice but to re-invite Fang Yuan. All this was simply because circumstances are more powerful than men. Yao faction had been pressuring him from everywhere and the matter regarding his drop to rank 2 was going to be revealed sooner or later. Mo faction was in imminent danger. It urgently needed an elder to serve as son-in-law and stabilize the situation. This bastard is too vile, making such sky-high demands. Does he really think my Mo faction is bathing in gold? Gu Yue cursed inwardly, while outwardly putting on a warm smile and speaking in a negotiating voice. Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too much, it greatly exceeds what my Mo faction can support. Can you decrease it? Fang Yuan glanced at Gu Yue. This old man who knew when to give and take was worthy of respect. In fact, his current situation was also becoming messed up. The Tai father and daughter were forcing him into a corner. Once it was found out that he killed Jia Jinsheng, Gu Yue clan would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger and simultaneously be able to continue trading with the Jia family caravan every year. It was almost the crucial moment now, so Fang Yuan softened his tone, then we will decrease it by 30%. But there is a condition, you need to show me your sincerity by paying 40,000 primeval stones in advance. Also you must hand over a pig iron Gu and an afterlife grass Gu. Gu Yue couldn't help but massage his brows when he heard this. He replied in a sunken voice, pig iron Gu will be handed to you, but my Mo faction's warehouse doesn't have any afterlife grass Gu. We can't also give the 40,000 primeval stones at once, they will be given to you in installments. Fang Yuan knew this old fox wasn't speaking the truth, but he was very clear that being too overbearing could instead produce the opposite result. That's okay, I will wait for you to send them first, then we can talk about marriage. Before that, I can't guarantee my allegiance. Fang Yuan left these words before walking away. The study room was silent once more. A long while later, Gu Yue suddenly said, you can come out. A hidden door was pushed open and a young girl walked out. There were tear stains on her face and her eyes were red from the crying. Grandpa, she paid her respects, she was Gu Yue. Gu Yue sighed, you are also clear on the family's situation. Mo Yan, our family needs your sacrifice, can you understand? Yes, the young girl sobbed and lowered her head. No matter which world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even Fang Yuan contributed a lot of strength to the clan as a clan elder. The only difference is that the amount one pays or obtains differs from person to person. Even those kids with golden spoons also cannot freely enjoy the privileges. By receiving the family's nurturing, they needed to have the resolve to sacrifice. And this resolve was already present in Gu Yue. She didn't have the least bit of feelings for Fang Yuan, even feeling hatred and disgust towards the latter. But she knew, she had to marry him for the sake of her family, becoming his wife. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 177 to 177. Brother, how can you do this to me? 1915 words. Living steel Gu was a rank 2 Gu, looking like a charcoal briquette, fist-sized and black all over. On the surface, there were numerous holes. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence and this living steel Gu started floating, rotating on its own, black smoke pouring out from the holes on it. Chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's leg, its dark gold-colored armor full of injuries, the 2 rows of razors on its sides tattered and damaged. But when the steel smoke came over and covered these wounds, they gradually healed. The black smoky steel essence continued to be used, as the 2 rows of razors on the chainsaw golden centipede could be seen growing at an observable rate. Healing Gu varied in a few types. There were some that healed Gu masters, some that specialized in certain injuries, and those that healed Gu worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the living steel Gu was its healing Gu worm. An hour later, the living steel Gu became smaller and smaller. It went from a fist-sized charcoal to a pearl size, eventually vanishing. It was an expenditure type Gu, but its sacrifice brought about the recovery of the chainsaw golden centipede. At this point, the chainsaw golden centipede was good as new. Its 2 rows of razors were shiny as new, glowing with a sharp and cold flash. On its dark gold exoskeleton, the injuries were mostly healed, and only 5 to 6 light scars remained. But this was nothing to worry about. In about a few weeks, these scars would vanish through the natural recovery of the centipede. However, if not for the living steel Gu and just relying solely on the chainsaw golden centipede, it would take at least half a year for the razors to fully grow back. The chainsaw golden centipede was more strong than it was flexible. Although it used little primeval essence and had great attacking power, its weakness was a lack in the healing aspect. All living beings are equal. In this world there is no all-rounded Gu, there has to be weakness and advantages. Even rank 6 or 7 Gu and above followed this natural law. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength is completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, touching the cold exoskeleton of the chainsaw golden centipede, his face slightly pale. On his pale face, cold sweat was forming. Damn it, it had to come at this time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously pressing his stomach. His mind entered his aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was still, the entire aperture filled with an oppressed feeling. All the other Gu had been suppressed to one side. Only above the sea, within the aperture, the spring-autumn cicada was glowing with a yellow and green luster. At this time, the spring-autumn cicada not only had both wings recovered, but its main body also recovered much of its energy. Just like an object falling from the sky, the closer it gets to the ground the faster it falls, and the spring autumn cicada's recovery rate was the same. After the initial difficult period, as time passed, its recovery speed accelerated. Thus, the problem came. The spring autumn cicada was rank 6, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 GU master. His aperture was gradually unable to hold the spring autumn cicada. Back then, when the spring autumn cicada was weak, the burden on the aperture was not as huge. But now that the spring autumn cicada gradually recovered, regaining its rank 6 ability, it caused this tiny temple of Fang Yuan's to be unable to hold this high god. If this goes on, I might even die from the spring autumn cicada before the Tai family father and daughter find out the truth. Truly, when your roof has a hole it just has to rain non-stop for days. The best solution was to raise his own cultivation level. When he gets to rank 6, the aperture will have the capacity to store the spring autumn cicada again. But this method takes too long. In his previous 500 years of life, he also used more than 400 years to attain rank 6. He was now AC grade talent with rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he had a severe lack of time. Other than that, there was another way to solve the problem. It was to take the spring autumn cicada out of his aperture and raise it outside his body. But that act had great disadvantages. Firstly, the spring autumn cicada was not a battle-type GU, so it could not protect itself. Keeping it in the aperture was safer. Secondly, when a rank 6 GU appears, it would interfere with natural laws and cause a mirage at the location it is at. Fang Yuan was now at the village where there were many people, and the Tai family father and daughter was onto him as well. Once this spring autumn cicada leaves his body, everyone would find out. Therefore, he could only feel troubled. The spring autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster. At this rate, I don't have much time. Once I get the 40,000 primeval stones from Gu Mo Chen, I'll take the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave this place. As for the Tai family father and daughter, I can resolve it at a later time. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai family father and daughter's matter was something that he could only put off and delay. But now, the spring autumn cicada was not giving him time to stall. He was at his wit's end. As time urged him, wasting every minute and second is reducing his lifespan. A GU master being killed by their own GU worm was not uncommon. Many GU masters who forcefully activate their GU get a backlash from their GU worm's power and lose their life. Such incidents were everywhere. Gu Yue Qing was the prime example, buried not far away. Ellipsis. 6 purple gold stones, each fist-sized. With Fang Yuan's cultivation, he actually opened 5 on the spot. How could he have so much primeval essence at that time? Tai Ruonan stared at the information on the letter, laughing smugly. Tai Shuilang nodded. You finally found this suspicious point. Indeed, only when you are meticulous can you discover what normal people cannot see. But what can you derive from this suspicious point? Tai Ruonan closed her eyes, activating the intuition GU secretly. In the darkness, she felt an enlightenment in her mind, and she opened her eyes abruptly. Instinct tells me, Fang Yuan must have had the liquor worm from long ago. But instincts are sometimes wrong, they cannot represent truth, Tai Shuilang reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? As long as he has the liquor worm, he has to feed it. If he feeds it, there has to be evidence. Tai Ruonan's mouth curled into an arc. Let's go. We'll find Gu Yu Fang Zheng, Fang Yuan's brother once again. As the little brother, he has to be the most familiar with Fang Yuan. You're asking about brother's actions back then. Fang Zheng showed a complicated expression. He sighed, recalling, back then, brother was a very outstanding individual. Since young he constantly displayed his talent, making many poems, causing the entire village to put their attention on him. Back then, I admired him and held him in awe. In my heart, he was like a tall mountain that I couldn't climb. Maybe because he was at such a high point, when he tumbled down, the despair was greater. Afterwards during the awakening ceremony, he was tested to have only C-grade talent, thus he became discouraged for a long time, sleeping in class and not returning to the hostel at night, buying wine and getting drunk all the time. From that moment on, I realized, brother was also human. Wait, you said, buy wine. Tai Ruonan heard this crucial phrase and caught onto it, squinting. Yes, for a period of time, he was dead drunk. Sigh, maybe reality was too harsh. He only had C-grade talent, but his brother turned out to be A-grade, and he could not accept the truth. Actually, if I was in his shoes, I would understand his feelings and emotions as well, Fang Zheng said. Wait, let me ask you, from that moment on, Fang Yuan would buy wine to drink every few days. Tai Ruonan asked again. Yes, from that moment on, brother fell in love with alcohol, spending a lot of money for wine. For a time, he was in love with the bamboo wine, which is our clan's speciality, a very expensive wine. He snatched primeval stones from his classmates in order to buy wine to drink. This is an overbearing act, thus not a single student liked him. Why, is there a problem? Finally, Fang Zheng asked in confusion. There's a huge problem. I suspect that your brother's liquor worm wasn't obtained from the gambling rocks, but he had it long ago. Your brother's drunkard act was merely a performance. His real motive was to conceal the fact that he had the liquor worm, and was feeding it, Tai Ruonan replied solemnly. What? Fang Zheng hearing so, jumped from his seat in shock. This was shocking information. What you just said made me even more suspicious. Where did your brother buy wine normally? I need to investigate. Tai Ruonan stood up as well. She was racing against time, moving quickly to solve the case. In our entire village, there is only one place selling bamboo wine, it is that Seoul Inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruonan turned around and left. Wait, I'll go with your guys. Fang Zheng hesitated, chasing after them. An hour later, Tai Ruonan walked on the stone pavement, concluding, earlier the innkeeper already told me everything, and the situation is clear as day. Fang Yuan buying so much wine, his true motive is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to gamble rocks, and that is to expose the liquor worm logically in front of everyone. All this is according to his plans. On one side, Fang Zheng appeared a little distraught, his face looking a little lifeless. He did not expect that the truth was really like this. Long ago, he had once looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking he was a loser, giving up on himself. From that moment on, he felt that the tall mountain was no longer so hard to scale. But the truth was, everything was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his scheme. The surrounding people were played by him like fools, believing his lies. Even Gu Yu Fang Zheng was no exception. Looking at it now, his disdain and despise towards his brother back then was like a giant mockery of a joke. Brother, in your heart, what place do I hold? In those eyes of yours that pretended to be drunk, was I a huge joke? Brother, you are such a scheming fox. In your heart, was I childish enough for you to sneer at? Fang Zheng screamed in his heart. He was humiliated, he was furious. He felt that he was played by Fang Yuan. From the start, he was a clown putting on a childish and laughable act. He felt the disdain Fang Yuan felt towards him. Brother, how can you treat me like this? If not for Lady Tai, I would still be in the dark. How long do you intend to lie to me, and to the clan? You kill the innocent, taking lives as you wish. Deception and lies, indifferent and inhumane, is that the real you? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 178 to 178, Black White Gray. 2,140 words. Long ago, in Fang Zheng's heart, Fang Yuan was like a tall mountain, so tall he could never scale. Long ago, Fang Zheng thought that the shadow of this tall mountain would enshroud him his entire life. But life gave him an unexpected twist. Fang Yuan, being dispirited, let Fang Zheng see his weakness. The tall mountain that he resembled instantly collapsed. And yet, this was actually all brother's performance, an act. The collapsed mountain in his heart became enshrouded in a layer of mystery. Brother, exactly what kind of person are you? Fang Zheng realized at this moment that he knew nothing about this blood-related brother of his. Fang Yuan's heart was full of scheming, he had too deep of a shrewdness. With his acting skills and the indifference towards taking human lives, Fang Zheng felt infinitely distant towards him. Along with this distant feeling, there was also a feeling of fear that Fang Zheng did not want to recognize. This goddamn feeling was back, creeping into his heart. He tried his best to shrug off this feeling of fear, causing him to subconsciously follow after Tai Ruonan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thanks for letting me find out the truth and seeing my brother's true side. Helping you is akin to helping myself, so just ask away, I will tell you everything I know, Fang Zheng said earnestly. Tai Ruonan nodded, but then shook her head quickly. What I need to know, I already understand now. The problem now is, where did Fang Yuan get that liquor worm from? You are right, this matter is suspicious. During brother's situation back then, he had not inherited our parents' assets, and at the same time was only AC grade, beginning his cultivation. Where did he get the liquor worm from? Fang Zheng frowned. In this situation, there's only two causes. One is outside help, and the other is an inheritance legacy. But who would invest in AC grade talent? If it is an inheritance, which is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruonan stopped in her footsteps. Inheritance legacy, inheritance legacy. In her mind, this phrase kept appearing. She fell into deep thought. If it was an inheritance legacy, everything would fall into place. Firstly, the liquor worm's origin can be explained. Secondly, the reason for killing Jia Jinsheng is also established. Tai Ruonan thought excitedly. What perplexed her the entire time was the killer's motive. There has to be a reason to kill. Fang Yuan showed the liquor worm, and Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. But the value of the liquor worm is too low to establish a motive to kill. But what if, Jia Jinsheng, who refused to give up, adamantly wants to buy the liquor worm from Fang Yuan, thus following him all the way and discovering an inheritance legacy ground? What would Fang Yuan do? Hey. Tai Ruonan laughed. Fang Zheng showed a perplexed gaze. Tai Ruonan looked back. I want to inspect the Gu Yue clan's history records. Fang Zheng shook his head, waving his hand. The history is kept in the clan's forbidden grounds. How can an outsider inspect it? Then can you get in? Fang Zheng shook his head. Only clan elders. Is that so? Then what can we do now? Tai Ruonan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help. From the shadows, a crippled old woman walked out. It was none other than Gu Yue Yaoji. She was still the medicine faction family head, but when she stepped down from the medicine hall elder's position and was replaced by Gu Yue Kaizhong, also losing an arm, her former authority had almost fully vanished. But the pursuit of authority was already ingrained in her soul. She understood deeply that collaborating with Gu Yue Kaizhong was only a temporary solution. The only way was to devour the Mo faction. Only then would she have the ability to take back her medicine hall elder's position. To absorb the Mo faction, all she had to do was to eliminate their hope. And this hope was naturally Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to speak the truth, I've been observing both of you for some time. Come with me, I'll bring you into the clan's forbidden area. Normally that place would be heavily guarded. But coincidentally, right now I am in charge of protecting the forbidden grounds. Gu Yue Yaoji laughed sinisterly. She obviously hoped to harm Fang Yuan indirectly, but if he was innocent, she could definitely slander him using her wicked methods. In the underground tunnel inside a hidden room, Tai Ruonan looked at the Gu Yue clan's historical records. From the first generation onwards, after Gu Yue clan was built until its golden age, and then its decline, the records contained the information for the last few hundred years. All events, big and small, were recorded in detail. This first generation clan leader has a mysterious origin, creating the Gu Yue village single-handedly. He's most likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruonan flipped the first few pages, saying something shocking. That's nothing much. Many demonic cultivators, after getting sick of roaming, would choose to spread their bloodline and establish a clan. A few hundred years later, they would be wiped off their demonic origins and the descendants would become righteous cultivators. Such situations are actually very common, it is nothing strange. Beside her, Tai Shuileng said. Then all his previous wrongdoings, will it all be spared like that? Tai Ruonan had an indignant expression. These demonic cultivators caused all those crimes, but when the time is ripe and they feel tired, they would settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this too good for them? Tai Shuileng sighed deeply. Ruonan. When I was young, I felt like you too, thinking that this world is in black and white. But after you see more of the world, you will find out that this world is actually gray. Many times can black turn to white, and white can turn to black. Some white can also be more devious than black, and even bear greater sins. And demonic cultivators also have their own grievances. Righteous GU masters control the cultivating resources, while demonic GU masters are all alone, only able to rely on their extreme methods. Those like the first generation clan leader who are able to change their ways, that is the best solution. At least he will no longer cause harm to others. Turning from black to white, he can contribute his strength towards the righteous path. Tai Shuileng explained and consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruonan did not seem to be convinced. She shook her head, saying adamantly, Father, it is not right for you to sympathize with demonic GU masters. White is white, black is black. They should be punished for making a mistake. Breaking the law, they should face judgment. If not, where would justice lie? Where would fairness lie? Where would the law stand? This is not sympathy. Anywhere where there's people, there are interests involved. Places that involves interests will have crime. As long as people exist, crime would never end. My child, you will find out eventually, a person's strength is too insignificant. Tai Shuileng's voice was experienced and wise, but also sorrowful. Never mind. To the current you, it is still too early to say such things. You should concentrate on solving the case. Yes, father, Tai Ruonan pouted, not agreeing with Tai Shuileng's pessimistic outlook. When people are young, they tend to think they can change the world. But after they grow up, they will eventually find out that a person being able to retain their sense of self, and not being changed by the world is already a great success. As the girl continued to flip, her hand suddenly stopped. 4th generation clan leader, flower wine monk. Li, liquor worm, her eyes shone. Ellipsis. Electric currents flowed as the sharp teeth edges cut like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its wolf claw drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not have any movements. As the frenzy lightning wolf's claw became larger in his eyes, he did not have any inclination to dodge. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from his aperture. The light rainbow burst, and white light shot down like rain. In the light rain, the elegant white snake appeared, its long whiskers bringing about a fairy-like atmosphere. Towards this rank 5 snake Gu, the arrogant frenzy lightning wolf immediately withered, wanting to retreat, but the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and shot out a cloud smoke. The white smoke looked slow, but quickly enveloped the lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by the smoke, and it quickly moved back. But no matter how it moved, the white smoke followed it like a shadow, always engulfing its surroundings and not giving it any chance to escape. White form immortal snake's ability was this lump of smoke. After being enshrouded, one cannot tell their directions, as their vision is dyed in a white smoke. Wild beasts like lightning wolves relied on their strong vision and had weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same, thus its most useful sensory organ being blinded caused it to howl in panic. In its struggle, it broke many trees and mountain rocks as it became more agitated. Howl, it suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a blue thunderbolt. The thunderbolt shot towards Bai Ningbing, but he had no plans to dodge. Crack, the thunderbolt hit Bai Ningbing on the chest, penetrating it. Bai Ningbing lowered his head and saw the huge hole that the thunderbolt had made, allowing him to see through to the back. But quickly, the huge hole began to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the injury and the ice slowly melted, turning into flesh. This is the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's true strength. I am ice, and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary GU masters can be recovered in just a few seconds for me, Bai Ningbing thought, as he slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was ordinary broken, but relying on the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, it had already recovered fully. The white form immortal snake GU also sensed the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, thus it entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique can attract water-type GU worms to join me. Such great strength, yet so brittle. Bai Ningbing sighed at the heavens. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique was getting stronger, but he felt that death was approaching him even faster. Great Immortal hasn't done anything. At this time, Bai clan leader came over, asking in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake GU does not recognize me, it is merely attracted by my Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique and moved from the clan's spirit spring into my aperture. Only when I am in mortal danger and in a death situation would it come out and protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing, thus this protection also had its limits. Like earlier, the frenzy lightning wolf's thunderbolt was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, thus Bai Ningbing was hit head-on. After all, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive GU. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Zhang Fan and the river swallowing toad was the same. Although Zhang Fan had its assistance, he was still assassinated by a GU master. Bai clan leader sighed. He felt intense regret and pity towards this, yet there was nothing he could do. He had already done what he could. Right, the 3 clans' negotiation results is out. Shang clan preserved more than half of their strength, we cannot underestimate them. Eventually the 3 clans came to a decision that there shall be a 3-clan tournament. And the compensation will be decided by the results of the competition. Only GU masters age 30 and below can enter the tournament. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I can already sense it, my life is coming to an end. Having a competition at the end, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Elder. No, this is also for the sake of the clan. Bai clan leader's expression was embarrassed. It was his suggestion in the first place, and the biggest reason for it was to squeeze out the last remaining value that Bai Ningbing possessed. But Bai Ningbing's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. The white form immortal snake was unmoved, meaning that he was not fated to receive the first-generation ancestor's inheritance. But life and death are bound to occur, what fear could he have? Bai Ningbing had already found his path, he no longer feared. There was only one lingering battle that he could not let go of. Fang Yuan, the 3-clan tournament, will you attend it? Don't disappoint me, because right now, I am really strong. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 179 to 179. History is written by men. 2032 words. The flower wine monk begged for mercy on his knees. The 4th clan head was merciful and kind, intending to spare his life. Yet the flower wink monk suddenly launched a sneak attack, and the clan head flew into a rage, killing the flower wine monk on the spot. However, due to the heavy injuries from the sneak attack, he passed away not long after. Alas, demonic path members were indeed treacherous and unworthy of kindness. However, as Tai Ruonan read through this content, her eyes gradually dimmed down. What a pity, this flower wine monk died on the spot and couldn't leave behind an inheritance. If he could leave an inheritance, that would be perfect to explain everything, the young girl sighed inwardly. Yet she didn't give up and continued to flip through the Gu clan records, until the time was up and Gu Yaoji rushed them out. Fang Zheng welcomed the Tai father and daughter outside of the clan pavilion. Were there any discoveries? Tai Shuileng was silent whereas Tai Ruonan gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Fang Zheng continued, I just thought of something which might be of help. Brother and Kai faction worked quite closely, and the Kai faction's elder Gu Kai Lian had once defended him in front of everyone. Lady Tai, do you think this liquor worm could have been secretly handed over by Elder Kai Lian to my brother? Kai faction. Tai Ruonan frowned. Yes, Kai and Mo faction were the most influential factions of our Gu clan before the wolf tide, Fang Zheng explained. How was Fang Yuan involved with Kai faction? Tai Ruonan reflected on this. She started feeling a headache. This was her first case and she had been full of confidence at first, but when she actually started doing it, she felt that it was filled with difficulties. When she had seen her father solving the cases, it was as if success was guaranteed. All the mysteries were solved with methodical and orderly arrangement. However, she realized how truly difficult it was to solve a case when it was her turn. There seemed to be no trails sometimes, whereas all kinds of weird clues seemed to emerge, causing Tai Ruonan to be at wit's end. It was like she was covered in a dense fog and she didn't know how close or far she was from the truth. Would this clue regarding Kai faction be of any use? Tai Ruonan couldn't help but feel at a loss, and she subconsciously looked at her father. Father should have already discovered some clues, right? At this moment, the admiration in the young girl towards her father deepened further. If it was my father, this case should have already been solved. I am still far away from father's level, but even if I fail, as long as father is here, the truth will come out and the killer will be punished. Tai Ruonan felt ashamed but also a sense of pride. With Tai Shuileng here, she had no worries that the criminal could get away. But the young girl quickly shook her head, getting angry. The anger was towards herself. Ruonan, you are worthless. Didn't you think of surpassing father? How can you surpass him if you have the mentality of always relying on him? Ruonan, cheer up, you can do it. The young girl pursed her lips, inwardly encouraging herself. Her spirit boiled up again. She decided to overthrow her previous conjectures and start over. If Fang Yuan didn't obtain the liquor worm from an inheritance and got it from other people, then this Kai faction would be the biggest suspect. However, why would Kai faction take notice of AC grade aptitude ordinary student and secretly give him the liquor worm? What does Fang Yuan have that Kai faction felt it worthy to invest in him? Because he is Fang Zheng's brother? No, that is almost negligible. Wait a second, it might not be Kai faction taking the initiative to invest in him. There is another possibility, and that is because Fang Yuan blackmailed them. If it is truly so, what did Fang Yuan have on them to make them hold their nose and obediently compromise with a student that had yet to be a Gu master? Tai Ruonan racked her brains and an answer seemed to gradually emerge in her mind. But this answer was blurry like the light behind a paper window. Tai Ruonan could feel its existence but she couldn't grasp and understand it. Father, the young girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shuileng. I would like to borrow the cactus pointer. Tai Shuileng replied in a relaxed voice. The suggestion given by cactus pointer is based upon the information the user has. It only speculates on behalf of you and might not be accurate. Are you sure you want to use it? The young girl nodded. Cactus pointer was a seed. Tai Ruonan buried it in the ground then used her palm to press on the soil, transferring her white-silver primeval essence did. After several breaths, she withdrew her hand. Soon, they could see the soil loosening up, and a young sprout grew out of it. The newborn sprout was a translucent green, and looked very fragile. It quickly grew, becoming bigger and bigger, and its color changed from fragile greenish yellow to verdant green, then finally to dark green. Its appearance was similar to a cactus. It had thick flesh, the surface covered with sharp black thorns and was lush green all over. Within moments, a flower bud appeared on its top part. The white flower bud gradually grew, becoming charming and delicate. The main body of the cactus, however, was shrinking as if its moisture was being squeezed out. Tai Ruonan stretched her fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The moment the flower bud was taken out, the cactus started turning gray and completely died after a few seconds. The cactus pointer was a rank 3 consumable Gu. Tai Ruonan carefully opened the flower bud. The flower bud, however, was not wrapped up with layers of petals, instead appearing similar to a ball of paper. When Tai Ruonan completely opened it, it formed into a neat and square white paper. There were only one word written on the white paper, aptitude. This word would mean nothing to others and might even sound ridiculous. But to Tai Ruonan, it was a very important tip. The cactus pointer was used just like this. It gave insights to the Gu masters who had racked their brains but couldn't advance forward. It pierced the paper window and let the Gu masters see the light. Right, it is aptitude. Tai Ruonan shouted. She immediately took out the letter which recorded all the intels collected by Jia Fu. There was something written in this intel which described the details on when and at what price Gu Kai Lian had bought the cleansing water Gu. It's this. I only briefed through this earlier and neglected it, not considering the underlying meaning. But the cactus pointer speculated on my behalf and gave me the answer. This cleansing water Gu only has one use and that is to cleanse the foreign primeval essence auras from the aperture. Why did Gu Kai Lian need it? This situation is too common and happens a lot in many clans. He should have bought this for Kai faction's inheritor. Kai faction's inheritor should have a bad aptitude, so Gu Kai Lian poured his primeval essence to raise the former's cultivation. The cleansing water Gu is necessary to remove any after effects from this action. By some chance, Fang Yuan found this secret and used it to blackmail Kai faction, thus forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruonan kept on mumbling out her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are amazing. You could deduce so many things with just this word. But Gu Kai Cheng clearly has B-grade aptitude, Fang Zheng said. B-grade aptitude, does that mean it can't be fake? It is very simple to prove this. We only need to examine Kai Cheng's aperture and the truth will be out. Tai Ruonan's gaze was burning as her mouth slightly curved upwards. That's inappropriate. Tai Shuileng, however, shook his head disapprovingly. If this truth was found out, it would be a great blow to Kai faction, leading to turmoil among the Gu village's higher-ups and causing political conflicts. Tai Shuileng said, we came here to solve a case and not to wreak havoc. In the end, we are outsiders and unless it is absolutely necessary, we can't meddle in other clans' politics. Tai Ruonan nodded. Father is right. Besides this, there are also other ways to prove it. I remember that clans use a photo-audio Gu to record every important sacrificial ritual. This is a traditional practice and I believe Gu clan isn't an exception. I want to refer to the awakening ceremony's image. Ellipsis. Divine Investigator Tai, you have constantly been on the move for so many days and have gone through a lot of trouble to solve the case, please come have tea. As for the image you want to look into, it is stored in the secret room inside the underground cave which is among the clan's restricted areas. It would be inconvenient to let you two enter, but I have already sent someone to get it. It will be here in a short while. Gu Yubo spoke with a smile. I have troubled the clan leader, Tai Shuileng politely said. Tai Ruonan and Ji Yu Fangzheng were standing on the side. Divine Investigator Tai, if I may be so bold to ask a favor. Ji Yu Bo suddenly said. Tai Shuilang, oh, please speak, clan leader. This is our Qing Mao Mountain's internal affair. My clan, Bai clan and Shang clan have always been in a deadlock, but that changed due to the wolf tide. Shang village evaded the wolf tide with malicious intentions and tried to take advantage of the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. The negotiation earlier for compensation with them ended up in nothing. Hence, our three clans decided to hold a three clans tournament. Only GU masters at age 30 or below can participate in it, and it will decide the future strength of each clan. Upon saying this, GU Bo sighed. Actually, I have already felt that something was strange with Fang Yuan long ago, but couldn't look into it properly because of the wolf tide. If he really is the killer, my clan absolutely won't shield him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay this for a few days, since the three clans competition is hosted on the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed Old Wang's whole family, but they were just mortals and it was not worth investigating. What if he killed them? It wasn't a big deal. However, if he really killed Jia Jinsheng, then that would change everything. If GU clan still protected Fang Yuan, that would mean becoming enemies with Jia family and losing the chance to trade with Jia family caravan again. It would even result in Jia family's retaliation. Organizations protected their inner members, but if benefits were endangered, the organization could easily give up one or two members for the greater good. The organization's earliest form came from ancient times. Human clans assembled together for their survival, borrowing each other's strength to gather more food and dividing up their work to hunt more successfully. Any organization's essence was obtaining maximum benefits. If one or two members obstructed the organization's path to benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing. Thus, even if there were very few elders in GU clan right now, if there came a time when they had to abandon Fang Yuan, the clan leader would have no hesitation. However, the day after tomorrow was the three clans competition. The results of this competition would decide their future for the next few years as well as the benefit allocation of Qing Mao Mountain. As a rank 3 GU master, Fang Yuan was a vital fighting force for the GU clan. Just like Bai clan's clan leader, GU Bo also wanted to squeeze out Fang Yuan's maximum worth. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 180 to 180, watching the awakening ceremony again. 2059 words. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. As the night fell, Fang Yuan opened his eyes in a dark room. He already took off his GU master uniform and was now wearing a black gown which covered his legs. Matched with his long black hair, he would appear like a specter as he moved in the dark. He was already used to having long hair in his previous life. Some GU worms needed long hair to show their abilities, like the black hair GU, steel hair GU and so on. Having long hair was quite convenient as well. You could just cut it short if there came a time where you had to alter your appearance. But for short hair, to grow it in a short period, one needed to rely on specific GU worms. Not long ago, he had made an agreement with GU Mo Chen. Right now, he had already received the pig iron GU and all 40,000 primeval stones. The only thing remaining was that healing grass GU. I can only forget about the healing GU now. How can everything go as one wishes? Reality is full of helpless choices. Fang Yuan sighed, then stood up and lightly opened the door before using the stealth scales GU and disappearing into the night. He was forced by the circumstances to make this move. Tai father and daughter were drawing in closer, and his plan to be an envoy to Shang village had been stopped too. Shang village was able to preserve most of their strength. Bai clan and GU clan didn't dare to be overly forceful, thus the compensation talk ended in failure. The three sides then decided on holding a three-clan competition. Mo faction might have intentionally recruited Fang Yuan, but this move caused Fang Yuan to be in the middle of the political struggle and draw every elder's hostility. Also adding in by Ning who was growing stronger as he approached his death, the whole situation was becoming more unfavorable to Fang Yuan, forcing him into an impasse. Even if Fang Yuan was an old fox, he still needed strength to support his schemes. Facing such a situation, despite him already using up all his efforts and strength, making much faster progress than he did in his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to overturn the situation. The situation is dire, I can only take a risk and bet on this method. Fang Yuan thought hard, placing his hopes on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. As long as he plucked the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be wasted. The clan was sure to madly investigate, but what else besides the investigation? The spirit spring would already be disabled, and even if they got the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and destroyed it or put it back into the spirit spring again, the spirit spring would not recover. What could the clan do to survive then? There was only one thing, that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs in Qing Mao Mountain and each were occupied by one of the 3 clans. If one was destroyed by Fang Yuan, then GU clan had only one choice, to make a choice between the two. This choice was war, a war with either Bai village or Shang village. Only by seizing one of the spirit springs could GU clan have the foundation to continue its existence. There was no need to talk of GU masters being able to support their cultivation without the support of spirit spring. This move was too dangerous, though, but Fang Yuan had no other choice as the spring autumn cicada was recovering so fast that his aperture was already starting to feel a burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back for a sliver of chance at survival and seek life in death. Ellipsis. The hall was bright with all the lights. A GU master had already delivered the photo audio GU, but this GU was currently in GU Bo's hand. Divine Investigator Tai, what did you think about my request? GU Bo asked smilingly. Tai Ruonan lightly snorted. Tai Shuilang ruminated for a while before agreeing, alright, if Fang Yuan really turns out to be the killer, I will leave enough time for him to participate in the 3 clans competition. Father, Tai Ruonan's eyes flashed with a strange light, this was not her father's style. Hee, Divine Investigator's words are worth a lot and he never breaks his promises. This humble one fully trusts you and also thanks you for understanding. GU Bo's smile became more gentle, however he coldly hummed inside. Gu Yaoji had secretly brought the Tai father and daughter into the underground cave and let them look through the clan's official historical records. How could he as a clan leader not know of this? But he had to restrain his anger because of the approaching tournament and also the complicated political struggles in the clan. Tai Shuileng might be a powerful rank 5 expert, but he had no way to appease the dissatisfaction in Gu Yubo's heart. Fortunately, the genuine contents are all recorded in the clan's secret records and only the successive clan leaders can hold them. That official history is for the outsiders to look. Gu Yubo was secretly feeling smug. Gu clan's historical records were divided into official records and secret records. Official records were hidden in the secret room in the underground cave and its contents were to brainwash the later generations and was a fake, in fact. But the secret records recorded all the genuine details without any fake details. There were even records of some secrets that could never be divulged. For instance, the ritual for summoning the blood guillotine Gu which could never be recorded in the official records but was recorded in detail in the secret records. Gu clan leader, my father has agreed to your request, now show us the image. Tai Ruonan's tone showed her bad mood. Even if divine investigator Tai hadn't agreed, I would have fully cooperated with your investigation, Gu Yubo gently clarified, then he lightly pinched his fingers, smashing the photo audio Gu. Although the Gu broke into pieces, it instead formed into a ball of 7-colored smoke which contained all sorts of noise. Gu Yubo lightly blew on it. This smoke floated into a wall, but didn't pass through. Like an ink drop falling into water, a colorful imprint began to appear on the spotless wall. The imprint grew larger until it formed into an image of the former awakening ceremony. Within this image, Fang Zheng quickly found himself and also many other familiar faces. All these faces held looks of excitement as they looked all around the cave, their faces full of the immaturity of young. They were like young chicks who had just learned to flap their wings and fly out of the nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruonan soon found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was walking within the group, and although he was looking all around like the rest, his gaze was tranquil and detached. In the group of similar ages, he was like a crane within a group of chicken. If one didn't specifically pay attention to him, normal people wouldn't find any differences between him and the rest. However, the group in the hall right now were all concentrating on him, exposing this peculiarity. This Fang Yuan is really strange. Right now, even Gu Yubo couldn't help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. The scene on the wall changed when the group of youths reached the sea of flowers. The awakening ceremony began, and each of the youngsters stepped in the underground river and walked towards the sea of flowers on the opposite bank. The light of the hope Gu rose and fell. There were also the elders, voices which could be clearly heard. The scenes appeared with such clarity that it felt like one was really there. First, it was Gu Mobe who was found to have B-grade aptitude, causing an uproar, then Gu Kaicheng was also tested to have B-grade aptitude. It really is strange, this Gu Kaicheng looks too nervous. His body movements are stiff and his skin color is also not normal, it is just that the light in the underground is dim. But if one carefully looks into it, they will find that something has been applied on his body and that is what is attracting the hope Gu. This is clearly a cheat. Tai Ruonan was confident as she observed this, but in the next moment, she immediately frowned. It was Fang Yuan's turn. He stepped into the river and started moving towards the opposite bank. The light from the hope Gu wasn't vigorous. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment, and the sighs from the youths and the elders could be heard by everyone in the group. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruonan's frowns got even deeper. Because Fang Yuan's expression was calm all along the way. At that time, his back was facing the elders and the youths, they couldn't see his expression. However, as Tai Ruonan observed as a spectator, she saw that Fang Yuan's expression didn't change at all, indifferent and cold. It was as if, he already knew this would happen. This is impossible. If it was me in his place, a 15-year-old with everyone's expectations on me, but was tested to only have C-grade aptitude, how could I not feel the least bit of frustration, disappointment and discouragement? How can this be? How can this be? Tai Ruonan's frowns were almost forming a knot. Huge doubts and suspicions covered her mind, even stifling her breaths. Her heart was beating loudly at this moment as all her thoughts flashed through her mind. What is going on? How could this be? Wait a moment, aptitude. Could it be? Tai Ruonan suddenly raised her head. Her intuition had activated and an extremely bold and crazy conjecture formed in her mind. Light and shadow reflected upon Fang Zheng's face. The awakening ceremony had been the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he was living a low and insignificant life, a nobody. After the awakening ceremony, however, his life was completely changed. He was basked in the lights and his confidence also burst out. In his memories, the awakening ceremony was a picture of blurriness, he had passed through it without even realizing it. Right now, as he observed this as a spectator, complicated emotions rose up in his heart which he couldn't explain with words. Fang Zheng looked at himself when it was his turn. He remembered how inferior and weak he had felt at that time. Soon, he saw how he had tumbled down into the river and struggled to get up, and was pulled up by his brother Fang Yuan, how he had cut out a sorry figure. A smile appeared on his face. This was the former him, the one who was ridiculed by many. Then he saw himself walking absent-mindedly towards the opposite bank, and saw his body being enveloped by the lights of the hope Gu along with the shocks and admiration of many. That time was a moment of glory, a moment of miracle. An A-grade aptitude, his life would no longer be the same from that moment. Fang Zheng, I have a question. Tai Ruonan suddenly spoke, breaking Fang Zheng's recollection. What is it? Please ask. I will definitely answer everything I know. Fang Zheng turned around with a smile. It's about your brother. When your brother pulled you up, I saw his mouth moving, but there was too much noise in the surroundings. What did he say to you? Could you tell me the exact words he told? Tai Ruonan asked with a bright gaze. His words. Fang Zheng tried to recall. He seemed to have said, road. Right, it was road. Fang Zheng's eyes brightened. I remember it. He said to me, the road to the future will be interesting. Strange. I didn't think anything of it at that time, but now that I recall it, I think brother's words contained profound meaning, as if he already knew I had a grade aptitude. No, he didn't mean the A-grade aptitude, but something else. Tai Ruonan's body trembled, her expression complicated as she let out a breath of turbid air. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 181 to 181, by an odd twist long chapter. 2,551 words. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Fang Zheng did not understand. Tai Ruonan stretched out her finger, pointing at the wall. Look at him, Ji Yu Fang Yuan. Don't you think he looks way too calm? When finding out that he has C-grade talent, while his blood-related brother has a grade talent, normal people would definitely have some reaction to it. But him, not a trace of emotion. The surrounding praises and mockery cannot move his heart. Don't you find this strange? Throughout the process, he is too calm. Tai Ruonan's words attracted everyone's gaze. As this scene replayed, all the gazes on the wall landed on Fang Yuan's silhouette. Fang Yuan stood among the crowd, standing alone, upright. A dark shadow engulfed half his body. And this scenario was a huge contrast to the other side. His own brother, Ji Yu Fang Zheng, was moving step by step, his body bathed in the Hoku's pure white light. At this moment, the elder and younger brother had a swap of identities. The former fell from grace, falling to the lowest point in his life, engulfed by shadows. The latter being blessed by fate, shining in brilliance, climbing his way to the top. A 15-year-old youngster, going through such a catastrophic change in his life. But yet, on his body there is no trace of disappointment, perplexity or jealousy. Only calmness. He stood among the crowd, silently watching like he was an outsider, like he was watching a show. Tai Ruonan's voice came appropriately. Yes, Fang Yuan watched silently. As the shadows engulfed half his body, his face was expressionless, except the pale color of a youngster's skin. Ji Yu stared at the wall, solemn. Fang Zheng felt a strong chill emerging from deep within his body. Brother, what in the world are you? Even if he had a prediction towards the awakening ceremony's results, his heart would definitely feel a change in emotions, and he definitely won't be as calm as this. I used the cactus pointer earlier, and always thought that the word, aptitude, was referring to Ji Yu Kai Chang. But now that I think about it, it might not refer to Kai Chang, but most likely Fang Yuan. Tai Ruonan said, Lady Tai, what do you mean? I don't understand it at all. Fang Zheng was more confused. Tai Ruonan raised a finger. Only one type of situation would cause Fang Yuan to be so calm. That is, he has a trump card that no one knows. Only one situation would cause him to not be jealous, and that is because he has something greater. If two people walk together and one person finds a primeval stone, only if the other finds 10 or 100 would they not be jealous and have a calm emotion. Fang Yuan is like that. You are saying, Fang Yuan cheated and concealed his true aptitude. He is not a C-grade talent. Ji Yu understood Tai Ruonan's words, but if he is A or B grade, why would he not display it outright? Fang Yuan had great wisdom since young. Tai Ruonan's lips curled, her expression confident as she radiated utter confidence. These few days, I've read some of his poems. With such visions and aspirations, even father was full of praise for him. Such a genius, he naturally has his own schemes. Ji Yu shook his head. Just with this alone, it still doesn't confirm anything. Concealing aptitude and revealing his aptitude gives two completely different treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know this, after a year in the academy, he should be clear of it. Of course he knew, that's why he did not dare to reveal it. Tai Ruonan did not beat about the bush, saying confidently. What do you mean? Ji Yu was also lost now. Ji Yu clan leader. Tai Ruonan turned around, looking at Ji Yu solemnly. Do you know about Ren's 10 children? Ji Yu was first stunned, before he immediately reacted, understanding Tai Ruonan's true meaning. He was shocked, his iris expanded, his mouth agape, not having any of his clan leader disposition. This was the first time Fang Zheng saw Ji Yu in such a state. Ren's 10 children, eldest son verdant great son, second daughter desolate ancient moon, the 10 children's aptitude defied heaven, thus heaven was wary and did not give them a long lifespan. In the Ji Yu world, the 10 children also represented the top 10 most extreme aptitudes. That is, the 10 extreme physiques. Ren's 10 children died one by one, and Renzu was about to die of old age. But at the end, Renzu gathered the corpse of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, all going into the stomach of the derivation Ji Yu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst, exploding in countless life spreading across the land, creating the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have Renzu or the 10 children's talent, but they could cultivate after awakening their aperture. Humanity thus grew and developed, forming today's size. Of course, that is all a mythological story. But according to the story, every one of us has Renzu and his 10 children's bloodline in us. Tai Ruonan continued, the only thing is that most people have diluted bloodlines, or due to intermarriage, restricted each other and caused it to remain dormant. But some people when born have stronger bloodlines, and as they age or cultivated, they would start going towards the extreme, with one bloodline dominating the rest. When it appears, that is the 10 extreme physiques. What is this 10 extreme physique? Fang Zheng asked. Don't tell me, Fang Yuan has one of the 10 extreme aptitudes. Ji Yu was stunned. Very likely so. Only the 10 extreme physique would cause Fang Yuan to be so calm, and does not have much need for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physique that dominates the A-grade talent can cause Fang Yuan to not have a hint of jealousy or envy, and only the 10 extreme physique can cause Fang Yuan to not reveal his aptitude, as he fears being killed earlier, thus choosing to conceal the truth. Tai Ruonan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuileng would not think of rebirth. Not to mention the young girl. Under all sorts of coincidences, she managed to conjecture a conclusion that was completely the opposite of the truth. Hearing so, everyone was dumbfounded. Tai Ruonan's analysis had proof and evidence, causing others to believe it. If not for this reason, what other explanation is there? Yes, the 10 extreme physiques, it has to be the ancient moon desolate yin physique. Ji Yu's heart was in turmoil, so excited that his body shuddered. Others might not know this, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many ancient secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first generation ancestor established the village at this spot and named it Ji Yu village. The truth is, the first general was not named Ji Yu at all. Why did he pick the name, Ji Yu? It was a mystery, but before Gen 1 died, he once sighed, the bloodlines shall be passed down, there will be a great plan of centuries, ancient moon desolate yin, the world shall shudder. He left behind those parting words, and in his will, it predicted that the Ji Yu clan would one day in the future produce a Ji Yu master with one of the 10 extreme aptitudes, the ancient moon desolate yin body. He would cause the world to tremble and bring the Ji Yu clan towards a new golden age. He also mentioned to his descendants that if one day such a physique appeared, they had to be brought into the blood pond graveyard. As the clan leader, Gu Yue knew the weakness of the 10 extreme physiques, but he had studied this will deeply, and found that the first-generation ancestor seemed to know a method to curb this weakness. And this method was kept in his coffin in the graveyard, in an eternal slumber with him. If the ancient moon desolate Yin physique really appeared, bring him to the coffin. To think that Gu Yue Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, the ancient moon desolate Yin physique. Gu Yue screamed in his heart. This cannot be. Under everyone's watchful eye, how can brother cheat under everyone's gaze? Fang Zheng was completely taken aback, shaking his head, unable to accept this theory. Tai Ruonan looked at him in pity. If even Kai Cheng could cheat, why couldn't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless potential, unlimited possibilities. Maybe Fang Yuan awakened early, and maybe he deceived the bamboo gentleman, due to the 10 extreme physique. Or maybe Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan, because he found out this secret of Fang Yuan's. Tai family young lady, speak with caution. Gu Yue's expression was unhappy, speaking in a low tone, words cannot be spoken mindlessly. Whether Jia Jinsheng is killed by Fang Yuan, that is not confirmed yet. Fang Yuan is my clan's member, and even if he did commit the act, how we are going to answer to the Jia family is also our matter. You are only here to investigate the case. Gu Yue clan leader's attitude had changed 180 degrees. Before, he had thought Fang Yuan was AC grade talent with no possibility of investment. But now, Fang Yuan was the ancient moon desolate Yin physique. Once it involved the first gen's prophecy and will, his value completely changed. He had to be protected, and even if the Jia family was offended, there will be no regret. Oh crap, this Gu Yue clan leader just turned on his words. How shameless is he, changing his attitude so quickly. I should not have revealed the truth of the 10 extreme physique so soon. The 10 extreme aptitudes rule over the A-grade talent, so it seems the Gu Yue clan leader wants to protect Fang Yuan now. This will bring great obstruction to solving the case. What do I do now, father? Tai Ruonan's heart sank, and gritting her teeth, she subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where's father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was still around earlier, but in the blink of an eye he was gone. This discovery caused Gu Yue to tense up. Where could Tai Shuilang have gone at this time? Gu Yue clan leader naturally related it to Fang Yuan. Fang Zhang, I am going to look for your brother. Go inform the other clan elders, and quickly assemble to look for me. Leaving behind his instructions, Gu Yue activated his Gu worm and flew out from the window. Tai Ruonan snorted, running out of the room towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fang Zheng was left. How can this be? Fang Zheng's current state was not optimistic. His face was pale, his body on the verge of falling over, his spine devoid of all strength. He felt that his world was covered in darkness. He felt his world collapsing. How could it become like this? Brother's aptitude is the 10 extreme physique. My A-grade talent is nothing compared to him, a complete failure compared to him. As he thought and thought, Fang Zheng's tears fell down. At this moment, all of his spirit was dampened. All this time, his greatest achievement was beating Fang Yuan in aptitude. All his confidence was built upon this. But right now, he was told this cruel fact, his aptitude was nothing compared to his brother. His proudest and most confident area had been suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence he had built up after so long, collapsed in an instant. Big brother, he raised his head, allowing his tears to flow like a river. He screamed in his heart, from start to end, you've been watching a show all along. Seeing me jump up and down, looking at my clown-like performance. The corners of his eye looked at the wall again. The images turned and moved, and people moved all over the place with countless voices praising Fang Zheng's performance. However, Fang Yuan alone stood among the people, his face calm as he watched. Peacefully watching just like that, Fang Zheng suddenly felt that in this image, he who was covered in this light of hope, was so childish, so eye-piercing. In his heart, Fang Yuan's calm dark irises showed a divine expression. His image was gradually enlarged, getting taller and taller until he was unable to climb over, as high as a mountain reaching into the clouds. Those calm eyes looked at him from that mountain high up in the sky, staring at Fang Zheng's pathetic appearance who was at the foot of the mountain. Those eyes were like they were saying, Fang Zheng, my laughable little brother, you won't do, won't do. Like the echoes in a valley, reverbing in Fang Zheng's heart. He felt a strong depression, unimaginable depression, suppressing him until he could not breathe properly. He thought he had gotten rid of this feeling, but to think that today this feeling assaulted his heart again. In fact, it was more intense than before by 100 times. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Fang Zheng's face twitched, veins popping on his forehead. He was drowning in his delusions, gripping his own throat tightly. With a plop, he fell onto the ground kneeling. Because he lacked oxygen, his face went red and his tongue stretched out, his eyes gradually popping out. No, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. His other hand grabbed the tile on the ground, but as he used too much strength, even his nails broke and blood bled. The intense pain increased Fang Zheng's desire to live. His body had no injuries, but in his heart, he had received a fatal injury. He could not get up, for the pride sustaining him had already shattered. He felt that he did not have the face to see anyone, he was unable to face up to reality, to his older brother. He had become a huge joke, an ironic clown. His heart was like dying ash, but this ash still had small embers burning. So what if he is the 10 extreme aptitude? Brother, you did something wrong. You killed someone, you should not have done so. Right, that's right, you have to pay for your sins of murdering. Brother, Jia Jinsheng was killed by you, right? You walked on the wrong path, you did something wrong, so what if your aptitude is better than me? Ring, something seemed to have sounded off near his ear. A lump of fire started to burn in Fang Zheng's heart. The dying ember resurrected, the hand gripping his throat, gradually let go. Fang Zheng's body was covered in sweat as he kneeled on the ground, one hand sustaining himself as the hand was full of injuries from grabbing the tile. Droplets of sweat flowed down his face and nose, and onto the file. His distorted horrifying face had gradually calmed down. A gust of wind blew along the door and windows, into this hall. The cold wind of the night sky stimulated his body as he shuddered. Hey. Fang Zheng half laid on the ground as he laughed, his voice shrill and eerie. The light of the fire danced around his face along with the wind. As it shone on the young man's face, it was not of warmth and brightness, but it resembled the devil's dance. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 182 to 182, Blood Pond Graveyard. 1932 words. There's no one here. Turning the house upside down, Gu Yue did not find Fang Yuan anywhere. A huge rock weighed on his heart. With Fang Yuan and Tai Shui Leng's sudden disappearance, it easily caused him to relate them together. Speak, where's Fang Yuan? Gu Yue's face was grim like water, as he screamed at Tai Ruonan who just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruonan's attitude was tough. Even against a rank 4 expert, she did not relent. HMPH, why did Tai Shui Leng go missing? Tai family's young lady, can you give me an explanation? Gu Yue said as he got closer to Tai Ruonan. The young girl's expression was slightly stunned. The truth was, this matter had been very peculiar from the start. The original plan was that her father and her would come here next year. Back then, Tai Shui Leng was solving another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane carried a letter, and passed it to Tai Shui Leng. After seeing this letter, Tai Shui Leng changed his plans and put down the case at hand, heading immediately towards Qing Mao Mountain. If not for the letter, the Tai family father and daughter would not have gotten here so early. As his daughter, Tai Ruonan knew her father well. Normally, only exceptional cases would cause Tai Shui Leng to make such a decision, but what caused her to not understand was that this Qing Mao Mountain case was only about Jia Jinsheng's death. Although Jia Jinsheng's death involved the acid struggle of the Jia family, its severity level was merely average, and was far below the point where the divine investigator has to put so much emphasis on. Towards this, Tai Ruonan was always doubtful. And now, Tai Shui Leng mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you have an injury, please take care of your body. Tai Ruonan was worried. This situation had happened several times before. Every time, it was when Tai Shui Leng was fighting against a strong foe and could not distract himself to protect Tai Ruonan, thus choosing to battle alone. His injuries right now were caused by a strong foe under such circumstances previously. Although father is injured, he is after all a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 GU masters are not his match. Father, I believe in you, I will wait for you to return. Tai Ruonan's eyes shone with light as she encouraged herself. Gu Yue got closer as the young girl raised her head, staring right at the Gu Yue clan leader. Explanation. You want an explanation, but does it mean I need to give you one? Gu Yue's face grew even grimmer as he said, little wretch, you sure talk tough, it seems I can only take you captive and use you to exchange for our clan's Fang Yuan. He. Tai Ruonan laughed instead. Gu Yue clan leader, would you really dare to do such a thing? My uncle is the current Tai clan leader, do you want to cross swords with my Tai family? Gu Yue stopped in his tracks. He was anxious and almost forgot. Tai family, it was but a super clan, having thousands of years of legacy, standing strong even today. Standing tall in the Tai clan mountain fort was the demon suppression tower, imprisoning countless demonic GU masters, the symbol of the righteous faction. Gu Yue clan was only a slightly average clan, and was smaller than Jia clan. But Jia clan was also merely a young clan, unable to compare with the Tai clan. Even in the entire southern border, the Tai clan is a first-class powerhouse, a large clan with strong foundations. Tai Ruonan's words softened. Gu Yue clan leader, I am not here to be enemies with you. But please believe in my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave or secretly run away. The Tai family only dies in battle, there are no cowards that run from battle. Not only will I stay here, I will also arrest the criminal that killed Jia Jinsheng. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Gu Yue frowned, showing a fierce expression. But he might be. Tai Ruonan stared, her heroism overflowing. At this point she was refusing to relent. Both sides stared for a long time. Tai Ruonan continued, Fang Yuan went missing, so it is very likely that he is escaping for his crimes, thus he has greater suspicion. But I will definitely not malign an innocent party. HMPH, I hope so. Gu Yue swung his sleeve and left. 15 minutes later, gurgle gurgle, the spirit spring's whirlpool moved violently as a lotus image flickered above the spring water like an image. Pieces of primeval stones were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the appearance of the heavenly essence treasure lotus to become clearer. Earlier at the classmate gathering, they gave me around 10,000 primeval stones. Together with Gu Yue Mo Chen's 40,000, I've already thrown them all in. Why is it that this heavenly essence treasure lotus still hasn't shown its true body? Fang Yuan stared intently through the crystal walls, glaring at the center of the spirit spring, feeling uncertain. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After continuous advancing and reaching rank 6, its value would be no less than the spring autumn cicada. Even in his previous life, Fang Yuan had only heard of it, and never interacted with it. Thus right now, it was his first time seeing one, and so he was slightly unsure. But he soon calmed himself, laughing, around 50,000 primeval stones, it's more than enough. Why am I worrying over nothing here? So what if the refinement fails? Thinking so, he no longer hesitated. Taking in a deep breath, he jumped up, knocking onto the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the Mo Jiyu. When Fang Yuan knocked onto it, it was like jumping into the water. There was a ripple in the walls as he was instantly swallowed up. Water surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, but he could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. The heavenly essence treasure lotus could only be seen through the water crystal walls before extraction. Fang Yuan knew this well, and was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance, and even accounted for the refraction of the light due to the water, and grabbed according to his memory. This grab was like grabbing out of thin air, conjuring a lotus. The lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, looking like a lamp filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and even though it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it resisted. But that was nothing. Just by leaking a little of the spring autumn cicada's aura, this rank 3 flower GU was instantly refined. Heavenly essence treasure lotus obtained. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a white blue light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the numerous whirlpools in the spirit spring vanished. The spring water that was filled with vitality turned into a puddle of still water without any signs of life. The spirit spring is no more. This place is no longer safe, I have to leave as soon as possible. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious, and just as he was about to leave, something suddenly happened. Deep in the spirit spring, a blinding blood-colored light shot out. A large suction force suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, Fang Yuan was sucked deep into the water. The spring water turned red, becoming blood water, wrapping around Fang Yuan completely, dragging him down. Sky Canopy Gu. Thunderwings Gu. In the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan screamed in his heart and a white armor appeared on his body. At the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared behind his back. Thunderwings spread, giving Fang Yuan an upward force. But the blood water came endlessly, and its suction force became greater and greater, there was no way to oppose it. Puff. Hearing the water all around him, Fang Yuan was dragged by the currents, along the tunnel, heading straight down. Just when his breath was used up, the surrounding pressure vanished. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. At least he did not die of suffocation, but he found that he was falling from a high spot. He subconsciously activated his wings, but the Thunderwings Gu was in bad shape. The originally strong wings were tired and soft. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing his descent. This was an area underground. It was not dark, but filled with red light. Fang Yuan was falling from about 15 meters, and below him was a pond. But this underground pond was not of the transparent color, it was red, like blood water. No, it is blood water. The piercing blood stench assaulted Fang Yuan as he continued to fall. This situation was weird no matter how he looked at it, so for safety, Fang Yuan did not want to land in this bloody pond. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He activated the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, his palm entering the centipede's mouth and swinging it like a whip. The golden centipede's body stretched to the longest, and its tail stabbed into the mountain wall at the side. Fang Yuan willed with his mind, and the golden centipede's body constricted. This way, it brought his body to the side of the mountain wall. These walls were slippery and did not have a good landing spot. But as Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, he managed to find an uneven area and placed his feet above. Where the fuck is this? Stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately observed the surroundings. According to his estimations, this should be in a place deeper underground, even below the underground cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was shocked. In his previous life, he was not strong enough to learn about the secrets of the higher-ups. The truth is, this was the Blood Pond graveyard, the forbidden grounds that buried the first generation's coffin. Even among clan elders, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down. This blood pond shone with a bloody radiance. Its circumference was even larger than the village, emitting an eerie and scary aura. At the top of the cave, there was up to 100 holes that had water gushing down, bringing the shells, turtles, snakes and fish from the river with it. Swoosh swoosh, streams of water continued to pour down from the holes, entering into the blood pond. The blood water was turbulent as numerous seafood moved around, entering the pond. However, in a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies were sucked out. They turned into dry corpses and floated on the surface of the water, appearing and disappearing as the waves moved them about. The blood pond's redness only intensified. As Fang Yuan looked on, his iris shrunk a little. If he had landed in this pond, even with the Sky Canopy Gu's protection, he would not be in good shape. He continued to observe, and other than fresh dry corpses, there were also some bones in the water. Some were fish bones, bear bones, and even human skeletons. This was a giant burial ground. It was creepy and bloody. The ripples and waves in the blood pond raged on and swept into the surrounding walls, the bright red and glowing blood water entering the surrounding soil. This caused the soil to all turn into a bright red color, turning into red soil. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 183 to 183, Bloodsea Ancestor. 2,199 words. Wait a second, red soil. Fang Yuan's mind jolted at the sight. He stretched his hand out and grabbed the wall beside him, taking out a lump of red soil. This red soil was very soft and emitted a faint red light. Fang Yuan merely pressed it lightly, but it crumbled down. So, it was like this. He seemed to have come to a realization. The first time he had entered the secret cave inside the rock crack, he saw that the secret cave was full of this red soil which emitted faint glow. There was no need for any other lighting source. He had felt it weird at the time because Qing Mao Mountain soil was blue-black in color. He had thought this was arranged by the flower wine monk, but now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt even more wary. His 500 years of experience had almost become an intuition. This place is not only strange, but also dangerous. I don't have the time to dilly-dally, I need to think of how to leave here. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave walls, where hundreds of holes were in the top part of the wall, which was the one connected to the spirit spring. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Water could flow down here, but it didn't mean that the passages were wide enough for a human to pass through. And, Fang Yuan looked grave as he tried shaking his 2 wings. However, he couldn't control these thunder wings perfectly like before, and the originally clear blue thunder was now stained with some scarlet. It gave off a contradictory feeling of power and weakness existing at the same time. The Thunderwings Gu had become unreliable. It was very possible for it to screw up and drop Fang Yuan in the middle of flight. Swoosh, an inexplicable undercurrent surged up from within the blood lake, giving off the enormous aura of rank 5 Gu. That is, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. A long shadow gradually appeared in the blood lake. Its length surpassed 40 meters and its width over 6 meters. This was an enormous python. It dwelled in the depths of the blood lake, but now that it had smelled out the scent of flesh on Fang Yuan, it came out to begin the hunt. Damn it, Fang Yuan felt a pressing urge in his heart. Right now, he was relying on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede to puncture the wall, barely managing to hang on to the soft red soil. And with his long hair and black gown, he looked like a black ant compared to the enormous blood lake. Hundreds of black dots appeared in the blood lake and rose up, just like a traveling shoal of fish. Whoosh, they were much faster than the giant python and flew out of the blood lake within moments, revealing their appearance. These were not fish, but bats. These blood-colored bats had 2 long pointed ears with 2 pairs of wings. The main pair of wings were rather big, whereas the secondary pair of wings was on the smaller side and was below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of the 2 pairs of wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3, Bladewing Blood Bat Gu. A name immediately appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. These blade-wing blood-bat groups were directing their intense murderous aura towards him, but the first thing that appeared in his mind was that image. In the image from the photo audio Gu, the flower wine monk's whole body was covered with blood, with severe injuries to the point of being near death. Moonshadow Gu was not able to cause such injuries, but these blade-wing blood-bats were a different matter. Could it be that the flower wine monk had come to this place and was injured by these blade-wing blood-bats? Fang Yuan's thoughts revolved rapidly. Flower wine monk's death had been shrouded in riddles. Now, it appeared extremely likely that it was due to this place. Blade-wing blood-bat, Fang Yuan murmured. In fact, this Gu wasn't a stranger to him. Even though this Gu was a rank 3 Gu, it was very easy to feed, its food being blood. In his previous life, he had established the Bloodwing Devil sect, and the symbol of the sect was precisely the blade-wing bloodbat. The resources from the Devil sect were more than enough to support close to 10,000 blade-wing bloodbat Gu, allowing the sect to establish a terrifying might and spread terror. More precisely, he owed his success to blade-wing bloodbats. After over 400 years in his previous life, he had accidentally obtained an inheritance from the Blood Sea Ancestor. With the colonies of blade-wing bloodbats and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord of a region. This Blood Sea Ancestor was a rank 7 demonic path Gu master who took lives as easily as cutting grass, and his evil reputation was such that it resounded throughout the world, having his name recorded in history. At the beginning, he was just a mortal, but through luck and destiny, he became a Gu master of demonic path. He started out from the lowest of levels and rose up in ranks, before becoming an authority of demonic path after 800 years. He didn't have high aptitude, thus he had limited primeval essence in his aperture. Therefore, he had a crazed interest towards researching the fusion of Gu worms. Wild Gu worms possessed their own will and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air by themselves. However, after a Gu worm was refined by a Gu master, its willpower would be dominated by the Gu master, and it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence. It would be able to only absorb the primeval essence in the Gu master's aperture. Blood Sea Ancestor had invested a lot of efforts in researching Gu which could absorb natural primeval essence even after being refined by a Gu master. The righteous Gu masters were very afraid of this. They were extremely worried that the Blood Sea Ancestor would succeed in his research. As a result, they organized countless traps before moving in for the kill. In the end, Blood Sea Ancestor wasn't able to succeed, but it also wasn't a complete failure. He succeeded in producing the fusion recipes of Bladewing Bloodbat, Blood Guillotine and Blood Frenzy Gu. Rank 3 Bladewing Bloodbat Gu was his first accomplishment. It was very easy to feed, but it still needed the Gu master to provide primeval essence. The colony of Bladewing Bloodbats was very special. A Gu master just needed to control a male bat, and they could indirectly command all the other female bats. Blood Frenzy Gu was his second accomplishment. This Gu was formless. As a ball of blood essence, it survived by attaching itself to other beings. It was a rank 4 Gu and had a very unusual ability. Every Gu worm infected by its aura could absorb natural primeval essence every now and then. But it had a great disadvantage. The Gu worms affected by the Blood Frenzy Gu would gradually leave the control of the Gu master and would turn into a pool of blood after a period of time. Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea Ancestor's last accomplishment. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu and was no doubt more advanced than the previous two. Its usability and feeding were fused into one. Using Zwars to sustain itself, it multiplied by swallowing Gu master's blood. It didn't need the Gu master to provide it with any primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea Ancestor created the Blood Guillotine, due to the many battles and the entrapment by the righteous path, he was defeated. He suffered from fatal wounds that could not be healed, and he carved out a bloody escape from the layers of entrapment. The righteous path figures were worried about his final counterattack which could endanger themselves, so they didn't have any inclination to chase after him and looked on as he made his getaway. Since then, these righteous path figures would regret the moment every time they recalled it. They regretted that they let him get away. The Blood Sea Ancestor knew his death was a sure thing, so he started setting up a large-scale inheritance. In the limited time before his death, with the strength of his rank 7 cultivation, he unexpectedly set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance grounds. His inheritances extended everywhere from the middle continent to the southern border and other places. Right before his death, he smiled devilishly. The blood path is not alone, the legacy will continue for all eternity. This statement was not in the least false, for countless Gu masters benefited from his inheritances, and thus the demonic path flourished greatly. No matter the Bladewing Bloodbat Gu, the Blood Frenzy Gu or the Blood Guillotine, they were all very easy to raise and multiply. Maybe in some unremarkable valleys, at poor villages, at no-man deserts, or beside some mountain paths, you might find 2 or 3 Gu left casually by the Blood Sea Ancestor. These Gu were easy to raise and didn't have a high demand for primeval essence, thus they could easily be used by Gu masters with ordinary aptitudes. Survival was a difficult thing in this world, so which Gu master wouldn't thirst for stronger powers? The Gu worms left by the Blood Sea Ancestor represented a whole new strength. This strength was a quick and easy way to rise in power, and it became more welcome than other Gu worms. Power itself had no sins. It became good in the hands of good, and evil in the hands of evil. But in the world, how many people could have a resolute mind after a sudden increase in strength? A man who got money would often become fickle. A sudden rise in strength would certainly nourish ambitions that weren't there before. As a result, many Gu masters that obtained the Blood Sea Ancestor's legacy would become a devil that massacred everything. Even many righteous path figures had changed their sides. The inheritances of Blood Gu brought great turmoil and danger towards the whole world. In each inheritance of the Blood Sea Ancestor, there were often only 2 to 3 Gu. However, these inheritances were like a spark of fire that could cause a prairie fire if left alone. There would be demonic path Gu masters who would come into possession of the Blood Gu every so often and cause chaos. Some of them would fail, killed away in some villages. Some would succeed temporarily and become a huge figure, harming a whole region. No matter if they succeeded temporarily, or failed, at the moment of their exhaustion, they would also leave behind new blood inheritances. Thus, the blood calamity continued endlessly. Not only did it not end with the death of the Blood Sea Ancestor through the combined strength of the righteous path, it instead thrived even more greatly with the foundations left behind, unable to be eliminated as it continued for eternity. It was to the extent that the righteous path figures would frequently curse these accursed Blood Gu masters. We have already killed waves upon waves of them, but if we become even a bit careless, we will see a new one coming up from nowhere. By now, the Blood Sea inheritances were already publicly recognized as the most popular in the whole world, with the greatest number of inheritances. There was no competition. In the strictest sense, Fang Yuan had received a favor from the Blood Sea Ancestor. In my previous life, only after over 400 years, I found a Blood Sea inheritance and was then able to begin my rule. Now, if I can subdue these blood bats, it will be like completing 400 years of effort. Blood bats charged at him, but Fang Yuan was not afraid. He had the Spring Autumn Cicada, so these bats would submit without question in front of the rank 6 aura. The only problem was the rank 5 blood python that was still concealed, hiding within the blood lake. But this situation is somewhat fishy. The Blood Sea Ancestors' inheritances normally only have 2-3 GU worms. How come this place has hundreds of bladewing blood bats? Could it be that rumor is true? The rumor said that the Blood Sea Ancestors' hundreds of thousands of inheritances were diversions, and the true inheritances were only a few. In these few inheritances, the Blood Sea Ancestor was said to have concealed his best GU worms, or research insights or fusion recipes. Could this place be a true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea Ancestor? When Fang Yuan thought of this, his heart started to beat loudly. His thoughts moved like lightning, and although he thought of many things, only a little time had passed in reality. Bladewing blood bats charged at him one after another. Fang Yuan was calm, his long hair and black gown fluttering in the air as he climbed up the wall and was going to summon Spring Autumn Cicada. But right at this time, there was a sudden change. As expected, this place is hiding the blood calamity. A deep and firm voice, loud like the clash between iron and stone, came from the top of the cave and echoed within the blood lake. Divine Investigator Tai Shui Lang. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 184 to 184. Rank 5 Intense Battle. 2,135 words. Tai Shui Lang, why is he suddenly here? Fang Yuan recognized the voice, feeling shocked. This loud voice echoed above the blood pond, causing intense waves to form. This is Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound GU. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. As the loud voice hurt his eardrums, he felt his entire brain buzzing. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound GU, a rank 5 GU, was from a sound type GU. Once activated, it could form sound wave attacks that had a wide range, belonging to an extremely strong area of effect attacking type GU. The voice that Fang Yuan was hearing now, is only Tai Shui Lang's probing, it was just him slightly shouting and not activating his GU completely. This intensity was like Fang Yuan using the Moonlight GU to open the purple gold rock, it was a type of in-depth control of his GU worm. Of course, the Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound GU also had its weakness. If used for long, it would cause great strain to the GU Master's throat and vocal cord. Once his limit is exceeded, the GU Master would become completely mute, losing his ability to speak. Bam! A loud explosion occurred as blood and water flew everywhere. The top half of the huge python's body appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fang Yuan's irises shrunk as he saw the python with its bright smooth blood-red scales, and its head around the size of an elephant. Scarlet gold-colored sharp bone spikes protruded out from above its eyes, showing its ferocious and frenzy aura completely. Blood River Python. I remember that in the GUU clan's history, after the first generation clan leader created the village, a Blood River Python appeared and was a huge threat to the village. Legend says the first gen killed it, but don't tell me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved, thinking of something. The Blood River Python was humongous, snake head high in the air, its purple irises staring right at Fang Yuan with two ruthless glances. It had a ruthless nature, untamable and fed on blood. Even if the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura tried to suppress it, that would only cause it to become more frenzied. Among rank 5 GU worms, it was one of the hardest to refine. But after the Blood River Python took a look at Fang Yuan up on the walls, it raised its head higher and turned towards the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, there was another tiny shadow, floating down from one of the holes at the ceiling. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, his gaze cool and calm. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was small like an ant, but the imposing aura coming from his body caused a great pressure to emit from him at all directions, like a heavenly being descending down to earth. Righteous GU, a mind-type GU that only someone who upheld justice could activate. People who were villainous or had weak minds and aspirations, were often scared shitless under the influence of the righteous GU, afraid of everything as they had a guilty conscience, their battle spirit decreasing in battle and causing them to feel an inability to defeat Tai Shui Lang, thus collapsing without battle. Screech screech, under the pressure of the righteousness, the bladewing blood bat GU were frantic and could only scream shrilly as a strong pressure pushed down on their bodies. Their wings could only continue to flap as they struggled to stay in midair, floating up and down. They could barely take care of themselves, much less bother about Fang Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River Python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shui Lang's supreme presence. What a good righteous GU. Fang Yuan climbed on the wall, smirking. This suppression from the righteous GU had no effect on him. Only those with weak minds could be greatly weakened. He was a supreme demonic overlord, his mind strong as steel, how could this illusionary pressure scare him? Fang Yuan's immunity caused Tai Shui Lang to call out in shock, feeling very surprised. The righteous GU had been with him for many years, and he was very sure about the Gu's effect. Righteous Gu's effect varied, it attacked the mind directly, sometimes having great effect while other times having no effect. But the times where it did not work, were almost non-existent. Even righteous people felt a strong suppression in their hearts. After all, their factions did not determine a person's kindness and evil, there are no perfect humans. But Tai Shui Lang knew deeply about Fang Yuan's crimes. The first time they met, he already implanted a GU on Fang Yuan, using it to track his whereabouts. After that, Tai Shui Lang could faintly discern the changes in the surroundings where Fang Yuan went. Those who committed great sins, under the righteous GU, would definitely waver. But Tai Shui Lang also met a good number of demonic GU masters, that were unaffected by the righteous aura. There is only one type of person who would be unaffected by the righteous GU even after committing sins. These are the people with real demonic nature, in the deepest parts of their hearts. They are crazy and adamant, not treating their sins as sins, but thinking of it as natural. To think that this Fang Yuan has such an intense demonic nature. HMPH, I'll get rid of this great demon here first. If Fang Yuan manages to survive, I will come and finish him later. Tai Shui Lang hated evil with a burning passion. With a cold snort, he turned towards the Blood River Python. Once he appeared, he was locked on by this Blood River Python. As long as he was distracted in killing Fang Yuan, he would reveal a weakness. Tai Shuileng had such a severe injury on him, and at the same time there might be a powerful enemy hidden in the background and observing him. Thus, he did not dare to lose focus. He stared at this blood river python for a moment, before looking further into the blood pond. Not long ago, he received a mysterious letter. Inside there was concrete evidence that Gu Yue village held a bloody calamity. This letter was held by a red-crowned crane coming from the sky, with a questionable source. But Tai Shuileng would rather believe it than miss it. After all, the blood calamity was not ordinary, he could not take it lightly. If he lost focus, it would expand and spread like a plague, harming the world. The best method to deal with it was to eliminate the source before it forms into a strong force. Coincidentally, he already had another request at hand. It was Jia Fu paying a high cost to ask him to investigate Jia Jinsheng's death. Tai Shuileng thus brought his daughter and rushed to Qing Mao Mountain. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinsheng's case. It was to nurture and train Tai Ruonan, but also to act as a red herring, stalling for time and hiding in the background investigating this issue. The first time when he met Fang Yuan, he implanted a shared sense Ji Yu on him. Although it was merely at a whim, he did it due to his accumulated experience and instinct. Shared sense Ji Yu was formless and colorless, like a signet. He had implanted over tens of them, but the only successful one was the first one he implanted. First Gen Ji Yu, I know you are not dead. You hid for nearly 1,000 years plotting this scheme, but unfortunately, it's all going down the drain. Tai Shuileng opened his mouth, causing the air to tremble. But there were no changes to the blood pond. Instead, the blood river python opened its mouth, screaming furiously. It was born ferocious, unable to be suppressed. The righteous Ji Yu triggered its ferocity. Bam! It stretched its body abruptly, the huge snake body rising with the tides of blood, bringing a killing intent that tore through the skies, pouncing towards Tai Shuileng who was in midair. Tai Shuileng was already wary against the blood river python, and he quickly moved, avoiding the blood river python's bite. The python's body was too long, and its momentum was too strong. It ended up crashing all the way onto the ceiling of the cave. A loud bang ensued as a portion of the ceiling collapsed, and large amounts of debris fell and caused much commotion in the blood lake waves. HMPH, first Gen Ji Yu, you think you are safe with just a blood python protecting you? You might as well appear now, Tai Shuileng snickered. He moved about in the air, and the blood river python's attacks were like a gentle rain pelting on him. The blood river python attacked furiously, getting more worked up as it continued to miss. It had unparalleled strength, able to display it all and cause great damage. The entire space was shaking from its strength like an earthquake, and the blood lake began to raise strong ripples. Fuck, Fang Yuan was caught by the crossfire, and as the red soil softened, his foothold had been ruined. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede as well as the Thunderwings Ji Yu to move along the walls. Meanwhile the rock debris was falling down like rain. As he had expected, the Thunderwings Ji Yu was really in bad shape. Fang Yuan's Thunderwings were extremely weak and lethargic, unable to provide him much boost in speed. But the strange thing was, the Thunderwings Ji Yu was taking lesser and lesser primeval essence from Fang Yuan. During the period where Fang Yuan moved about, it started to absorb primeval essence from the surrounding air to replenish itself. At first, this situation was uncommon and happened in short intervals. As Fang Yuan continued to dodge, he did not notice initially. But eventually, the intervals got shorter and the duration lengthened. At the same time, the Thunderwings Ji Yu got weaker and weaker. I get it, it's the blood frenzy Ji Yu. Fang Yuan's mind shone with inspiration. Only when affected by the blood frenzy Ji Yu will such a situation occur. Plop, Fang Yuan put in 100% effort, but eventually still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was rampaging everywhere, using its thick tail to sweep across the place, causing large debris to fall like rain. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy Ji Yu, covering himself with a white armor. He was good at swimming. In his previous life he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long time, thus he had sufficient training. The falling rocks were as large as houses, and he tried his best to avoid them. Sometimes he swam underwater, sinking into the lake to use the water to reduce the impact of the rocks. But for the smaller fragments, some were fist-sized while others were like grindstones, and he could not avoid them all. The white light armor was firm like a monolith, but it could not handle the full impact of the rocks, causing him to feel pain when they hit his armor. At the same time, his primeval essence also decreased with each hit endured. Thankfully, the righteous Gu's power was surrounding the area, causing the group of bladewing blood bat Ji Yu to fly around randomly, not finding trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. The Thunderwings Ji Yu was half crippled after being corrupted by the blood frenzy Ji Yu, and without a special Ji Yu to clean it, it would soon turn into a puddle of blood water, turning into a new pollution origin. How did it get infected by the blood frenzy Ji Yu? Fang Yuan considered the previous events, and there was only one explanation. In this blood water, there was a blood frenzy Ji Yu inside. The Thunderwings Ji Yu continued to weaken, and started to become uncontrollable. Thankfully he activated the white light armor in time, otherwise if the blood frenzy Ji Yu got into his body and entered his aperture, most of his Ji Yu worms would get corrupted. But if his primeval essence was expended, or if this armor was broken, the consequences would be severe. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, trying to find a way out from the surroundings as he swam around. Large amounts of red soil on the mountain walls collapsed from the battle. The cave ceiling was completely destroyed beyond recognition as well. Tai Shuileng floated in midair, engaging the blood river python in combat. Rank 5 battles were not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The more a Ji Yu master advanced, the larger the difference in battle strength among ranks. Maybe with a sweep of the blood river python's tail, it could break the light armor and cause the sky canopy Ji Yu to be gravely injured, breaking all of Fang Yuan's bones in the process. Perhaps with a simple wave of Tai Shuileng's hands, it could send Fang Yuan falling into an impasse. The situation right now was like two giant elephants fighting, while Fang Yuan was a domestic cat. Although he had tiny claws, there was nothing he could do. Wait, a cave entrance. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 185 to 185. Ji Yu First Gen, 5 Great Flying Zombies. 2,265 words. The tunnel entrance wasn't big and should have been buried by the red soil before. But now, as the blood lake surged up in a huge wave, the red soil in the surrounding walls were washed away, sinking down in the lake. As a result, the tunnel entrance cleared up again and became visible. No matter what, this tunnel entrance was like a light of hope. Fang Yuan immediately turned around and started swimming towards it. Boom, another intense explosion occurred in the air. The enormous force of the explosion struck the surroundings and violently pushed Fang Yuan forward. Damn it, he cursed. Great amounts of red soil had fallen down and buried the tunnel entrance again. Iron Fist grappling Gu. In the air, Tai Shui-Leng took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand when he felt the time was right. There was a ripple in the air before him and a giant black iron hand appeared. It appeared slow but pressed down on the Blood River Python's tail within moments. Blood River Python struggled fiercely, and with its wet scales and slick body, the iron hand slipped off it and burst out with golden red light. Tai Shui-Leng, however, had plenty of battle experiences and wasn't downcast. He slightly raised his head, puffed up his cheeks and blew strongly towards the Blood River Python. Whoosh, pitch black oil fell down like waterfall and formed into the shape of a dragon in the air, before plunging towards the Blood River Python. Oil Dragon Gu. The Blood River Python was furious. It snarled and started tearing at the Oil Dragon Gu. The Black Oil Dragon was not in the least inferior to Blood River Python in terms of physique, but it was only a rank 4 Gu and did not have a physical body. It was soon torn to shreds by Blood River Python. Tai Shui-Leng smiled. On the contrary, beasts were beasts. If a Gu master had personally controlled it, they would have seen through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. The Blood River Python had been refined, and although it had a Gu master's imprint on it, it didn't have the wisdom of humans. The Oil Dragon was exterminated, causing backlash to the Oil Dragon Gu in the aperture. Tai Shui-Leng didn't care. He stopped using the Oil Dragon Gu, then began activating Fire Dragon Gu. He gave a loud shout and his body shook, and then a Gu that looked like a flame shot out of his aperture. The flame quickly formed into a fire snake, winding around its own body. As the fire snake flew, it grew bigger, then it immediately started growing scales, claws, horns and sharp teeth. Its face started becoming more like that of a horse. It had changed into an enormous fire dragon. This fire dragon Gu was also a rank 4 Gu, but it was able to cause a lot of pain to Blood River Python. This was because of the oil dragon. When it was wiped out, great amounts of black oil stuck to Blood River Python's body, and now the fire dragon was causing the oil to catch fire and roast the Blood River Python. Besides the snake, the black oil had also fallen on the lake surface. Right now, a raging inferno was burning on the bright red blood lake, causing the air temperature to increase rapidly. The fire dragon was not the Blood River Python's match at all. It suffered heavy injuries and kept on shrinking. But every time this happened, it would drill into the raging inferno and recover some of its power. With the raging inferno, the fire dragon had a home ground advantage. Blood River Python was constantly being burned as it fought with the fire dragon. There was even a smell of scorched meat coming off it. Blood River Python had a berserk nature and it would erupt with even stronger counterattack if it got suppressed. But right now, it was actually shrinking back, giving up on the fire dragon and diving deep into the blood lake. Humans were the highest of all living beings and possessed the intelligence to develop new concepts. With Tai Shui-Leng's tactics, 2 rank 4 Gu were able to make the rank 5 Blood River Python retreat. But Gu were the essence of the world, containing the secrets of heaven and earth, a portion of the natural laws. And Blood River Python's ability was extreme self-recovery. As it sank to the bottom of the lake, the blood water continuously nourished it, rapidly healing the wounds on its body. The fire dragon had the field advantage, so did the blood python. As long as the blood lake existed, it was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Fang Yuan's situation was even more perilous. The inferno on the surface of the blood lake was constantly spreading, burning even hotter, and the flames were roasting him alive. The pressure on the sky canopy Gu was getting bigger and bigger. But the most critical point was not this, but rather it was the increasing difficulty in breathing. The flames used great amounts of air to maintain their combustion, and this place is underground and was originally a half-sealed area, which meant it took more time to replenish the used oxygen. Fang Yuan was gradually starting to feel suffocated. Although Oil Dragon Gu and Fire Dragon Gu sent Blood River Python retreating with their combined efforts, this is only temporary. As long as there are large amounts of blood water, Blood River Python will recover with a terrifying rate. Once it comes out, it will have recovered to its peak state and the Fire Dragon Gu would no longer be its match. But, this is basic knowledge, it is impossible for Tai Shui-Leng to not know this. Then Fang Yuan bobbed up and down on the blazing lake, his thoughts were revolving rapidly. And his heart tensed when he thought of this. If he wasn't wrong, Tai Shui-Leng should have achieved his intention by making Blood River Python retreat. Tai Shui-Leng needed enough time and he needed the situation to be like this to prepare his following killing move. Sure enough, in the next moment, while floating in the air, Tai Shui-Leng suddenly extended both his arms and a deep roar emerged from his mouth. He withdrew the righteous aura that had been suppressing everything, and wholeheartedly poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the copper mask. The copper mask started to brighten up. It was only a glimmer at first, but within few breaths of time, it burst out with an extremely dazzling green light, as bright as a fragment of the sun. The green light shone upon everything like a monarch overlooking the heavens and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood lake and raging inferno were covered with a layer of dark green light. The green light contained a mystical power. Under this power, the mountain rocks began to shake and crumble. From above the cave, huge rocks came crumbling down, flying towards the copper mask. Great amounts of soil and rocks from the top to bottom of the red walls also slowly flew up. Tai Shui-Leng's face was already shrouded by the light from the copper mask. Great amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the copper mask and condensed together into a human shape. Debris continuously converged from all around and the rock figure kept on getting bigger. From 1 meter in the beginning, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, and finally reached 18 meters. Giant mountain puppet Gu. The giant figure with indomitable spirit descended towards the blood lake. Its 2 feet touched the bottom of the blood lake, but the water only reached up to about its waist. Its body was very robust and grand. Horse chariots could run on its 2 arms and it could hold an elephant on its fist. Its face looked simple and unadorned. It was the enlarged version of the copper mask. Fire dragon, come, it spoke, and its voice seemed to shake the heavens and earth. The fire dragon which was churning in the fire sea flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, and its head rested on the right shoulder of the giant puppet. Next, the oil dragon Gu flew out and formed a pitch black oil dragon which coiled around the giant puppet's left arm and its head rested on the left shoulder of the giant puppet. With dragons on his left and right, the giant figure appeared like a heavenly deity descending down. Fang Yuan used all his strength to swim towards the tunnel entrance. When the debris had flown and formed the giant puppet, the red soil covering the tunnel entrance had also gone with it, once again revealing the opening. This battlefield was becoming more dangerous. The tunnel entrance could be buried again at any time. Fang Yuan didn't dare to stay longer. The fire sea gradually died out, and suddenly a huge red wave rose from the blood lake. Blood River Python initiated its attack from the lake. It coiled around the giant puppet and moved upwards. The giant snake head smashed towards the giant puppet's face like a ram. This attack was very powerful, and if it really struck, more than half of the giant puppet's head would be destroyed. Iron fist grappling. The giant puppet shouted. The air split open and an iron hand flew out, grabbing at the snake head. With a loud boom, the iron hand shattered, but Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Shui Leng won a brief respite. The giant puppet's two hands grabbed towards Blood River Python in tandem. Oil Dragon and Fire Dragon seized the chance and climbed Blood River Python. The two snake combined and formed a blazing flame, roasting Blood River Python. Blood River Python kept on hissing in pain and struggled furiously. But why would Tai Shui Leng let it escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like pincers as they firmly pressed on the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python was not able to escape. Its body was scorched black, giving off the smell of burnt meat. This stimulated its vicious nature. Since it couldn't escape, it coiled around the giant puppet and violently contracted, trying to kill it by constriction. Although the giant puppet was made from condensed mountain rocks, its body had the softness of the red soil. With Blood River Python's constricting force, its waist quickly shrunk by a fold. Cracking sounds emerged, and fragments of rocks flew in all directions. Under the stimulation of death, Blood River Python burst forth with an even greater strength. Fang Yuan finally climbed to the edge of the tunnel entrance, when suddenly the giant puppet gave out coughing sounds. Tai Shui Leng's old illness had reappeared. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed and its body suddenly jumped ahead. However, the giant puppet's hands tightened again. The Blood River Python opened its mouth wide and revealed its sharp fangs, its head crazily swaying, but it still fell short by a distance. It was not able to retaliate and it was gradually losing its strength. It would burn to death soon. But right at this moment, dense bloody fog rose up from the middle of the blood lake. Blood frenzy Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes showed a hint of dread. He immediately climbed the tunnel entrance and went inside it. The bloody fog rapidly pervaded the air, and the raging inferno on the blood lake had completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the middle of the blood lake. The whirlpool had started from the middle of the lake and quickly spread from there, growing bigger until its edges were touching the surrounding walls. Humph, Gu first head, you couldn't endure it anymore. Ellipsis. Quote. The giant puppet coldly snorted. A giant blood wave reaching as high as 10 meters gushed out of the middle of the whirlpool. And from within the blood wave, a vertical crimson coffin gradually rose up. Hey. A hoarse and strange voice was transmitted from inside the coffin, and anyone that heard this voice would feel cold to the bone. Young Junior, thou dare spoil my plan, thou court death and I shall give it to thee. Before the voice had died away, the coffin lid shot out like a catapult, revealing a shriveled corpse. He had a scarlet face and fangs, his hair red like blood, his eyes deep and contained a fire that seemed about to extinguish. He had no skin, and thin strips of red muscles were clinging onto the white bones, giving him a shriveled and fierce look. Junior, thou art wounded but yet dare to provoke me. Today, thou shalt die. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement in its mouth. The voice had come from its abdomen. He kept on saying, I, thou, these were the speech habits of 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white Gu. Is he really the first head? Fang Yuan was flabbergasted, but wasn't surprised. In this magical world, there were plenty of Gu masters who lived for centuries. Besides using the most orthodox way of increasing lifespan through the lifespan Gu, there were also some demonic ways to make one live forever. For instance, the rank 2 roaming zombie Gu. If this Gu was used for too long, the Gu master would turn completely into a zombie, and as long as they sucked blood at specific times, they could live freely forever. The Gu first head in front of him had used such a way. Blood white Gu was a major rank 5 advancement route of the roaming zombie Gu. Along with the Asura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie and plague zombie, they were called 5 great flying zombies. The lifespan Gu was difficult to find. The first head had turned himself into a blood white flying zombie and buried himself here. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 186 to 186. Spring and autumn does not appear. 2020 words. In the blood lake, two strong foes opposed each other. Even the rank 5 blood white is only a zombie at the end. First gen Gu, you are no longer a living person, you are full of death essence. Your aperture is dead too, and even though you can store primeval essence, every bit you use cannot be replenished, you cannot recover on your own, the giant puppet said coldly. Although I cannot recover primeval essence, so what? I can continue to use primeval stones to regain primeval essence. You have an injury on you, yet you dare disturb me, die. First gen Gu shouted. At once, blood mist spewed out, and as blood waves raged on, a large group of insects flew out from the blood lake. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, troops of bladewing blood bats flew out from the cave ceiling and emerged from the blood lake, joining together and attacking towards the giant puppet. A large pack of bats, almost 1,000 of them, formed into a huge army. Although they were rank 3 and were a close combat type Gu, but numbers made up for quality, even the rank 5 Tai Shui Leng felt a headache fighting against them. But that was not the end, for after first gen Gu's consciousness awakened, under his command, troops of blood bats continued to show up, gathering here. He had operated there for almost 1,000 years, and had a heaven-shattering scheme. He had converted the place into his personal backyard, thus having a great location advantage. Blood bat groups were organized, staying in formation in the air, continuing to move around like a strong army, surrounding the giant puppet. The blood river python stopped struggling, instead coiling up its body. This caused Tai Shui Leng to feel a threat, and he concentrated his mind even further. A goose power, although strong, was unintelligent. A blood bat army with or without a Gu master's control, had a hell of a difference. First gen Gu only just appeared, and yet he has turned the tables, almost suppressing Tai Shui Leng. He has great location advantage, having his troops at his disposal, while Tai Shui Leng has an injury on him, the situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had hid into a cave in the walls, using the shadows to hide and observe the battle. But Tai Shuileng has roamed the southern borders for many years. With an injury on him but still entering this trap, he has to have some trump card. No matter what, there's going to be an intense battle soon, this entire district might even collapse. Should I stay here and observe? Staying here is very dangerous, this is the deepest part of the underground cave, I might get buried alive. If I stay and watch the show, what are the chances of me benefiting from their conflict? Fang Yuan thought quickly, evaluating the gains and losses. He was only rank 3 initial stage now, and there was a high risk in staying. As long as he got hit indirectly by one of their attacks, he would get heavily injured. But if he really gained something from this, surviving to the end, the benefits would be overwhelming. After all, what a rank 5 GU master owns could help him save up to 100 years of hard work. High risk high return, Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh, and planned to retreat. The situation was no longer under his control, there was too much risk in staying. Birds die for food, people die for fortune, these situations, he had seen much of them in his previous 500 years of living. He was vigilant in nature. As long as he lived, there would always be more opportunities in the future. After all, he knew countless secrets and many unexposed inheritance grounds, they were all profitable and useful to him, he did not have to risk his life here. Just when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a small amount of blood bats flew out from the army and towards him. This blood bat group had around 100, causing Fang Yuan to quickly retreat. My clan junior, don't worry. There are traps set up in that cave, and even underground beasts reside there. These blood bats can ensure your safety, the first Gen Ji Yu's voice resounded. When Fang Yuan heard this, he ran even faster. First Gen Ji Yu was slightly shocked, not expecting Fang Yuan to be so observant at such a young age, able to sense his evil intents. Immediately, he pushed his will and another group of hundreds of blood bats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction caused Tai Shuileng to discover a weakness that wasn't really a flaw. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu. Howl, the giant puppet opened its mouth, giving off a howl that shook the 9 heavens. At once, the overwhelming sound waves rushed towards all directions like the sound of thunder. The bladewing blood bat Gu close by were instantly murdered by this power, falling down one by one. Blood bat groups further away were in disarray from the attack, flying randomly in the air. The concentrated bat army earlier had in a split second gone into chaos and could not have any utility in the next short period. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu was as high as rank 5, and it was an area of effect type that specialized in dealing with blood bat groups. When Tai Shuileng first used it, the power was not strong, but that was due to him keeping it down forcefully. Now that he used the body of the giant puppet, he could display the true power of the Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu. Even numerous blood guillotine all over the sky were killed. As the blood mist dispersed, clear vision returned. The sound waves bounced off the walls as the entire space within the mountain started trembling. With the giant puppet as the focal point, the blood lake's water level was forced downwards, forming a bowl shape in the lake, and the blood water oozed out through the cave opening. But before that, there were sound waves spreading. Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire, his white armor shimmering, almost breaking apart. To endure this sound wave attack, his aperture's primeval essence was used up by about 10%. The sound waves echoed in the narrow cave, and Fang Yuan's ears could not endure the buzzing and he almost tripped on the ground. But this sound wave was at least helpful to him. For the two groups of blood bats chasing him, the second was already decimated, and the first were in chaos from the attack, flying all over the place in the cave and not being able to chase Fang Yuan. It was a rare chance, so Fang Yuan quickly sprinted, pulling some distance from the blood bats. This group of bats were the furthest from the sound waves, thus recovering quickly. They flapped their wings, continuing their assault. There were about 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not fight against them and could only run away. Earlier, the cave was dark and he did not know the directions. But now, his eyes had adapted to the dark environment, and he could see a bit of the area. This was all thanks to the red soil emitting light. Although his thunderwings were already unreliable, it could at least help a little, thus Fang Yuan activated it with all his strength. But even so, the two had a great difference in speed, and the distance was slowly shortened. The distance is almost there, it's time to use the spring autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. As the blood bat group continued to get closer, he could only use this method. Bladewing blood bat Gu was only rank 3, so the rank 6 Gu aura completely dominated them. But Tai Shuileng and first Gen Gu were nearby. Once the spring autumn cicada appears, it would cause a great mirage and the commotion would attract their attention. But Fang Yuan had no choice. With the situation before him, he could only hope that they were concentrated in fighting, and could not split their attention towards him. Screech screech, the blood bat group continued to get closer, almost less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan breathed out in anticipation, thinking in his heart, spring autumn cicada, come out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was stunned, standing on the spot. The spring autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, unmoving while emitting a brilliant yellow-green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. Ellipsis. Far away, the sky glowed amidst the mist. It was dawn. On the slope, Gu Bo, Bai clan and Shang clan leaders stood side by side. Even though the real competition is tomorrow, we have to have a preliminary competition. The time is just right, shall we start? Shang clan leader smiled as he said. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Gu Bo answered while distracted. He moved his gaze to the Gu masters gathered there, trying to search but could not find Fang Yuan among them. His worry intensified. These Gu masters were all under 30 years old, and while standing together, they distinctly split into 3 groups. Taking one glance, the 3 clans' strength was apparent. Shang clan had the most Gu masters since they retreated at the start, and kept most of their battle strength. Gu clan and Bai clan had less members, but Bai clan had Bai Ning Bing. He alone was enough to promote the Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Shang clan leader shouted, this competition will be held around the surrounding 100 li, all the way until nighttime, ending when the sun sets. Battles will not have life and death restrictions, but I hope you can control yourselves. You have a token in your hands, and the ones who collect 30 of them gets the qualification to enter the 3 clans competition. Ready, and start. Life and death battles, only those who qualify can enter. There is no participation limit, and the surrounding 100 li is the stage. Even entering midway is permitted. This is not a fair competition, but the 3 clan leaders did not have any opinions or grudges towards it. In this world, survival is based on one's own strength, one's fist. The stronger you are, the more rights you have to gain more benefits. If you are weak, then you should begrudge your luck and lay low, accumulating strength and becoming strong. Ellipsis. In a few breaths' time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 or 3 years had passed. His forehead was full of cold sweat. The spring-autumn cicada was unable to come out. How could this happen? Spring-autumn cicada is his vital GU. It was very important to him. A rank 6 GU, his final trump card, to think it could not be controlled. This was too severe, and Fang Yuan had to place all his attention on this problem. In the dark cave, he squinted. He only panicked for less than a second, before calming himself down. His mind moved like lightning, his spirit entering his aperture. There was nothing wrong with the spring-autumn cicada, it was still recovering quickly. But no matter how Fang Yuan willed it, it remained stagnant at the center, not moving even a single step. I get it. Fang Yuan was enlightened. This spring-autumn cicada, once it becomes a vital GU, it stays in the aperture and can no longer be moved. GU was the essence of living beings, it had endless possibilities, and all sorts of forms and abilities. For GU worms, nurture, use, and refine, all three were deep and profound and often were there special cases in these aspects. On, nurturing, GU worms only ate specific food. On, refine, they had all sorts of requirements. On, use, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a GU master that has never lied. And to use the righteous GU, it needed the GU master to have a heart of justice. Or the photo-audio GU, dying after one use, while the visuals could stay on the rock walls for a period of time. Once the spring-autumn cicada is refined, it stays in the aperture and can no longer be moved. This specialty reminded Fang Yuan of another GU, the water curtain skyflower. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 187 to 187. There exists one river of time, and the spring-autumn cicada acts as the crossing boat. 2,190 words. The water curtain skyflower GU was a rank 4 GU. Once used, it would turn into a giant spherical water shield. The defensive strength of the shield was extremely good and it could even resist attacks from rank 5 GU. However, it had a big weakness, it couldn't be moved and couldn't be stopped. The water shield isolated the inside and outside world, so even the owner couldn't freely enter or exit. Thus, this was used by many forces to protect their territories. Fang Yuan was not familiar with spring-autumn cicada. In his previous life, he died by the besiegement of the righteous path after just having succeeded in refining the spring-autumn cicada. He simply didn't have the time to experiment with it. Also, spring-autumn cicada wasn't his vital GU at the time and this characteristic hadn't revealed itself. In this life, his cultivation was still low, so he didn't dare to randomly let out the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was classified as one of the most unusual GU and was extremely mysterious. The records of the insights and experiences of its users had never been spread. Furthermore, once a GU reaches rank 6 and above, they become the only one of their type in the whole world. If someone wanted to refine them, they would only have a probability of success after the previous GU died, otherwise it was a 100% failure. Thus, this led to Fang Yuan knowing about this characteristic only now. Rebirth isn't an easy thing, the spring and autumn conceals disaster. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is increasing more and more, and even the cultivation speed of an A-grade aptitude with a sea of resources might not be able to match its speed. Their aperture will sooner or later explode under the pressure of spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. Rebirth was beautiful but possessing spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to having half a 10 extreme aptitude. It was like being under the execution post where you could be executed at any moment. If I can't let spring-autumn cicada out, then does that mean I can only use it to rebirth again? Fang Yuan's frowns deepened. This appeared to be the only way. A rebirth would mean spring-autumn cicada would enter a weak state again, and at the same time, Fang Yuan could escape from this dangerous situation. This situation seemed to be perfect, but it contained many problems and huge dangers. First of all, there was no guarantee of the rebirth being successful. Fang Yuan had gone through rebirth once and he was only able to bring back his valuable experience. He came to an understanding by integrating the Earth's concept. The world is a three-dimensional space and time is an axis connecting the past and present. Without time, space would be stationary. The movements of every matter was a process, signifying the consumption of time. There were no parallel dimensions in a world. Using the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn was to step across from the latter half of the time axis future to some point in the first half past. However, Fang Yuan's aged body in the future didn't exist in the past. Due to the restrictions from the great Tao of the world, his body couldn't be brought over to the past and could only self-detonate. The energy from the self-detonation was a propulsion force and the fragment of the laws of time in spring-autumn cicada was like a lone boat which carried Fang Yuan's consciousness from future to be reborn into the past. Consciousness wasn't a physical matter like a body. Strictly speaking, this future consciousness too didn't exist in the past. The ingenuity was contained therein. Future consciousness led to the GU master changing himself and thereby influencing his surroundings. This influence would gradually extend to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect took place, the world would no longer be the same, causing the existence of the future consciousness to receive the approval of the great Tao of the world. Someone had said that history was like a long river, and a change in an event in the upstream would completely change the downstream. This mystical world of GU was like the water in the long river. Almost everyone could only flow along with the stream and go from upstream to downstream. Fang Yuan's consciousness, however, went against the stream, going from downstream to upstream by relying on spring-autumn cicada. When he made changes in the upstream, there would also be changes in the downstream. But the river was still the same river, the world of GU masters was still the world of GU masters. It was just that history had turned into another corner, bringing another possibility to the equation. This analogy could be easily understood. However, spring-autumn cicada hadn't recovered completely. It was like a leaky, worn-out boat right now. Fang Yuan's cultivation was also only rank 3 initial stage. There would be an unimaginable difference between the propulsion force of his self-detonation now from the self-detonation of his rank 6 cultivation in his previous life. With such a minute force, he simply wouldn't be able to push the spring-autumn cicada, let alone flow against the long river of time. I probably won't succeed by trying to rebirth through self-detonation. Who is to say that the broken boat won't be stranded in the long river? And if that happens, my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly washed away by time. To raise the probability of success, it would be best to wait until the aperture is pushed to the limits, stall for time as much as possible and let Spring Autumn Cicada recover more, decreasing the holes in the worn-out boat. At the same time, increasing my cultivation will provide higher propulsive force to go against the stream, after self-detonation. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. This change in the Spring Autumn Cicada was beyond his anticipation, but with his ever-cautious nature, he had a plan ready. The bloodbat group was nearing. Fang Yuan, however, had his attention in his aperture. Yellow-green rays of light flooded his aperture. His white-silver primeval sea was as still as a mirror under the majestic aura of Spring Autumn Cicada, but there were dangerous cracks in the light membrane of his aperture. All the other GU had been suppressed down to the depths of the sea by Spring Autumn Cicada's aura. Fang Yuan sent his will and a GU slowly flew towards the surface of the sea, resisting the pressure. This GU appeared like a square dice. It was gray and very firm. This was one of the GU that Fang Yuan had plundered from Bai Ningbing. It was a one-time use GU, and would disappear once used. But its effects were extraordinary, and once used it would completely extract all the strength and potential in a GU master's aperture and instantly raise a GU master's cultivation to the peak stage of the same rank. Stone aperture GU, explode. Fang Yuan willed it. The stone aperture GU immediately exploded, changing into gray powders just like the smoke from a cigarette, and pervaded the primeval sea. The aperture's walls were originally a light membrane, but once this gray powder touched it, the light immediately dimmed down. The powder stuck to the light membrane and the light membrane gradually thickened, experiencing a qualitative change from light to stony. After several seconds, Fang Yuan's aperture walls had thickened by several times and changed into a heavy, sturdy stone aperture. The yellow-green radiance of Spring Autumn Cicada still fluctuated continuously, but the aperture could now support its pressure. Fang Yuan was at rank 3 initial stage with light silver primeval essence, and his primeval sea shone with light silver light. But right now, his cultivation experienced a sudden rise, leaping from rank 3 initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture GU means cutting off one's advancement route and using up all the potential within the aperture. It will be very difficult to step to rank 4. But my cultivation has increased and the aperture has turned into stone walls, which is multiple times thicker and firmer than before, and will be able to support the pressure from Spring Autumn Cicada for the time being. Using the stone aperture GU should have been Bai Ningbing's response to the limits of Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme aptitudes are much more troublesome than the Spring Autumn Cicada. Their potential is endless and even by turning one's aperture into stone, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this second, the Bladewing Bloodbat group pounced in for the kill. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, then took out his chainsaw golden centipede and killed as he retreated. Fortunately, this tunnel was narrow, and with the sky canopy Gu's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body, Fang Yuan was able to block the Bloodbat group and stop them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, there were only continuous ringing sounds within the tunnel. The sounds of chainsaw golden centipede's attacks and the sound of Bladewing Bloodbat smashing into the white armor quickly echoed through the tunnel walls and formed into a medley. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture continued to deplete rapidly. There were close to 100 bloodbats, but without a GU master there to control them, there were a lot of internal frictions between the bats and they could inform a tacit cooperation. Thus, in reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 30 to 40 bloodbats at the same time. But even this number wasn't something he could withstand, and he had to retreat while fighting back. What was even more awkward was that even though he had leapt to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still contained the initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just by relying on his C-grade aptitude, the self-production speed of snow silver primeval essence was way too slow. The current situation also didn't allow Fang Yuan to multitask and take out primeval stones to absorb natural primeval essence. Consuming primeval stones could quickly recover primeval essence, but this method wasn't suitable in a real battle. Distracting oneself in a life and death battle was asking for humiliation. It was an extremely stupid move and was akin to courting death. At the same time, the efficiency in absorbing natural primeval essence at such a situation was also very low. This way could only be used during normal cultivation, or to exploit short gaps in battles to quickly recover primeval essence. Luckily, Fang Yuan obtained a grass GU not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce primeval stones. It was very precious and rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also called Portable Spirit Spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. The primeval essence would then condense together to form primeval stones. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus that Fang Yuan possessed was lying deep in his primeval sea. It appeared like an extremely small spirit spring. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus's recipe was created by Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus. Only the GU masters who have reached rank 9 were respected as venerables. For Righteous Path, they were called Immortal Venerables, and for Demonic Path, they were called Demonic Venerables. Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus was also known as the person with the fastest primeval essence recovery speed since the ancient times. In this aspect, he was above other Immortal Venerables and Demonic Venerables, and it was all because of the Essence Lotus. Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only a rank 3 and he had just refined it, so it was at its poorest level. But it was already providing a continuous supply of natural primeval essence to Fang Yuan. The moment this natural primeval essence appeared in Fang Yuan's aperture, it would be automatically refined and turned into snow silver primeval essence. Supposedly if Fang Yuan absorbed primeval essence from primeval stones, he would still have to divide a part of his mind. But this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his GU, so using it was as simple and easy as moving his fingers. Fang Yuan retreated while fighting, and with the assistance of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed could already be comparable with B-grade aptitude GU masters. Kill, he gave a fierce shout before abruptly changing his battle style and charging into the Bloodbat group. Chainsaw Golden Centipede exploded forth, and its silver sawtooth crazily rotated around, producing screeching sounds as it cut down on a Bladewing Bloodbat hiding in the rear. This Bloodbat appeared rather similar to other Bloodbats, albeit looking a bit more dominant. This was the sole male bat in this Bloodbat group, and was refined by the first Gen GUU. By controlling it, one could indirectly gain control of the whole Bloodbat group. Fang Yuan had been secretly planning this attack after careful observation, and made this attack appear unintentional. With the GUU first head not present on the scene, this attack was very effective. The male bat died on the spot, twisting into a bloody pulp. The remaining female bats immediately scattered. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 188 to 188. Senior paves the way for juniors to run smoothly. 2026 words. In a blood bat group, there was only one male bat, while the rest were all females under the command of the male bat. Between the male and female bats, they looked the same and did not have difference in appearances. But Fang Yuan was beyond familiar with these blade-wing blood bats in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he could differentiate them. Without the male bat, the entire group fell into chaos. Fang Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede, killing his way through. A moment later, over 20 blade-wing blood bats were decimated, showing Fang Yuan's resolution of battle. But the intense battle also caused Fang Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture to decrease tremendously. Time to go. Fang Yuan decisively retreated, running away at full force. When the blood bat group behind him reacted, Fang Yuan was already 100 steps away. About 20 blade-wing blood bats continued to chase after him while the others flew in all directions. Gasp gasp. In the narrow tunnel, Fang Yuan breathed hard while sprinting, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus. After an intense battle, the snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture as well as the low primeval sea level gradually rose back up. The longer time passed, the faster Fang Yuan's battle strength recovered. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's thunderwings flapped, and the force dragged his entire body forward, almost letting him crash into the cave walls. The thunderwings Gu had been polluted by the blood frenzy Gu, and it had reached its limits, starting to show signs of being uncontrollable. Very soon, the thunderwings Gu will turn into a pool of blood water and turn into a new pollution source. Thinking so, Fang Yuan stopped hesitating and activated it 3 times, finally causing the disobeying thunderwings Gu to detach from his back. Go! Fang Yuan resolutely gave up the thunderwings Gu, throwing it behind him. The blade-wing blood bat group behind him surrounded the thunderwings Gu completely. They rushed up, tearing the thunderwings Gu into bits. This obstruction gave Fang Yuan a little bit of time to recover. Until the blade-wing blood bats caught up to Fang Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered over half of the total. The snow-silver primeval essence compared to the light-silver primeval essence had several times more sustainability, and Fang Yuan's current battle strength had greatly exceeded an initial stage. He laughed heartily, waving the chainsaw golden centipede to fight once again. After killing around 8 to 9 of them, the rest all flew and escaped. Unfortunately, I do not have a Gu like the iron hand grappling Gu. The blade-wing blood bat Gu flies too fast, and its wings are sharp like blades. It is really hard to capture. If I can capture 2 or 3, that would be nice. Fang Yuan kept the chainsaw golden centipede, and turned around towards the deeper part of the cave. When he snatched the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he was engulfed by the blood water. That was definitely caused by the first gen Gu. First gen Gu used the blood white Gu, turning into a flying zombie. His aperture was long dead and could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used primeval stones, his primeval essence in the aperture would be limited by the amount left inside. But if he had a heavenly essence treasure lotus, to a large extent, he could negate this weakness. Thus, not long ago, he sent 2 groups of blade-wing blood bats towards Fang Yuan, attempting to capture him. Thankfully, Fang Yuan saw something amiss and turned around in time. At the same time, Tai Shuileng indirectly helped him with the sound wave. I wonder how's the battle between Tai Shuileng and first gen Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze was concentrated. No matter which side won, they would still target him. Tai Shuileng wants to bring him to justice, while first gen Gu wants the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Although the blade-wing blood bats had dispersed, Fang Yuan's danger was still unresolved. I have to leave Qing Mao Mountain immediately, as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could no longer return, only able to walk along this mountain cave, trying to find a way out. This cave was obviously man-made, but after a long time, many areas had collapsed. Fang Yuan continued to advance, and when he met these dead ends he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, adept at digging holes, so at this time it had a great use. Fang Yuan also had the strength of 2 boars, and he dug through the soil and continued forward. This greatly reduced his speed, and after 3 to 4 hours, he finally got to the end of the cave. A large sturdy rock wall blocked his path completely. Even the chainsaw golden centipede couldn't drill its way through. Did the first gen Gu seal this cave completely already? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bam! The 2 sides' palms met, and the Shang Clan Gu master flew into the air like a rag, landing heavily on the ground. Cough! The Shang Clan Gu master coughed out a mouthful of blood, falling unconscious. In the sky, the sun was shining brightly, sending down scorching rays of light. The sunlight shone over the wilderness, and the light reflected on Bai Zhongshui's fat face. This young Bai Clan Gu master laughed smugly. HMPH, so what if you're the Shang Clan Gu master? Daring to compete strength with me? She moved her fat, slim body, trying to finish off her opponent and take the token, but suddenly a moonblade came attacking. Bam! Bai Zhongshui's body turned, shooting a water ball from her mouth. The water ball and moonblade collided, exploding together. 3 Gu masters with Fang Zheng as the lead, jumped down from the branches. Gu clan's people, this is my battle reward. Bai Zhongshui squinted, her eyes showing a dangerous light. Fang Zheng's strangely bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhongshui intently as he said, so what? Now you are our prey. At another side of the forest, more footsteps were heard. A few people walked out from the shadows. It was Shang Clan's genius youngster Shang Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, causing him to shine like a diamond. Hee, this has gotten interesting. Bai Zhongshui laughed loudly, but the next moment her laughter stopped. The 2 sides attacked together, causing Bai Zhongshui to be caught off guard, getting surrounded. Bai Zhongshui coughed out some blood, her expression turning ugly. What? Gu clan, you are cooperating with these despicable Shang Clan people. Fang Zheng was expressionless, his killing intent raging, not saying a word and getting closer to Bai Zhongshui. Shang Lin laughed. This battle concerns the 3 clans, demographics for the next 100 years, so let me tell you. Gu clan has already established an alliance with our Shang clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is your death date. Spit. Bai Zhongshui coughed out a mouth of blood water as she stared at her surroundings in disdain. So what if I die? Hey, ganging up, you are just afraid of our Bai Ningbing. It's useless, this is only the initial battle, there will still be 1 versus 1 later. Is there anyone in your clans that can fight against Bai Ningbing? We are destined to be number 1. Hee. Thus we decided that in this first battle, we shall cooperate and finish off Bai Ningbing. Xianglin laughed lewdly. Buzz. Chainsaw golden centipede's razors grinded against the rock wall, causing a loud noise to echo in the cave. This rock wall was sturdy and thick, being very weird. Fang Yuan's forehead was full of sweat, as he used the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon Gu Yue to attack in turns, but even after many hours, he only progressed about 50 centimeters. Is it really the end for me, Fang Yuan's heart moved, suddenly feeling that there was a life form in the rock wall. He quickly used the earth communication eargrass Gu Yue, listening to the rock wall. There was a mysterious life form on the other side of the rock wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious life form showed itself. Its entire body was pitch black, emitting a metallic glow like iron and steel. Both its chest and back armor were thick lines that showed a dominating aura. It had 3 pairs of legs, each having spiral-shaped feelers at the tip. It caused Fang Yuan to think of the spiral tip of an electric drill. It's the 1,000-li earth wolf spider. Fang Yuan was enlightened, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The questions in Fang Yuan's heart were mostly answered at this point. Back then the flower wine monk, in order to nurture the heavenly essence treasure lotus, came to the Gu Yue village. But at the last moment, he was stopped by 1st Gen Gu Yue, thus he used his methods to throw it into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 Gu Yue master, he had to have an intense battle with 1st Gen Gu Yue. 1st Gen Gu Yue had operated for hundreds of years, having terrain advantage, so the flower wine monk could not compete against him, thus he could only escape. He used the 1,000-li earth wolf spider to dig out this path, and after leaving the battlefield he had already suffered an incurable injury. At the end of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance as a last act of revenge. He attempted to let his descendants take the heavenly essence treasure lotus and ruin the Gu Yue clan's foundation. This explains why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, his body full of injuries. But the reason for why the 1,000-li earth wolf spider fall into slumber and seal itself here, that was still a mystery. Also the 1st Gen Gu Yue, what in the world was he after? These suspicions are all minute details. What's important is leaving this place. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, sending out some primeval essence and refining the 1,000-li earth wolf spider. This sturdy rock wall was the cocoon created by the 1,000-li earth wolf spider when it fell into hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the white boar Gu Yue that Fang Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower Gu Yue. Thus, even though it was rank 5, Fang Yuan easily refined it. Fang Yuan threw the Thunderwings Gu Yue away earlier and was lacking a movement type Gu Yue, this being his weakness once again. But now he obtained the 1,000-li earth wolf spider, so it was like a glimmer of hope in the darkest hour. This 1,000-li earth wolf spider was a large steed type Gu Yue. It ate soil as food, and was easy to raise. Fang Yuan injected his snow silver primeval essence into it, and the 1,000-li earth wolf spider gradually awakened, its aura becoming stronger. It started to consume, eating large amounts of soil. When it recovered to an extent, Fang Yuan, who couldn't wait to leave, quickly got onto its back, ordering it to move forward. Although it had only recovered a little, the 1,000-li earth wolf spider was still a rank 5 Gu Yue. Its 3 pairs of legs moved quickly, dashing through. After the cocoon broke, the cave behind was exposed too. This path was the one the flower wine monk created when he escaped. Seniors paved the way for juniors to run along, so this greatly helped Fang Yuan. The only worry was, steed-type Gu Yue worms took a lot of primeval essence to use. The 1,000-li earth wolf spider was rank 5. Rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain its expenditure, so every now and then, Fang Yuan had to stop and sit on the 1,000-li earth wolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while extracting natural essence from his primeval stones. With 2 sources, as well as his C-grade natural recovery, Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery rate was fast, incomparable to before. As he instructed the 1,000-li earth wolf spider to move forward, he would also stop to recover his primeval essence. When they encountered a cave-in, they would drill their way through, and with such a repeated process, Fang Yuan gradually moved away from the Blood Lake graveyard, going towards the surface. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 189 to 189, Shocking Change. 1,910 words. The sun lowers as night descends, and the setting sun was like a burning fire on the horizon. Standing on a slope was Bai Ningbing, clothed in white, his hair snowy white. The setting sun's last rays reflected in his eyes, hinting that his life was ending. Such a beautiful sunset, how many more times can I see it? This brilliance of nature, I have only seen a little of them all, what a waste. Especially when around me, these annoying fellows are still arguing. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and sweeping the environment. Gu Yue and Shang Clan's alliance, the remaining 100 Gu Yue masters gathered together and surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you back out of this competition now, we can spare your life. Indeed, if you know your place, we might as well be kind and let you off. Your Bai clan Gu Yue masters are mostly finished. The remaining ones have all been stopped by us. Don't rest your hopes on reinforcements, they will not come. With Fang Zheng, Shang Jiaoman, Shang Lin and Kai Cheng as leaders, the young Gu Yue masters spoke in turns, trying to break Bai Ningbing's spirits. But these words, Bai Ningbing did not put to heart. A bunch of rats coming to the elephant and screaming, how pathetically laughable. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, showing disdain. Among you people, only Gu Yue Fang Yuan is slightly interesting. Too bad he isn't here. Hee, come at me together. Saying so, Bai Ningbing created an ice blade, using his hand to wipe the sharp blade that emitted cold energy. He did not even look at the people around him. This person is too arrogant. HMPH, not taking us seriously. Brothers, let's attack together. Everyone send out one attack, even 10 Bai Ningbings will be turned into meat paste. The Gu Yue masters jeered, but no one dared to attack rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was overwhelming, causing everyone to feel threatened. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's taunts. We did not practice together before and do not have good cooperation. If we attack together, we will waste much of our efforts and he will take advantage of it. Xiang Lin shouted. Then who attacks first? Kai Cheng asked. Although they cooperated with Xiang clan and attacked the Bai clan, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever attacks first bears higher risks, and also risks the other party taking advantage of their combat. Never mind, I'll engage Bai Ningbing first. To be honest, I've wanted to fight you some long ago. Shang Jianman took a step forward. She blew a whistle, and once she did, sounds of beasts stampeding could be heard from afar. Many black shadows overlapped in the forest, and what showed up was over 200 black bears. The black bear at the front of the horde was larger than the rest, it was a 100 beast king level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Shang Jiaoman rose to rank 3 because of it, and the bear enslavement Gu Yue also rose to rank 3, finally being able to enslave bear type 100 beast kings. This was Shang Jiaoman's trump card. Way to go, lady boss. Oh my god, so many bears. With all these bears and us being around 100 people, Bai Ningbing is dead meat. Shang clan Gu masters were stirred, getting excited. Gu clan looked complicated. After Shang Li died, this Shang Jiaoman became the #1 contender in the Shang clan. Looking at Gu clan, after Qing Shu died, Mo Bei followed as well. Although Fang Yuan rose to rank 3, his aptitude is only C grade, it was hard to count on him. Thankfully, we still have the A grade Gu Fang Zheng. Many Gu masters looked at Fang Zheng, thinking so and feeling assured. Especially during this 3-clan competition, Fang Zheng seemed to have gotten more mature, attacking more ferociously, and many Bai clan Gu masters were killed by him. Such a performance caused many clansmen to feel comforted. This was the true disposition of AA grade genius. The results are pretty much assured. Even a rank 3 peak stage with much talent cannot be the match for 100 people. Lord Qingshu, I will take revenge for you personally. After that, if brother appears, Fang Zheng stared intently at Bai Ningbing, thinking rapidly in his mind. Merely 100 beast king, what a boring trick. His entire body was emitting cold air. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, I'm at my limit already huh. Bai Ningbing felt his life ending, his body had reached some sort of limit. Not soon after, he would die. Even now, he could feel his body starting to collapse, and much of his flesh and blood was turning into ice and snow. But even so, Bai Ningbing remained calm, his gaze concentrated. He took a final look at the sun's rays, before turning around and looking at the charging bear group. Since you are all looking for death, I shall act mercifully and grant you all your wishes. Maybe this way, it can bring some excitement to my life, he sighed softly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and Gu masters stood still, completely silent. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing is the greatest victory. Shang clan leader was secretly excited. HMPH, we were tricked. They actually ganged up to deal with us. He, you have all underestimated Bai Ningbing, get ready for a shock. Bai clan leader was calm as water, plotting in his mind. Gu Bo showed a worried expression. Up until now, Fang Yuan and Tai Shui Lang did not show up at all. Although the 3-clan competition was important, his mind was elsewhere. Desolate Yin Ancient Moon Physique, if Fang Yuan really has such an aptitude, we have to protect him at all costs and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking so, Gu Bo looked at Tai Ruonan without turning his body. This Tai family young lady had a strong background, but she was already brought around by Gu Bo, secretly a captive. Tai Ruonan was not worried about her situation. She believed her father, and was also thinking about how to capture Fang Yuan. Whatever aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as one bothered to, they could assess it. If he really was a 10 extreme talent, then his suspicion would be the greatest. Fuck, Fang Yuan cursed, lying on the 1,000-li earth wolf spider's back, sticking closely and preventing himself from falling off. He wanted to use the flower wine monk's open path to advance easily. But good times do not last, for not long after, the 1,000-li earth wolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the natural essence in the air, using it. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to dig out new paths, moving around randomly in the underground cave. Fang Yuan understood finally. This 1,000-li earth wolf spider, under the flower wine monk's command, had engaged in battle with 1st gen Gu previously. In the battle, it was corrupted by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk relied on it to escape, then hurriedly created the secret cave, leaving behind his inheritance before dying. Upon losing its master, the 1,000-li earth wolf spider lost control and frantically went back to that path that it had dug when escaping. Right before death, what was fortunate was that the 1,000-li earth wolf spider sealed itself and fell into hibernation, preserving its last life force before dying. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan returned to the place and dug out the cocoon, causing it to awaken again. But the blood frenzy Gu's problem was not solved, and thus after a while, it started to act up again. Fang Yuan was deep in the cave, and just by relying on his own strength he could not escape to the surface. He needed the ability of the 1,000-li earth wolf spider. The 1,000-li earth wolf spider started to go crazy, getting more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back, betting on his luck. But at this point, the 1,000-li earth wolf spider's frequency of going crazy was not so high, so Fang Yuan still had some control of it. Although his control was slipping, overall, he still controlled the general direction. He let the 1,000-li earth wolf spider dig its way to the surface, but where it would end up, Fang Yuan had no idea. The last of the sun's rays were like blood, reflecting on the minced corpses and broken limbs everywhere on the battlefield. Bai Ningbing stood arrogantly on the battlefield, a thick layer of ice beneath his feet as the icy domain continued to spread outwards. The remaining Gu masters amounted to less than 30, staying closely together trying to find a bit of assurance from each other's body warmth. The bear group had long been exterminated. Even Shang Jianman had been beheaded by Bai Ningbing's ice blade, and her head flew far away as blood poured like a fountain out of her neck. Shang Lin was penetrated by the icicles from Bai Ningbing, and Gu Kai Cheng was turned into a ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still retained the dodging action right before death, his face showing shock, fear, and utter shock, vivid and lifelike. Fang Zheng's body was full of injuries, but there was no blood, his injuries were all frozen by the ice and snow. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. What happened earlier was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing was definitely a rank 3, but his battle strength was almost rank 4. HMPH, although lookalikes, but you are not him, how boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Zheng, walking closer. Fang Zheng still being alive, was also intentional by Bai Ningbing. The Gu masters all got into a commotion, their morale at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leaders were watching from afar, they would have broken down and escaped for their lives already. Damn it, damn it. Why is our battle strength so different? I am an A-grade talent, am I going to die here? Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, screaming in his heart. Die. Bai Ningbing jumped, raising his ice blade high while in midair. Slash. The ice blade expanded, almost 5 to 6 times of the original, sending an unblockable aura as it slashed towards everyone. I am going to die. Ah, facing this attack, many GU masters broke down and cried in despair. Fuck, why did it come to this? Shang clan leader's face was full of despair. Gu Bo was urging to move, but Bai clan leader snickered, stopping him. Gu clan leader, no one is to interfere, are you going to turn on your word and break the agreement? Gu Bo squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3, he cannot have such strength, you are cheating blatantly. Cheating, hee, let me tell you the truth, our clan's Bai Ningbing is the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Bai clan leader shouted loudly. What, 10 extreme aptitude? At once, Gu Bo and Shang clan leader were shocked. Reporting, clan leader, there has been a strange earthquake, many of the clan's bamboo buildings have collapsed, and the ground is seeping with blood water. Not many people are injured but they are flustered, a Gu clan Gu master came running. To think that there is a thing. Gu Bo's expression changed. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 190 to 190, Third Battle against Bai Ningbing. 1977 words. Moon raiment. With the blade impending, Fang Zheng shouted, activating his Gu worm. A misty light that was blue like the moon gushed out from his body, extending and surrounding all the Gu masters around him. But even so, everyone was still in despair. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and indifference. But at this time, bam, the ground under everyone's feet suddenly grew and turned into a lump before exploding, sending soil flying. Gu masters cried painfully as they rolled away from the impact. In a cloud of smoke, a giant spider emerged from everyone's sights. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone wary. On the spider that looked like it was made of steel, a black-clothed, black-haired young man was standing upright. I finally reached the surface. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes emitting a brilliant glow. Soon after, he saw Bai Ningbing who was hacking towards him in midair. The giant ice blade cut through the winds as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm face, after a slight stun, completely transformed into one of excitement and battle intent. Fang Yuan snorted before the ice blade touched him. The icy winds caused him to feel a slight chill as his black hair flew behind him. He raised his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede. Bam! Ice blade collided with the chainsaw golden centipede, and after a stalemate, the golden centipede's razors rotated furiously, large amounts of ice shards flying out. Friction noises. Cracks quickly emerged from the surface of the ice blade, quickly covering its entire body. Break! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars, his strength completely overwhelmed Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go as the ice blade broke into pieces, and ice shards fell. The thousand-leaf wolf spider began to go berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and attacking towards Bai Ningbing. Gu worms had low intellect, but they were born sensitive, able to sense which target was more of a threat to them. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the thousand-leaf wolf spider to treat him as an enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing's arms waved, and icicles flew out in a row. The icicles hit the thousand-leaf wolf spider's body and shattered, while the thousand-leaf wolf spider went berserk and growled, pouncing while Fang Yuan was on it. Swish swish swish, 3 black spiral legs shot out like an arrow towards Bai Ningbing's fragile body. Sensing danger, a snowy light shot out from Bai Ningbing's aperture. The light expanded, revealing the white form immortal snake Gu, floating in midair. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, leaping and landing on the white form immortal snake's back, staring at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Very interesting. Fang Yuan, you didn't let me down after all. Be big, brother. Fang Zheng climbed up from the floor. His face had been cut by the ice blade, his face full of blood as he stared at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. The opponent has a rank 5 Gu as well. Bai clan leader's gaze tightened, becoming nervous. Fang Yuan, you finally appeared. Rank 5 Gu, isn't that the thousand-leaf wolf spider? Gu Bo's attention was attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of different ages stood on opposing sides. One wore white robes, had silver hair and blue eyes, riding on the white form immortal snake holding an ice blade in his hand, like ice immortal descending to the mortal realm. The other had black robes, black hair and black eyes, standing on the thousand-leaf wolf spider's back, having the chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing as it rotated, like a demon god summoned into the world. The 2's opposing stances attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had an excited expression, raising the ice blade, shouting loudly, this will be the most exciting battle in my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us battle to the death. HMPH. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3 clans' competition. To think that the thousand-leaf wolf spider brought him here. He did not want to engage with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether Tai Shui Lang or the first Gen Gu Yue wins, they would definitely hunt him down. But if he does not defeat this Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? Thus battle it is. Bam! White form immortal snake and thousand-leaf wolf spider collided. The white snake coiled as the black spider stabbed, fighting at close range. On the 2 Gu's backs, 2 bodies moved about, the ice blade drawing different sparks in the sky while the chainsaw golden centipede buzzed as it extended and contracted at will. The mountain rocks broke, and thunderous explosions happened continuously. Icicles hit Fang Yuan directly, but were blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy Gu. Blood moonblade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a large injury that was instantly covered by a layer of frost, sealing the wound. The frost turned into blood and flesh, causing Bai Ningbing to recover completely. It really is the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Shang clan leader saw this and stared with his eyes wide open. 10 extreme physiques were legendary aptitudes, he did not think he would see one with his own eyes. He, Fang Yuan dares to attempt to fight Bai Ningbing, he is assured to lose. Bai clan leader laughed sinisterly. That might not be. Tai Ruo Nan beside him pouted. 10 extreme physique, it has to be it. In such a battle, if he was AC grade, his primeval essence would have been long gone. Fang Yuan, you are indeed the desolate yin ancient moon physique. Gu Bo clenched his fist, his expression extremely agitated. This is brother's true power. So brother really is a 10 extreme physique, he's been concealing himself this entire time. Fang Zheng's mouth was slightly open, his face full of dejection. The truth was in front of him, so what does his previous pride amount to now? Every time, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's intense clashes would cause his heart to tremble once. He felt himself getting smaller, and his older brother Fang Yuan's shadow started to enshroud him once again. What sort of battle is this? I cannot believe that this is two rank 3 GU masters fighting. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so ferocious. Fighting one-on-one against Bai Ningbing and being equally matched. Some surviving young GU masters stared in disbelief. The battle suddenly shifted once again. White form immortal snake and the thousand-lee earth wolf spider both took great damage, but it was not refined by Bai Ningbing, merely attracted by the northern dark ice soul physique. White form immortal snake spit out a lump of white fog, covering the entire battlefield. Then, its body trembled and it threw Bai Ningbing off its body before leaving. This, immortal, seeing this, Bai clan leader was shocked. As he watched the escaping white snake, he did not know what to say. This fog was like a maze, able to obscure vision and follow one like a shadow. Fang Yuan was covered by the white fog, and his eyes saw nothing but whiteness. But he did not panic, as although his vision was affected, he still had his other 4 senses, taste, hearing, smell and touch. Earth communication ear grass. Roots grew out of Fang Yuan's ears, and very soon he heard a sound analyzing the situation within 300 steps of his radius. Lightning IGU. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with lightning. Although Lightning IGU was rank 3 and could break through illusions, this fog made by a rank 5 immortal snake completely suppressed it. Fuck, he cursed loudly. Icicle GU. Dozens of icicles flew out in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, hearing the sound of the icicles moving against the wind. Thus, he hurriedly flipped his body to the other side of the thousand-lee earth wolf spider. Bam bam bam. The icicles struck the thousand-lee earth wolf spider's body, causing it to go into a rage and rush towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not going to play with you. Fang Yuan got off the thousand-lee earth wolf spider, abandoning it and relying on the earth communication ear grass and attempting to leave the battlefield. This thousand-lee earth wolf spider had already been corrupted by the blood frenzy GU, about to turn into a pool of blood water soon, so he should abandon it as soon as possible. That Bai Ningbing was now a ticking time bomb, and killing him is akin to setting off a bomb. He cannot be touched. The GU masters observing the battle only saw a lump of mist, before a small piece was divided out and floated towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this mist, it was naturally Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed like a shadow, and unless dispelled, it would continue to obscure Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog fades on its own. Fang Yuan's eyes continued to see nothing but fog, but he had the earth communication ear grass, thus he could determine his location through sound. The moving wind and tree leaves, the mountain springs and its flowing water, the chirping of the birds, the breathing of the wild beasts, these were all sounds. Only the mountain rocks had no sound, thus, he sometimes knocked into them. Ice blade storm. Behind him, Bai Ningbing's voice came. Huff huff huff. The winds blew as cold air spread, the temperature in the air started to decrease, and the white-colored ice blade storm was formed, even bigger than before. Even the thousand-lee earth wolf spider was repelled by it. That lump of mist, it should be Fang Yuan. Quickly stop him. Beside, Tai Ruonan shouted loudly. Fang Yuan, don't go, Gu village is your home. Gu Bo was anxious, trying to chase after him but was stopped by the other 2 clan leaders. Why, Gu clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield? Shang clan leader crossed his arms and snickered. HMPH, our Gu clan admits our loss for this battle. Now, whoever stops me, I will murder without hesitation. Gu Bo watched as Fang Yuan got even further, as his anxiety rose. Are you threatening me? I am not scared of you, Gu Bo. Bai clan leader's expression was grim, at the same time signaling to his Gu masters. The Gu master understood, and immediately dispatched his men to chase after Fang Yuan. We cannot let him escape, I'm going ahead. Tai Ruonan seeing this chance, immediately moved, a pair of black steel wings emerging from her back as she flew into midair, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time, a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, giant mountain puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask. Its appearance was simple, only showing both eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was covered in blood, flying towards the young girl's face disregarding her shock. Father, seeing the blood traces, Tai Ruonan screamed subconsciously. At this time, a large steel hand flew over as well, grabbing Tai Ruonan and flying far away without a moment of pause. This sudden change caused everyone to be taken aback. It seems Tai Shuileng is most likely going to lose. Hee, it has been almost 1,000 years, senior brother. You have really brought me, your junior brother, some surprise. Over 300 meters above the ground, an elderly Gu master stared at the scene, his expression calm and indifferent. His hair was white, and so were his eyebrows. As he sat on a giant crane, his right palm opened with a kinship bloodworm Gu. This Gu was crystal clear, like a red agate. Its shape was like a cicada, emitting a glow at times, pointing towards the Gu village. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I can still find you. You stole my opportunity back then, so I will return the favor to you 1,000-fold this time. The white brow elderly gritted his teeth as he said so, and he showed an expression of utter hatred. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 191 to 191, Crane Disaster. 2,121 words. In the azure blue sky, numerous clouds were floating aimlessly. The elderly Gu master rode on top of the white crane. Under his white eyebrows that were sharp like daggers, his eyes revealed a deep killing intent. He, with this grudge of mine, I shall start taking revenge on your descendants, he laughed, staring down at the battlefield, stretching his thin and dry finger and pointing downwards. The white crane below him raised its long and elegant neck, crying out in a bright and loud voice. The voice spread through the skies, and from far away, there were many return calls. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the earth communication ear grass at the time, thus he heard it first and was shocked in his heart. The crane cries went on endlessly, all at different pitches, giving off an impressive magnitude. This was not over 100 canes, nor a few thousand crying at once, it was the collective cries of over 10,000 flying cranes that could cause such an effect. Is there a migrating flock of cranes nearby? Out of nowhere, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of danger. The crane cries attracted the attention of the GU masters in the arena, turning their heads to look at them. What's that in the sky? From the sound, I'd say it's a large herd of migrating birds. Tell all the GU masters not to attack recklessly and bring trouble upon themselves. Bai clan leader was just saying, but suddenly he came to a halt. His eyes dilated, seeing 1, 2, 3, almost 10,000 cranes in the sky, clumped together and attacking towards the arena. How can this be? Get your guard on, defend. Let's escape. There are 10,000 cranes here, there has to be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide is just over, now we have a crane disaster. Oh heavens, Qing Mao Mountain is truly a place of disasters. GU masters started commenting, expressing the shock in their hearts as their spirits wavered. After finally resisting the wolf tide, a crane disaster appears. The 3 clans on Qing Mao Mountain have suffered great losses already, how could they have the excess energy to deal with such a large flock of cranes? The flying cranes folded back their wings, shooting down like a rain of arrows. Under the thunderous cries, screams of fear, pain and horror erupted at once, as all sorts of lights burst forth, moonblades, water balls and steel spikes were sent into the skies. After a momentary resistance, more than half of the GU masters were killed. These flying cranes were like pile drivers, each time their wings flapped, it had the strength of a boar, and their claws were sharp and could break rocks. Ordinary cranes were hard enough to deal with, not to mention the large amounts of 100 and 1,000 beast kings among them. The clans had centuries of experience in dealing with the wolf tide, and also the sturdy villages that can defend against them. But here, it was the wilderness with no buildings in sight. Where could they find anything resembling a fort? Thus, during the first attack, half the GU masters passed away. The cranes, long beaks penetrated hearts, their claws grabbing onto skulls. With a flap of their wings, people would vomit blood and be sent flying, all their bones broken. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes could only see white fog as he relied on the earth communication eargrass to avoid their attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. This time, he heard Gu Yue shouting behind him. Fang Yuan felt puzzled. What's up with this Gu Yue? When he shouted Fang Yuan's name earlier, the tone was weird, like he had intentions to protect him. Now he even ran over to help. Fang Yuan was a scheming old fox, but even he could not predict everything. In this short period, how could he conjecture that Tai Ruonan assumed he was a 10 extreme physique? Gu Yue was a rank 4 expert, thus since the cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary beasts, they were easily killed or repelled by him. Fang Yuan, is that you? Gu Yue came to the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts whirled in his mind. Right now, his predicament was extremely dangerous, and being near Gu Yue would greatly increase his chances of survival. Thus he answered, it's me. Gu Yue hearing Fang Yuan's voice, finally breathed a sigh of relief, very good. Fang Yuan, let's not mention what happened in the past. No matter what, the clan will protect your safety. Let's return to the village, I'll protect you while retreating. What he did not know was that the village was the most dangerous location for Fang Yuan right now. But the crane disaster was a much greater threat compared to the village. At least if he went back to the village, he would not die immediately compared to staying under the crane's attacks. Fang Yuan sighed without hesitating, please lead the way clan leader, I will try to keep up. But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. The white-brow old GU master sat on top of the crane, his tone cold, no one can escape, all of you shall die here. Fang Yuan could not see, but heard Gu Yue beside him shout, rank 5 GU master. Evidently, the Gu Yue clan leader had investigative methods that was able to deduce the stranger's cultivation level. Fang Yuan was stunned in his heart, where is there another rank 5 GU master here? This tiny Qing Mao Mountain, it was neither a famous location nor full of resources, why are all the rank 5 experts gathering here? Don't tell me, this has to do with first gen Gu Yue. Fang Yuan hid an inspiration. His heart jumped, if it was an ordinary crane disaster, he would have no chances left. Wild flying beasts were hard to make use of, and although he was at rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5 he was still weak and could not get out of the danger. But now another rank 5 GU master showed up. Not only is he another source of extreme danger, but also a chance to break out of his predicament. This current Qing Mao Mountain, the 3 rank 5 experts were the crucial players, the rest were insignificant. Only a rank 5 can deal with rank 5. Immediately, Fang Yuan decided in his heart. It is time, he has to bet on this. Clan leader, the first gen ancestor has fully awakened, we will be safe if we return to the village. Fang Yuan said, what? Gu Yue shouted in shock. His shock gave Fang Yuan reassurance. I won't lie about such things. As long as we get back to the village, we can save our lives, Fang Yuan continued. Gu Yue was a resolute man, thus he brought Fang Yuan and sped towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to approach, blocking the path. 100 beast kings and 1,000 beast kings appeared non-stop. Gu Yue fought with his life, protecting Fang Yuan. Eventually he could no longer proceed, falling into the encirclement of the flying cranes. Fang Yuan was protected by Gu Yue, thus he was safe for the time being. Once time was up, the maze fog vanished. Fang Yuan observed the battlefield, only to see corpses lying everywhere, showing that a terrifying battle had happened. The GU master's sacrifice was huge, but the flock of cranes were also greatly damaged. Other than broken limbs of humans, there were also crane corpses everywhere. Isn't this the iron beak flying crane? Fang Yuan felt puzzled, others might not recognize it, for after all, this flying beast was not from the southern border. But he knew that this iron beak flying crane originated from the Middle Kingdom. Myriad Beast King, rank 5 expert. Next, Fang Yuan saw in midair, a giant crane was flapping its wings, floating. On its back, a white-haired old man was sitting with a cold expression. Fang Yuan looked away, back at Gu Yue. This Gu Yue clan leader was already full of injuries, his body full of blood, fighting with his life. Many times he could clearly have avoided, but to protect Fang Yuan, he would rather suffer the injury himself. Clan leader, the current situation is not looking good. GU masters are fighting bravely, but are all divided into different areas by the flying cranes, they will eventually get overwhelmed. We must gather their strength into one. Only then can we have a chance to break out of this and return to the village. Fang Yuan said to Gu Yue. You were right. Gu Yue looked across the battlefield, shouting loudly, everyone, the enemy is before us. Our Gu Yue village has a method to deal with the enemy, quickly assemble with me and kill our way out. The voice echoed in the battlefield, attracting numerous gazes. What? Gu Yue clan still has a trump card to deal with a rank 5. Believing in it is better than nothing. Brothers, let's go, gather with the Gu Yue clan leader. They were already despairing, but now that Gu Yue said it, they saw some hope. Under the pressure of death, these former enemies united and worked together, quickly gathering into one spot. Gu Yue clan, hee, you are all senior brothers' descendants. On the huge crane, the white brow elderly laughed coldly, about to command the cranes to intercept, but on second thoughts, he stopped that idea. Why not let these people escape back, so I can finish them off together? But these are all his descendants, so in the battle later, I can use them to threaten him. But these 3 rank 4 GU masters have the ability to interfere with the battle, I cannot let them stay, I shall kill them first. Thinking so, the white brow elderly screeched strangely, flicking his finger and sending 3 balls of light flying. What GU was this? Shang clan leader was first hit by the white ball, and after getting covered by it, his speed fell drastically, slower than a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were the same. Fang Yuan, quickly go, Gu clansmen listen up, you have to protect Fang Yuan at all costs, he's the only one that knows the method. Gu tried all ways but could not get rid of this light ring, thus he screamed loudly and turned around to face the white brow elderly. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at this Gu clan leader deeply. Elder Fang Yuan, let us protect you. A large number of Gu clansmen gathered beside Fang Yuan, protecting him in all directions. Healing light as well as speed buffs were all casted on Fang Yuan. Collision sounds were heard from the back, and under the mystical and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who hated each other worked together tightly right now, battling against the mysterious elderly with their life on the line. The results of this battle was decided from the start. The 3 clan leaders died one by one as the white brow elderly flicked his sleeves, sitting firmly on the huge crane. Flying cranes engulfed the skies as they gradually forced their way into Gu village. Gu village was in chaos, and the sad cries of people were heard everywhere. Large numbers of bamboo buildings fell, and the debris area was full of corpses with white cloths covering over them. Injured members cried in pain, lying on the ground as many healing Gu masters worked to the bone. The clan main pavilion was half devastated, and the village square was covered in a layer of blood water. This was extremely horrifying to the clansmen. Because Tai Shui Lang and 1st Gen Gu engaged in fierce combat, it caused the mountains to shake. Thus, Gu village which was right above was greatly affected. Gu Yaoji who was staying in the village, did not manage to receive Gu bow, but instead saw the injured remnants of the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted loudly. Fang Yuan didn't reply, because the flock of cranes behind her was the best explanation. This, oh my god, is our Gu clan going to perish today? Immediately, the village fell into chaos once again. Senior brother, you're junior, I have come here all the way to see you. Why aren't you coming out to meet me? White brow elderly stood on the crane's back, his tone full of icy killing intent. Before he was finished, on the village square, blood water gushed out like a 10-meter fountain, and the bright red coffin appeared vertically. As a blood white, 1st Gen Gu stood inside the coffin, his blood red eyes staring closely at the white brow elderly. To think that you didn't die, how did you find this place? As expected, that Gu master earlier was instigated by you. 1st Gen Gu said hatefully. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 192 to 192, Raising Eyebrows and Exhale. 2114 words. How did I find you? Ha ha ha. The white brow elderly laughed loudly, his voice sounded extremely happy, while his gaze was ruthless. He opened his palm, revealing a Gu. It was the kinship bloodworm. Kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, emitting light at times, pointing towards 1st Gen Gu. Although senior brother stole my opportunity and backstabbed me, taking away my Gu, I still managed to learn the secret arts. Thus I refined this kinship bloodworm. You know how I refined it? Using the heart blood of your 2 blood-related sons. They were only 5 to 6 years old and were too young, so without sufficient heart blood, I could only turn them both into living sources, taking their blood every month. After spending tens of years, I finally accumulated enough heart blood and refined this Gu. The white brow elderly said briskly, his tone extremely smug. Oh, right, both your sons died soon after. Ha ha ha, after refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But this world is too big, and you were nowhere to be found. Even though the kinship bloodworm was rank 5, its range is still limited. Eventually, when I was almost dying, I could only use the life-retaining jade burial Gu, living through death and sealing myself. Not long before this, I had to come out of sealing and I tried one last time. To think I found you by coincidence. Senior brother, do you know how happy and excited I was at that time? As for that Tai Shui Lang, I did send him a letter to attract him here. Seeing him, I thought of our former relationship. How nostalgic. Back then we were from the same sect, chasing after demonic cultivators. We were called the righteous twin cranes, having unlimited glory and pride. The white brow elderly saying so, showed a nostalgic expression. His expression was calm and his tone was gentle, but the more he thought about it, the stronger the killing intent was in both of his cold eyes. This white brow elderly came from the middle continent. He was known as Lord Sky Crane. Back then, he used the rank 5 crane enslavement Gu and ruled over a myriad beast king level crane king and rose to fame. Because he could enslave a myriad beast king, it meant he controlled a 10,000 beast army. This strength allowed him to use his own power and eliminate a single village. Lord Sky Crane and 1st Gen Gu both came from the middle continent's immortal crane sect. Hundreds of years ago, they were senior and junior brothers, closer than real brothers, killing many demonic Gu masters and working together, having perfect synergy with each other. In one of their attempts in chasing after demonic cultivators, they found an inheritance ground. This inheritance was one of the many set up by the Blood Sea Ancestor. But if it was an ordinary inheritance, so be it, they would not have turned on each other. However, this inheritance ground's treasure was beyond precious, it could allow one to rise to the heavens and become an immortal from a mortal. Thus, the two brothers were moved. Legend says, Blood Sea Ancestor left behind over 100,000 inheritances, spread throughout the world. But his real motive was the few true treasures hidden in a few of these spots. They hid his personal Gu worms, his true methods. The sect brothers encountered the Blood Sea Ancestor's true treasure inheritance. Lord Sky Crane was quicker and obtained the inheritance. Corrupted by greed, first Gen Gu Yu schemed against him and stole the Gu worm. Then he attempted to kill Lord Sky Crane, but did not succeed as the latter managed to escape. Seeing that the matter was exposed, first Gen Gu Yu could only hide his name and escape everywhere, preventing himself from getting found by his former sect. After tens of years, he could not find a lifespan Gu, thus in his final days he stood at Qing Mao Mountain in the southern border, changing his appearance and calling himself Gu, establishing the Gu village. Lord Sky Crane, being unable to find him, was filled with hatred. Meanwhile, the Immortal Crane sect was very interested in the Blood Sea inheritance, thus with their help, Lord Sky Crane used the life-preserving Jade Burial Gu, falling into a deep sleep and preserving his last bit of life. This life-preserving Jade Burial Gu's method was also a special method. Similar to first Gen Gu's transformation into a zombie, they were unorthodox methods and were just desperate measures. Turning into a zombie, replacing life with death. Life-preserving life burial could enable one to hang on to life, but did not increase their lifespan. There was only one way to increase one's lifespan in this world. Like what Fang Yuan did in his previous life, they would need to use the lifespan Gu, increasing one's own lifespan from the roots. This was the proper way. Other methods had disadvantages and were not recognized by heaven and earth, belonging to helpless resorts. Senior brother, you shameless disciple, despicable scum. Back then when you backstabbed me, did you expect retribution today? Haha, the heavens did not let me down, for I finally found you. Today, not only will I exterminate your bloodline and destroy your 1,000-year plot, but I will also take back my opportunity. This day, I have waited far too long. Ending his reminiscences, Lord Sky Crane sighed loudly, gathering his killing intent. But before he struck, first Gen Gu acted even faster. The blood water on the ground poured up like a fountain, giving off a terrifying aura. The sharp smell of blood spread as within the thick concentrated blood water, tens of thousands of blood guillotines flew out, tightly packed together. Whoosh, sounds of wings flapping were heard as countless bladewing blood bat Gu flew into the air, engulfing the sky and killing towards the crane flock. The crane flock fell into chaos. Blood guillotines and bladewing blood bats were much smaller than the iron beak flying cranes, gaining movement advantage in battle. Lord Sky Crane was furious, screaming loudly and ordering the flying crane king he was riding on, rushing towards first Gen Gu. Retreat, a Gu master shouted. The winds howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too imposing, like a meteor hitting the ground, causing people to feel shocked and afraid. But suddenly, a blood wave flew into the sky, and the hiding blood river python assaulted under the cover of the blood water. It opened its mouth, biting at the flying crane king's long neck. At the same time its body coiled, trying to drag the flying crane king into the blood pond on the ground. Lord Sky Crane snorted. He knew about the blood river python. Blood water was like a supreme recovery medicine for the python, thus he needed to cut the contact between them. With this he willed in his mind, and the flying crane king stretched out its steel claws, grabbing onto the blood river python. At the same time it flapped its wings, flying towards the sky. After battling with Tai Shui Lang, the blood river python still had many injuries on its body, and its strength was also greatly diminished. Thus it was carried by the flying crane king into the air, slowing leaving the village. Hand over your life, Lord Sky Crane howled, turning into a white flash and pouncing on first Gen Gu was who in the red coffin. First Gen Gu took a step out of the coffin, and with a stretch, wings grew out of his back. These pair of wings were large and strong, like jet black colored bat wings. Zombie Gu are a classic series of Gu worms, widely spread in the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie Gu, rank 3 fur zombie Gu, rank 4 jumping zombie Gu, rank 5 flying zombie Gu. The blood white Gu was one of the flying zombies, of course it could fly. First Gen Gu's eyes burned with raging flames as he opened his arms and showed his devious demonic claws. He spread both wings, rushing towards the sky. With a boom, he collided with Lord Sky Crane who was in the air. The two had almost equal strength, and after retreating for a distance, they stabilized themselves and attacked once again. Boom boom boom, the two engaged in aerial combat, their bodies colliding constantly. The power of rank 5 was fully displayed, as the aftermath of their conflicts resulted in numerous bamboo buildings collapsing. After a while, first Gen Gu shouted loudly, his body covered in blood shadows, as his attacks became several times more ruthless. Lord Sky Crane's eyes glowed with light, attacking like the slashing of a flying blade, or the piercing of an immortal sword, breaking the shadows one by one. First Gen Gu breathed out a bloody mist again, prompting Lord Sky Crane to activate his Gu worm which formed a light barrier, blocking the blood mist from invading. After a while, Lord Sky Crane was after all a dying old man, his elderly body weak, and thus his strength fell, slowly getting overpowered by first Gen Gu, falling into a disadvantage. After hundreds of years, you did not improve one bit. First Gen Gu laughed loudly and mocked. Goddamn scoundrel, Lord Sky Crane scolded in rage. He did not expect first Gen Gu to be so strong, be it the blood guillotine or the bladewing blood bat Gu, they were supposed to be his. Thinking so, he got even more furious. HMPH, it's time to use my trump card. Lord Sky Crane snorted secretly, his white eyebrows raising lightly, transforming. His eyebrows grew frantically, becoming two thick bushes over tens of meters, one left and one right like snakes coming out of their dens, moving quickly and coiling around first Gen Gu. First Gen Gu struggled to no avail, his claws unceasingly attacking. These eyebrows looked fragile but were stronger than steel, and also malleable. Once restrained, it was like the roots of an old tree. It is actually the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu. First Gen Gu's tone changed for the first time, shocked and furious. This raise eyebrows and exhale Gu did not use ordinary chi, but primeval energy. Using the primeval essence in the Gu master's aperture, and sending it out as primeval energy, this Gu was uncommon as it had a lose-lose type of usage. By using this Gu now, not only was first Gen Gu's primeval essence rapidly expended, but so was Lord Sky Crane's. Raise eyebrows and exhale Gu was like a bridge, connecting the two's aperture, causing primeval essence to be expended. It was often used by high-ranking Gu masters to bully the weak. Once used on someone stronger, it was akin to courting death. But this situation was different. Lord Sky Crane and first Gen Gu were both rank 5 peak stage, but first Gen Gu turned into a zombie and his aperture was dead, thus he was unable to recover natural primeval essence. Although Lord Sky Crane was dying of old age and barely had any lifespan, his aperture was full of life, and his primeval essence could still recover. This attacked first Gen Ji Yu's greatest weakness. Lord Sky Crane's primeval essence was still recovering, but in first Gen Ji Yu's aperture, his primeval essence would only go down and not up. First Gen Ji Yu desperately retreated, but the white eyebrows extended with him as if they were endless, and at the same time Lord Sky Crane was moving closer as well. First Gen Ji Yu howled, willing in his mind and calling the blood guillotine and bladewing blood bat Ji Yu in attempt to cut the white eyebrows, but it had no effect. The white brows were extremely strong, and even if a few were cut, they would reconnect themselves. His primeval essence continued to decrease, and if this went on, first Gen Ji Yu was definitely going to lose. He was after all an ambitious man, forced to his wits' end. He gritted his teeth and changed tactics, sending the blood guillotine and bladewing blood bat Ji Yu towards Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane had to constantly sustain the raise eyebrows and exhale Ji Yu, and by being attacked like this, he could only use the light barrier and defend himself passively. The white barrier wavered and Lord Sky Crane's heart sank. The situation was not looking good for him. Most likely, before he finishes expending first Gen Ji Yu's primeval essence, his light barrier would be broken through and he would get killed by first Gen Ji Yu. Note: I am so sorry if the name, raise eyebrows and exhale Ji Yu, is dumb but there's no other way to translate it, lol. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 193 to 193, Divine Investigator's Last Move. 2,345 words. The Sky Crane Lord's face turned malevolent and his two eyes glinted with ominous light as he suddenly threw down a rain of feather arrows. This arrow rain was not targeted at the first Gen Ji Yu. First Gen Ji Yu had already turned into a blood-white zombie, a being that possessed astounding defense and would be difficult to breach. The feather arrows rained down and instead pierced through countless of Ji masters, instantly killing them. Along with this, two white lights burst out from Sky Crane Lord's eyes. As two beams of light swept through the village, wherever they went the bamboo buildings would collapse and street pavements were disintegrated. Anyone that touched these beams of light would melt like the snow meeting the sunlight. When a rank 5 Ji master acts, he could instantly create huge casualties with every move. Miserable shouts, screams and cries of despair continuously rang in the battlefield like a medley. A feather arrow flowered towards Fang Yuan, but he casually grabbed someone beside him and threw the man into the arrow's path. The feather arrow pierced this person's head and stopped. Fang Yuan then rolled, dodging a claw attack of an iron beak flying crane. There was very little that a rank 3 could do against a rank 5. Even Bai Ning Bing was dodging non-stop at this moment. Every time he was injured, the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique would heal him, but this also brought him closer to death itself. Rank 5 Ji masters were already at the peak of the secular world. Stop, the first Gen Ji Yu shouted. As he watched the Ji masters before him getting slaughtered, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He had a great conspiracy for establishing the village and spreading his bloodline. It was not simply just to hide his identity. The clan members were the fruits of centuries of planning. But now, as they were slaughtered by the Sky Crane Lord, it was akin to using up the first Gen Ji Yu's centuries worth of heart blood. Being left with no choice, first Gen Ji Yu could only 5 up on Sky Crane Lord. He ordered the Blade-Wing Blood Bat Ji Yu and Blood Guillotine to fly towards the village, defending it against the Sky Crane Lord's attacks. The Sky Crane Lord laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance was focused on attack and not defense. By doing this, the first Gen Ji Yu was giving up on his own advantage and using his weak point to battle. The Sky Crane Lord understood the first Gen Ji Yu very well and knew his scheme. Thus he intentionally let these Ji Yu clan members go first, and then attack them at this moment. Sure enough, he was able to escape from the perilous situation he was under while the first Gen Fuyu was troubled by trying to take care of the entire situation. Not good. As the situation continued to be in a deadlock, the first Gen Ji Yu suddenly shouted. Shadows of iron chains had suddenly appeared around his entire body. These shadows immediately turned from virtual into reality, and formed into long iron chains. These chains were like snakes and pythons as they coiled around first Gen Ji Yu, binding his hands and feet. A talisman paper also gradually appeared and stuck right between the first Gen Ji Yu's eyes. Bang! First Gen Ji Yu was bound by the iron chains. He could no longer stretch his wings and thus he fell smashing down onto the ground. Such an unexpected scene not only shocked the first Gen Ji Yu, but it also caused Sky Crane Lord to be shocked for a while before the latter started to laugh madly. So this is the demon suppression iron chain Ji Yu and the problem nipped in the bud Ji Yu. Ha ha ha, I guess that so-called divine investigator wasn't a good for nothing after all. My good senior brother, you are sure to die today. These two great Ji Yu were both the main Ji Yu worms of the Tai family. The demon suppression iron chain Ji Yu could restrict a Ji Yu master's movement ability and thus let others trample upon them. The problem nipped in the bud Ji Yu was able to extract Ji Yu worms from inside the Ji Yu master and seal them away. Countless numbers of demonic path Ji Yu masters had been captured by Tai Shui Leng through these two Ji Yu, and now he had used it on the first Gen Ji Yu. When did this happen? The first Gen Ji Yu was startled and also furious. He though back to the final scene when he had struck Tai Shui Leng dead. The copper mask had flown away, revealing a square face. Although his death was certain, there was no fear on his features. Two eyes shone with the vicissitudes of time and resoluteness as his bloodied palm struck lightly against first Gen Ji Yu's chest. However, the strength it contained was so minuscule that first Gen Ji Yu had completely ignored it at the time. So it was then, damn it, I would have already sensed it if I had a living body. But though my zombie body is strong in both offense and defense, it is not sensitive. The first Gen Ji Yu's head was full of regrets. There were many shortcomings when turning one's body into a blood white. He should have already died according to his original lifespan, but he lived on by defying the heavens, so how could there not be any price to pay? Ha ha ha, the Sky Crane Lord's aura grew with his laughter, then he charged towards the first Gen Ji Yu. First Gen Ji Yu could only try to resist. Naturally, he fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain Ji Yu not only bound his whole body, but the phantom image of the black iron chain also appeared within his aperture and sealed it. The primeval sea surged like boiling water and many Ji Yu worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain Ji Yu. With this, the first Gen Ji Yu's primeval essence expenditure became extremely huge. Your defeat is certain, except your death. Sky Crane Lord's attacks came non-stop, like he had fallen into madness. First Gen Ji Yu's head was riddled with injuries, while his pale ribs were exposed and his two arms severed from the shoulders by the Sky Crane Lord. When it seemed that Sky Crane Lord was going to really kill him, the first Gen Ji Yu suddenly opened his mouth and gave an unearthly cry. Yan, extremely ear-piercing sound waves concentrated and instantly struck the Sky Crane Lord. When Sky Crane Lord heard this sound, he felt like he had just met with an enormous attack, and he was sent flying dozens of steps away, his white eyebrows even pulled tight and straight. After that, he rapidly fell down to the ground. Blood started flowing out of his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. The lingering sound was causing chaos inside his body, causing the blood to flow in reverse. He couldn't move at all for a moment. Seeing this chance, many GU masters threw moon blades, water bullets and so on from a distance, but they were all blocked by the light halo on the Sky Crane Lord. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed at the first Gen GU, but their iron beaks felt like it was smashing against steel skin and iron bones as they attacked the blood-white zombie body, and broke off one after another. A rank 5 Gu's defense was no small thing. Even if Fang Yuan used the chainsaw golden centipede to saw at the blood-white zombie body for some time, he might not be able to cut off even a piece of skin. Right now, in this battle, only these two rank 5 GU masters could threaten each other. Although they were in a very bad state, as long as their primeval essence didn't end, others could only look on helplessly. Sky Crane Lord saw that the flying cranes were unable to accomplish anything, while the flying crane king was fighting with the blood river python far away. As for himself, he was unable to move anything other than his eyes properly due to his chi and blood being in conflict. He concentrated his mind on the raised eyebrows and exhale GU, greatly accelerating the primeval essence consumption. First Gen GU was on the verge of death. The primeval essence in his primeval sea quickly decreased, and once it was completely used up, his GU worms would have no primeval essence to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain GU. Once this happened, problem nipped in the bud GU would start extracting the GU worms and sealing them. That would truly be the end. First Gen GU shouted in panic, "Quick, lend me a hand. Grab the eyebrows and activate your primeval essence. Let's help the first ancestor, let's go." A large group of GU masters went to help, not only from GU clan, but even Bai and Shang clan. Even first Gen GU was not able to cut apart these white eyebrows, so there was no way these GU masters' methods would work. They could only do as first Gen GU said, stretching their hands and grabbing the white eyebrows. They had just touched the white eyebrows, when some of the eyebrows split up and coiled around their wrists, arms and then finally extended to their bodies. Ah, miserable shrieks echoed in succession. How could a rank 2 GU master's primeval essence fight against a rank 5 primeval essence? In a short while, their primeval essence was consumed clean, their primeval sea was empty, their apertures completely dried up, their apertures started to crack, before finally crumbling and collapsing. The aperture was the most vital part in a human body, even more important than heart. Once the aperture broke, many GU masters' eyes would roll and lose their lives on the spot. Fuck, first Gen GU cursed in anger. The demon suppression iron chain GU was tightening up, piercing into the skin and flesh, the bones were starting to make cackling sounds. It was reasonable to say that with Tai Shui Leng's death, this demon suppression iron chain GU couldn't get primeval essence from its GU master and shouldn't have been able to activate. However, it had been infected by the berserk blood GU, and thus it could absorb the primeval essence in the air. Also, demon suppression iron chain GU was Tai Shui Leng's GU, so it contained Tai Shui Leng's will to subdue first Gen GU. First Gen GU's primeval essence was depleting quickly, and he would not be able to bear it much longer. Many GU masters that were rushing to provide assistance saw this and couldn't help but slow down. What are you afraid of? If the first ancestor loses, we will also die. Are you hoping that you will be spared? Fang Yuan shouted. He hurried to the side of first Gen GU and grabbed the white eyebrows. The thousandly earth wolf spider had already died, and the enemy had flying cranes that could fly around to pursue an attack. There was no hope for him if he tried to escape alone. On the contrary, if he helped first Gen GU and the two sides fought each other to death, he might be able to reap some benefits. The white eyebrows firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrists, then it followed to his arms and creeped along like a vine towards his waist. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was being quickly consumed, but Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. His actions served as an example. Other GU masters were spurred and rushed forth in succession. Let's do this together, we might have a chance at life. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sigh, what else can we do? We can only stake our lives. Countless hands touched the white eyebrows. GU masters kept on dying and many other GU masters kept on filling the gaps to add into the consumption. Ha ha ha, fighting against a rank 5, how brilliant and interesting. Bai Ning also stepped forward. Life or death will be decided by this. Shang Jiaoman similarly stood up. Fang Zheng was nowhere to be seen, he was lost in the wild and hadn't escaped back to the village. Whether he lived or had died, no one could be sure, but everything boded ill for him. Time seemed to be passing very slowly at this moment, becoming unendurable. As time passed, many GU masters died. Some GU masters directly attacked Sky Crane Lord, but the white halo around him stood as steady as MT. Only rank 3 GU masters could hold their grounds in this consumption face-off. Many GU masters' confidence started shaking and they were beginning to hesitate. Both sides were locked up in deadlock. Sky Crane Lord smiled grimly and said, "My victory is certain, you will all die." There was too big a gap between rank 3 and rank 5. Rank 4s would have been able to affect the situation, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders were already killed by Sky Crane Lord. First Gen GU was bound by the iron chains while the white eyebrows had also coiled up around him and the problem nipped in the bud GU on his forehead was swaying. There was already very few primeval essence left in his aperture. Suddenly the problem nipped in the bud GU let out a faint yellow light and slowly extracted a ball of yellow light from first Gen GU's aperture. This yellow light was bigger than a fist but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down on the ground, and only a faint glimmer of the yellow light remained. A GU that looked like a crystal skull showed up. The GU was like a skull of a child that could fit on a palm, and the skull was like a crystal filled with reddish blood stripes. Blood Skull GU, after hundreds of years, I finally get to see you again. Sky Crane Lord looked on from a distance and wept tears of joy, he was extremely moved. Note, problem nipped in the bud, GU, the name of this GU is an idiom that means, solving the problem from the roots itself. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 194 to 194, Blood Curtain Skyflower. 2120 words. First Gen Gu Yue clenched his bloody fangs so hard that it made cracking sounds, but he couldn't even budge, much less struggle. Suddenly, another ball of light was captured by the yellow talisman and it fell to the ground, turning into an alternating black and white Taiji light sphere. Two peculiar Gu worms were circling and chasing each other within this light sphere. As the Taiji light sphere continued to rotate, they seemed to carry traces of great Tao, shocking many Gu masters. What Gu is this? Bai Ningbing and many others were bewildered. It actually is a rank 4. Fang Yuan's eyes focused in concentration. Yin-yang rotation Gu. Sky Crane Lord screamed, his face clearly revealing his shock. He remained stunned for a while, then he raised his head and laughed. My good senior brother, I truly have to thank you for finding such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn back into a human, but what a pity, for your plan has been destroyed by me. First Gen Gu Yue anxiously moved his legs and snarled. He had completely lost his manners. Whether it was Blood Skull Gu or Yin-yang rotation Gu, they were both crucial to his plan that stretched through a millennium. Now, they were both sealed and extracted. All his painstaking plotting had almost gone and up into smoke now. Sky Crane Lord's smile turned even more jubilant. His desire for vengeance was fully satisfied by seeing this expression of First Gen Gu Yue. Another yellow light that was captured fell to the ground. It was a scarlet-colored Gu and looked like a translucent water sphere. On seeing this Gu, First Gen Gu Yue suddenly stopped his struggle. He was exulted. He opened his bloody mouth, revealing his fangs as he shouted, "Quick, destroy this Gu worm." Several Gu masters immediately moved forward upon hearing this and used their attacks. This Gu had been sealed by problem nipped in the bud Gu, stopping the First Gen Gu Yue from activating it with his thoughts. There was a layer of yellow light on the surface carrying an imprint. It could only be unsealed by Tai Shui Lang or by using some special Gu worms. However, this Gu was an expendable Gu and was special as it needed to be destroyed to be activated. Several Gu masters made their moves. The yellow light imprint was only a sealing Gu worm and didn't have any defensive powers. After several attacks, the yellow light imprint collapsed, destroying the sealed Gu worm along with it. Buzz! A soft cry resounded, and a blood light bloomed, suddenly expanding and turning into a spherical shield within moments. First Gen Gu Yue was within the shield, while Sky Crane Lord was outside. The blood-red shield's range was 6 mu, and Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were both within the shield, whereas Zhang Jiaoman and some others were outside. The most encouraging part was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut apart into 2 halves by this shield. With the disintegration of the white eyebrows, Fang Yuan and others recovered control of their bodies. The aura of this shield reaches rank 5, but why does it resemble the water curtain skyflower Gu? Fang Yuan was bewildered. He had never seen this Gu before. Sky Crane Lord was separated by this shield, and he staggered up before laughing coldly. Senior brother, such a good move. You are actually able to counterattack and break my raise eyebrows and exhale Gu. It's a pity such a trifle defense won't work against me. You are just prolonging your imminent defeat by doing this. First Gen Gu Yue instead laughed loudly. Junior brother, how about testing it yourself? That's my intention. Killing intent flashed in Sky Crane Lord's eyes. Countless flying cranes and feather arrows shot towards the shield, while his eyes also sent out the white beams at the same time. However, the blood shield was still unshakable and was as stable as before. Sky Crane Lord's face turned extremely dark as he stopped his attacks. What Gu is this? Gu Yue first threw his head back and laughed. Let me teach you. This is my personally fused Gu, Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu. The Water Curtain Skyflower Gu, a rank 4 Gu, can block rank 5 Gu attacks. This Gu is at rank 5 and has even more powerful defense. Water Curtain Skyflower Gu prevents its owner from going in and out, but this Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu lets me go out. Junior brother, don't be impatient. You can attack slowly. Use all your strength. Just wait till I recover, then I'll come out and cut your dog head. Aha. You thief, keep on boasting. Sky Crane Lord was in turmoil. He had everything in his grasp before, but to think First Gen Gu Yue was able to recover some ground and the situation turned into a deadlock again. He attacked madly and extremely fiercely, killing all the Gu masters outside the shield including Zhang Jiaoman. However, inside the Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu, all was calm and quiet. The blood shield was as stable as MT. Tai, and the group of Gu masters inside the shield were relieved. First Ancestor is indeed an unrivaled hero. We are finally saved. The First Ancestor will show his divine might and this person will definitely be defeated. Whew, this is the strength of rank 5 Gu master. I am actually still alive in front of such strength. The Gu masters cheered and shouted. On the contrary, Bai Ningbing snorted. His death was certain due to the 10 extreme aptitude, but this deadlock decreased the splendor of it and he was not happy about it. Sky Crane Lord kept on attacking for a long while with no results. At one moment, he suddenly stopped as if he had woken up. First Gen Gu Yue's words were meant to incite him into attacking the Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu and wasting his primeval essence. If he wasn't wrong, this Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu had the same effect as Water Curtain Skyflower Gu. Its fusion price was extremely high and belonged to one-time use expendable category, but it had a high defense, albeit with a set duration. It would automatically dissipate after a certain amount of time. At this thought, Sky Crane Lord sat cross-legged, then took out 2 primeval stones and pinched them, starting to recover his primeval essence. Lend me a hand, you will only have a chance at life by helping me. Primeval stones, I need a large number of them. First Gen Gu Yue shouted. The surrounding Gu masters immediately took out primeval stones and piled them around him. First Gen Gu Yue opened his bloody mouth wide and breathed in deeply, sucking the primeval stones into his mouth. Crack, he chewed the primeval stones. Large amounts of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. On seeing this, the Sky Crane Lord became anxious and started shouting, "Don't give them to him, you morons. Once he recovers his movement, he will kill you all and use your blood to upgrade his aptitude. You are causing your own doom. HMPH, using such a low-level tactic to sow distrust, so ridiculous. Quick, this old thief is telling us not to give it, so we need to give even more primeval stones. Everything depends on Lord Ancestor." Gu masters provided the primeval stones generously and soon, great quantities of primeval stones entered First Gen Gu Yue's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched indifferently from the side. A normal body wouldn't be able to endure such a large amount of primeval essence pouring into them, but first Gen Ji Yu's blood-white zombie body was powerful and strong. The primeval essence in his primeval sea began to rise rapidly. The demon suppression iron chain Ji Yu was becoming weaker, and after quite a while, it turned into a pool of blood. It had thoroughly died out. With the bindings gone, first Gen Ji Yu gave a long roar and activated his blood-white vital Ji Yu. Great quantities of blood were absorbed into his body, and within moments, his powerful arms grew back again with claws as sharp as a knife. He gave a hearty laugh then stood up. At this exact moment, the problem nipped in the bud Ji Yu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood and completely dissipated. It seems the heavens do not want me dead. First Gen Ji Yu threw his head back and laughed. We ask first Ancestor to behead this old thief. Once the Lord Ancestor makes his move, he will definitely succeed. The group of GU masters was elated. First Gen Ji Yu's laughter gradually stopped, and fire burned in his eyes as he spoke unhurriedly. I will, of course, kill my enemy. But before killing him, I still have something I need to do. Not good. Fang Yuan's heart suddenly jumped when he heard the tone of the voice, and he discreetly moved towards the outer edge of the group. The people beside him were puzzled by this, but they were still filled with high fighting spirit. We are not sure what first Ancestor has to do, but we will serve the Ancestor to the best of our abilities. First Gen Ji Yu threw his head back and cackled with laughter. Haha, the thing I need to do is to take your lives. What? The crowd turned pale with shock. First Gen Ji Yu, however, didn't hesitate to make his move. Squelch, his claw immediately pierced through a rank 3 GU master near him. When he took back his palm, there was a pulsing heart on it. This GU master was a GU clan member, and his expression was one of disbelief at this moment. He gave a loud scream, blood spurting out like a fountain as he fell down with his head facing up. Good blood, it can't be wasted, first Gen Ji Yu exclaimed. With a shift of his mind, the blood skull GU flew up and made one round around this GU master's body. The GU master's corpse twitched, and all the blood in him was extracted by the blood skull GU, entering into its two empty eye sockets. After the blood skull GU drank its fill, the blood stripes on its crystal skull turned even brighter. First Ancestor, you! As the group retreated with all their might, someone cried out. Noisy. First Gen Ji Yu's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing his body into two with a knife. Blood spurted out and was absorbed by the blood skull GU. First Ancestor, you ungrateful beast, if not for our primeval stones, how could you have any fighting strength left? This first Ancestor is no decent person, everyone let's attack together and kill him. That's right, there is power in numbers, A bloody massacre unfolded. First Gen Ji Yu was a peak rank 5 and he had completely recovered his primeval essence. These GU masters were just rank 1, rank 2 or at most rank 3, so how could they be his match? And this blood curtain skyflower separated inside from outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first Gen Ji Yu could go out. But once he exited, he couldn't enter again, he would have to destroy the blood curtain skyflower or wait for it to dissipate. The group of GU masters weren't able to escape, they tried fighting but were utterly defeated and killed by first Gen Ji Yu. Except for Bai clans and Shang clan's GU masters, he killed every GU clansman and used the blood skull GU to absorb the blood. After killing several hundreds, the rank 4 blood skull GU was glistening red, as it had reached the limit of what it could absorb. First Gen Ji Yu laughed loudly and summoned the blood skull GU. The blood skull GU came towards him and floated above his head. This day, this moment, my centuries of arduous planning has finally come to fruition. He let out a long exhalation of relief. At this moment, the blood skull GU opened its tightly shut mouth and threw up a blood fountain. The blood fountain didn't have the fishy odor of blood, but instead let out a sweet relaxing fragrance. This blood fountain poured from above first Gen Ji Yu and completely soaked him. However, what was strange and mysterious was that not even a drop of the blood fountain sprayed on the ground. All of the blood stuck to first Gen Ji Yu's body, then slowly seeped inside, finally reaching the aperture. First Gen Ji Yu stood on the spot, he was silent and his head was down as he appreciated this moment. Suddenly, he burst out with a crazed laughter as he spoke, Kaka, my aptitude has advanced, my aptitude has really advanced. The rest of the GU masters tremored. Outside the blood shield, Sky Crane Lord pointed at first Gen Ji Yu and furiously shouted, return my blood skull GU back to me. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 195 to 195, then let me become a demon. 2190 words. First Gen Ji Yu laughed with even more joy. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and turned towards Lord Sky Crane, speaking with a voice filled with hatred. Junior brother, you never thought there would be a day like this, right? We were both orphans raised by the master. But since young, master always pampered you more. Why, isn't it because your aptitude is a grade and mine is only C grade? Naturally, with your grade aptitude, your cultivation progressed much faster. Did you know, with my C grade aptitude, how much sweat and effort I had to put in compared to you, just barely be able to match with your pace. Although we were called the twin cranes of righteous paths, you were always the main and I the second. You were like the brightest star, just because you were an A-grade genius. Even your luck was good and you obtained one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea Ancestor. Blood Skull GU could purify the blood of the relatives killed and pour them into the aperture, upgrading it. Did you know what my mood was like at the time? I thought day and night, thinking of countless schemes. I knew the Blood Skull GU was my only hope. With it, I could change my life, change my fate. But it is mine, mine. Lord Sky Crane was so angry that he stamped his feet repeatedly. Yes, it is yours. First Gen GU nodded. Your aptitude is great and your luck is also great. Clearly, we started out at the same time, killing enemies together, but the heavens only appreciated you, giving you the true inheritance. Did you know, when I looked at your proud expression and listened to you talking about your future plans, when I was forcing myself to smile, I suddenly realized. The heavens favored you, gave you a great aptitude and the true Blood Sea inheritance. But what could I do about it? I was only an insignificant C-grade talent, so how could I succeed just by relying on myself? I could only seize, rob, change what wasn't mine to become mine. The fate that heaven had planned for me was to let me bow under someone, making me a shadow behind others. But I am indignant, for on what basis did he put me below and you above? First Gen GU actually seemed to be weeping and whimpering at the end. Blood-white zombie's appearance was extremely terrifying, and adding on to this strange sound, anyone who heard it would feel coldness seep into their bones. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, other people don't value me, I can only love myself more, I can only value myself more, I can only rely on myself more. I can only put in more effort, I can only take more risks, I can only exert myself more. Only then can I succeed. But the righteous path talks of moral codes, ethics, comradeship, qualifications, hierarchy. I am only a lone person, a nobody with no background, no talent and no resources. So tell me, how could I succeed? With the righteous path, I could only let myself be exploited and bullied, I could only look up to these young masters and geniuses. Even if I kept on increasing my qualifications until I got old, I would only achieve minute success. This is the righteous path, a bullshit path. Only by becoming a demon, forsaking ethics, comradeship, the social rules and paying a huge price, I could take another path among the thorns and brambles, a path that belonged to myself. So, I schemed against you, seized your blood-sea true inheritance and became a demon. Haha, and a demon I became. A demon I became. A demon I became. The voice reverberated within the blood shield. Outside the shield, Lord Sky Crane was in a quiet and somber mood. First Gen Gu slowly stopped laughing then began killing again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull Gu and concentrated into the blood fountain, pouring into First Gen Gu's aperture and raising his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. As First Gen Gu killed more and more Gu clansmen, his aptitude kept on increasing. After chewing the primeval stones, his primeval essence increased and his fighting strength became more powerful. Outside the blood shield, Lord Sky Crane was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a deep chasm, he could do nothing but sigh. He had tried to prevent it, but he could only give up. As time passed on, there were only a few numbers of people left inside the blood shield. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus. I will give you a chance to atone for your crime, obediently hand it over and your life will be spared. First Gen Gu walked closer step by step, his killing intent firmly locking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew the chance of his survival was scarce, but his expression didn't change and instead sneered, only 3-year-old children might be deceived by your bullshit. HMPH, I will destroy heavenly essence treasure lotus if you come any closer. You should know that I have refined this Gu and can easily cause it to self-destruct with a thought. It's up to you. First Gen Gu's step slowed, then he resolutely and quickly pressed on towards Fang Yuan. Brat, you have guts and you are smart too. You are indeed my descendant, I will take your blood and use it to raise my aptitude. Of course, I won't let you go. Originally, I used a blood-type Gu to purify my heir's blood lineage, to try and bring out a descendant with the ancient moon Desolatian physique. As long as I absorbed the blood of such a genius, I would be able to raise my aptitude sharply to 99% a great aptitude. If it had been so, I could have let you guys go, but unfortunately your luck doesn't seem to be good. Humph, the thing I hate the most in my life is being coerced. If heavenly essence treasure lotus dies then so be it, but you are sure to die. His words hadn't even finished when the 2 wings on his back flapped, propelling him forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Yuan. First Gen Gu made a grabbing motion with his right hand. In that split second, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and his hair stood on the end as he retreated hastily. However, how could it be easy to dodge a rank 5 expert? The blood-white claws were almost upon him, but suddenly an ice hand pierced in from his side. Bang! There was the sound of a collision, and the ice hand shattered and cold aura flew all over the place. The first Gen Gu had to take a step back. Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan was shocked when he turned around to look at the person who had helped him. Bai Ningbing took back his broken arm, and cold air blew out from the wound and instantly condensed into a new ice hand just like before. It was just that there was no flesh in the hand, he was already reaching the lifespan limits of his 10 extreme aptitude. To think that I can have such a splendid death. It's a pity I won't be able to see the conclusion to this battle. Bai Ningbing heaved a deep sigh, then suddenly smiled and looked at Fang Yuan with his deep blue pupils. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of people. My death is certain, but it would be a real pity if you were to die too. So I will protect you, but I have a condition. Bai Ningbing may only be a rank 3 Gu master, but as his death closed upon him, his fighting strength continued to grow steeply like a water fountain. The final hope to win against First Gen Gu was him. What condition? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Bai Ningbing stretched out his 2 arms like he was embracing the world. Clothed in a white gown, matching with his snowy white hair and sharp eyebrows, he said, "Live on for me and witness the myriad wonders of this world." In that moment, Fang Yuan was emotionally moved. This man, Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing and he felt like he was looking at his younger self in his previous life. Bai Ningbing's words might sound like nonsense, but they were genuine. Maybe, ordinary people would never believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the profound meaning contained within these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius, his talent in defiance of the heavens but his lifespan superficially short. He had already found his path, and found his faith. He wasn't afraid of death but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets, but under this situation where he had no other alternatives, he could only entrust them to Fang Yuan. Oh, it actually is Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Tisk, such a pity that you are not a descendant of my lineage, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to die. First Gen Gu smiled malevolently. But you want to block me by relying on this Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. So naive. His figure disappeared and appeared right in front of Bai Ningbing. Boom, there was a noise of explosion, and the two had traded off a blow. First Gen Gu was forced back 2 steps whereas Bai Ningbing's whole skull and most of his body was blown away. But in the next instant, crackle, crack. Cold air permeated the area, ice and frost condensed together to again grow out the body and the skull. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. What? First Gen Gu got the shock of his life. 10 extreme aptitudes were rarely seen and this was the first time he was facing one. 2 people traded off blows again. In the end, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was weak and was firmly pressed in a disadvantageous position, so the situation looked very bad. However, no matter how First Gen Gu killed him, he didn't die. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's Northern Dark Ice Soul body was close to an undying body. No matter how severe the wounds, they would be frozen back to the original state in a matter of seconds. Gu Bo was becoming more furious and also fearful, and he crazily increased his offensive attacks. Bai Ningbing gradually lost all color of life, turning into a moving iceman. Even his white hair had turned into thin icicles. The time had finally arrived. Death was descending at this moment. Infinite brilliance in the mortal realm, to the ends of the world the skies and seas stretch beyond. As the winds blow my ashes back to the earth, it is incomparable to the shining moon in the reflection of the water. Bai Ningbing recited a poem with a faint smile. Henceforth, his facial expression froze. There was a burst of cold wind and the fog like frost suddenly rose up. Crackle, large amounts of ice started spreading from under his feet, then the glacier rose up like the birth of a mountain. The surging majestic ice was like a landslide, like a tsunami, like a dragon rolling on the waves, as it crushed towards First Gen Gu Yue. First Gen Gu Yue let out a gasp and brought out all his strength to resist it. The red hairs on his head were all standing on end, mist of blood rising from all over his body, and large numbers of blood guillotine and bladewing blood bat Gu Yue were sent to crash against the glacier in an attempt to slow it down even by a bit. In the end, he was still suppressed by the glacier, confined and engulfed. The enormous glacier filled the whole blood shield, but it didn't touch Fang Yuan as he was in a small space left intentionally by Bai Ningbing. Bang! The blood-curtained skyflower burst with a soft sound. With no hindrances, the cold air crazily flew around, and ice immediately condensed into a glacier which continued to spread. It broke the shield of blood-curtained skyflower Gu Yue. Such power, Lord Sky Crane didn't dare face the glacier as he promptly took to the air. Under his astonished gaze, the glacier continued to spread and actually covered the whole Qing Mao Mountain from the top of the mountain to the bottom. In this instance, the lush, thriving Qing Mao Mountain turned into a sinister land of ice and snow. The icy ground under Fang Yuan's feet continued to raise higher, he too was personally observing this scene. This thousand-li glacier was the evidence of the fall of a young genius, and contained within it was Bai Ningbing's indignance and helpless sigh. Not good, I need leave this place soon. Bai Ningbing's consciousness is weakening and gradually dying out, he is already losing the control of the glacier. Fang Yuan found that the space he was on was shrinking, ice continuously condensed and moved forward, compressing the space he was on. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 196 to 196, Rebirth once more. 1961 words. Fang Yuan immediately used the chainsaw golden centipede, as well as the blood moon Ji Yu, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was way too thick, and the coldness was oozing. Every layer of ice he shaved off, 2 layers would grow. Fang Yuan was trapped in a desperate situation, without any way to free himself. At this same time, bloodlight emerged from under the icy river. There was initially a hint of bloodlight, but it soon spread, becoming stronger and stronger, until a blood-colored aurora enveloped the area. Ha ha ha, with a long laugh, bloodlight rushed towards the sky as First Gen Gu Yue broke the ice and escaped. Although he looked miserable, his tone was arrogant. This northern dark ice soul physique, if he reached rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Sadly for him, he is only a rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he turned his gaze to Fang Yuan within the ice river. Northern dark ice soul physique couldn't kill you, then let me do it. Far in the sky, Lord Sky Crane flew over casually. The iron beak flying crane king he was sitting on, had already returned after killing the blood river python when they flew away earlier. At this point, in the entire Qing Mao Mountain, only 3 people remained. Bai Ningbing had already turned into the ice mountain, his consciousness expended. Fang Yuan was like an insect inside an amber, trapped within the ice. As for the 2 rank 5 GU masters however, after First Gen Gu Yue raised his aptitude, his aperture could store much more primeval essence. Lord Sky Crane had already recovered most of his strength after resting. The two's gaze were focused on Fang Yuan. First Gen Gu Yue wanted to kill Fang Yuan, to take his blood. Lord Sky Crane wanted to stop First Gen Gu Yue, and he would naturally not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan, thus he could only strike first and kill Fang Yuan. With their natures, they would not tolerate a bystander. After all, what if both of them got injured, and a third person profited from it? Fang Yuan sighed. Seeing their gazes, he knew he was finished. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and Thousand-Li Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he could not escape from 2 rank 5 Gu masters. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, incomparable with rank 5. In this situation, he was like fish meat, easily cut by knives. And these were 2 extremely sharp knives. He could not beat them in combat, and couldn't escape from them either, but Fang Yuan had a final move. That is, Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's mind went into his aperture. The light walls in his aperture had turned into a rough stone aperture. His snow-silver primeval essence was about half left. The stone aperture no longer had recovery abilities, but Fang Yuan's heavenly essence treasure lotus maintained such a scene in his aperture. These were not important, he placed all his concentration on the Gu in the middle. His vital Gu, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada. Only by using this Gu could he travel against the flow of time, creating a new miracle. Using an impossible method to change fate itself. Even then, such a method was extremely risky. The river of time is a forbidden area in the Great Tao, mortals are not allowed to traverse in it. Once they enter, it is breaking the rules of heaven and earth, and they would face divine retribution. Secondly, Spring Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered, so it was like a broken boat forcefully traveling in the river of time, he might capsize midway and sink. Lastly, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 peak stage. Activating the Spring Autumn Cicada now was like a baby using a sword, and he might easily get hurt by the sword. Once I use the Spring Autumn Cicada, I will have to self-detonate. Using all my cultivation in the flesh and blood of my body, as well as all my other Gu worms, as a driving force to move the Spring Autumn Cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, this force is too small, and there is a high chance it would kill me directly. But at this point, I have no other ways left, I am forced to use this Gu. Fang Yuan was helpless too. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture Gu than the Spring Autumn Cicada, because of the great risk involved. Given 100%, there was less than even 10% chance of succeeding. Many times, when Gu masters use high-ranking Gu, they would face a strong backlash. Like Gu Yu Qing Shu, right now Fang Yuan could only bet on the fact that Spring Autumn Cicada is his vital Gu. Little rascal, hand over your life and contribute your blood to your ancestor. Lad, you are unlucky, you can only blame this despicable ancestor of yours. I will set you free from your misery. First Gen Gu Yu and Lord Sky Crane both attacked at once. Fang Yuan was forced to the cliff's end, he could only jump. Spring Autumn Cicada, do it. His eyes glowed with wondrous light, as 2 green and yellow lights burst forth from his body. This aura, how can this be? A rank 6 GU. At once, the two rank 5 GU masters were shocked, but soon, greed emerged on their faces. Kill him and take the rank 6 GU. This is an opportunity from heaven, good lad, hand it over and I may spare your life. Their speed was even faster than before, but at this time, a loud boom occurred. Fang Yuan self-detonated. What? Before his death, he heard the two rank 5 GU masters' cries of shock. Legend says, the world has one long river, known as time. Humans were like fish in the river, and under the currents, the fish could only flow downwards. Sometimes, one or two fish would jump above the surface of the river and see the events below. This was predicting the future. Without the river of time, the world would be still, becoming a drawing. Only with this river can change occur, and the world can move, either prospering or withering. The river of time, with roaring currents. Every ripple was a story, an event that occurred in the past. Under the turbulent river water, a tiny GU worm was flowing upstream. It spread its wings, moving with difficulty. With the waves crashing against it, every impact could nearly cause its demise. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and memories, while a yellow-green light was protecting its body. It moved up the river shakingly, like a candle blown by the wind. Eventually, it could only move up a little, before the yellow-green light dispersed. The spring-autumn cicada had reached its limit, and with a swoosh, it turned into a flash and burrowed into one of the ripples. Fang Yuan's body shook, his eyes having a tint of yellow-green light deep within. This light flashed by quickly, and Fang Yuan shuddered. Consciousness and memories assaulted his brain, merging instantly. He succeeded. He was extremely happy. He had rebirth once more. After sensing this, he immediately looked around, observing his surroundings. He found that his primeval essence was being expended as his arms and body were coiled by white eyebrows. Seeing once again, oh, so it was this moment. Tai Shui Leng's backup plan activated already. First Gen Gu was trapped by iron chains, not being able to move. His forehead also had a yellow talisman, the demon suppression iron chain Gu and the problem nipped in the bud Gu. That Lord Sky Crane also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white barrier. He activated the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, trying to exhaust all of First Gen Gu's primeval essence. Fang Yuan squinted. He was coiled by the white eyebrows, not able to move, thus he could only use up primeval essence and wait for a good chance. Under the effect of the problem nipped in the bud Gu, a yellow light flew out of First Gen Gu's body. This yellow light was about fist size, smaller than a person's face. It casually landed on the ground, showing the blood skull Gu inside. Blood skull Gu, after hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Lord Sky Crane on seeing this, was exhilarated and his expression extremely excited. Gu first head clenched his bloody fangs so hard that it made cracking sounds, but he couldn't even budge, much less struggle. Suddenly, another ball of light was captured by the yellow talisman and fell to the ground, turning into the alternating black and white tidy light sphere. Two peculiar Gu worms were circling and chasing each other within this light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation Gu. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Lord Sky Crane shouted again, yin-yang rotation Gu, my good senior brother, I truly have to thank you for finding such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn back to a human, but what a pity your plan was destroyed by me. Fang Yuan looked at First Gen Gu. Indeed, he was anxiously moved his legs and snarled, he had completely lost his manners. Wait a bit longer, my opportunity is coming. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, choosing to wait a bit longer. The third yellow light that was captured fell to the ground. It was a scarlet-colored Gu and looked like a translucent water sphere. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Blood Curtain Skyflower. It was this Gu that changed the situation and allowed First Gen Gu to overturn the crisis. Blood Curtain Skyflower was created by First Gen Gu. Fang Yuan didn't know it earlier but now he was clear of its effects. Indeed, afterwards, First Gen Gu shouted, quick someone, destroy this Gu worm. Several Gu masters immediately moved forward upon hearing this and immediately used their attacks. Swoosh, a soft cry resounded, Blood Curtain Skyflower appeared again, the blood color sphere shield isolating the two areas. Some people were outside, while some were inside. The blood shield broke the white eyebrows completely, and Fang Yuan and the others no longer had to compete with the Lord Sky Crane in primeval essence, thus regaining freedom. Lord Sky Crane was blocked by this Gu, hurriedly getting up and snickering continuously. After some conversation, he could not break the blood shield, and had to stop, asking, what Gu is this? Gu laughed smugly, let me teach you, this is my personally fused Gu, Blood Curtain Skyflower. Water Curtain Skyflower, a rank 4 Gu, can block rank 5 Gu attacks. This Gu is at rank 5 and has even more powerful defense. Water Curtain Skyflower prevents even its owner from going in and out, but this Blood Curtain Skyflower can let me leave. Junior brother, don't be impatient, you can attack slowly, use all your strength. Just wait till I recover, I will then come out and cut away your dog head, ahahaha. Lord Sky Crane was furious, attacking again, but failed. After he calmed down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence, waiting for the blood shield to lose effect. The Gu masters seeing the blood shield being impenetrable, were overjoyed thinking their lives were saved, quickly flattering First Gen Gu, but only by Ning being snorted. First Gen Gu thus asked for more primeval stones, and everyone quickly contributed what they had. Although First Gen Gu was chained up, and could not move, his mouth continued to crush primeval stones as he recovered quickly. Sky Crane Lord seeing this, started shouting, you morons. Once he recovers his movement, he will kill you all and use your blood to upgrade his aptitude. You are causing your own doom. No one believed him. Hee, using such a low-level tactic to sow distrust, we'll laugh till our teeth drops. Quick, this old thief is telling us not to give, so we need to give even more primeval stones. Everything is depending on Lord Ancestor. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 197 to 197, Changing Fate. 1929 words. Large numbers of primeval stones continued to be absorbed by First Gen Gu, as he chewed and crushed them. Bai Ningbing watched coldly. But Fang Yuan moved, he did not observe but had a different choice than before. First Gen Ancestor, the situation is dire, I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus to offer. He was filled with sincerity as he walked up quickly, a look of helplessness but determination. Gu Yue laughed heartily, very good, as expected of my descendant. Such filial piety, as your ancestor, I am very happy. He had long wanted the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and once sent 2 Bladewing blood bat groups to chase after Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan escaped quickly and didn't give him the chance. However, right now he had no suspicions. Firstly, he did not fall out with Fang Yuan yet, and earlier he had lied that he was protecting Fang Yuan when he dispatched the Bladewing blood bat group. Secondly, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to grab onto the white eyebrows and help the first Gen Gu Yu in the primeval essence expenditure, causing the wavering people to make up their minds. Such a loyal performance, first Gen Gu Yu still remembered it vividly. Lastly, under such circumstances, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on first Gen Gu Yu. Only then could he defeat Lord Sky Crane and protect his life. First Gen Gu Yu did not believe that Fang Yuan would ruin his own survival chances and attack him. Thus, when Fang Yuan got closer, first Gen Gu Yu laughed continuously, with the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my chances of victory is higher by 20%. All of you move away, and let him in. Heavenly essence treasure lotus. Outside the blood barrier, Lord Sky Crane was stunned and quickly shouted, you mustn't do it. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan got to first Gen Gu Yu's side. First Gen Ancestor, I have thought it through. It was you who created the village, it was because of you that all of us descendants exist. Back in the day, you made such a great contribution to the village. Today, you even led our clan towards brilliance. The heavenly essence treasure lotus should be used by you, great ancestor. He was full of admiration, his tone excited and nervous. First Gen Gu Yu nodded continuously, thinking, this lad is good with words. Too bad I still have to kill him later and retrieve his blood. But at this time, Fang Yuan lowered his back, striking. He grabbed first Gen Gu Yu, using the strength in his waist to turn his body and moved both arms. He opened his mouth and growled, using the strength of 2 boars, expending all his energy to throw. Swish, first Gen Gu Yu was thrown out of the blood barrier by him. Dead silence. At this time, it was as if time stopped. The outside winds blew relentlessly. First Gen Gu Yu was smashed onto the ground, his red hair flying around in the winds as he stared blankly, having unable to react to what had just happened. In front of him, less than 10 steps away was Lord Sky Crane. This old man was still furious and anxious over Fang Yuan contributing the heavenly essence treasure lotus. He did not expect in the least that in the very next moment, such a drastic change would occur. He was stunned too, staring blankly at first Gen Gu Yu. First Gen Gu Yu was his mortal enemy, but at this point Lord Sky Crane was stunned, like he was still dreaming, not moving at all. In the blood barrier, everyone stood like a statue, silent and unmoving. Some people opened their mouths, so large that a fist could fit in it. Some stared with wide-opened eyes, almost bulging out. Even Ning lost his composure, staring at Fang Yuan in astonishment. Only when half a bamboo building collapsed within the blood barrier did everyone jolt awake all of a sudden. Wah, what the fuck? Someone swore, Fang Yuan, what dumb shit did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his entire body shivering. First Gen Ancestor. Someone attempted to pull first Gen Gu Yu back, but was blocked by the blood-curtained skyflower. Despicable thief, lying to your ancestor, I will tear you to shreds. First Gen Gu Yu finally reacted, lying on the ground screaming. Ha ha ha, amidst the frightened individuals, someone laughed. It was none other than Ning. He laughed till his tears came out, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan, interesting, truly spectacular. Fang Yuan, are you crazy? Fang Yuan, you harmed the first Gen Ancestor, you plot even against the ancestor, are you still human? Wah, Fang Yuan must have been bought over by that white-hair old man. You spy, you traitor. The surrounding people pointed at him in rage, but Fang Yuan lightly laughed, I am a rank 3 peak stage, who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? At this point, within the blood barrier, there were few rank 3 GU masters. They had little primeval essence left due to the fight earlier, and they even gave up their primeval stones and could not get replenishments. As for the others, they were mortals or rank 1 or 2 GU masters. Without the first Gen GU, within this blood barrier, Fang Yuan really was unstoppable. He, Fang Yuan laughed, bending down and picking up the 2 GU worms. His left hand carried the blood skull GU, and his right hand carried the yin-yang rotation GU. These two were owned by first Gen GU, but right now they had a thin layer of yellow light, sealed by the problem nipped in the bud GU, unable to sense first Gen GU's desperate calls. But this seal was an obstacle to Fang Yuan as well. He wanted to break the seal and refine the 2 GU worms. Forcefully breaking the seal, however, will only cause these 2 GU to be destroyed. This was different from the blood curtain skyflower GU, as the blood curtain skyflower GU had to be destroyed to be used. By breaking the seal, it was the same as using it. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He knew what would happen next. Both the demon suppression iron chain GU and problem nipped in the bud GU would be corrupted by the blood frenzy GU, turn into blood water and die. Ha ha ha, my good senior brother, to think you have this day. Hand over your life. Lord Sky Crane howled, rushing into the sky and attacking towards first Gen GU. First Gen GU was suppressed by the demon suppressing chains and could not move, thus he was a target board and could only take the hits. He scolded furiously, howling and struggling. Suddenly the iron chains turned into a puddle of blood water, allowing him to regain his freedom, and he hurriedly flew into the air, crashing against the blood barrier. With a loud bang, unquestionably, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood curtain skyflower was refined by him, and it was his greatest invention. It had superb defense, but once used it cannot be moved nor turned off. For him, he could only exit and not enter. Little rascal, you will die a painful death. First Gen GU's grievance and rage towards Fang Yuan was greater than anything, rising like a tsunami. Lord Sky Crane naturally chased him, laughing non-stop. First Gen GU could only give up on the blood barrier and resist the Lord Sky Crane. He had eaten large amounts of primeval essence earlier, thus he had ample primeval essence. Even though he had the lower hand, he could stabilize his situation. First Gen Ancestor, good luck. Lord First Gen, we are cheering for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between two rank 5 attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan, however, retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Ning. This situation was like two tigers competing, while Fang Yuan was a rabbit. Both the Lord Sky Crane and First Gen GU were crafty old foxes. To wait for the two to injure each other and benefit Fang Yuan, such a chance was slim. No one was stupid, they would not let the battle adrenaline get to their head. Moreover, this blood barrier could only protect them for a while. Once the time is up, everyone inside including him would face the slaughter of Lord Sky Crane and First Gen Gu Yue. He had already rebirthed once, thus the spring-autumn cicada had fallen into a weak state again, unable to be used. Right now, he could only try to get as strong as possible, exerting the greatest effort to fight for a chance to survive. Fang Yuan already had a plan, but in this plan, there was a person who played a crucial role. That person is Bai Ningbing. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique self-detonation would greatly affect the battlefield. Especially when the two rank 5s were fighting outside of the barrier. But how was he going to convince Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing sensed it, turning back to look at Fang Yuan. Among the people, they stared at each other. Fang Yuan in his black robe, with black hair and eyes, revealed a devilish smile as his lips curled. I have a way to resolve the 10 extreme aptitudes, and allow you to return to life. He said. Bai Ningbing's body shuddered, he obviously wanted to live. What method? However, Fang Yuan's words changed. But this method does not have much chance of success, it is highly probable to fail. Yet this made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Next Fang Yuan said his third sentence, but I think even if we fail, it will allow your final moments to be as spectacular as ever. Bai Ningbing's was moved. Fang Yuan used 3 sentences and targeted his heart's innermost desires, convincing him. He was also smart, and after thinking, he asked directly, then what do I need to do? Fang Yuan's smile disappeared. At the same time, the problem nipped in the bud Gu turned into a puddle of blood water. Blood Skull Gu and Yin Yang Rotation Gu Seal vanished and were about to fly away, but Fang Yuan grabbed onto them. He used the Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura. These 3 Gu were merely rank 4, they were immediately tamed. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence and refined them, turning them into his. What? Fuck. Outside the blood barrier, First Gen Gu Yu's head hurt as he lost the connection with the Blood Skull Gu and Yin Yang Rotation Gu. He was beyond shocked, losing his bearing and rushing towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How could you refine my 3 Gu worms so quickly? First Gen Gu Yu cried out sadly, attacking the blood barrier like a crazed man. Fang Yuan stole food from a tiger's mouth. By taking the Blood Skull Gu and Yin Yang Rotation Gu, it was a fatal blow to the first general. Everyone was shocked, taking a step back. First Gen Gu Yu was like a fierce beast trapped in despair, his eyes starting to burn with fire. But quickly, Lord Sky Crane's attack came. I want you to die, I want you to die. First Gen Gu Yu went frantic, attacking without defending, exerting all his anger on Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane was taken aback as he received some damaging blows. The two fought it out again, as the battle slowly reached its climax. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, saying to Bai Ningbing, come, kill them all with me. Before he finished, he acted. As the razors on the chainsaw golden centipede moved, he slashed a Gu master nearby into half. Blood Skull Gu. Soon after, Fang Yuan activated the Blood Skull Gu, absorbing the blood. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 198 to 198. Ruthless in murdering people, cruelty exercised to profit from disaster. 1971 words. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop, the enemy is before us, how can we fight among ourselves? Stop now, otherwise, Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan was ruthless, killing another clansman. I am only killing Gu clan people, outsiders fuck off. Otherwise I'll kill you as well. Fang Yuan screamed. Everyone was stunned, retreating steps away, not expecting Fang Yuan to be so insane. Fang Yuan has lost it. He's lost his logic, attack together. Indeed, if this goes on, even before the first ancestor defeats the enemy, we'd have been slaughtered by Fang Yuan already. It was like Fang Yuan stabbed a beehive, causing everyone to stir, but no one dared to attack, most could only shout and encourage others to fight. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, suddenly attacking and killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing, you. The dying person was a Bai clansman. Oh no, Lord Bai Ningbing lost it too. Everyone shouted. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, looking at Bai Ningbing, not expecting him to change so drastically. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally, since you can kill your own clansman, I can't lose to you. Sigh, since too many deaths have occurred, Bai clan's future is ruined already, we can no longer be a village. The clan leader I'm indebted to is dead too, I might as well kill them now, and enjoy the fun. Hee, that's great, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his body moving quickly, starting his slaughter. Since these clansmen were going to die anyway, they might as well die at Fang Yuan's hands, contributing to his aptitude growth instead of first gen Gu. These people in the blood barrier, how could they be a match for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing together? Especially when Bai Ningbing, who was nearing death, was much stronger and killed even more people than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took the last hit and extracted their blood. After killing 100 people, the Blood Skull Gu reached its limit, and the crystal skull started to turn blood red. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating the Blood Skull Gu, raising it over his head. The teeth opened, shooting out a fragrant blood stream, drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. Fang Yuan enjoyed the discomfort and breathed in deeply, living in the moment. His black robe and hair together with his blood-bathed body, made him look like a demon straight out of hell. The surrounding people upon seeing him, were all scared and cried out in fear. My aptitude really increased. Fang Yuan's aptitude was only 44% C grade originally, but after the man-beast life burial Gu, it dropped to 43%. Right now, standing under the bloodstream as it gushed into his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%, going to 53%. Indeed a great treasure, no wonder first gen Gu treated it like his life. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, nodding in satisfaction, starting another round of slaughter. The two caused much bloodshed within the blood barrier. This was a large slaughterhouse. Fang Yuan, you mad and crazy monster. Gu Mo Yan rushed up. Fang Yuan dodged her attack and raised his chainsaw golden centipede before throwing it down. The young girl was split in half. Fang Yuan, let us go please, we're your uncle and aunt. Gu Dongtu and his wife kneeled down and begged. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his left hand waving, and a blood-colored moonblade shot out, beheading the two. Blood Skull Gu absorbed the Gu clansman, blood, turning into a thick blood stream, pouring into Fang Yuan. What a pleasure. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, breathing in deeply, only to feel a warm feeling traveling through his body and causing his mind to become sharper, like he had been reborn. Aptitude rose again, becoming 63%. A Gu master's aptitude, 40-59% was C grade, 60-79% was B grade, and 80% and above was A grade. Fang Yuan had officially left C grade and become a B grade talent. But, my cultivation dropped. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, staring intently. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 2. Strange. First Gen Gu Yue evidently retained his cultivation level as his aptitude rose, so why was it that when it came to Fang Yuan, such a thing happened? This problem should be due to the stone aperture Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture Gu to squeeze out all his potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull Gu injected the quality blood stream into him, raising the aperture's potential and raising his aptitude. Undeniably, these two Gu clashed in nature. But blood skull Gu was rank 4, while stone aperture Gu was rank 3. The blood skull Gu ruled over the stone aperture Gu, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to turn from stone back to light. However, the cultivation increase that the stone aperture brought was also disappearing, and even reducing his cultivation in the process. This change was something Fang Yuan did not expect in such a short time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger, he killed everywhere he went. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to keep his strength and stop attacking, only collecting the bloodline. First Gen Gu Yu, who was outside the blood barrier, saw the people getting slaughtered and flew into a rage, screaming but to no avail. He spread his bloodline, waiting for hundreds of years. It was all for this moment, killing his descendants to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, someone else benefited from it. This lad, so young yet so ruthless, even more demonic than his ancestor. Lord Sky Crane, seeing this, was slightly shocked too. The slaughter continued, until 6 hours later. Fang Yuan's cultivation dropped to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to being a light wall, able to recover primeval essence on his own. He was bathed in blood over 10 times, and towards the last few times, the effect weakened. The first few raised his aptitude by 10%, but the percentage continued to drop with each try. But his aptitude had increased from the C grade 43% to over 90%. 90%, a great aptitude. A great aptitude. 500 years of my previous life, I only managed to raise my aptitude from C to B about 200 years later through pure luck. To think that this time, I can benefit from a disaster and rise to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, secretly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped his killing, walking over. Next, what do we do? In the blood barrier, only the two of them were left. The others, whether it was Gu Master or mortal, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the aftermath of the two rank 5 experts battle. In the entire area, there was only the two inside the barrier and the two outside. Fang Yuan looked outside, saying casually, next, we wait for first Gen Gu Yu to run into defeat and the blood curtain skyflower to vanish. And then, Bai Ningbing pursued. Then, Fang Yuan turned around and looked at Bai Ningbing, then he smiled, then you can go and die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Oh, what do you mean? Immediately, his eyes squinted into a line as his blue irises had a dangerous killing intent. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique self-detonation is extremely strong. Even though your cultivation is weak, and the chances are not high, it should be able to hurt rank 5 experts. After detonating, are you able to control the direction of the snow and frost? Fang Yuan laughed. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I've never self-detonated before. I know you can. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Unknowingly, the image of Bai Ningbing self-detonating previously appeared in his mind. And that line, live for me, and witness the brilliance of this world. I will stay by your side. After you detonate, and when the time is ripe, I will save your life and cause you to resurrect, Fang Yuan continued. What if you can't? He. Fang Yuan laughed plainly, then you need to bet. When you detonate, I will be by your side. If you suspect my sincerity, you can send the ice storm to kill me. You must have noticed already. That's right, my cultivation is already rank 1 initial stage. By then, I will have no way to survive. But if you believe me, then I could be lying too. Eventually I will not resurrect you, because I have no way to do so. Thus, you need to gamble, whatever choice you make, not just what you are thinking, but also what you are considering in the moment before you die. Bai Ningbing was solemn. Fang Yuan's words was telling him to gamble away. But actually, wasn't Fang Yuan betting too? He was using his own life as the wager, fully dependent on Bai Ningbing's thoughts. So exciting, so very exciting, then I shall bet on it, haha. A moment later, Bai Ningbing raised his head, laughing loudly. Fang Yuan did not care about him, but concentrated on the battle outside the blood barrier. As expected, first Gen Gu Yu had the lower hand, suppressed by Lord Sky Crane. Although he replenished his primeval essence, he could not replenish it, so under a sustained battle, how could he compete with Lord Sky Crane? Moreover, Lord Sky Crane was clear of his methods, and he would not allow first Gen Gu Yu to take back any advantage. I am so fucking furious. A moment later, first Gen Gu Yu cried out, little thief, you destroyed my 1,000-year plan, I will spare you today. Someday, I will kill the hell out of you to appease my anger. Throwing this angry statement, first Gen Gu Yu flapped his wings and escaped the battlefield, flying towards the skies. Don't think of leaving. Lord Sky Crane quickly turned into a flash of light, chasing relentlessly. Without their intense battle, this battlefield became quiet instantly. This was originally the best time to leave, but the Blood Veil Aurora became a huge obstacle. 4 hours later, the blood barrier was thinning, and was about to vanish. But at this time, a white light flew over, turning into the Lord Sky Crane. His body was full of injuries. A wound stretched from his left shoulder to his waist, so deep that his bones could be seen, overflowing with purple poisonous red blood. But his face was extremely uplifted, showing the happiness of getting his long-awaited revenge. His right hand held a skull, a blood-covered face. It was first Gen Gu Yu. He actually managed to kill first Gen Gu Yu. Bai Ningbing showed astonishment. Fang Yuan laughed instead. It seems this old fellow hates first Gen Gu Yu to the core. To kill the first gen, he definitely paid a huge price. While they were speaking, the blood barrier vanished, and there were no longer any obstacles between the two. Little thief, quickly hand over the 2 GU worms. I am still in a good mood now, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, when the blood barrier vanishes, you will all die without a resting place. Lord Sky Crane flew into the sky, looking down and laughing loudly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other before laughing lightly, not speaking. Lord Sky Crane flew into a rage. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you deserve to get killed. Before he finished his words, he turned into a white light and assaulted. Bai Ningbing laughed grandly, taking a huge step in front. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his body lost all color, turning into an ice statue. Cold winds blew, and as winds turned into a hurricane, frost and ice covered the sky and the infinite ice river appeared. Lord Sky Crane did not expect it in the least that such a development would occur, causing him to be unprepared against Bai Ningbing's attack, and was sealed into the ice. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 199 to 199, Walking Towards Their Own Destiny. 2192 words. Boom, boom, the ice glacier shook intensely as Lord Sky Crane carried out his attacks. He was about to break out of the ice layer in just a few seconds. We can't let this old geezer break free. Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing couldn't speak anymore. After Fang Yuan's shout, he resolutely self-exploded one of his arm, turning it into vast amounts of frost wind. The wind swept through everything, the glacier spread and the ice layer rapidly thickened by 100 feet. Lord Sky Crane roared within the ice and started attacking in a frenzy. Bai Ningbing exploded his other arm. More ice condensed and the glacier repeatedly pressed down on Lord Sky Crane, suppressing him every time he tried to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's meticulous control, the ice moved like an army, firmly entrapping Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane may be a rank 5 GU master, but after killing GU first head, he was thoroughly spent. He attacked again and again, but couldn't break out in the end. It is actually Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you can keep on dreaming. He suddenly realized and immediately activated life-retaining Jade Burial GU. Green jade light came into being and covered his body. Then the rays of light turned from virtual to material, changing into a transparent jade coffin with Lord Sky Crane inside it. This jade coffin was abnormally hard. Even after trying multiple times, Bai Ningbing was not able to put even a scratch on it. In the end, he could only add more ice layers around the jade coffin, forming an ice peak that was hundreds of feet high. Fang Yuan had watched all this from the sidelines. Worthy of being a 10 extreme physique. He was impressed even though this was his second time seeing it. Fang Yuan was standing right beside Bai Ningbing. Right now, Bai Ningbing had destroyed his 2 arms and was turning into an ice sculpture. Even his appearance was becoming indistinct as the ice slowly covered him. Both his appearance and his consciousness were slowly dissipating. Once his consciousness fades, he would be completely dead. As the ice layer started to spread towards himself, Fang Yuan was clear on what he had to do. It is impossible to escape by myself. I will be sealed and frozen to death by the glacier sooner or later. It's time. Immediately, he took out a pair of GU worms from his aperture. One black GU and one white GU were revolving around each other in an orbit, forming a light sphere of Taiji diagram. This was the yin-yang rotation GU. Go. Fang Yuan willed it. The black GU immediately flew out and merged into Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Fang Yuan may just be a rank 1 right now, but his aperture still contained large amounts of rank 3 snow silver primeval essence which he almost used up in activating this GU. In the instance when the black GU went into the ice sculpture, black light burst out everywhere, yin qi gathered from all around and formed into an energy vortex in the air. A completely new life force came into being within the ice sculpture and started growing vigorously. The dazzling black light dissipated, the ice sculpture cracked and broke into pieces, which then flew scattered to the surroundings. A white gown, silver hair, intact arms, picturesque appearance with lovely blush on the cheeks, Bai Ningbing broke free of the ice and came out. The blizzard came to a sudden stop and the cold air also completely dispersed. The ice layer stopped a few inches from Fang Yuan. He had lived through this near-death experience. I am really alive. Bai Ningbing was shocked. He looked at his pretty jade-like hands and then felt his whole body. His disbelief changed to ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. I use the yin GU of yin-yang rotation GU on you. This GU can change yang to yin and give you a complete transformation. It is a rank 4 healing GU and has the effect of bringing the dead to life. It has a weak point though, and that is, the GU master's aptitude will be lowered by 10% once it is used. Bai Ningbing possessed the 10 extreme physique which was a 100% aptitude. Now, his aptitude was lowered by 10%, and was equal to Fang Yuan's 90% aptitude. This news, to others, might have been grievous, but to Bai Ningbing, it was joyous news. This feels great. My aptitude has been lowered. I no longer have the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Haha, what does it matter if I only have 90%? Bai Ningbing started laughing loudly. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very difficult to change the 10 extreme physiques. Although this method lowered your aptitude, as you cultivate in the future, your aptitude will also recover until the day it turns into Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique again. When that day comes, you will need to use this Yang GU. It will turn you around again and lower your aptitude by 10%. Upon saying this, Fang Yuan put back the Yang GU into his aperture in front of Bai Ningbing's dead straight gaze. Yin-Yang rotation GU all come in pairs. You have already used that Yin GU, so only the Yang GU on me will have any effect on you. Don't even think of stealing it. I have already refined this Yang GU. I can easily order it to self-destroy with just a thought, Fang Yuan explained. He only had rank 1 cultivation now, but Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3 GU master. Naturally he needed some ways to stop Bai Ningbing from taking actions against him. I see, Fang Yuan, you really planned it all. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want from me for that Yang GU? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed for a good while then turned serious. Qing Mao Mountain has already turned into a desolate ice mountain. The 3 great clans along with countless living beings have all been frozen and will die within 3 to 5 days. Such a scene will definitely attract the attention and investigation of many forces. Moreover, that old man isn't dead and has sealed himself within the jade coffin, waiting to break out. We can't stay in Qing Mao Mountain anymore, we need to leave. But look at me, I only have rank 1 cultivation now. I can't even take out my GU worms, much less leave by myself. Hence, I need to rely on your strength. This world is so big, so wondrous, and Qing Mao Mountain is only a very small part of it. Follow me as I roam this land, and witness the wonders of the world. It was like this. You really planned out everything. Humph. Bai Ningbing grinded his teeth. He was really happy, but there was also some resignation now. However, as it turns out, Fang Yuan's proposal moved him. I can agree to you, but I need to make one thing clear. What? Fang Yuan asked. It is not me who is following you, but you who is following me as I roam the lands. Bai Ningbing's red lips slightly raised with an arrogant smile. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then, where are we going next? What do you have in mind? Bai Ningbing asked. Bai Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan answered in between his laughters. What's so funny? Bai Ningbing was truly puzzled. Fang Yuan laughed until his tears flowed. You still haven't discovered anything wrong. What is there that's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised his dark eyebrows. Suddenly, his face turned extremely wonderful. Surprise, fear, puzzled, panic, shock, anger, all these expressions intertwined in her face. She looked at her round and full chest, and cried out with a loud voice, how did I become a woman? The voice resounded throughout the Qing Mao Mountain, shaking the snow. Of course it would be like that. Yin-yang rotation Gu. Yin-Gu is used in male body, to turn yang into yin, and become a woman. Likewise, yang-Gu is used in female body, to turn yin to yang, and become a man. Yin-yang rotation, rotating yin and yang, what do you think it means? Fang Yuan spoke like it was what it should be. What the fuck? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan with a furious gaze and cursed. With this, she must now get hold of that soul yang Gu. Brother Bai, calm yourself, being able to live is the greatest fortune, Fang Yuan consoled her. Fortune my ass, how about you try being a woman? Bai Ningbing's furious growl resounded within the snow-covered mountain and glaciers. 2 days later, the sun hung high in the sky, the ice was melting down and a stream of clear water flowed through the ice mountain. Crackle, the silence of the surroundings was broken by the cracking of ice, a jade light burst out from within the ice and hovered in the air, turning into a jade coffin. The jade coffin exploded, and Lord Sky Crane gave a long cry upon regaining his freedom and seeing the daylight again. This life-retaining jade burial Gu was a rank 5 Gu and was very mysterious. As long as the Gu master had one breath of life in him, it could suspend his life and delay the injuries. Not only this, but the jade coffin it formed was extremely strong and could even be considered a defensive weapon. Goddamn thief, he cursed with a pained voice. Right now, he was both furious and impatient. Even after killing his lifetime enemy, the first Gen Gu, he couldn't get the true Blood Sea inheritance. How was he going to answer his teacher when he returned? According to his memories, the ice layer where Fang Yuan was supposed to be was already cut open. If only he didn't get far. He patrolled the surroundings hoping for a lucky break. He used his Recon Gu and discovered many life forces hanging on to their lives in the depths of the ice layers. Living beings were tenacious and this tenacity could often bring about miracles. It had only been 2 days since this glacier covered these life forms, which was not enough to lead to their complete deaths. Found him. To think he was actually hiding here. HMPH, the most dangerous area is the safest place, right? This guy is really crafty. Lord Sky Crane's whole body jolted and became indescribably happy upon this discovery. He rushed into the ice layer and soon fished out an ice chunk. Within the ice chunk, Fang Zheng's whole body was covered with a layer of moonlight from the moon raiment Gu. He was already at the edge of death's door. Lord Sky Crane could swear he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance in this life. However, he was a rank 5 expert and after closely looking at Fang Zheng, he was immediately disappointed. This person isn't him, only their appearances are similar. Sigh, he heaved a deep sigh before suddenly becoming stupefied. Wait a second, their appearances are so similar which means they are extremely likely to be twins. If so, then he is closely related to that little thief. Lord Sky Crane's dim old eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp gaze. With a close relative on him, he could refine the kinship bloodworm. It was because of this rank 5 kinship bloodworm that he was able to locate the first Gen Gu among this vast world and its diverse life forms. I haven't completely failed teacher's assignment. There is still some hope. This kid is my only hope. I must save him. Fang Zheng slowly opened his exhausted and heavy eyes. Where is this? His eyes were still hazy and he could only see a blurry figure before him. At the same time, his whole body felt weak, along with an intense headache. The last thing he recalled was the 3 clans competition, where iron-beak flying cranes covered the sky and everyone around him had fled. He had activated the moon raiment Gu and resisted against the flying crane's attacks. As the battle continued, a flying crane broke through his barrier and pecked fiercely at his forehead. He had immediately lost consciousness, tumbling down the cliff. You are the elder standing on the crane. As he became clear on the identity of the person before him, Fang Zheng struggled to get up in shock, but fell down again before he could completely stand up. Kid, you are still thinking of escaping in front of me, Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane sneered. He sized up Fang Zheng once and said, you could say that I am even your lifesaver. If not for me, you would have already frozen to death. I advise you to not move around randomly, don't blame me if you fall down. Fang Zheng looked beside him and immediately got a great shock. There were clouds moving all around him, and he was standing on the back of an enormous crane as it flew in the sky. You, who the hell are you? Where are you taking me to? Fang Zheng cried out in alarm. I am Lord Sky Crane, and we are heading to the Middle Continent. Middle Continent, Fang Zheng shouted in shock. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 200 to 200. The raft overturns along the Yellow Dragon River. 2,293 words. Book 2. The demon leaves the mountain. The Yellow Dragon River is the third river in the southern border. It is over 8,000 kilometers. It starts from Mount Huangguo, and passes through mountains and hills like Mount Zanming, Mount Guibei, Mount Qing Mao, Mount Baijiu and Mount Lacey before finally flowing into the ocean. If the whole southern border was seen through a bird's eye view, one could see the Yellow Dragon River forming a zigzag shape as it ran through over half of the southern border. Several waves roared as they turned over, the violent waves rolling in an imposing manner along the river. It bore through the crack between the shores, and fog was raised up into the blue sky. The Yellow Dragon River flowed rapidly and unceasingly. Many creatures lived in the river, fishes, turtles, snakes, clams and other life forms. At this moment, there was a bamboo raft bobbing up and down with the waves. This green raft looked quite battered and seemed to be in need of repair. There was a simple and crude mast in the middle with a shabby white sail hanging on it. A pile of goods were put around the mast to stabilize the center of the raft. The bamboo were tied with hemp ropes and there were many loops around some areas. They were clearly hurriedly done as the raft sailed through the river. The bamboo raft flowed with the currents of the river, and every time the waves crashed onto it, the raft gave out a creaking noise which was far from reassuring. This bamboo raft, which looked like it could break apart at any moment, was carrying two youngsters. One had an ordinary face with black pupils and black hair, wearing a black gown. Another was a woman with the looks of an immortal fairy, blue pupils and silver hair, wearing a white gown. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. After the battle at Qing Mao Mountain, Bai Ningbing self-exploding his northern dark ice soul physique and sealed Lord Sky Crane for the moment. They used all their strength to break out of the ice, then cut off some Qing Mao bamboos to make this raft before immediately hitting the road to flee. Fang Yuan's thousandly earth wolf spider was already dead, and ever since Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown out on its own, there had been no news from it. With no transportation Gu worms, the two would definitely be caught by Lord Sky Crane if they were to move on land, as their speed would be too slow. Thus, Fang Yuan could only think of this method. Many tributaries of Yellow Dragon River flowed through Qing Mao Mountain. Previously, the rank 5 river Swallowing Toad had flowed with the main course of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally flowed to the foot of the Qing Mao Mountain. The bamboo raft flowed through one of the tributaries to the main river course, and as it flowed with the river, its speed was naturally extremely fast. It has been 5 days, it doesn't look like that old guy will come, Fang Yuan mumbled as he stood on the bamboo raft and took a glance behind him. The bamboo raft's speed could definitely not match the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. But the Ironbeak Flying Crane King would definitely need to rest and couldn't compare with the bamboo raft which continuously flowed with the river. And as more time went by, Fang Yuan became more assured. Moreover, Fang Yuan recalled that Lord Sky Crane had returned alone after killing the Gu Yue first head. The Ironbeak Flying Crane King was likely to be already dead. The raging waves of the river bombarded their ears. Bai Ningbing took a glance at Fang Yuan. She might not have understood the details in his words but knew what he meant. She laughed loudly. What are you so worried for? If that old geezer chases us, we will just fight to death. Fighting on this Yellow Dragon River will be extremely spectacular. Well, the thing is that if we die here, we will end up in the stomachs of some fishes. Haha, that sounds interesting too. Fang Yuan ignored her, instead gazing towards the distance. With 5 days of sailing, they were almost at the Gu Yue Mountain. According to his memories, there was a secret inheritance hidden in Gu Yue Mountain. The inheritance was arranged by a rank 4 Gu Yue master of the righteous path, for someone fated to it. I haven't personally seen this inheritance in the Gu Yue Mountain, and have only heard about it. But it was rumored that this inheritance had some obstacles which required 2 people to coordinate to pass through. When Fang Yuan thought of this, he gave a casual glance towards Bai Ningbing. Although they were traveling together, it was only due to the situation and the pressure of a powerful enemy. He himself was only at rank 1 initial stage and absolutely needed help to roam outside. But with Bai Ningbing turning into a woman, he had the greatest hold on her in the Yangjiu, giving her no choice but to compromise. After entering the Gu Yue Mountain, could they really coordinate with one mind? It was a big question mark. Snap. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. Not good, the rope has come off. This sound was very familiar to Bai Ningbing as she immediately shouted. The force of the river flow was fierce, and in these 5 days, who knows how many times the hemp rope binding the raft had rotted out due to it. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had made enough preparations before they had set out. Quick, get the hemp rope, I will hold it till then. Fang Yuan immediately crouched down and used his hands to hold the areas where the rope had come loose, preventing the situation from getting messed up. The river flowed fast and violently. It would take a lot of strength to hold the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing wasn't qualified for this, only Fang Yuan who had the strength of 2 boars was. Luckily, this situation had occurred multiple times before and Bai Ningbing had become more experienced in dealing with this. She quickly went to get the hemp rope tied around the simple and crude mast in the center of the boat. Here, take it. She rushed over and handed the hemp rope. Fang Yuan agilely took it and rapidly coiled it around the loose areas with sweat starting to drip off his head as he concentrated on the task. After coiling the hemp rope around the loose area several times, the raft finally stabilized. This raft has already suffered a lot of damage. From the looks of it, it can only continue on for a day. We need to reach the shore in this duration. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. Yellow Dragon River was not safe at all. Who knew how many dangers were hidden within this raging river? If the bamboo raft fell apart in the middle of the river, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would have no choice but to go with the river, with no way of telling if they would survive. Ta! There was a soft muffled sound. What was that sound? Fang Yuan immediately furrowed his brows. Bai Ningbing listened closely with a doubtful expression. What sound? I didn't hear anything. Roots grew out from Fang Yuan's ears, and almost immediately he heard the continuous ta-ta sounds. Along with the sounds, the bamboo raft also started shaking. What is that thing attacking the bamboo raft from the river? Bai Ningbing cried out in surprise. A black ray flew out from beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was too fast and couldn't be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing only felt her ear go cold, with some liquid flowing down her cheeks. She subconsciously wiped it. It was blood. What the hell is this thing? She cursed as she looked up, only seeing a spindle-shaped black fish falling into the river from midair. It is the shuttle swordfish. Damn it, we need to pull towards the shore immediately. Fang Yuan shouted before pulling the sail. The shuttle swordfish had a sharp head and tail, whereas its stomach was big, just like a textile shuttle. They only appeared in big rivers or oceans, roaming and hunting in groups of hundreds of thousands. They were carnivorous and would often hunt prey 10 times or even hundreds of times their size. Whoosh! The shuttle swordfishes shot out of the river like black arrows. The bamboo raft shook violently as many of the shuttle swordfishes struck it. Fortunately, Qing Mao bamboo was a top-grade bamboo. It was very strong and durable. But as the shuttle swordfishes kept on piercing the bamboo raft from below, the raft looked like it would fall apart at any moment. The sail was adjusted to borrow the force of the wind, thus the raft leaned to a side and sailed quickly towards a riverbank. However, the group of shuttle swordfishes had no intention to give up. They scuttled beneath the river and attacked the raft violently. Crack! A Qing Mao bamboo was split open and a shuttle swordfish smashed upon the bamboo raft. Its momentum was already exhausted as it landed beside Bai Ningbing. Its head was like an auger and scales tightly covered its whole body, shining with grim light. Bai Ningbing watched it struggling helplessly. After she had self-exploded, all the GU worms she possessed had been frozen to death, while the yin-yang rotation GU saved her, but it didn't have the ability to resurrect her GU worms. Crack, crack, crack. Following closely, other bamboos on the raft started snapping apart. It was outstanding enough that the bamboo raft could even endure the first wave of attacks. But it couldn't endure the second wave. The bamboo raft was damaged and was starting to sink under the river. Quick, quick, quick. Fang Yuan cursed as he protected the sail. If the sail was lost, the raft would lose the propulsive force. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the river, their deaths being a sure thing. The shuttle swordfishes prepared to charge in for a third wave of attacks. Large numbers of the shuttle swordfishes shot out like arrows, breaking the bamboos and snapping the hemp ropes. The bamboo raft was breaking apart. Sky Canopy GU. Fang Yuan forcefully activated the rank 3 GU, immediately causing the primeval essence in his aperture to decrease in a terrifying rate. This was still under the conditions of him having 90% a grade aptitude along with Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. A rank 1 initial stage's green bronze primeval essence could hardly meet the requirements for the Sky Canopy GU. Even if a white light armor took shape, it looked extremely weak and didn't exude the aura of a rank 3 GU. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds issued as the shuttle swordfishes struck against the white armor. They were unable to harm Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, however, was already injured, and was frantically avoiding the shuttle swordfishes that shot towards the bamboo raft. At the same time, she stood behind Fang Yuan, relying on him to block off majority of the attacks. The situation was very critical. The sail was already covered with holes and the speed of the bamboo raft continued to decrease. There was less than 1/3 of the bamboo raft left, and it was already sinking down with the water surface reaching the ankles of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it, a rank 5 GU master couldn't kill me, but I am going to die by this group of measly shuttle swordfishes instead. Bai Ningbing let out a deep sigh. With another wave of attacks, the bamboo raft would definitely sink, and they would surely die after falling into the river. However, the shuttle swordfishes were delaying their attacks, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath and watch tightly, seemingly on edge. We have reached the shore. The shuttle swordfishes won't swim in shallow water. Huff, we are safe for the time being. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His whole body ached and was on the verge of giving out. He had almost no rest in the past few days, what with needing to control the sail and adjusting the direction of the raft from time to time. It had already taxed his body to the limits. Bai Ningbing also gasped in the cold air. Her white gown dyed with blood. There were many injuries on her body, but fortunately she had combat talent, and with full efforts on dodging along with the bamboo raft lowering the charging momentum of the shuttle swordfishes, she suffered only light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing, and shortly after, intense pain traveled through his body. He was also injured, with the bleeding continuing even now. The primeval essence in his aperture had completely dried out within few minutes of using the Sky Canopy GU. Without its protection, his flesh body naturally couldn't resist the shuttle swordfishes. His original plan had been to sail for a day more. However, unexpected events can happen at any moment. Planning could never overtake the changes, and there was still some distance from Gu Yue Mountain, but Fang Yuan knew they had to pull toward the shore now. The sail was already useless. Fang Yuan had given all his efforts to steer the raft clear from the reefs, stranding towards a beach. The two splashed their way through the water and stepped on the soft beach. They had reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her wounds and sat down on her butt. Her face was pale. If this continues, I might die from excessive blood loss. Quick, bring out your healing GU. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile. How could he pull a healing GU out of thin air? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report.